Game of the World Tree Chapter 484 to Chapter 528. Xianxia sent a friend request to his old friend and formed another team. Then, he looked at the location of his teammates on the small map in the upper right corner of his vision and ran all the way. There were many people in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Among them, 99% were players, and most of them were newcomers to the open beta. Everyone was full of curiosity and excitement. While studying the beginner's guide in the game system, they explored the unknown new world. Xianxia squeezed into the crowd with great difficulty and found his old friend sitting in the same place, poking the ground with a long knife and looking amazed. He couldn't help but laugh. "What are you in a daze for?" Hearing Xianxia's voice, Akai shook his head and sighed. "I'm just lamenting the realism of this game. You're right, Cultivation Sect and Elven Nation are simply incomparable. This game is too detailed. Look, a grain of sand, a pinch of soil, is so realistic, let alone the five senses. By the way, I just tasted the soil on the ground. It feels exactly like real soil, dry and astringent." Xianxia was speechless. He looked at his old friend dumbfoundedly and couldn't help but ridicule. "So you've eaten soil before?" "Cough, I was naughty when I was young. In fact, I just wanted to test how realistic it is. To be honest, if someone told me that I had transmigrated, I would believe it." Akai coughed twice and explained. "Why else do you think it would be called a masterpiece that transcends its time?" Xianxia smiled proudly and was in a very good mood. For every game enthusiast, when the game they loved was recognized by others, they would feel joy from the bottom of their heart. This was not limited to games but could be promoted to many other things. This time Akai nodded, which was rare. "It's indeed amazing. It beats other games in seconds." "Yes, yes." Xianxia nodded repeatedly. "And everyone is handsome and beautiful. Not only is it pleasing to the eye, but it also has a strong sense of immersion," Akai said again. "Yes," Xianxia hesitated for a moment and nodded. "The only pity is that I can't play female characters. It's so realistic. It's really a pity. I was looking forward to it." Akai stretched out his hands and touched his flat chest with a look of regret. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He looked at his friend, who had a serious expression on his face, and sighed. "Akai. What? You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. It's fine. I've done it before you anyway." Xianxia was speechless. The two of them ridiculed each other for a while before Akai's gaze stopped on Xianxia's rough robe. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Mage? You want to be a mage? Damn, you're planning to become a druid. You don't know this, but druids are the real sons of this game. Other than their weak attack power, they can support and fight. They can also have a good relationship with NPCs. Monsters are easy to catch, and it's also convenient to become a priest. They're practically invincible." Xianxia smiled. He was originally a video cloud player of Elf Nation. After getting the open beta slot, he crazily read up on the strategy guide. Naturally, he had a preliminary understanding of each class. Amongst them, the druid class, which had been unremarkable before, became his target after the appearance of the magical pet system and Megalosaurus companions, as well as the release of the priest class. Then wouldn't it be a loss for me to choose the strength type? Akai was stunned and muttered to himself. The strength type is okay. You never spend money when you play games. The strength type equipment is the most approachable. It suits you quite well. Xianxia shook his head. Akai liked fighting and PK. In terms of fighting alone, the strength type was actually more powerful. Perhaps the elven mage after the profession change was not bad. Some of them had learned rare skills such as bursting flames, and their output was even more explosive. However, explosive output was one thing, and fighting was another. As he spoke, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and added, "Also, if you're not satisfied, there's another chance for a cross-domain profession change after level 11. "That's good." Akai breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them chatted for a while and soon began to explore the game. "So, are we going to follow the beginner's guide next?" Akai stood up and controlled the game interface while looking at the constantly flashing beginner's help. His gaze wandered for a while and finally stopped at the image of the beginner's guide in Elf Nation. It was an elven girl wearing glasses and dressed as a teacher. She had silver hair and purple eyes. She looked like a cute version of a goddess. Akai took a few glances and couldn't help but complain, "I've read too much learning material. Now I can easily think of the wrong things when I look at this system guide." Elf Xianxia was speechless. He glanced at the system elf and coughed dryly. Ahem. This is a cute version of the goddess. It said that it was added to the beginner system after the open beta. I think it's quite cute. Oh right, it said that after completing some hidden plots, you can also see a cute version of the goddess cheering. It's quite cute. It's very suitable for an emoji pack and a head change method. Akai nodded. Xianxia was speechless. So, are we going to follow the beginner's guide? It says that we can accumulate experience by building the City of Heaven's Chosen and participating in various daily activities. Akai recited the beginner's guide. After speaking, he looked around and couldn't help but complain, "This city has been built well enough, right? What else do we need to build? Of course, we need to expand." Xianxia explained, "The City of Heaven's Chosen is the player's main city in Elven Nation. It's all built by the players themselves. We have so many newcomers all at once. Even if we want to settle them down, we have to expand the main city. This is the most interesting part of Elven Nation. Everything can be freely designed by the players. It's really troublesome. This is called freedom." After speaking, Xianxia continued, "However, if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. Anyway, these things are almost all taken care of by the big guilds, especially the Mangmang Committee, which is ranked second in terms of the number of guilds. It said that 50% of the real estate in the City of Heaven's Chosen belongs to their guild." Wait, the real estate belongs to the Players Guild? Isn't this the game's main city? Akai was stunned. That's why Elven Nation is different from other games. It's almost all simulation here, and the degree of freedom is very high. Not to mention real estate, there are also hotel chains among the players and Chamber of Commerce. Do you see those shops on the street? They're all old players' businesses. Many old players have become bourgeoisie in the game. People like us are penniless paupers who have just entered the game. We still need to work hard." Xianxia pointed to the street in the distance as he spoke. Akai was speechless. Then, isn't it too unfair for new players? Am I here to play RPGs or SimCity? Pfft. If you really want to play Elven Nation as a simulation business, it's not impossible. Besides, how can there be an absolutely fair game? Xianxia shook his head. After a pause, he added, "Elven Nation doesn't do a good job of balancing the old and new players, but it doesn't force you to pay for it. As long as you work hard and work hard enough, even the latecomers can become stronger. To be honest, compared to many online games, it's already very conscientious, okay? Of course, you also need a certain amount of luck." Hearing his good friend's words, Akai nodded, "Understood. Then let's start now. Hurry up and do the mission to level up." As he spoke, he began to check the mission recommendations in the novice guide. However, Xianxia interrupted him, "Actually, compared to the novice guide, I personally suggest that we directly teleport to Xianxia to receive private missions from the NPC. It said that in the early stages, the NPC's private missions are more cost-effective and have a chance of increasing favorability. Not to mention, there are too many people in the City of Heaven's Chosen now. There must be a queue to receive missions." Xianxia? Akai raised his eyebrows. It can be considered as an NPC's main city. A large number of elven NPCs live there. Many elves can give out missions. If you're lucky and catch the eye of an elf, you might even be accepted as a disciple. I heard that among the old players, there are lucky ones who were accepted as disciples by elven blacksmiths. Similarly, there are also magic inscriptionists and the like. Even if they weren't accepted as disciples by NPCs, it said that there are lucky guys from the elves. Xianxia said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. The two of them discussed and walked toward the teleportation portal to Xianxia according to the small map. The few main elven cities in the elven forest had no level restrictions. Therefore, the two of them smoothly passed through the teleportation portal and arrived at Xianxia. Is this Xianxia? Looking at the bustling scene that wasn't inferior to the city of Heaven's Chosen, Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. If it was said that the city of Heaven's Chosen's architectural style was mostly blue star, which made it feel familiar, then the elven city of Xianxia, which used white boulders as the foundation, was majestic and grand. Under the contrast of green trees and flowers, it revealed a bit of a dignified and elegant aura. It really gave Kai an unprecedented foreign experience. Unlike the city of Heaven's Chosen, which was full of players, many of the residents here were NPCs. They were active and busy in the city. Whenever they met the eyes of the players, they would show a kind smile and a slight greeting. Seeing a female elf bow slightly to him, Kai couldn't help but say, "They seem to be very respectful to us?" Of course, because the players are the chosen ones. They are the ones who saved the elven race and the elven forest. Xianxia said. After that, he added another sentence. However, although the NPCs are very respectful to us, we can't be presumptuous. In this game, it's very important to get along well with the NPCs. Elven Nation has its own ecological environment, and the relationship between players and NPCs is also one of them. Although we're newcomers, we should maintain it well. Kai listened and nodded in agreement. I understand. In fact, many of the Japanese games that I play are very focused on immersion, and I personally like to immerse myself in games, Xianxia smiled. Well, then you'll definitely enjoy this game very much. Let's go and find the NPCs to ask for missions. Pay attention to the NPCs' templates. Only the white and blue NPCs can issue missions. If you're lucky enough to bump into the purple NPCs, you must hug their thighs. But no matter which one it is, remember to have a good attitude, and the success rate will be higher. The two of them discussed and walked around Xianxia together, inquiring about private missions from the NPCs. 3 hours later, sorry, Lord Chosen One, I've used up my mission quota for today. I can't give you any more missions. A female elf bowed slightly to the two of them and said apologetically. Xianxia and Kai looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Okay, sorry to disturb you, the female elf left quickly, and the two of them sat on the ground. They looked at each other and saw a trace of absent-mindedness in each other's eyes. Xia, how many are we now? I didn't count, I think it's almost 30? But in 3 hours, we only did one mission, and it was to help clean the toilets. Didn't you say that getting private missions from NPCs is the fastest way to level up? That's what I thought. But who knew that there would be so many open beta players coming for NPCs? And there are so many old players doing NPCs missions. I think it's better to just do the daily quests in the City of Chosen. Let's try again. In front is the forge. There's an elf blacksmith there. It's said that if you have a good relationship with the NPCs, they'll even take in disciples. And they have a lot of missions, let's go and try. Then, okay, the two of them stood up, patted the dirt off their butts, and walked toward the forge. The forge was not small, and there were many elves working in full swing inside. However, the two of them noticed that many of them had green IDs above their heads. They were all players. Ah. Kai, Xianxia, Xia, I think you're one step behind again. Xianxia, how do you know if you don't try? Xianxia gritted his teeth, glanced around the forge, and finally stopped on an old elf labeled as a white NPC by the game system. It was an old elf named Carlos Blaze. He was holding a sledgehammer and hammering a long sword. He took a deep breath, smiled, and went forward to greet him. But this time, the result was still disappointing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chosen One. Carlos shook his head apologetically. My apprentice quota for today has already been filled, and my mission quota has also been used up. Okay, sorry to disturb you. Xianxia showed a forced smile. He stepped out of the forge and shook his head at Kai. The two of them looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Sigh, so difficult. At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from behind them. It's like this when it's full of new players. Whether it's the City of Chosen One or here, it's not easy to find missions. The two of them turned around curiously and saw a female player with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was a druid player, wearing a gorgeous silver standard robe that was exceptionally domineering. They subconsciously looked at the other party's ID. Dream Han. And it was silver-framed. Silver-framed, damn, oh my god, Silver Boss. The two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise and envy in each other's eyes. Roar, at this moment, a coquettish moan sounded. A charmingly naive brown-red magical beast with scales all over its body jumped out from the side and hugged the female player's thigh. The female player's expression eased instantly. She touched the scales on the other party's head while taking out a shiny ore and putting it into the other party's mouth. Katiusha, be good. Damn. Dragon? Xianxia's eyes widened. This was no longer a big boss, this was a big boss. After feeding the baby dragon, the female player named Dream Han looked at the two of them again and smiled. Are you looking for missions? The two of them nodded like chicks pecking rice. Big bosses could also become thighs. I have one here, do you want to do it? Dream Han smiled. Big boss, you have a mission? Can players also give missions to other players? Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Of course players can't. Dream Han shook her head. However, for newcomers, the fastest way to level up isn't to do missions, but to kill monsters with old players. If you can help me do some things, I can bring you along. I'm already level 42, even if I bring you to kill a black iron level magical beast, it's enough for you two to jump directly to level 10. How about it? Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia and Kai looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Deal. A few more hours later. In Rivendell's mine, Kai put down the iron pick in his hand and wiped the sweat on his head. It's my first day in the game, and I didn't do anything else but mine? Cough, cough, don't be anxious. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. Once we dig enough ores that Dream Han needs, even if she brings us to fly in the wild, we'll be able to fly. Xianxia said. I understand the logic, but I have a question, doesn't Dream Han dig by herself? She's a silver player, so her efficiency should be higher than ours, right? Damn, do you think it's more efficient for her to mine by herself or for us newcomers to mine and then bring me along to level up? With her level, I'm afraid she can even kill some weak silver magical beasts. What you said makes sense. Kai nodded. But, what can we do by mining? He was a little curious. The other veteran gamers who were mining beside them laughed and said, that's right. You don't know this. Some time ago, a big boss developed a new weapon, magic gun. It perfectly solved the problem of steam guns not being able to absorb experience. The attack power of a magic gun is at least double that of a bow and arrow of the same level. Look, the archer profession is going to take off, magic gun? But aren't archers strength? Kai was a little puzzled. Damn, that's true, but elves are magical creatures. Archers also have magic power, but they walk the path of strength. Although they don't have bonuses like spellcasters, archers can also learn meditation techniques and train their magic power. It's just that the efficiency is a little lower, and it's said that after the silver profession change, archers can also practice both magic and martial arts. That's when the magic gun shines, right? Not only archers, but even mage and druid players can use the magic gun to defend themselves. The old player explained. I see. Kai nodded. But, what does this have to do with mining? He asked again. The old player continued. Don't worry, let me finish. The magic ore here is one of the materials to make the magic gun. Among the archer players, there is a large demand for the magic gun. The dwarves can't supply the materials, so it's up to the players to think of a way. The Meng Jihan you're talking about is the only player disciple of the elven blacksmith Carlos, as well as the first blacksmith among the players. She participated in improving the magic gun, so she has a need for these ores. It's a pity that the elven forest has too few coolies. Only salted life skill players like us would come here to mine, but it's far from enough. So, I came to find you. Hearing the other player's explanation, the two of them nodded in understanding. So it's like this, let's not talk anymore, let's work. They wiped their sweat and continued to swing their picks. When night fell, the two of them finally returned to Fei Lingsue through the Rivendell teleportation formation. What came back with them was a cart full of ores. You actually dug this much. It's been hard on you. Seeing the two dusty rookies and noticing the cart full of ores, Meng Jihan let out a sigh. After saying this, she thought for a bit before saying, "How about this, I'll treat you tonight. I'll treat you to a good meal, don't refuse." Hearing the other side's words, Xianxia and Akai felt a bit hungry. They swallowed their saliva and nodded. Then, a light flashed in Meng Jihan's hand and all the ores disappeared. Space items, their eyes lit up again and their faces were filled with envy. Too big, the difference was too big. At this moment, they had never had such a strong desire to become a big-shot player in Elven Kingdom. Meng Jihan's treat was in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Along with her was another good friend, a very good-looking female priestess player. ID Ruffian. She was also a big shot with a young dragon. Facing two female players, especially big shots among the players, Xianxia and Akai were a bit reserved. But after getting to know each other, they gradually let go. Dinner was the Elven Forest's unique barbecue. Together with the elf's flower wine, it tasted very good. The two open beta rookies ate heartily, feeling very happy. The four of them ate while chatting, gradually becoming familiar with each other. So it's the big shot of the Nature's Heart Guild. This is Elven Kingdom's #1 guild. I wonder when we can become silver players. The two of them were filled with envy. There's a chance. Although the silver level isn't completely open, there will be new slots every once in a while. As long as you work hard, you'll have a chance. Meng Jihan explained. When you reach level 11, welcome to the Nature's Heart Guild. Hey, when the time comes, Big Sister will protect you. If you want to become a priest, just come find Big Sister, I'll take care of it. Ruffian chewed on a skewer with a greasy face and giggled as she spoke. There were still several hundred words left. There wasn't enough time, so I'll send it first. Everyone can wait 10 minutes for it to refresh. When the sun rose from the east and the golden light shone on the earth, the elven forest was once again awakened from its slumber. Xianxia and Akai opened the door and came to the streets of the City of Heaven's Chosen. Looking at the increasing number of players on the streets and smelling the morning dew, Akai couldn't help but sigh. It's really 4 times faster. I just took an afternoon nap and an entire night has passed in the game. I really suspect that if I play Elven Kingdom too much, I'll lose track of time. That's how it feels to play. 4 hours of fun in an hour. Moreover, it's said that you can play it when you sleep at night. It's just like a dream. It's great. Xianxia laughed. Black technology. If this game isn't popular, the heavens won't tolerate it. Right, when I went offline at noon, I added a membership. This game is worth it. Akai exclaimed. Haha, me too. Xianxia laughed loudly. The two good friends looked at each other and smiled. Let's go find Big Boss Meng Han. They ate some fruits that they had taken from the restaurant before going offline yesterday to fill their stomachs. Then, they rushed to the meeting place with Meng Han. Not long after the two new players arrived at the meeting place, Meng Han also arrived. Just like yesterday, she was still wearing a gorgeous druid robe. Behind her was a young copper dragon named Katiusha. Good morning, boss. Xianxia and Akai quickly greeted her. Meng Jihan nodded. Good morning, you can call me Meng Han. Then, she sent a party request to the two of them. When the two saw the system message in their vision, they were delighted and accepted it. Yesterday, they had helped her dig for ores for half a day. According to the agreement, she would bring them to kill monsters today and directly promote them to level 10. After forming the party, Meng Han walked towards the teleportation circle that led to Feilong Sui. The two of them followed closely behind. Today, we're going to the north of the Elven Forest to kill monsters. The monsters in the core area have already been cleared by the players. We'll only encounter monsters in the north. However, I don't recommend you to go there before you're promoted to middle-level iron level. There are many monsters there, and they're generally very powerful. Even the weakest one has the strength of a low-level iron level. If you're unlucky, you might even encounter a silver-level monster. The silver tier is something you can't even begin to imagine. Physical fitness and mana levels far surpass those of the iron tier. Under normal circumstances, Iron Tier players can only choose to run or not run when they encounter a Silver Tier monster. When you reach level 10, I suggest that you go to the edge of the underworld to farm monsters. There are many monsters there, but not many strong ones. When you reach level 11, you can enter the Shadow Instance dungeon. You'll be able to go to many places once you've reached the middle of Iron level in the Shadow Instance dungeon. Be it the northern part of the Elven Forest, the Gloom Mountains, or the deeper parts of the underground world. You'll be able to more or less protect yourselves with this level of strength. Meng Jihan walked while passing on his experience to the two of them. Xianxia and Akai also listened very seriously. To be able to receive guidance from a big shot, this opportunity was not many. Although Xianxia had checked the guide before, it was only a guide. It was definitely not as detailed and reliable as a big shot personally explaining it. Perhaps it was because it was early in the morning in the game, or perhaps it was because the open beta had been open for a few hours, but the new players were scattered all over the map. In short, compared to yesterday in the game, the current city of Heaven's Chosen and Xianxia finally had a lot less players and was not as crowded. The group smoothly teleported to Xianxia and directly arrived at the northern border of Xianxia. Then, Meng Jihan stopped. She patted the head of the dragon whelp and gently whispered a few words to it. The dragon whelp turned its head to look at Xianxia and Akai before proudly nodding its head. Then, Meng Jihan looked at the curious Xianxia and Akai and said, although there are already monsters moving around here, their levels are generally not high. Our target is the northern part of the Elven Forest. It's about 70 to 80 kilometers away from here. 70, 80 kilometers. When Xianxia and Akai heard this, their faces turned green. Did they have to walk another 70 to 80 kilometers? Wasn't this a bit too hardcore? Were they here to play the game or to survive in the wild? As if noticing their strange expressions, Meng Jihan smiled and quickly waved her hand as she explained, of course, we won't let you walk. If we really let you walk, with the complicated terrain of the forest, you won't be able to reach it without 3 to 4 days. Then, how do we go? Xianxia asked curiously. Meng Jihan pointed at the dragon whelp beside her and said, I've discussed it with Xianxia. She's willing to carry you. We'll be there in half an hour. Xianxia and Akai looked at the red copper dragon whelp that was as big as a calf and the dragon whelp proudly raised its head, roar. Ride a dragon? Didn't that mean they could fly? Their eyes lit up. However, when they saw the dragon whelp's body that wasn't considered strong, they were a bit hesitant. It felt like this little fellow could carry one person, but wouldn't it be a bit too much for 2 people? Moreover, there were 3 people here. 3 people riding on a dragon? Didn't they say it was too crowded? Could this little dragon even move? The two looked at each other with a strange expression. Let's go. We'll come back quickly. Meng Jihan gestured to the two. As if noticing their hesitant gazes, she added, You're right. Don't worry, I can carry you. Xianxia is very strong. Roar. Xianxia proudly puffed out her chest. If I can carry you, that's not bad. Xianxia and Akai swallowed their saliva and then carefully rode on the dragon whelp's back. However, what surprised them was that Meng Jihan didn't move. Big boss Meng Jihan, you're not coming up? Xianxia asked doubtfully. He had already made space. Although it was a bit narrow, it was still okay to squeeze in. Should be. Moreover, to be honest, he was looking forward to it. After all, although it was a game, it was still great to be able to ride with a rare girl, right? Not to mention, she was a big boss. However, hearing Xianxia's words, Meng Jihan shook her head. Xianxia is so small, how can the 3 of us sit on her? Then I'll go myself. Meng Jihan said. Go herself? Xianxia and Akai were stunned. However, they quickly understood what she meant. Meng Jihan suddenly chanted an incantation and her body suddenly emitted a dense light. Faintly, the two of them seemed to see the robe on the other party's body disappear in an instant. However, the moment the robe disappeared, Meng Jihan was already covered by the light. The range of the light became bigger and bigger. As the light expanded, Xianxia and Akai felt a powerful aura coming from Meng Jihan's body. This was an indescribable feeling that made their hearts palpitate for no reason. When the light dissipated, the two of them were so shocked that their mouths were agape. At this moment, the silver-level female player in front of them had completely disappeared. What replaced her was a western dragon covered in oval-shaped scales. She was over 2 meters tall and had a wingspan of 6 to 7 meters, however, there were 3 green Chinese characters above her head, Meng Jihan. Damn. Damn damn damn. She can transform? Transform into a dragon? Isn't that too cool? Kai couldn't help cursing. Xianxia's eyes opened wide and his face was filled with excitement. Shapeshifter. It's the skill of wild specialization druids, shapeshifter. He planned on becoming a druid in the future, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this class. As the most unique skill of wild specialization druids, shapeshifter was very famous among the players. You know quite a lot. Hearing Xianxia's excited words, Meng Jihan, who had turned into a pterosaur, looked at him and said. After turning into a dragon, her voice had a bit of a metallic texture. Okay, let's go. After saying that, she spread her wings and flew into the sky like a giant bird accompanied by a whistling wind. Awoo! Katiusha also let out a long roar and brought the two rookies to soar into the sky. Exciting. Really exciting. Refreshing. It was really refreshing. Since they were young, it wasn't like Xianxia and Kai hadn't flown in the sky before. However, that was when they sat in an airplane that was like a tin can. Although it was in the game, sitting on a dragon's back like flying in the real world was something they had never experienced before. The scenery on the ground became smaller and smaller. As far as their eyes could see, it was all green. The lush elf forest stretched as far as the eye could see. There were only hills and mountain ranges in the distance. The blue sky was like a sapphire with white clouds floating in it. The whistling sound of the wind blew past their ears, and the airflow messed up their hair. They looked down at the magnificent otherworld scenery and listened to the melodious and soothing tune of the system music. They couldn't help but laugh and shout, ha 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 ha, flying is great. My childhood dream, I didn't think it would come true in the game. Comfortable. Too comfortable. The scenery is so beautiful. Ah. Awoo awoo. The excited voices of the two players echoed in the sky. The Megalosaurus was very fast. More than half an hour later, the minimap showed that they had flown 60 kilometers. We're almost there. Who wants to eat the experience first? While Xianxia and Kai were still excited and enjoying the beautiful scenery in the game, Meng Jihan suddenly spoke in the team chat. The two were slightly surprised. Xia, go first. Kai said. Okay. Meng Jihan nodded. After speaking, she suddenly dove down towards the ground. The two were slightly surprised. They looked in the direction that Meng Jihan dove down and discovered that there seemed to be something moving in the forest on the ground. Meng Jihan was very fast. As she dove down, the target hiding in the forest seemed to have noticed the danger. Xianxia and Kai only saw the forest on the ground shake and then a large brown bear appeared. Even though they were far away, the two could feel the powerful aura of the brown bear. Relying on the fact that it was safer to fly in the sky, Xianxia boldly used appraisal, but what he got back was a series of question marks. This meant that the other party was at least 2 levels higher than them. This meant that it was at least intermediate dark iron, or even upper dark iron. However, at this moment, the brown bear was extremely panicked and fled as if it had met its natural enemy. It was avoiding Meng Jihan. However, Meng Jihan was even faster. She opened her mouth slightly and let out a soft cry as she spat out a freezing dragon breath. The dragon breath shot out like a ray and directly hit the brown bear. The brown bear let out a terrified howl and then its entire body began to form a layer of frost. Its speed instantly slowed down. This slowing down was fatal. Meng Jihan instantly reached out her sharp claws and tore. Blood splattered everywhere. Under Xianxia and Kai's shocked gaze, the large brown bear was directly crippled by Meng Jihan. Instant kill. Then, Katiusha brought the two to the ground. When they arrived in front of the brown bear, it was already on the verge of death and could only twitch. However, the thick smell of blood made the two newbies frown slightly. They had never even killed a chicken before. This was the first time they encountered such a hardcore game, so they were not used to it. Meng Jihan, on the other hand, seemed to be used to this. She waved her dragon claw and a strange gun that looked very similar to a matchlock gun from the gunpowder era appeared in her claw. However, it was engraved with complicated patterns and magic patterns. Under the curious gazes of the two, she threw it to Xianxia. Use the magic gun to finish it off. Use the magic gun? Xianxia was stunned. You're too weak. This forest ground bear is upper dark iron, and it's at max level 40. Its defense is extremely strong. Even if I beat it half to death, you won't be able to break its armor. If you use a gun, you'll barely be able to do it. Just aim at its head and pull the trigger. This gun will automatically absorb your magic. Right, first set the experience gain to the highest. This way, you won't get any loot when you kill the target, but you can absorb all the experience. Meng Jihan added. Xianxia nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then walked closer to the giant bear and pulled the trigger. However, the moment he pulled the trigger, the gunshot did not sound. At that moment, Xianxia felt as if something in his body was being rapidly sucked away. He noticed that his magic was quickly being depleted. Until the moment he released the trigger, the magic gun let out a loud sound. Bang! A blue light shot out and hit the brown bear's head, causing blood to spurt out. The brown bear twitched a few times before it stopped moving. After that, its body began to age and wither rapidly, and very soon, it turned into a pile of ashes. At the same time, Xianxia felt a strong heat flow into his body. In his status bar, his experience points began to soar, exploding. Quick, choose to level up. Otherwise, too much experience will be wasted. Meng Jihan quickly urged. When Xianxia heard this, he quickly pressed the level up button. Then, a series of golden lights began to appear on his body as he quickly leveled up, level 3, level 4, level 5. It wasn't until he reached level 10 that he finally stopped. Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Xianxia was excited. Alright, it's your turn next. After Xianxia successfully leveled up, Meng Jihan looked at Akai who had a look of anticipation. Next was the repetitive work. Just like before, the group flew up into the sky again. Using the advantage of their field of vision, they found another dark iron-ranked magical beast and successfully killed it. And this time, Akai also continuously jumped levels and became a level 10 player who was only a step away from becoming a black iron magic beast. Feeling the new power they gained, the two players were very excited. Awesome, too awesome, this experience of leveling up 8 levels in a row, it couldn't be better. Sure enough, hugging someone's thigh was the fastest way for a newbie to level up. They only killed one monster and they directly leveled up to level 10, but they also understood that the two of them were lucky to meet Meng Jihan. Out of the hundreds of thousands of players, there were only 100 silver magic beasts. Not everyone could meet and talk to them. Thank you, boss. They quickly thanked Meng Jihan. But Meng Jihan shook her head. You're welcome. If you can help me in the future, I can continue to bring you guys. Hearing this, the two of them eyes lit up. They looked at each other and communicated with their eyes, as if they had come to a decision. Then, under Meng Jihan's surprised gaze, the two of them cupped their fists and said, Boss Meng Jihan. How about, you take us as your disciples? Puh. Disciple? Meng Jihan was slightly stunned. She did not think that she would hear this in Elven country. Elven country did not have a master and disciple system, but she who played other online games was not unfamiliar with this. But, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But, when she saw the other party's expectant expression and thought of the other party's serious attitude yesterday, and thought of the difficult climb and roll when she first entered the pit, her heart was moved. Indeed, if there was a guide, then they would be able to get into the game faster. Moreover, taking in a disciple was not bad, it was also quite fun. I can think about it. In the end, she did not refuse and smiled faintly. Seeing this, the two of them were pleasantly surprised and quickly took advantage of the situation and shouted at the same time, Hello, Master. I only said think about it. Don't worry, Master, we're very capable. Don't be silly, eat something and rest. When my skills are off cooldown, we'll return. Meng Jihan's transformation had a cooldown, so she had to rest after using it. However, after she rested and transformed into a pterosaur to leave with the two of them, she felt a sudden urge. Meng Jihan frowned and suddenly felt a bit flustered. At the same time, Xianxia, who had just carried Xianxia and Kai, suddenly threw the two players off and turned towards Meng Jihan, baring its teeth at her. Roar. Its expression was fierce and cute. Xianxia? What's wrong? Meng Jihan was slightly stunned. At this time, she suddenly felt a shadow covering her and the smell of sulfur and pumice floated in the air. At the same time, an unfamiliar voice came from behind her. Eh? Pterosaur and copper dragon? And elves? That voice was low and muffled, with a hint of arrogance and curiosity. Xianxia and Kai, who fell to the ground, rubbed their buttocks and raised their heads. Megalosaurus? Their eyes widened. Megalosaurus? Meng Jihan's heart jumped. She slowly turned her head, and saw the figure behind her. It was a gigantic dragon that was 30 to 40 meters tall, and it was looking down at them with its head lowered. Its entire body was covered in shining scarlet scales. White smoke was constantly puffing out from its nostrils, and its amber vertical pupils were sizing up the few of them with great interest. This was an adult red dragon. The elf forest was in an uproar again. After more than a month, Fei Lingxue welcomed a new guest again. An adult red dragon. The news quickly spread among the elves and players. Many new players might not know what was going on, but the old players realized what was going to happen. Haha. A new baby dragon must be coming. It's finally here. It's been almost 2 months, right? This time, we must successfully sign a contract with the Megalosaurus. The old players were very excited. Baby dragon, contract? The public beta players were very curious. Then, some enthusiastic beta testers explained to them, that's right. This is a new magic pet that appeared a while ago, the Megalosaurus companion. Any player who completes a special plot or is chosen by the Megalosaurus can sign a contract with it. It's said that the goddess and the dragon god have signed a contract. Every month, the Megalosaurus will send 5 dragon eggs. That means that only 5 players can sign a contract every month? The new players were curious. Isn't that so? The competition is intense, but if you're chosen, you'll definitely make a comeback. You have to know that the Megalosaurus not only has high AI intelligence, but it also has great strength and potential. All of them can fight beyond their level. Take the Megalosaurus of the Optimists for example. Although those baby dragons are only at the upper iron level, their true strength has reached the silver level. The old players said. Wow, isn't that like cheating? I'm so envious. The new players were very envious. The news of the red dragon's arrival spread like wildfire. Soon, it spread throughout the entire Elf Kingdom server. The players who received the news put down what they were doing and rushed to the elf forest excitedly. The appearance of the Megalosaurus companion had already caused a lot of excitement among the players. Although many people did not get the chance to sign a contract with the Megalosaurus, they had heard a lot about the Megalosaurus through various channels. The red dragon was the strongest representative of the color dragons. Its status was comparable to the gold dragon among the metal dragons. If the big shots guessed correctly, the one signing the contract this time was most likely the color dragon. As time passed, more and more players gathered around Fei Lingxue. However, at this very moment, the focal point of the incident, Red Dragon Tiberia, was loftily occupying the tallest tower of Jade Lingxue. It did not care about the crumbling temple tower under its heavy pressure. Instead, it looked contemptuously at the ants gathering in the square below. A trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. This is the elf that Stinky Dad was talking about? Such a weak existence wants to become the Megalosaurus's contractor? Its voice was low and powerful, not concealing the disdain in its heart. The red dragon was recognized as the most powerful existence among the color dragons. At the same time, they were also the most arrogant of all the dragon species. They often saw themselves as kings and treated other dragons as their subordinates. All creatures had to obey their rule. Such an existence would never lower its head unless it met an expert that could convince it wholeheartedly. And there's even a red copper dragon. Haha, as the noble Megalosaurus, it actually got together with the pedantic and inflexible elves. Looks like the metal dragons are just SOSO. Its gaze swept across the red copper dragon fledgling and Meng Han in the square. Its expression was arrogant and disdainful. The dragon fledgling, Xianxia, was hiding behind Meng Han. Only its large head was exposed as it roared fiercely at the red dragon. It was not scary, but it was a little cute. Of course, even if it hid behind Meng Han, it still wouldn't be able to hide its huge body. Seeing the red copper dragon like this, the red dragon Tiberia's gaze became even more disdainful. Its gaze swept across the square, then it arrogantly said, "Where is your leader? Quickly come out and greet the great red dragon, Lord Tiberia." Looking at the arrogant red dragon, the players did not get angry. On the contrary, they sized up the majestic red dragon, which was considered to be one of the more beautiful color dragons, and their eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, NPCs would not be able to arouse the anger of the players. On the contrary, the players would naturally develop an inexplicable sense of closeness to the cool and arrogant NPCs. There was no doubt that the red dragon at this moment fulfilled this requirement. However, the elves were all furious. This was because the red dragon was entrenched in Fei Lingsui's temple, which was the most sacred and noble place. The other party's attitude was really bad. It obviously did not care about the true god and the elves. "Red dragon, quickly come down from the temple's tower. Are you trying to blaspheme the gods?" The head priest of Fei Lingsui's temple, Samir Gale, scolded with a serious expression. Hearing the voice below, the red dragon looked over. When it saw that the one who spoke was only an elf with the strength of a mid-silver level, its amber eyes flashed with even more disdain. However, before it subconsciously sneered, it noticed that the other party was wearing a typical priest's robe. For a moment, its expression seemed to flash with a hint of bewilderment. And this bewilderment quickly turned into nervousness and hesitation when it lowered its head and saw that the tower it was in seemed to have a symbol of some kind of divine power. Seeing the other party's expression, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the players. This red dragon, could it be that before it descended, it did not even notice what the building it was entrenched in was? The players' expressions were strange, and the red dragon was obviously hesitant. No matter how arrogant it was, when facing the forces of a true god, it had to consider its own strength. However, this situation was quickly broken by a loud and excited dragon roar. "Ruadash! I heard that a red dragon is here. Where is it? Where is it?" The black dragon Meryl arrived with a howling gust of wind. It flapped its bat wings that had a wingspan of dozens of meters, carrying the mage player Salty Meow on its back as usual. "Meryl, fly slower. I'm going to be thrown off by you," Salty Meow exclaimed. Sorry," Meryl's aura dissipated as it slowly landed on the square. "Black dragon?" Red dragon Tiberia's eyes flashed with surprise. "Red dragon?" The black dragon Meryl's eyes flashed with curiosity. However, when Tiberia's gaze swept past Salty Meow, who had jumped off Meryl's back, her surprise quickly turned into disdain. "I didn't expect the black dragon to be so depraved, to actually let such a weak ant ride on its back." "What did you say? You big red-roasted lizard?" Meryl exploded when he heard the other party's words. Colored dragons were generally stronger than metal dragons individually, but colored dragons were far less united than metal dragons. This was especially so for the red dragon, which had the most violent temper and the strongest combat power among the colored dragons, and the black dragon, which had the most violent temperament, coarse skin, and thick flesh, and was second only to the red dragon in strength. When two dragon breeds met, it was almost a daily occurrence for them to start fighting after a few words of disagreement. Even if Meryl had become a new generation megalosaurus with a black skin and a silver heart, something engraved in its bones could not be changed. Thus, when it heard the other party's slander and disdain for Salty Meow, the little black dragon was instantly enraged. At the same time, red dragon Tiberia's explosive temper was also ignited by the words "big red-roasted lizard." Her red scales were her proudest part, and the vicious abuse of the megalosaurus that originated from the human race was like adding oil to the fire. "What did you say? Are you looking for a beating? You skinny black dog!" Tiberia roared. "Black dog," Meryl's dragon face instantly twisted. "Ruadash! Meryl wants to kill you." After saying that, the little black dragon leaped up and charged towards red dragon Tiberia. "Ruadash! The red dragon also roared and charged towards Meryl. Thus, under the dumbfounded gazes of the players and elves, the two black dragons that were dozens of meters in size actually charged towards each other, biting and wrestling with each other. The destructive power of the battle between the two colossal creatures was astonishing. Especially since their battlefield was in the square of Jadeland Sue. In the blink of an eye, the square was in chaos, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. All the players and elves began to frantically hide. There were discussions everywhere. There were those who were surprised, those who were puzzled, those who were worried, and those who didn't mind watching a good show. What's going on? Shouldn't they be giving out dragon eggs? Why are they fighting? Stop fighting. Meryl, stop fighting. Ha ha ha. What are you afraid of? Little black dragon, go. Kill it. Exciting. Exciting. The temple is about to collapse. This is Jadeland Sue. Won't fighting like this attract the attention of the goddess? Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Someone is already injured. The voices of the players were in a mess, and it was very chaotic. As for the old priest Xianxia, he was stunned as he looked at the temple that was on the verge of collapse due to the battle between the two megalosaurus. Meryl. Red dragon. Are you crazy? Stop. He angrily reprimanded. However, the two megalosaurus, who were already in a frenzy, did not care about anything else. They were completely enraged as they wrestled with each other. However, Red Dragon Tiberia was ultimately stronger. Compared to Meryl, who had just advanced to mid-gold level, Tiberia was already at the peak of upper gold level. Even with Meryl's special physique, he was pinned down by the other party in less than 5 minutes. Seeing the little black dragon struggling under her claws with a humiliated and angry expression, the red dragon Tiberia had a smug look on her face. Black dragon is only SOSO. If you address me as Lord Tiberia, the great Lord Tiberia may consider letting you go. She said arrogantly. As for Meryl, he could only struggle and roar. Scram. You roasted red lizard. Tiberia was speechless. Hearing this, the red dragon's gaze instantly became extremely dangerous. Her expression instantly became extremely ferocious, and traces of dangerous magic waves began to gather on her body. Sensing the terrifying power, the spectating players couldn't help but shudder in unison. Xianxia Gale's expression changed. Red dragon. Stop. However, it was too late. The red dragon opened her huge mouth, and crimson light continuously gathered in her mouth. Finally, it turned into a terrifying breath of fire. Meryl. Little black dragon, be careful. F***CK. A nuclear explosion? Run. The players cried out in alarm. However, the moment this breath of fire was about to hit Meryl, it suddenly seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and instantly disappeared. Then, the red dragon Tiberia suddenly heard a cold voice coming from above. Have you had enough? The red dragon stopped. She slowly raised her head and saw a female elf in black armor floating in the air. The other party looked at her quietly with a calm gaze. However, under the calmness, there seemed to be a hint of anger. Who are you? The red dragon Tiberia asked arrogantly. However, although her tone was arrogant as usual, her eyes were alert. She could sense that the other party was very powerful, and she felt an inexplicable sense of threat. Cheers from the players came from below. Big sister. Big sister is here. Big sister is here. Only the goddess has noticed this, right? That scared me to death. If that breath of fire had landed, this entire area would have been finished. Big sister? Goddess? A hint of bewilderment flashed in the red dragon's eyes. I'm a god's chosen of the goddess of life. The female elf in the air, Eve, who had used the identity of god's chosen of the god, Zero, said. God. God's chosen. The red dragon's pupils contracted slightly. It followed the other party's gaze and looked around. When it saw the devastation around the square and the crumbling temple, it subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, the red dragon's arrogance made it raise its head proudly once again. Humph. It's all this black dragon's fault. The great Tiberia was only defending herself. Oh? Eve narrowed her eyes. Her gaze swept across the players and elves who were injured by the aftermath of the battle between the two megalosaurus, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the other party's expression, Tiberia's heart was pounding, but she still spoke arrogantly. Humph. You're just a god's chosen, blessed by the true God. The great Tiberia is the envoy of the Red Dragon King, and I'm here to fulfill the oath of the true God. Is this how the elven forest treats its guests? How you treat your guests? Eve chuckled, and then her expression instantly turned cold. She snapped her fingers, and a golden rope suddenly appeared, instantly binding the red dragon Tiberia to death. A guest should act like a guest. The red dragon Tiberia's expression changed drastically, but she was shocked to find that she could not break free at all. Then, she heard the black dragon's smug and gloating voice from below. Ha 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 ha. Rua. This is the divine spell, divine lock. Stupid red dragon. You have no way of breaking free. As an unlucky fellow who had been bound by this divine spell several times, Meryl was delighted to see that the red dragon was also bound. Divine spell? You're borrowing the power of the true God. I won't accept this. If you have the ability, fight fair and square. You skinny long-eared thing. The red dragon Tiberia kept struggling and roaring at Eve. Fair and square. Eve raised an eyebrow. Okay. She nodded lightly and snapped her fingers again. The divine spell on the red dragon Tiberia instantly disappeared. However, before the red dragon could breathe a sigh of relief, Eve's figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of the red dragon. She lightly slapped her palm, and it directly hit the red dragon's helmet. The red dragon Tiberia only felt an irresistible force, and she was slapped to the ground. For a moment, she felt dizzy, but she still twisted her head and continued to roar. However, before it could roar, another slap came at it. Smack, she was slapped to the ground again. Do you admit defeat? Eve asked. Roar. The red dragon roared again. Smack, she was slapped to the ground again. Do you admit defeat? Eve asked again. Roar. The red dragon continued to roar. Smack. Do you admit defeat? Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the blessed slapped the red dragon again and again, as if she was slapping a little chick. The red dragon could only continue to struggle, until it no longer had the strength to stand up. Do you admit defeat? Eve still asked calmly. Eve was not in a good mood. This red dragon's abuse of Xianxia had already angered her. However, as the messenger of the Megalosaurus race, she did not really want to kill the other party. Of course, this was also because the other party had only destroyed part of the buildings. Although there were elves who were affected and injured, they were only lightly injured. It was obvious that although the other party was angry, it still had a trace of rationality. Of course, that trace of rationality was only limited to the dragon's breath that had yet to be spat out. Eve could not help but make a move. She also saw that the situation was escalating. And this time, the red dragon finally behaved. It panted heavily while looking at Eve in midair with a complicated gaze. Don't hit me. I admit defeat. After saying that, it paused again, and its eyes seemed to have an inexplicable glimmer. Elf, you. What's your name? Red Dragon, this is the blessed, Lady Zero, the being closest to Her Majesty the Goddess. Samir said seriously. Zero, the red dragon murmured. Then, it suddenly looked at Eve with a burning gaze and even a little bashful. Miss Zero, that. You're very strong. And very beautiful. Can I become your Megalosaurus companion? Eve, Samir, Meryl, the players, what twist? Elven Forest, Xianxia, on the temple square that looked like a tornado had wreaked havoc. Two megalosaurus that were dozens of meters tall, one black and one red, were obediently sitting below the high platform in the square. On the high platform stood a cold and aloof god's chosen in black armor and the high priest of Xianxia, Samir Gale, with a face full of wrinkles and a pious expression. In front of them were 5 large dragon eggs that were bathed in holy light. The resplendent holy light slowly dissipated, and the dragon eggs seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis as clear dragon patterns appeared on them. They actually, really metamorphosed? Looking at the dragon eggs on the high platform, Red Dragon Tiberia's eyes widened in shock. His Holiness the true God has already purified their bloodline. Next, we just need to wait for about a minute to see them hatch. Samir Gale said with a fervent expression. Hearing the elven priest's words, Red Dragon Tiberia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at the elven girl standing beside the old elf, and a hint of apprehension appeared on her large dragon face. That. Miss Zero, have you considered it? That. Megalosaurus partners. She twisted her large body. She was clearly a ferocious megalosaurus, but at this moment, she seemed to be a little shy. The surrounding players were dumbfounded, and it was an eyesore. However, God's Chosen only glanced coldly at the red dragon before starting a conversation with Samir. Your Excellency Samir, what's the statistics of Fei Linsui's damage? Hearing God's Chosen's words, Samir's expression turned solemn as he picked up a small notebook and said, Lady Zero, according to the statistics of the Chosen, during the battle between His Excellency Meryl and Her Excellency Tiberia, a total of 439 elves were injured. Among them, 13 were returned elves, and 426 were chosen. Half of the temple square was destroyed, 18 buildings collapsed, and 31 buildings were damaged, including the Temple of Life. If we were to restore the damaged area to its original state, I'm afraid it would take at least a month to do so. If we were to convert the losses into gold pounds, taking into account the current price of the Jade Linsue and the repair costs, it would be worth a total of 18,000 gold pounds. The land price of Fei Linsue was naturally inflated by the players. After all, opening a shop in Fei Linsue was one of the players' choices. Of course, compared to the Heaven's Chosen City, the land price of Fei Linsue was still relatively cheap. 18,000 gold coins? Hearing this number, Red Dragon Tiberia and the Black Dragon Meryl both widened their eyes and subconsciously gulped. After a moment of silence, Zero suddenly spoke. The compensation will be paid by the Black Dragon Meryl and the Red Dragon Tiberia. Impossible. The two Megalosaurus shouted in unison. They looked at each other and saw each other's twisted dragon faces and determined eyes. Rua. It was all this big red lizard's fault. It was the one who provoked us first. Meryl bared his fangs. Tiberia was only defending herself. It was this black dog that pounced on us first. Furthermore, even if Tiberia were to die, she definitely wouldn't take out a single gold coin. The red dragon shouted resolutely. As the greediest Megalosaurus, the red dragon viewed the value of wealth above everything else. They would even be enraged by the loss of a single coin. They would then mercilessly chase after the thief and even massacre the city. Not to mention taking out their own wealth. You are the black dragon. Your whole family are black dogs. You are a big red lizard that only knows how to fight. Meryl roared angrily at the red dragon. You are the big lizard. You are a skinny, black-skinned lizard. The red dragon also spat at Meryl. For a moment, the two Megalosaurus quarreled again until a cold voice sounded. Silence. That voice was very soft, but the two Megalosaurus suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. They looked at the platform at the same time. When they saw the expressionless face of Zero and sensed the terrifying energy on her body, they swallowed their saliva and became well-behaved. However, Meryl's face was full of fear, while Tiberia's face was full of admiration and yearning. So strong. This is the powerful and beautiful existence I imagined. As expected of someone who can become my, Tiberia's, contracted partner. Meryl was speechless. Zero looked at the two Megalosaurus and said to Meryl. Meryl, you are already the chosen of His Holiness the True God and have seen the teachings of His Holiness the True God. You should think carefully before you do anything. Or, do you still want to be a cruel and evil black dragon? Hearing Zero's words, Meryl paused for a moment, and a look of shame appeared on his dragon face. Tiberia, on the other hand, had a baffled look. Black dragon, shouldn't it be a little more cruel? Meryl hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth. Lady Zero, I am indeed a little rash, but, do I have any other choice other than gold pounds? Of course, if you are not willing to give up your treasures, that is fine. In the next 6 months, you need to wholeheartedly assist the chosen in completing their mission and satisfy their reasonable requests. Also, reflect seriously and memorize His Holiness the True God's Holy Bible of Life. 0 said. Wholeheartedly assist the chosen, then wouldn't he have to work for the long-eared creatures every day? Also, he wouldn't be able to live a leisurely life of eating and sleeping every day. Meryl's face turned green. It hesitated for a while, but in the end, the weight of the treasure prevailed. It said dejectedly, "I'm sorry." He said dejectedly, "Yes, Lady Zero." Seeing the little black dragon admit his mistake, Eve secretly nodded. She wasn't really angry at Meryl, but she wanted to use this opportunity to give him a good beating. She still had the black dragon godhood in her hands, and Meryl was the future god she had arranged for herself. However, although Meryl was already black-skinned and silver-hearted, there were still some things in his bones that hadn't changed: greed, laziness, impulsiveness. Of course, there were some things that Eve didn't expect him to completely change, such as his greed and laziness, but she hoped that he could learn to be rational. Take the battle with the red dragon as an example. It took 2 hands to clap. If it was the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt, Eve believed that he wouldn't be so impulsive like the little black dragon. Even if he was impulsive, he shouldn't have started fighting in Xianxia. From this point of view, the little black dragon had to be more mature so that she could be at ease handing over the godhood to him. After giving the little black dragon a beating, Eve looked at the red dragon Tiberia. If it took 2 hands to clap, then the red dragon Tiberia was the source of this storm. Eve looked at the red dragon, and the red dragon looked at Eve. Its gaze was full of flattery. "I've already given my body and soul to the true God. I won't sign a partnership contract," Eve said calmly. Tiberia's smile froze on her face. "Also, even if you're the dragon race's messenger, you still have to be responsible for your actions. Xianxia was once the elven race's holy city. You know what your actions represent, right?" Eve glanced at the red dragon and continued. Hearing Eve's words, Tiberia subconsciously glanced at the crumbling temple and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although she was unwilling to admit it, in the long history of the church, all the non-legendary level megalosaurus that went against the church did not have a good ending, even if it was a megalosaurus above the legendary level. As long as it did not advance to become a mythical megalosaurus, it could only hide once it became a feud with a certain church. After all, the dignity of a true god could not be blasphemed. If a true god was provoked, even if the true god did not take action, the fanatics and saints under him would swarm all over the world to hunt down the blasphemer. As a red dragon whose strength was only at the peak of the upper gold level, no matter how impulsive Tiberia was, she knew how terrifying it was to incur the wrath of a true god. However, there were always some things that were more important than life. "No. Gold coins are everything to me. I will definitely not take out even a single gold coin. Definitely." She gritted her teeth and said resolutely. After hearing its words, Eve smiled faintly, as though she wasn't surprised or bothered by it. "It's fine if you don't want to compensate." Tiberia heaved a sigh of relief. However, Eve did not finish her words. "However, in the next year, you have to sign a soul contract and stay in the elven forest to atone for your sins. You have to accept the orders of the elves until your contributions are enough to compensate for the damage you caused to the elven forest." Eve smiled and looked at Tiberia. "Order? Is it Miss Zero's order?" Tiberia's eyes lit up. "It's them." Eve looked at the surrounding players. Red Dragon Tiberia followed her gaze and looked over. However, when it saw the newbie players who were not standing properly or sitting properly, and whose abilities were so low that they looked like goblins who had not fully evolved, the dragon's face instantly contorted. "Impossible. I, Tiberia, would rather die than be ordered around by these trash." As the most arrogant megalosaurus, the red dragon also looked down on the weak. "Paw." Eve gently extended her hand and slapped the red dragon into the ground again. "No. I definitely won't." Tiberia struggled to her feet and roared again. "Paw. I will definitely, paw. Paw. I am willing to sign the contract." In the end, the red dragon, whose face was swollen from all the slaps, said weakly, "Very good." After signing the contract, let's repair the damaged buildings together with the chosen ones. Eve nodded and then extended her hand to release a written soul contract and handed it to Tiberia. The contract was filled with restrictions, such as not harming elves or players, protecting the elven city, and so on. This time, the red dragon also accepted the contract and became a worker of the elven forest. Seeing that the other party had successfully signed the contract, Eve nodded in satisfaction. She definitely would not sign a partnership contract with the other party. Because her body was only an avatar, if she really signed a partnership contract, it would directly connect to her original body and expose her identity. Moreover, a partnership contract meant that they were equal in status, but it also meant that there was no binding force. And Eve had no intention of becoming an equal partner with a hot-tempered and impulsive red dragon who was not even at the legendary level. A red dragon that lacked binding force was not necessarily a good thing for the elven forest. A partnership contract could not be signed. And a slave contract. Considering the other party's identity as a dragon messenger, Eve could not do anything. However, this did not mean that Eve intended to give up on a gold-ranked coolie. She intended to throw this red dragon to the players. In a year's time, the players had been able to tame Meryl and transform a red dragon. She was looking forward to it. In addition, Eve also noticed that this red dragon was the same as Meryl in the past, a common non-believer among the color dragons. If possible, she wanted to trick it into becoming her believer and transform it into Meryl's shape. It was impolite and unfriendly to enslave the envoys of the dragon race. However, if the dragon messenger provoked them first and needed to atone for his sins in the elven forest and be reformed by the elves in the process of atonement, well, this story was not bad and could be accepted by the arrogant Megalosaurus. But then, it was the player's job. Red dragons were hot-tempered and impulsive and loved to fight. At the same time, this also meant something else. That was, compared to other dragon species, the red dragon's character was the purest among all the Megalosaurus. And pureness was usually easier to deceive. No, easier to transform. Ugh. Why do I feel like I'm getting darker? Eve complained in her heart. After signing the contract, Eve used her identity as Zero to instruct the reconstruction of Fei Lingxue before leaving the square. The eyes of the players, especially the novice players, shone with excitement as they watched Zero disappear into the distance. So powerful. That Miss NPC is so powerful. Even the powerful Megalosaurus is no match for her. Hey, that's Zero, nicknamed Big Sister. Her popularity is second only to the goddess, and she has a high reputation in the elven forest. Be polite. TSK. A purple NPC. Other than the Saintess Alice, she's the second purple NPC. Of course, and she's a big boss that gives out hidden missions. If you can receive a hidden mission from her, you'll instantly soar. That awesome? Then we must build a good relationship with her in the future. Hey, it's not easy to gain Big Sister's favor. Good luck. The players discussed animatedly. On the other hand, Myrtle looked at the obedient Crimson Dragon with a gloating expression. Hee, stupid red dragon, didn't you become a prisoner of the elven forest in the end? The red dragon Tiberia was furious and subconsciously wanted to fight with the red dragon. However, since she had signed the soul contract, she could no longer fight in Fei Lingxue. It snorted and snorted coldly. Then, it looked in the direction where Eve had left with a burning gaze. Staying here isn't without benefits. At least, I still have a chance to see Miss Zero. One day, I'll become as beautiful and powerful as her. She consoled herself. Then, she looked at Meryl and said disdainfully, don't be like the elven forest. You won't be like a certain sad black dragon, mingling with weak ants. Ants? You're the ant. Your whole family is ants. A lofty fool like you will never know the charm of the elves. Meryl roared angrily after hearing Tiberia's words. Also, you're not allowed to call Meryl the black dragon. Meryl is the silver dragon. The great silver dragon. Silver dragon? Tiberia was stunned. She looked at the black dragon as if she was looking at a fool and secretly shook her head. Fool. Fool. The two dragons scolded each other at the same time, then snorted and turned away, ignoring each other. What's so good about these weak ants? Tiberia looked at the chattering players with a look of disdain. However, even though it was disgusted, it had already signed the contract, so it could only be patient and help prepare the Feilong Sui. However, after a short while, its nose sniffed slightly and it smelled an incomparably alluring fragrance. What's that smell? The red dragon swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Then, she heard a clear call from afar. Meryl. Your lunch is ready. Hearing this, Meryl's eyes lit up. He put down the work in his claws and happily flew to the other side of the square. Over there, a few tall elves were pushing a cart full of roasted meat to Myrtle with smiles on their faces. Tiberia looked over curiously and saw the little black dragon lying on the ground skillfully, enjoying the barbecued meat while enjoying the massage from the elves. It squinted its eyes lazily and didn't forget to provoke Tiberia by baring its teeth, looking smug and proud. TSK, an idiot who was raised to be useless. Tiberia looked at it with disdain, her face full of arrogance. However, after smelling the fragrance of the barbecued meat, the red dragon couldn't help but drool from its mouth. It suddenly felt that it was a little hungry. That. Sir Red Dragon, do you want to eat too? Suddenly, a fawning voice sounded. Tiberia looked down and saw an elf holding a skewer of meat and smiling as she walked to her. She swallowed her saliva. Then, she raised her head arrogantly and disdainfully. Humph, lowly elf, don't think of using your food to tempt the great Tiberia. Players. After dealing with the red dragon Tiberia, Eve returned to the kingdom of God. It had been 3 days since the start of the open beta, and almost a day had passed on Blue Star. The 100,000 beta players were more or less familiar with the rhythm of Elven Kingdom. Of course, with so many players entering at once, there would definitely be all kinds of problems. Human nature was evil. Eve believed in this sentence. When there were no restrictions or rules, most humans would vent their desires and unreservedly release their negative emotions, and the purpose was only for their own momentary pleasure. The game world was a place where the inherent bad habits and destructiveness of humans were easily reflected. Not to mention, in the real world, the various pressures of life made many people feel depressed. Therefore, just like the fourth closed beta, there were still many new players who took pleasure in destruction among the 100,000 beta players. Not only that, but the clean city of Heaven's Chosen, which was maintained by the old players and elves, was surrounded by a large number of discarded trash. There were also countless conflicts between players. There were even many cases where people lost their lives because of it. These things were brought about by the large influx of beta players. Fortunately, these things were limited to the players and did not harm the native elves. It was a tacit understanding between the old players. Even if human nature was evil, the biggest difference between humans and animals was that humans knew how to grow, how to give in to rules, and how to appropriately sacrifice personal interests in order to create a better group environment and living environment. Especially the Chinese players who had a strong sense of collectivism. In fact, this was another reason why Eve had not pulled in foreign players. Perhaps the worldview of Western fantasy was more attractive to Western players, but compared to the Western players who were almost immersed in individual heroism and liberalism, Eve preferred the Chinese players who had been immersed in collectivism for thousands of years. What she needed was not a particularly powerful player, but a group of collaborators who could cooperate and even sacrifice personal interests for the sake of development. In this aspect, the Chinese players who liked to group up were more attractive to Eve. Not to mention, the Chinese players tended to be more utilitarian and efficient. They also had a talent for discovering new ways to play the game. There were many amusing people. Although it gave Eve a headache sometimes, it did bring a different style to the Elven Forest. As time passed, the old players and NPCs became more and more integrated. More and more players no longer saw Elven Nation as a game, but as a real-life experience, putting themselves in the shoes of others to experience life. Under such circumstances, coupled with Eve's special quests, many players had learned to protect the security of the Elven cities and even the Elven NPCs. Therefore, the problems brought about by the large influx of beta players did not worsen with the passage of time. Instead, with the efforts of the veteran players, the chaos gradually returned to its original peaceful state. This made Eve feel gratified. This state of the players and NPCs was also the limit that he wanted to achieve. On the one hand, the players maintained their unique fearlessness and creativity. On the other hand, their successful assimilation into the elven forest had improved their relationship with the elves. Perhaps this was the atmosphere of the Elven Kingdom game. Things like atmosphere were really strange. Even in the same school, different classes would have different atmospheres. In the same game, different servers would have different atmospheres. Of course, there was only one server in Elven Nation. Eve felt that the atmosphere of the Elven Forest was quite well created. People would be changed by the atmosphere. As long as Eve kept the number of new players under control, allowing the new players to gradually adapt to the rhythm of the game, adapt to the game atmosphere, and integrate into this world, then, the Elven Forest would continue to develop as he wished. This made Eve even more determined to conduct the beta test in batches. It was not easy to maintain the atmosphere. If there were a large number of new players that exceeded the integration limit, it was almost foreseeable that the player NPCs ecosystem that Eve had spent a year to establish would disappear immediately. Fortunately, the current Elven Forest was gradually on the path of steady development. Of course, Eve did not let the discordant voices of the beta players off lightly. Instead, she warned them to ban plane tickets and directly disqualify them from the game. She did not lack leaks, nor did she lack leaks in reserve. What she needed to care about now was to maintain the number of new players entering the Elven Forest. She needed to ensure that after each expansion, the Elven Forest could properly assimilate the new players and assimilate the new players into the old players. The new players were smoothly growing, and the old players, under Eve's mission, had flooded into the Gloom Mountain range to suppress the orcs that tried to cause trouble at the border. At the same time, Eve was ready to let the vanguard enter the Death Desert to investigate the orcs' movements and make preparations to harass them. However, before that, she had another matter to resolve, now that there are more players, and the map is bigger. At the same time, the old players are too scattered. So, the method that I thought of before for the Megalosaurus to choose the contract partner is not very suitable. Eve murmured. The Megalosaurus would come to the Elven Forest once a month. Although the Megalosaurus concept of time was generally more Indian, it was generally not bad. As time passed, the players were widely scattered, and sometimes they were even busy with some important missions. Under such circumstances, it would be too inefficient for them to return to Xianxia to form a contract with the Megalosaurus. For example, many of the old players who were deep in the Gloom Mountain range were close to the Death Desert. If they wanted to form a contract with the Megalosaurus, they would probably have to return immediately. Then, they would have to travel again to return to the Gloom Mountain range. From Eve's point of view, going back and forth like this was a kind of loss. Of course, this was also because the Megalosaurus was too attractive to the players. Everyone wanted to have a Megalosaurus as a partner. Eve could almost foresee that every time a Megalosaurus came in the future, the players who were able to arrive would go to Xianxia to try their luck. And with the Xianxia's bearing capacity, it would be difficult for the young dragons to choose a contract partner with a large number of players. Of course, this was actually a small matter. And Eve had already thought of a solution. Use that move, virtual space. She sat on the throne and muttered. In the foothills of the Gloom Mountain range close to the Death Desert, a few half-orcs who were covered in blood were terrified. They threw away their armor and fled in panic. Suddenly, a sword flashed past, and blood splattered from their necks. Then, the half-orcs were decapitated, and their corpses fell to the ground. As if they had encountered black magic, their corpses rapidly aged and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. On the ground, there were only scattered pieces of broken equipment and bloodstains, as if telling what had just happened here. The 17th. A somewhat cold and domineering female voice with some magnetism sounded. It was the weapon master player, Jasmine under the moon. She kept the long sword in her hand, then skillfully picked up the half-orc's equipment and put them into the small space equipment that she had just exchanged. Clap, 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 a round of applause sounded. Caesar, who was wearing a priest's robe, applauded while looking at his love with a face full of amazement. Jasmine, you're getting better and better. You killed them instantly. He had a look of amazement on his face. Jasmine under the moon sighed softly. Just a little bit more. Boxed Lunch is already level 48, and I'm only level 42. He's the number 1 combat player in the entire server, and he's also a veteran first beta gamer. Don't compare yourself to him. You're only a 4th beta gamer, and you've already shocked countless people. Now, you're ranked in the top 10 on the combat power ranking. Do you know, some people have given you a nickname, Valkyrie? Caesar exclaimed. Let's hope that after this mission, I'll be able to improve further. Jasmine under the moon looked at the mission system that was marked as inactive, but the mission of investigating the Death Desert was already displayed. She shook her head. Then, she looked at Caesar with a gentler gaze. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a middle-rank Dark Iron priest. Sigh, it's still not enough. The priest class has yet to surpass my main class. I heard that Nature's Heartsbion has successfully become a main priest and is preparing to become a silver priest. Caesar smiled bitterly. There's no need to compare yourself to her. She has a team behind her, and it's said that the Book of Life was written by her. Many of the shallow believers in the Orlos plane were converted by her. Jasmine under the moon said. So this is strength. Caesar shook his head. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked. By the way, Jasmine, don't you plan to return to the Elven Forest? The dragon whelp should be hatching tomorrow, right? I heard that it's a chromatic dragon, and it values the combat power of players. I think you have a good chance. After hearing Caesar's words, Jasmine under the moon shook her head. No, the map of the Death Desert is about to be released. It'll take too long to return to the Elven Forest unless I commit suicide. But I'm already level 42, and the cost of dying for a silver priest is doubled. Returning to the city costs 84 revival coins, which is almost 10,000 contribution points. TSK. That's a little harsh. Caesar wiped off a drop of cold sweat. Jasmine under the moon nodded. Then, do I have to wait for the next opportunity? Caesar said regretfully. Jasmine under the moon wanted to say something, but her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she looked at the top of her field of vision. Accompanied by a system notification, a new message appeared on the game's announcement screen. Changing the rules of the Megalosaurus contract? Jasmine under the moon raised an eyebrow. She clicked on it and browsed through its contents. In order to take care of all the players in the map, it's changed to a virtual space summoning and a collective competition contract? Her heart skipped a beat as she pondered. Virtual space? Isn't that a PK space? After pondering for a moment, she looked at Caesar. Caesar. Look at the new system notification. Perhaps we don't need to. Return to the Elven Forest to obtain a chance to participate in the Megalosaurus contract. Elven Forest, Jadeling Tsue. The red dragon Tiberia proudly supported a piece of wood on the construction site, then swaggered to her temporary nest. Of course, she wasn't the one who built the nest, but the lowly elves. After it returned to its lair, a few new beta gamers came up to it. They picked up steel brushes and brushed off the beautiful scales that the dragon was proud of. They also served hot barbecued meat to the dragon in an attempt to please it. The red dragon Tiberia glanced at them proudly, then calmly extended her dragon claws and nonchalantly put the roasted meat into her mouth. Munch munch, the aftertaste was endless. Hey, who said he didn't want the food provided by the elves? It's only been 5 days, and you're already giving up? A sarcastic voice came from the other side. They saw Myrtle lying lazily on the temporary bed of gold coins that the players had made and mocked them with a half-smile. The red dragon Tiberia's movements paused slightly. In fact, she didn't want to do this at first, but the roasted meat of the elves was too fragrant. She had never enjoyed such a taste on Dragon Island. It was like the devil, luring the dragon into depravity. But the red dragon Tiberia quickly raised her head proudly and said, "These lowly elves are my servants. It's just that these lowly elves are too eager to be my servants. As a noble red dragon, I do need servants to serve me." As she spoke, she looked at the players who were trying to curry favor with her, and the players cooperated and shouted, "Yes, Lady Tiberia. Lady Red Dragon Queen." Tiberia nodded calmly, then skillfully spat into the basin that the players had prepared. Scram. "Gratefully accept Tiberia's reward, you lowly wretches," she said proudly. Her voice was a little hoarse, and her mouth was a little dry. Perhaps she had spat too much. The players were pleasantly surprised as they carefully put away the dragon's saliva. To the beta players, this was good stuff. They could exchange it for a lot of contribution points with the veteran players and NPCs. However, when Meryl saw this scene, he sneered contemptuously. Heh, what servant? It's just a transaction. This is something Meryl has played around with. After that, it opened the mission system and gave a mission to the player under it. The player was pleasantly surprised and worked even harder to massage its scales. Then, Meryl looked provocatively at a certain red dragon and said disdainfully, "Look. Look, a true superior will make a subordinate work hard with just a command." Humph. The red dragon snorted again and turned its head away. But its eyes secretly glanced at a certain black dragon, and a hint of doubt flashed in its amber eyes. No coercion, no transaction, this black dragon. How did it do it? But its curiosity couldn't be satisfied for now. Because in the next second, it sensed that the dragon egg on the square had a sudden change. The baby dragons were about to hatch. Tiberia was shocked. As a colored dragon who was used to being alone, she did not care much about the inheritance of the megalosaurus. However, transporting the dragon eggs and ensuring the birth of the baby dragons was a task given to her by the old guys on Dragon Island. Even if she did not care much about it, she was relieved to see that her task was about to be completed. Oh, no, it was not completed yet. It seemed like she still had to choose the baby dragon's contract partners from the elves. Thinking of this, Tiberia suddenly stood up. She glanced at the elves who were gathering in the square following the movements of the dragon eggs. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. To be honest, it was not that she was looking down on them. These elves were really too weak. Not only were they weak, but they were also chaotic. Not only that, but they also did not have the slightest arrogance. Tiberia had also been observing these long-eared elves during her stay at Xianxia. She had heard about the elves before. It was said that they were a beautiful, elegant, friendly, and proud race with a strong sense of self-esteem. Perhaps the metal dragons would like such a race, but as a color dragon, Tiberia was not interested. To the colored dragons, a race that could gain their recognition had to be strong and ruthless enough. However, although she was not interested, at least the elves had the same sense of self-esteem as the megalosaurus. This made the red dragon more or less treat them with respect. However, after coming to Xianxia, Tiberia realized that it was not like that. It was fine if they were weak. In the eyes of humans, the elves were indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, in Tiberia's eyes, these elves only had good-looking skin, but their insides were as ugly as dirty goblins. They did not have the proper posture to stand or sit. More importantly, these elves were completely different from the legends. They did not have their own dignity at all. In order to get a trace of her saliva, in order to get a piece of her scale, these elves would be able to face her ridicule with a smile and would be willing to do anything for her. Perhaps such behavior was very suitable for servants, but from the perspective of a contract partner, Tiberia felt that signing a contract with such beings was simply an insult to the megalosaurus. Only those with self-esteem would gain the respect of others. A race that could abandon their dignity would never be recognized by the megalosaurus. Of course, Miss Zero was an exception. She was a beautiful, powerful, proud, and mysterious expert. Tiberia thought. Was it about to break out of its shell? I wonder which lucky chosen ones will be chosen by the little ones this time. The black dragon Meryl muttered to himself excitedly as he looked at the dragon egg that had cracks spreading continuously. A trace of disdain flashed across Tiberia's eyes. Meryl, it seems like you've been completely assimilated by these lowly ants. After saying that, it looked at the excited players around it and sneered. Such weak and undignified ants, I don't know what the old guys are thinking, to actually let them sign a contract with the noble megalosaurus. I think they can at most be the servants of the noble megalosaurus. Weak? No dignity? TSK. Hearing Tiberia's words, Meryl smacked his lips as if he heard a joke. What? Am I wrong? Tiberia frowned and said. No, of course not. You don't understand these elven chosen ones at all. Meryl shook his head vigorously. Then, he looked at the Crimson Dragon with a faint smile. Crimson Dragon, before you came here from Dragon Island, you didn't know what happened on the continent recently, right? What happened on the continent? Isn't it just the revival of magic and the emergence of some ancient existences? Tiberia was confused. Upon hearing its words, Myrtle shook his head. It seems like you really don't know what happened in the elven forest. Then, he looked at the surrounding players and sighed. If you get to know them, you'll realize how terrifying they are. If you get to know them, you'll realize how proud they are. Weak? Hey! Don't think that what you see is everything. Most of the chosen ones here are just rookies who just arrived and don't like to fight. In their words, Xianxia is a beginner's village for life missions. Not to mention, individual strength isn't what makes them terrifying. No dignity? Huh. If the chosen ones don't have dignity, if the chosen ones aren't proud enough, then in my opinion, there's no one more arrogant and crazy in this world. Arrogant? Crazy? Hearing Meryl's words, Tiberia was confused. It swept its gaze over the elves who were willing to do anything for it, and its brows furrowed even more deeply. Where did these elves get their dignity from? While the two megalosaurus were talking, the 5 dragon eggs finally hatched. 5 adorable little fellows slowly poked their heads out. A black dragon, a blue dragon, and 3 green dragons. However, as soon as they broke out of their shells, a dense light descended upon the 5 dragon whelps. Then, the 5 little fellows were wrapped in a strange power and hidden in the light. This feeling is a spiritual space? Sensing the waves from the baby dragons, Meryl's eyes lit up. Spiritual space? Tiberia was slightly taken aback. She also sensed the waves from the dragon eggs. It was a kind of ethereal and heavy spiritual wave. She had encountered similar waves in the past few days. Occasionally, she would see such waves on some lowly ants. Similar waves would usually appear on more than one elves at the same time. When such waves appeared on their bodies, the elves would often stand still and only return to normal when the spiritual waves completely disappeared. Meryl seemed to understand this quite well. He glanced at the confused Tiberia and mocked her. Hey, you don't even know about the spiritual space? You call yourself a knowledgeable megalosaurus? Due to the heritage of their race and their lifespan, megalosaurus were usually knowledgeable and wise, regardless of whether they were metal dragons or color dragons, and for an adult red dragon with a lifespan of at least 500 years, this was indeed a form of mockery. I'm a useless fellow raised by the elves. Of course I know what a spiritual space is. Tiberia bared her teeth and said. A spiritual space was a special space created by some beings with powerful souls using their spiritual power to influence reality. It could pull the souls of other weak beings into it and was often used in spiritual magic. But after saying that, the red dragon Tiberia looked in the direction of the baby dragons. Her expression was a little serious. She could feel a kind of power as deep as the sea from the spiritual waves. That kind of terrifying power seemed to have the ability to destroy heaven and earth. It even made her feel an instinctive fear. What kind of being created this spiritual space? Could it be? She turned her head and looked at the temple of life that was almost fully repaired at the side of the square. Her gaze gradually became serious. That's right, it's the spiritual space created by the Great Shur. Cough, Her Holiness Eve. Meryl coughed dryly and said proudly. As expected, Tiberia had a sudden realization. A spiritual space that could give her such a strong sense of threat could only be created by the hands of a true god. Tisk, looks like this time, the contractor will be decided in the virtual space. I was wondering how the chosen ones would be chosen. It turns out that Her Holiness Eve already had an idea. Meryl murmured. After saying that, he looked at Tiberia with a somewhat provocative gaze. Hey, big red roasted lizard. What's the matter, black dog? Don't you want to know the uniqueness of these elven chosen ones? Her Holiness Eve left an entrance to the spiritual space with the baby dragons. If you have the guts, follow me into the spiritual space to take a look. Meryl raised his head and said. Enter the spiritual space. Tiberia was a little hesitant. The spiritual space was not something that could be entered casually. Once one entered, it meant that the other party had their life and death in their hands. As a proud red dragon, Tiberia was naturally resistant to such things. Hee, you don't dare, right? Coward. Meryl mocked. Then, his body shook, and a similar spiritual fluctuation appeared on his body. This was entering the spiritual space created by Eve. As a devout believer of Eve, Meryl was also connected to the game system. As long as Eve opened the channel, he could naturally directly enter the virtual space created by Eve for the players. Noticing the change in Meryl, Tiberia hesitated for a moment, but in the end, her competitive nature prevailed. The old guy said that the goddess of life is already an ally of the Megalosaurus, so, there shouldn't be any danger. She comforted herself, then walked in front of the light and probed with her soul power. As she probed with her soul power, Tiberia only felt a strong suction force. Soon, she felt the world spinning, and her vision suddenly changed. It found itself on top of a towering cliff, and below it was a vast forest. But she knew that all of this was illusory. This was a spiritual space created by a true God, and she was only a trace of her soul and main consciousness that had been pulled in. Hey, you actually came in. Meryl's opinion of you has more or less changed. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside her. Tiberia turned to look and found that the one who spoke was an elf youth who looked to be 13 or 14 years old. His hair was black, and his eyes were scarlet vertical pupils. However, Tiberia recognized his identity the moment she saw him. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Looks like you're very fond of elves. I didn't expect that you would use an elf form to transform into a human form in the spiritual world. The black-haired elf youth, Meryl, clicked his tongue, sized up Tiberia, and said, "You didn't surprise me. You didn't surprise me when you chose the Draken." After a Megalosaurus stepped into the gold rank, they would have the ability to transform. Generally, they would choose a humanoid form as their transformation form. At the very beginning, Meryl's human form was a human, but after such a long time, he had already changed into an elf form. As for the red dragon Tiberia, the humanoid form she displayed was a half-dragon girl with dragon scales on her forehead, red hair, red eyes, and a voluptuous figure. Of course, even if I transform into a humanoid form, I still have to have the pride of a dragon. Tiberia said proudly. Meryl didn't continue on this topic with her. Instead, he looked at the forest below and said, "Take a good look. The true forms of the elven heaven's chosen ones." True forms. After hearing Meryl's words, Tiberia looked at the forest below. In the middle of the forest, there were 5 charmingly naive young dragons. They were the 5 little dragons that were also pulled into the spiritual world. Of course, just like Tiberia, they only had a trace of soul power and the main consciousness that carried the soul power. However, compared to the 5 young dragons curiously sizing up the surroundings, Tiberia was more concerned about something else. In the forest, bright lights flashed constantly, like bright stars that covered the entire world. And with every flash of light, an elf would appear in the forest. One after another. And through their habitual jumping, Tiberia also recognized their identities. Without a doubt, they were all heaven's chosen ones. However, what surprised Tiberia was that she didn't feel even a trace of soul fluctuations from the heaven's chosen ones. It seemed that they had successfully entered the spiritual world by relying only on their consciousness. And as time passed, an even more surprising scene appeared. In the beginning, there weren't many heaven's chosen ones. However, in less than 3 minutes, the frequency and number of heaven's chosen ones began to increase exponentially, appearing in the forest below in an incomparably frenzied manner. In the blink of an eye, Tiberia saw that the forest was densely packed with heaven's chosen ones in various outfits. That number was far more than the number of heaven's chosen ones she saw in Xianxia. There were probably tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. So many? Didn't they say that the number of elves is very small? Tiberia's face was filled with shock. The number of elves gathered at Xianxia already surprised her. And at this very moment, the number of heaven's chosen ones exceeded her imagination. She couldn't even count how many heaven's chosen ones there were. And the last time she saw a similar scene was hundreds of years ago, when she passed by the battlefield of the human Holy Mania Empire and the Iris Empire. However, this was not what surprised her the most. What surprised her the most was that she felt a strong murderous aura from almost half of the heaven's chosen ones. Murderous aura was a very strange thing. It was illusory, yet it was real. And in the spiritual world, it could continuously magnify a person's murderous aura and expose it to the light. Looking at the heaven's chosen ones in the forest, Tiberia's gaze gradually became serious. Except for those elves with extremely low abilities, those with better equipment mostly had a strong murderous aura. And a small portion of them had a shockingly strong murderous aura that was almost tangible. Even seasoned soldiers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries didn't have such a murderous aura. That was definitely not something that could be achieved simply by killing some magical beasts or humans. In fact, the soldiers and experienced mercenaries who had been on the battlefield for a long time might not have killed many living beings. And only those who wandered between life and death every day, immersed in killing every day, and treated killing as a part of their lives, and killed countless living beings, would be able to condense such an astonishing murderous aura. This was the murderous aura that only powerful beings who walked out of a sea of blood could condense. That kind of feeling was like a demon returning from hell, of course, if Tiberia knew that behind this murderous aura were the souls of tens of thousands of orcs, the destruction of hundreds of thousands of undead and goblins, the fall of hundreds of thousands of shadow creatures and demons, and the disappearance of all kinds of magical beasts within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, then she wouldn't feel that it was out of place. The term catastrophe was not used casually. What a strong murderous aura. Are these elves really elves? How many living beings have they killed? Red Dragon Tiberia's eyes glowed as she looked at the elven chosen ones in the forest. Disregarding the strength of these elves, the murderous aura they exuded was indeed beyond her expectations. She suddenly felt that these peace-loving Laniers were not as docile as the legends said. If I had known, I would have asked around about these so-called elven chosen ones before coming. Tiberia muttered to herself. She had been thrown out of Dragon Island by her father when she was sleeping soundly to complete the mission. Before coming, Tiberia had not done a detailed investigation of the elven forest. She only knew that there was a goddess of life among the elves and that she had formed a contract with the dragon race. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that these elves who called themselves players were not as she had thought. They were like the various servant races she had encountered in the past, who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. This was because murderous aura could only be cultivated in real bloody battles. Colored dragons advocated power and destruction. The dense murderous aura surprised her, but at the same time, it also made her take these elves seriously. Looking at Tiberia's shocked expression, Meryl's lips curled up wildly. He chuckled, looking even more pleased with himself. It was as if the red dragon was not surprised by the players but by Meryl himself. However, this expression that seemed to say, "You don't know anything, you're still too young, learn from me," made the red dragon very unhappy. She raised her head proudly and swept a disdainful glance at a certain black dragon. "Humph, so what if they have murderous aura? The demons in the abyss and hell also have strong murderous auras, but most of them are just food in the mouths of the higher-ups. And these elves don't even have the strength of a great demon." Strength? Hearing Tiberia's rebuttal, Meryl did not mock her directly. Instead, he let out a chuckle. He raised his chin high and continued, "I'm sorry. Tiberia, how long do you think these elves took to reach their current strength?" How long did they take to reach their current strength? Tiberia was slightly taken aback. She wasn't sure what the other party meant, but she still knew some of the secrets of the elves. "Humph, how long did it take for you to have your current strength? As a silver-ranked race, it's a joke that your average strength isn't even silver-ranked. Of course, even if you're silver-ranked, you're just a slightly bigger ant in my eyes," she replied proudly. As an adult red dragon, an expert who stood at the top of the food chain in the mortal world, she did have the right to be proud. However, after hearing her words, Meryl shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, you don't understand the chosen one at all." Tiberia was speechless. Looking at the other party's high and mighty appearance, she suddenly had the urge to beat this guy to the side. Nevertheless, this was a spiritual world created by a true god, and every action of every being was under the eyes of the true god. No matter how displeased she was, she did not dare to act rashly. Of course, as a proud and vengeful red dragon, she had already made a mental note of Meryl. "Tiberia." Meryl spoke again. However, this time, there was a hint of mission in his expression. "What if I tell you that these elven chosen one only took a year to grow from a mere level 1 ant to a level 48 silver-ranked professional? What would you think?" "That's impossible," Tiberia subconsciously retorted. Even the fastest-growing geniuses of the human race wouldn't be able to cross 4 levels in a single year. It was true that the elves were a silver-ranked race, but putting aside the fact that the elf strength had dropped drastically, even in history, it would take at least 150 years for an elf to reach adulthood. Of course, now that magic had recovered, the strength of each race would definitely increase explosively. However, magic had only started to recover rapidly in the past few months, and in just a few months, let alone level 1, Tibilia did not even believe that any race could cross 3 levels to become a silver-ranked professional from level 10. Perhaps the legendary ancient elves could do it, but this stupid black dragon would not tell her that these elven chosen one were all ancient elves, right? Don't doubt it first, think carefully. Think about the elven chosen one you saw in Fei Lingsui these few days, think about their strength and think about their changes. Meryl shook his head and said. Tibilia was slightly taken aback. She had never paid special attention to the weak. Hence, when she discovered that the elven chosen one who tried to curry favor with her was even weaker than a goblin, she did not pay much attention to them. However, at this moment, when she heard Meryl's words and looked at the increasing number of elves below, Tibilia recalled something that she had neglected. That's right, when she first came to the elf forest, many of the elven chosen ones she encountered were indeed pathetically low in level. Many of them were not even level 5 and were simply ants among ants. However, at this moment, among the densely packed elven chosen one, there were almost no elves below level 5, or rather, there were very few elves below level 10. Dark iron-ranked elves were everywhere, and Tibilia even saw some familiar ones. Those were the elves who had tried to curry favor with her these few days. It was only then that Tiberia finally realized a ridiculous reality. These elves, when did they advance to dark iron-ranked? 7 days, she had only been in the elf forest for 7 days, they advanced to dark iron-ranked in 7 days, could they be abyss worms? Note, abyss worms will devour each other like raising venomous insects. The lucky ones can evolve into dark iron-ranked demons in a short period of time. Tibilia's expression instantly became serious because she suddenly realized that this black dragon might very well be telling the truth. These strange elves took less than a year to grow into a silver professional. As a red dragon who had lived for hundreds of years, Tibilia was very clear about what this meant. For example, in the world of seekers, humans were a relatively weak race with short lifespans. However, humans merely relied on the rapid advancement of some geniuses and their high-end combat power to suppress many other races. Now, in front of her, there were so many elves that were not inferior to human geniuses and had even longer lifespans. Perhaps 1 year would not change much. But 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, and where were their limits? One must know that rapid advancement represented potential. The faster one advanced, the higher the upper limit one could reach. And a group of elves who could climb from level 1 to level 10 in a short period of time definitely had the potential to reach silver. Thinking of this, Tiberia sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, she suddenly realized why the old guys were so optimistic about the elves. Because they were a group of monsters that were constantly expanding, not to mention, they were not as kind as the legends said, because kind people who loved peace would not have such a strong murderous aura on them. Looks like you've more or less figured out how scary they are, Meryl said leisurely. Tibilia was silent. But very quickly, she thought of another matter. These elven chosen ones. Where did they come from? Was it the work of that goddess Eve? Relying on the scepter of life, if it was really her, then this true god who controlled the priesthood of life was probably much stronger and scarier than what the outside world knew. The actions of the believers often represented the actions of the true god. The thoughts of the believers often represented the thoughts of the true god. And after discovering the murderous aura of these elven chosen ones, Tibilia finally realized that the elves were about to undergo a huge change. Are they preparing for revenge? She murmured. She had heard the old guys talk about the elves, especially the disaster that the elves suffered 1,000 years ago. And now it seemed, this new true god of the elves was about to revive the elves. Otherwise, he would not have created so many elven monsters. This was simply an army with terrifying potential. Tibilia sighed in her heart and finally looked at the elves differently. But she still had doubts in her heart that had not been answered. Black Dragon. She looked at Meryl. You said that these elven chosen ones are the most arrogant and crazy existence you've ever seen. What do you mean? She asked. Tibilia was very curious. Because in her opinion, even though these elven chosen ones had terrifying potential, their behavior had no dignity to speak of. But Merrill just chuckled. He said meaningfully, Tibilia, do you think that a group of people who fear power and bully the weak and fear the strong will be passionate about killing dragons and gods and eager to challenge the strong? Have you heard of the demon god Azazel? He is sealed underground in the elven forest. Now, every day, there will be elven chosen ones visiting the place where he is sealed and taking pleasure in defeating him. Yes, they also defeated the incarnation of the god of winter and the hunt and even desecrated the temple of the eternal Lord. Not to mention, they can resurrect infinitely. Do you think they're not crazy with such existences? Infinitely resurrected? Tibilia opened her mouth wide in shock. What does infinitely resurrected mean? She asked. Muriel, on the other hand, gave her a strange look. You don't know? You don't know? Didn't the elders of Dragon Island tell you? Tibilia was speechless. Heh, you'll understand in the future. Maybe it won't take long. Myrtle said with a smile when he saw the bewildered look on the young man's face. Tibilia was speechless. She suddenly felt that she had missed out on a lot of things. Muriel continued, don't worry. Speaking of which, he glanced at the red dragon and said, if you hadn't become their ally, they wouldn't have tried to curry favor with you. In their eyes, you'd only be a target that they hope to defeat. And after killing you, they'd want to use you completely. Yep, just like human adventurers. What you see is just that they're more utilitarian, so they're willing to make concessions. And under the constraints of the true God, they directly see you as a friendly party, not because they have no dignity. Speaking of which, to them, you and I are just passers-by in a game. They don't care about what you care about. They only care about becoming stronger. Tibilia opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. And as if he thought of something, Meryl's expression suddenly softened. Of course, although they're very utilitarian, they can also become friends. Yes, true friends. After that, he looked at the forest below and smiled. Looks like the little guys have already chosen their targets. TSK. There's still a competition. Hearing Meryl's words, Tibilia also looked down. The 5 dragon fledglings had gathered together and started fighting each other. Why are they fighting? Tibilia was stunned. However, she quickly understood why these dragon whelps were fighting. They all left their auras on the same elven chosen one. It was a black-haired male elf with a terrifyingly strong murderous aura, and his level was also the highest that Tibilia had seen. These dragon whelps were fighting over who could become the elven chosen one's contract partner. Tibilia was speechless. This scene was unexpected, but it was also within reason. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the elven chosen one who was targeted by the dragon whelps at the same time was indeed the strongest and most outstanding among them. The 5 dragon whelps fight quickly came to an end. In the end, the strongest black dragon whelp became the victor. It raised its proud little head and swayed as it walked to the heaven's chosen one. However, the remaining 4 dragon whelps' fight did not end. They continued to fight, and this time, it was for a red-haired female elven chosen one, a female elven warrior. After a while, the blue dragon who was good at lightning breath became the victor. As for the remaining 3 green dragons, they chose an elven warrior and 2 druids in a one-on-one battle. All the elven chosen one were silver professionals. At the same time, Tibilia also heard the elven chosen one's discussions below. These dragon whelps are so fierce. Why do I feel that they're generally more powerful than the metal dragons? It's not what you think, it's the truth. Appraise it, look at the panel, and compare it with the records on the forum. You'll find that they're indeed more powerful than the dragon species other than the gold dragons. Speaking of which, I heard that the optimists almost went bankrupt because of the gold dragons, serves them right. They chose the dragons themselves, so they have to raise them even if they have to sell everything they have. But I think the black dragon is still cooler. It's also very suitable for the bento boss. That's right. The bento boss is indeed the bento boss. 5 dragon whelps fighting over a contract, so impressive. Boss Jasmine Undermoon is also very powerful. She's a 4th beta tester, right? So scary. She's actually more popular with the dragon whelps than Boss Tomato. As expected of the Valkyrie. Boss Tomato is also very powerful. The one who chose him is the strongest of the 3 green dragons, right? As expected, when their strengths are about the same, even the color dragons will choose druids. I'm so envious. I can only wait for the next contract. A friend pushed a player-oriented book, We Wild Monsters Don't Want to Die. Transmigrated to become a black dragon, but the world is full of players. In order to survive, he gathered wild monsters around him, built the most difficult dungeon in history, and worked hard to become the unconquerable black dragon boss, becoming the savior of the wild monsters. Seedlings, testing the waters. Very creative, everyone support me, thank you. Video link. As expected, the colored dragons love combat players more. In the World Trees Kingdom, Eve sat in front of the throne and looked at the image created by the divine power in mid-air. She nodded to herself. She did not interfere with the colored dragon's contract this time. Instead, it was all up to the dragon whelps to choose. Now, it seemed that this method of choosing a contract partner through the virtual space was quite effective. It turned out that the dragon whelps were more sensitive to the aura of evil and the combat power of the players than Eve had imagined. She did not even need to let the players fight for the dragon whelps to identify who was the most powerful among the many players. The 5 players chosen by the dragon whelps were all combat players and were in the top 15 of the combat power ranking. Only the 2 druid players were ranked slightly lower than the rest. Of course, even if they were ranked at the bottom, they relied on their profession advantage of being closer to other creatures. In the end, they still won the favor of the dragon whelps and won the favor of the other mage, warrior, and hunter players who had higher combat power than them. In addition, Eve also noticed the black dragon Meryl and the red dragon Tiberia who were smuggled in. However, after seeing that the 2 Megalosaurus were just watching, she did not care anymore. With a smile, Eve turned off the image and unlocked the virtual space. The consciousness of the players and the Megalosaurus returned to their bodies one after another. The Megalosaurus contract had been completed in the virtual space. However, considering that the 5 contracted players all entered the virtual space in the Gloom Mountain range, Eve thought about it and arranged a considerate after-sale service. Ding, you have signed a partner contract with the Megalosaurus. Do you want to summon your partner to your side? She sent a message to the 5 lucky players. The 5 players who had obtained Megalosaurus partners were excited. Even Boxed Lunch, who had always been calm, was the same. They were overjoyed because of the successful contract but hesitant about whether they should return to Xianxia immediately. After all, the contract was successful. They could not just leave the dragon whelps in Xianxia, right? Therefore, when they saw the system notification, their eyes lit up, and they all chose to summon at the same time. Eve then used the game system to locate the 5 baby dragons and teleported them to their companions. All 5 players were combat players. By the looks of it, they were all preparing to enter the Desert of Death. Although it was just a baby dragon that had just hatched not long ago, a Megalosaurus was still a Megalosaurus after all. For them, it was still a powerful force. Not to mention, after the Megalosaurus, especially the chromatic dragons, signed a partnership contract with other creatures, their need for sleep would be greatly reduced, and their desire for battle would further increase. To them, battle was a way to train themselves. Just as Eve teleported the 5 dragon whelps to the players, she suddenly had a thought and looked at the casket of the deceased that was enshrined at the side of the temple. At this moment, the chest of the dead was shining with a dense light. Hela replied. Eve's eyes lit up. After the open beta, he sent a message to Hela, the god of death, informing her of his plans for the Desert of Death and his worries about the god of darkness and shadows. Now, the other party had finally replied. Eve gently waved her hand and summoned the divine communication device between the 2 true gods to her side. She then tapped it lightly. As she moved, the casket of the dead opened, and a deep divine power spread out. The familiar lazy voice of the god of death, Hela, resounded in the temple. I'm aware of the matter. I'll stay in the underworld and keep an eye on Hodel. I'll also send an oracle to the Underworld Alliance to assist you. I wish you all the best, Your Holiness Eve. Hela had agreed to help. Eve's heart calmed down. With Hela's words, she was less worried about the god of darkness and shadows. She was also less worried about attacking the half-orcs. Alright. Then, I can rest assured and give the players missions. Eve nodded slightly. She glanced at the simulation sand table in the temple and the map that represented the Gloom Mountain Range. At the edge of the Gloom Mountain Range, a large number of photons had gathered. They were Black Iron level max players, as well as veteran players who had advanced to silver level. They had already known from the mission system that the location of the next large-scale storyline was the Desert of Death. Now, they were farming monsters at the border between the Gloom Mountain Range and the Desert of Death while waiting for the mission to be triggered. It seems that they've already prepared for it. Eve nodded silently. She took a deep breath and then used her divine power to send the prepared mission to the players. Ding, prerequisites met. Large-scale war storyline, Desert of Death activated. Plot background description, there are changes in the Desert of Death. The half-orcs who had been defeated in the War of Faith did not give up. They have regrouped and intend to continue invading the Elven Forest. For the peace of the Elven Forest, for the future of the elves, you have decided to take the initiative to attack. Investigate the half-orcs' movements and prepare for the Elven army's counterattack. The elves have given in too much. It's time for our enemies to pay the price. Ding, plot mission Phase 1 activated. Phase 1 mission, investigate the Desert of Death. Mission objective, enter the Desert of Death and investigate the half-orcs' movements. Draw a map and delay and exhaust the half-orcs' strength. Stop the half-orcs from gathering their army first. Mission level, level 40, mission reward. All players who participate in the mission will receive an additional 50% EXP and contribution in the Desert of Death. After the second phase of the plot mission is triggered, they will receive 10,000 contribution points and 100 resurrection tokens. Prerequisites for triggering the second phase of the plot mission: 1. Successfully draw the map needed to attack the Desert of Death. 2. Organize an elven army of 100,000. That means the number of players above level 30 in the entire server will reach 100,000. Ding, Desert of Death map, level 30, activated. Map progress and elven army progress display activated. Desert of Death exploration progress, 0%. Elven army progress, 44,123 people. Advance. For the glory of the goddess, for the future of the elves. It's easy for a large number of players to fall behind in a large army battle. But if I announce it in advance, like this, and let the players be prepared, it should be much better, right? 100,000 troops. I think the players should be excited about this gameplay. This is not something that can be experienced in any game. Eve's lips curled up slightly. She chuckled as she muttered to herself. Carven, I'll make up for it tomorrow. Sorry. In the southern part of the Gloom Mountain Range, near the edge of the map where players were most active, Jasmine Undermoon was teasing her newly contracted blue dragon with dried monster meat. She could not help but smile. Congratulations, Jasmine. I knew you'd make it. Caesar said enviously as he looked at the charmingly naive dragon whelps playing around Jasmine under the moonlight. He did not know if he was envious of the blue dragon or Jasmine Undermoon. I was just lucky. The chromatic dragon seems to prefer combat players. I was just lucky. Jasmine Undermoon replied. Speaking of which, the Megalosaurus is indeed a golden race. It hasn't been long since it hatched, right? It's already at level 40. I heard that Limu and the others' Megalosaurus leveled up to silver in less than a month. That's terrifying. Caesar sighed. That's why it's so popular among players. The two chatted while playing with the blue dragon. They looked like a family of three, however, just as they were getting closer to the blue dragon, their hearts skipped a beat. The two players raised their heads at the same time and looked at the system interface. Caesar's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Huh? The system quest has appeared. Is this a large-scale war quest? It's the plot quest of the Desert of Death. Jasmine Undermoon said excitedly. At the same time, they heard the excited cheers of players in the distance. The two instinctively looked at the source of the sound. Like them, they had gathered at the edge of the Gloom Mountain Range and were waiting for the system quest to activate. At the same time, they also saw many people immediately pack up their equipment, like huskies that had been locked up for a long time, roaring and jumping as they ran toward the edge of the map happily, but this time, there was no invisible air wall blocking them. The players cheered as they crossed the originally impassable boundary and entered the final section of the Gloom Mountain range that led to the Desert of Death. Many of them ran away without a trace. The map is open. Jasmine Undermoon muttered. It's a pity. Only level 40 players can accept the first phase of the quest. I'm still a distance away. Looks like I can't do it. Caesar smiled bitterly. There's no rush. Looking at the description of the quest system, the second part of the story should be level 30. Hurry up and level 40. We'll form a party for the second part of the story. Jasmine Undermoon said. That's the only way. Caesar felt a little regretful. His main job was to be a priest. If he didn't have any storyline quests, it would be much easier to level up in the Orlos demiplane than to grind monsters. While the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard an even louder cheer, the ground began to rumble, and a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance. Hundreds of players were marching toward the newly opened map in an orderly formation. They were all level 40 and above. All of them wore gorgeous equipment and rode on various demonic beasts. Their leader was a silver-tier elven warrior riding a green dragon. Behind him, there was a player holding a flag with a double-headed black eagle drawn on it. This flag, it's the 1st Legion's Wasteland Reclamation Team. Jasmine Undermoon said. No one knew which guild started it, but during the war in the underground world, they specially designed a unique army flag for their own guild. After that, other guilds began to follow suit. The double-headed eagle flag was the flag of the 1st Legion, one of the 4 major guilds. Caesar nodded his head slightly. While waiting here, they saw many guild flags, such as the Autobot Guild's Magic Square flag, Nature's Heart's Iris flag, and the Adorable Committee's Black Dragon flag. Then, do you still want to go solo this time? Caesar asked again. No, Nature's Heart contacted me and invited me to form a party with their Wasteland Reclamation team. Jasmine Undermoon shook her head. Nature's Heart, Caesar nodded. Look, they're here. After saying that, Jasmine Undermoon looked in a different direction. Caesar followed her gaze and saw several familiar figures among the old players. Limu was wearing a silver-tier druid robe and riding a brass dragon. It was Demacia, who was riding on a tall mountain bear, wearing heavy armor and carrying an iris flag, and had his signature red hair exploding. Shaman was also riding a brass dragon, wearing a rare silver-tier priest robe. There was also Dream Han, a wild specialization druid, riding a copper dragon and chatting happily with Shaman. Behind them were hundreds of players, all of whom were level 40 members of Nature's Heart and solo players invited by the guild. This was Nature's Heart's Wasteland Reclamation team. All of them were fully armed and mounted on demonic beasts. Looking at the awe-inspiring players, Caesar was envious. He sighed deeply. So majestic. Even I want to join. Then you should hurry up and level up. Jasmine Undermoon laughed. Let's go. She waved to Caesar, got up, and threw the jerky in her hand to the blue dragon. The blue dragon swallowed the jerky in one gulp, then bent down and waited for Jasmine Undermoon to ride it. Good luck. Caesar shouted behind her. Jasmine Undermoon nodded. I'll bring you the specialties of the Death Desert. She patted the blue dragon, and the blue dragon roared and sped up. Soon, they met up with Nature's Heart's Wasteland Reclamation team. Soon after, the 1st Legion and Nature's Heart's Wasteland Reclamation team entered the new map. They chose a different direction from the 1st Legion and dashed away. Caesar watched the players leave with envy. When he couldn't see their backs anymore, he tilted his head and said, That's right. The specialties of the Death Desert? Elven Forest, Jadeling Sue. The Black Dragon Meryl and Red Dragon Tiberia, who had returned to the real world, once again reluctantly assisted the lifestyle players in repairing the destroyed city buildings. However, not long after they started, they heard a clear and excited call. Meryl! Meryl! Stop it! Come with me to the Death Desert. It was Salty Meow. Meryl released the stone in his mouth and looked at the excited girl. Your quest is here? Yes, yes. Hurry, hurry, The guild is waiting for us. Salty Meow nodded. Cough cough. But you see, I still have work to do. Myrtle rolled its eyes and coughed lightly, its large tail swinging back and forth behind it. TSK. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you don't want to do it, then don't. Leave it to the new players in our guild. Come with me. Salty Meow rolled his eyes and pulled the black dragon's tail. Stop pulling. Stop pulling. I'll go. I'll go. The black dragon hurriedly said. Then, he looked at Red Dragon Tiberia and tempted her. How about it? Do you want to have some fun? Have some fun? Where to? Tiberia was slightly taken aback. The Death Desert. To fight. Salty Meow said with a smile. Fight, fight, Tiberia's eyes lit up. She looked at the black dragon and then at the surrounding buildings that had yet to be repaired. She hesitated for a moment. But soon enough, little Salty Meow tossed this hesitation to the back of its head with a wave of its paw. Don't look. Our guild will take care of the repairs, as long as Tiberia is willing to cooperate with our guild. The main thing is to cooperate with us. Deal. The red dragon immediately nodded. Assisting the chosen ones was part of the contract with Miss Zero, not to mention, she was also very curious as to where the chosen one's murderous aura came from, and what exactly was the unlimited resurrection that the black dragon mentioned. Perhaps, she could get the answer this time. In any case, it was definitely not just because she wanted to fight, but then again, what was the last hit? She tilted her head. Salty Meow called for Meryl and hoodwinked Red Dragon Tiberia. Then, under the envious and respectful gazes of the players, she rode the black dragon and soared into the sky, leaving Fei Lingxue. Hurry up and fly. To Rivendell. Isn't it the Death Desert? It's a few hundred kilometers. By the time you fly there, it'll be too late. Sister Gugu has just cooperated with the other guilds and has successfully activated the teleportation portal to the border of the Gloom Mountain Range. We'll leave through the portal. And, remember to transform. This time, we're going there to investigate and ambush. You're too big of a target. Oh. What's the last hit? Food. Their voices became further and further away and dissipated in the air. September was the month when the season turned cold. The hot summer passed and the cool autumn came. But for the Desert of Death, even in early autumn, the high temperature was still daunting. And because of the end of the summer rainy season, the autumn in the Desert of Death was drier. Coupled with the off-season weather from time to time, the dryness and high temperature were enough to drive people crazy. Only the thick-skinned half-beastmen could adapt to such a climate. North of the Desert of Death, a human caravan full of goods was moving slowly. There were about 60 to 70 people in the caravan, and there were more than 20 carriages. Each carriage had a black eagle symbol on the side, which was very eye-catching. That was the unique symbol of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce. The strongest party of the caravan was a human warrior who was about 30 years old and riding a camel. He wore leather armor with a black eagle badge on his chest. That was the token of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce that only the leader of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce had. At the same time, it was also a proof of identity and status. In the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, only powerful silver professionals could have such a badge. He looked at the scorching sun in the sky for a while, and then took out a water bag to drink a mouthful of water. He wiped his sweat and cursed. This damn weather. Even a silver professional could not withstand such high temperature before advancing to the gold level and achieving a complete transformation of the physique. The caravan gradually moved forward, bypassing one barren hill after another, and finally came to an oasis. The oasis was not large. It was surrounded by a shallow lake, and there were flourishing reeds and desert poplars growing on the shore. Around the oasis, there were hundreds of large and small tents and thatched huts. Many muscular half-beastmen wearing simple leather armor or linen clothes were busy. This was an orc settlement. The climate in the Desert of Death was bad, especially the lack of water. Only a similar oasis could become a place of life. After seeing the orc settlement, the leader of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce finally breathed a sigh of relief. The orcs also noticed the arrival of the caravan, and the entire settlement had an obvious commotion. especially after noticing the black eagle symbol of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the orc's eyes that were mixed with greed, curiosity, desire, and vigilance, and glancing at their tattered equipment and clothes, the leader of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce curled his lips. An inferior race is indeed an inferior race, he muttered to himself. Even if humans were not even considered an iron race, he still looked down on these big, muscle-brained fools. This was determined by the comprehensive strength of a race and the strength of a true god that they possessed. But shortly after, the leader of the caravan put on a warm smile. He jumped off the camel and shouted towards the settlement. "Sell. I'm Andrus. The goods you want are here." The silver-tier professional's voice was very loud, and his voice soon spread throughout the entire settlement. After a few moments, a burly half-orc priest with a face full of scars walked out of the settlement surrounded by several half-orc warriors. He came to the front of the caravan and looked at the full caravan with a satisfied expression. "Thank you for your hard journey, Mr. Andrus." He smiled at the leader of the caravan, Andrus. Andrus glanced at him in surprise and couldn't help but scoff. "Eh? You've leveled up to silver?" This was a lower silver-tier priest. It must be known that silver-tier professionals were not common among the half-orcs. Even if magic began to recover, due to the limited potential of the race, there were very few silver-tier professionals among the half-orcs. Not to mention the rare priests. For a small settlement like this, which only had a few hundred tents and a maximum of 1,000 people, excluding the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, the number of warriors they could send out would be 500 to 600 at most. Generally speaking, there would not be any silver-ranked oracles born in such a settlement. That was why Andrus was very surprised. He did not smuggle in the desert of death many times, but because he had studied at the Imperial College and studied the half-orc culture, he thought that he had a good understanding of the half-orcs. Upon hearing Andrus's exclamation, the orc priest named Sel revealed a smug expression. He laughed, then his expression became serious and gradually became pious. "Praise the winter, praise the hunt. It's all because of the blessings of the Father." He drew a bow symbol on his chest. Andrus was slightly stunned. He realized that the priest had received the blessings of the true God, which was why he could level up. Then, he signaled the subordinates of the caravan to open the carriage and said to the half-orc priest, "Here are the 500 pieces of imperial equipment and food you want. They're all the latest. Check them." Hearing his words, the half-orc priest's eyes lit up. "Great. Now our tribe's warriors can fully display their strength." He waved to the half-orcs behind him, and the half-orcs came forward to check the goods. After a while, the half-orc warrior who checked nodded to Sel, and Sel's smile became more enthusiastic. "I knew it, the Sauron merchant group will always be a friend of the half-orcs. Mr. Andrus, and friends of the human race, please come to our tribe and have a rest. You must be tired from the journey. We have prepared drinks for you." He invited the caravan. Andrus nodded and commanded the caravan to enter the half-orc tribe to rest. He was not worried that the other party would play tricks, even if there were silver professions in this small tribe. Perhaps he would be wary of the half-orcs on normal days, but this time, the other party would definitely not dare to mess around. Because this transaction was discussed by the half-orc palace of the Death Desert and the Sauron merchant group. It was said that there seemed to be a stronger existence endorsing it. The caravan that Andrus himself led was just one of the many Sauron caravans that traded with the half-orcs. Drinking the sweet sand spring water, Andrus sat in the shade and ate the dry food he carried with him. He squinted his eyes and looked at the half-orcs who were excitedly distributing the equipment in the carriage. What surprised him was that not only Sel's strength had improved, but the half-orc warriors had also become stronger. As far as he knew, the average strength of the half-orcs in the Death Desert should be at the middle level of dark iron. Only a few warriors could reach the upper level. However, nearly half of these half-orcs who were fighting for the equipment had been promoted to the upper level of dark iron. This surprised Andrus a little. He speculated that it was the work of the Church of the Hunter. A moment later, a few half-orcs who were pushing wheelbarrows came to him under the guidance of the priest. There were 3 wheelbarrows, and each of them was filled with fur. The fur was from a rare magical beast unique to the Death Desert, sand leopard. It was very beautiful and was a priceless luxury in the human world. The profit of smuggling was extremely high. These 3 furs, if sold in the human world, would be equivalent to 700 to 800 sets of excellent armor and equipment, and enough food for a small half-orc tribe for 3 months. Very good. Seeing these furs, Anders was satisfied. However, his gaze did not stop. Instead, he looked back with anticipation. Is there more? That. Smuggled goods. He chuckled and asked meaningfully. Hearing Anders's words, the beastman priest first smiled, then nodded with the same profound meaning. Of course, smuggled goods too. Then, he gave a look to the half-orc behind him, and the other half-orc nodded subtly. Together with another half-orc, they pushed a carriage covered with a grey cloth. Anders's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and carefully lifted a corner of the grey cloth. Under the grey cloth, there was a prison cage. In the cage, 3 beautiful young female elves were tightly tied up and trembling. Only 3? Anders frowned. Hey, that's not easy. You know that the elven forest has been very chaotic recently. We caught these 3 when we blocked the road to the Gloom Mountains. They were all returning to the elven forest from the Kingdom of Airs. However, this is the limit. Recently, those evil elves have begun to appear in the Gloom Mountains. We have also lost a lot of people. The half-orc priest shook his head. Hearing his words, Anders frowned slightly. Elves were the most valuable luxury slaves in the black market. They were also the capital of the Sauron merchant group. However, since last year, an elven true god who inherited the priesthood of the World Tree was born among the elves. This caused the elven slave trade to completely fall into decline. This true god named Eve was rumored to be a follower god supported by the god of death. Last year, she defeated the army of the half-orcs that attacked the elven forest. She also assisted the Silent City Alliance in the underground world to defeat the Dark City Alliance. She was a mythical existence that was getting more and more popular over the year. Rumor had it that she used the power of the god of death to create an undead elven army. She also relied on the power of the undead army to win repeatedly. However, the specific details were spread all over the place. No one knew what the so-called undead elven army was all about. Some said that they were aliens, some said that they were the dead elves, and some said that they were elves that were eroded by the power of the abyss. There were even rumors that the undead elven army never existed because elves were not suitable to be warriors. The so-called elven army was the spirit of the god of death in disguise. In short, it was confusing and extremely mysterious. Even in the human world, there were many adventurers and bards who were curious about her. There were many who planned to go to the elven forest for adventures. It was this true god who publicly announced that she would bless the elves. As a result, fewer and fewer elves entered the black market, and the elven slaves who were originally safe and sound also fled on a large scale. The profit of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce was also hit. However, at the same time, the decrease in elven slaves also led to the increase in price. If these 3 female elves were to be sold now, they could easily be sold for several times the price of a few years ago. Thinking of this, Anders felt a little comforted in his heart. At the same time, he could almost predict that the price of the half-orcs would be higher. As expected, after showing him the elven slaves, the orc priest quickly whispered, "Don't worry. And, now the palace no longer allows us to capture elves. They require that all elves that are caught must be killed on the spot. Just these 3, I secretly left them for you. I took a big risk, so, you know. Good friend. I'll buy these 3 elves at double the price." Anders patted the priest's shoulder and said straightforwardly. Hearing his words, the half-orc priest's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, that trace of surprise was seen in Anders's eyes, and he had some contempt for the priest in his heart. To the half-orcs, the palace's orders often meant the orders of the Church of the Hunt. It was very possible for a dark iron priest to cheat for benefits, but it was the first time he saw a silver priest who dared to go against the palace's orders. A lowly race is indeed a lowly race. Even a silver priest's faith is not that devout. Anders despised in his heart. Of course, if he knew that the priest's strength was forcefully increased by the god of winter and the hunt, he would not be so surprised. The transaction between both parties was very pleasant. The subordinates were busy moving the goods, and the 2 leaders continued to chat. They talked about the interesting things that happened in the human world and the desert of death recently. Information was often a very valuable resource. Sigh, members of the Oak Hand have appeared in the Kingdom of Airs recently, and they even destroyed a few of our smuggling strongholds. How despicable, it's all because of the evil god in the elven forest. Otherwise, we could still go there to hunt. Evil god? I've heard that he's a true god. Hey! If it's not an evil god, how could it make the elves so evil? That's right, so, you're buying equipment and food. Are you really planning to attack the elven forest again before winter? Mr. Andrus, this involves our secrets. Even if we're friends, it's not good for us to reveal the details. Tisk, why are you being so secretive? I heard that the higher-ups of our guild are planning to send mercenaries to support you. We're all allies, really? Looks like you don't know. Actually, the Sauron Guild is also very jealous of the Elven Forest's products. It's just that it's not easy for us to sell it. Hey, Mr. Andrus, you can't talk nonsense. The Elven Forest belongs to us half-orcs. I know, the 1,000-year contract. But you didn't manage to defend it. Who knew that an evil god would appear? We're back to square one, hey. Anyway, our strength is not what it used to be. This time, we'll definitely win and wash away the humiliation of last year. The evil god of the Elven Forest won't be arrogant for long. The half-orc priest said proudly. Things were not what it used to be. Hearing this, Anders couldn't help but look at the lively half-orcs around him. Indeed, if one were to look at the strength of their clansmen, the beastmen had improved too much. Although logic told him that this was definitely not normal, the increase in strength was real. A tribe like Cells was only one of the many small tribes of half-orcs. They could organize and plan to send out an army of 500 half-orcs. It seemed like the half-orcs in the desert were really going all out this time. 100,000? A few 100,000, the last time this was recorded was 1,000 years ago, right? It seemed that at that time, the half-orcs also came out in full force to attack the Elven Forest and finally established their position on the continent. Thinking about the historical knowledge he had, Anders sighed. History is still similar. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. The sun was still hot and the blue sky was like a huge blue mirror. Looking at the deep sky, Anders said with some surprise, that's right. So there are eagles in the desert of death? Eagles? The half-orc priest frowned. We don't have any flying birds here. He shook his head. Not eagles? Then, what is it? Andrus was a little surprised and puzzled. The half-orc priest followed his gaze. There was not a single cloud in the sky. There was only a small golden figure flapping its wings and circling. That figure was faintly discernible, like a golden eagle. However, the wings were a little strange. Suddenly, the golden figure started to lower. Gradually, the two of them could see the other party's silhouette. However, when they saw the silhouette, they were even more surprised. Dragon? It was a golden dragon that wasn't very big. A golden dragon, Anne? It seems to be a young dragon. Anders was slightly taken aback. Sir Sel, do you have a golden dragon nest in the Death Desert? He looked at the orc priest. How is that possible? There aren't any large magical beasts here. How could it satisfy the appetite of the megalosaurus? The orc priest shook his head. After hearing his words, Anders still wanted to say something, but suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. He looked at the golden dragon that circled for a while and gradually disappeared in the northeast direction. His eyes flickered a few times, then he suddenly stood up and said, "All right, it's time." "All right, it's getting late. Since we've already completed the transaction, it's time to head back." But just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by the orc priest. Hey. Why are you in such a hurry? It's been a long journey, it's good to rest more. The orc cell said with a smile. But Anders noticed that the orc priest quietly gave a few signals to his subordinates, and then a few orcs secretly left. Anders's heart was moved, and he suddenly laughed. Sir Sel, although we want to continue resting, we have some other matters to attend to, so we can't delay here. However, his words were quickly exposed by the orc priest. Sir Andrus, you're here for the golden dragon, right? Andrus's expression slightly sank after hearing Cell's words. That's right, he was here for the golden dragon. If the elves were the most popular and expensive slaves in the slave market, then the Megalosaurus was the Megalosaurus. Dragons were the most sought-after and legendary magical beasts in the magical beast market. Even if the Megalosaurus never thought of themselves as magical beasts, but arrogantly thought that they were a higher level than intelligent creatures like humans, in fact, whenever a Megalosaurus appeared in the slave market, it would cause a huge sensation, and every Megalosaurus would be auctioned for a sky-high price. Of course, the only Megalosaurus that could be auctioned off by humans were those young dragons that had not yet grown up. Not only that, every time a Megalosaurus was auctioned off, the Megalosaurus would retaliate afterwards. In serious cases, it could even cause the destruction of a city or even a small human country. Even so, humans still flocked to the Megalosaurus. This was because they had a longer lifespan than elves and had greater growth potential. Moreover, if they were to go underground, the wealth that a Megalosaurus could bring was enough for anyone to take the risk. Hence, when Andrus saw this golden dragon, he already had an idea. Unfortunately, he was not the only one with such thoughts. Looking at Cell's faint smile, Andrus was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. Sir Cell, don't you know that metal dragon whelps are usually accompanied by their elders? Hey, Mr. Andrus, don't think that I'm just a priest. I used to be an adventurer when I was young. If there was really an adult gold dragon accompanying us, we would have been chased away by the gold dragon when the baby dragon was flying so close to us. Cell chuckled. Andrus was silent. That's right. If there was really an elder accompanying them, it would be impossible for them to see the dragon whelps. There was no doubt that this should be a lone gold dragon whelp, and such an existence meant a chance to strike it rich for any adventurer with an idea. 280, we'll take 80. Andrus suddenly said. Hey, Mr. Andrus, isn't your appetite a bit too big? This is the desert of death. Moreover, with such an empty terrain, if you rashly go up, you'll be discovered in an instant, right? Cell chuckled and let his half-orcs show off their simple linen clothes that almost blended with the color of the desert. Andrus narrowed his eyes and looked at him. 30-70, that's already the limit. Sir Cell, you should understand that only our Sauron Chamber of Commerce can bear the revenge of the Megalosaurus. Looking at Andrus' serious expression, Cell chuckled and said, hee, you're right. Deal. Seeing that the other party agreed, Andrus let out a sigh of relief. He pondered for a moment and said, then let's hurry up and get ready, in case we can't catch up with it later. Also, you guys are familiar with the terrain, send more people and clothes. No problem. Both parties reached an agreement and quickly organized an adventurer team to capture the gold dragon. Among them, the Sauron Chamber of Commerce sent out almost half of the mercenaries. There were a total of 30 mercenaries, all of whom were Black Iron upper-level senior mercenaries. The half-orcs were not at a disadvantage. They sent out 80 half-orc warriors in one go, and more than half of them were Black Iron upper-level. This strength was more than enough to deal with the gold dragon whelp that was at most silver rank and only had the intelligence of an 11 or 12-year-old child. The adventurer team was led by the silver warrior Andrus. They quickly chased in the direction where the gold dragon disappeared. The gold dragon whelp's speed was not fast, as if it was playing. Andrus led a temporary hunting team formed by hundreds of humans and half-orcs and quickly caught up with the gold dragon whelp. They wore the light yellow linen clothes provided by the half-orcs and blended in with the desert. Therefore, the gold dragon whelp did not notice them. After flying for a while, the gold dragon whelp seemed to be tired from flying and landed in a depression. Andrus's eyes lit up and he quickly called for his men to chase after it. At this moment, he could almost see himself catching the gold dragon whelp and bringing the 3 elves back to the stronghold of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce. He would be rewarded by the higher-ups and directly become a high-level manager of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, status, fame, and a lot of wealth. They all seemed to be beckoning to him. At this moment, even if he was a silver warrior, he could not help but breathe heavily. However, just after he led hundreds of team members into the depression, he found that there was nothing here. Where's the gold dragon? Andrus was slightly stunned. He should not have seen wrongly. The gold dragon whelp was definitely flying in this direction. The afternoon sun was very hot, baking the earth and making Andrus's heart which was teased by the gold dragon, more and more restless. A breeze blew, bringing along the sand and dust of the desert of death. Covering his nose and frowning, Andrus glanced at the surrounding high terrain and said, "Let's go to the highlands and take a look." He had never liked to stay in such low terrain, as it would make him feel passive and unable to control the whole situation. However, at the moment when the breeze blew, the expression of the orc scout and the team suddenly changed. "There's the smell of elves. There are so many of them." Elves? Andrus was slightly stunned. At that moment, he thought he had heard wrongly. How could there be elves in the desert of death? However, in the next second, his expression suddenly froze. Accompanied by a rustling sound, hundreds of tall figures suddenly appeared on the high ground in 3 directions. They had different hair colors and were fully armed. Everyone's equipment was so gorgeous, shining dazzlingly under the golden sun. And their aura was stronger than the previous one. The weakest was at the peak of the upper level of dark iron, and there were even more than 10 silver professionals. These elves were holding their weapons high, looking at the hunting team below, looking excited and shouting. Several flags with black dragons painted on them were also erected on the 3 high grounds, fluttering high in the air. They were really elves. Andrus's eyes widened. If he saw elves under normal circumstances, he would be very happy because elves meant gold pounds, and elves meant beautiful women. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank, and his expression changed slightly. As a member of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, especially a mid-level member like the leader of the merchant team, he was very familiar with some news on the continent. In the continent of Seekers, since the world tree withered, elves of different races rarely lived together. And there was only one type of elves with such mixed hair colors, fully armed, and gorgeous equipment in the records of the merchant team. That was the elven mercenaries who appeared in the war in the underground world, the evil elves from the elven forest. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Retreat," he thought to himself and hurriedly ordered. These elves were so powerful. If they were really those fellows in the legends, then they were in danger. It was rumored that the elves who gathered in the elven forest were different from the harmless little cuties that the merchant team usually bought and sold. They were ruthless characters who killed without blinking an eye. Hearing Andrus's order, the temporarily formed hunting team panicked for a moment. However, the elves were the first to move. Suddenly, a small elven girl emerged from the elves. She was wearing a dark red robe and a mage hat. She raised a magic staff with a large magic stone embedded in it and shouted excitedly, "Let's go! Let's go! Kill!" Following her command, the elves in the 3 directions also let out excited shouts. "Kill!" Then, Andrus saw the elves either chanting incantations or raising black metal pipes, aiming the deep mouths of the pipes at them. Accompanied by a series of rumbles, hundreds of blue rays of light shot out from the mouths of the pipes, turning into tongues of fire that directly hit the bewildered half-orcs and mercenaries in the depression. Screams sounded, and the temporarily formed hunting team instantly fell into chaos. Nearly half of the members were injured, and 7 or 8 unlucky humans and half-orcs were directly hit in the vital parts. They died, and even their corpses turned into ashes under the horrified gazes of their companions. What magic weapon is this? Andrus was shocked. He was also injured, and his arm was hit by a tongues of fire. He saw a bloody hole appear on his arm, and he could even see the sand on the other side of the hole. Such a terrifying penetrative ability shocked him. "Retreat! Go back the way you came!" He shouted again, and took the lead to retreat. It was a trap. This was an ambush. A premeditated plan. However, the second round of attacks came again. This time, it was a beautiful magic. Ice blades, lightning, vines, rocks, fireballs. Usually, only the mages in the human army could gather such offensive magic of various attributes, but at this moment, they were released by the elves, and smashed down from above. Screams sounded again. After this round, many humans and half-orcs who could not hide in time were either slashed by the ice blades, or convulsed by the lightning. Some were directly tied up by the vines that suddenly emerged from the ground, and some were directly pierced by the rocks that pierced through the soles of their feet or lower body. Some were directly turned into charcoal by the huge fireballs, and turned into ashes like sand. After 2 rounds of attacks, more than half of the 100 over members of the hunting team lost their ability to fight. and more than 20 people died without leaving behind a corpse. Such terrifying lethality shocked the half-orcs and mercenaries who were lucky enough to survive. It's the elves. Those evil elves in the legends. Run. At this time, they finally recognized the identity of the other party, and no longer had any desire to fight. They all turned and ran, and retreated in the direction they came from. There was no other way. The strength displayed by the enemy was too strong. However, just as the people who ran the fastest were about to escape from the depression, two new figures suddenly blocked their way. One was an elf who looked to be 14 or 15 years old, with black hair and red eyes, and wearing a black robe. The other was a half-dragon girl who looked to be in her 20s, with red hair and red eyes, and an enchanting figure. And behind them, there was a little black dragon and a little gold dragon roaring at the half-orcs and humans. It was the gold dragon. Andrus's pupils shrank, and he almost gritted his teeth. However, most of his attention was focused on the strange young elf and half-dragon lady who stood in front of him. He could sense an incomparably terrifying aura coming from the other party. The last time he felt such an aura, it was when he was chatting with the border earl of the Holy Mania Empire. They were gold professionals. For a moment, Andrus's hands and feet were cold. The other half-orcs and humans did not clearly perceive the strength of the elves and the girl, but they could feel that the other party was unfathomable. In an instant, the defeated team was once again in chaos. However, just when Andrus was in despair, he suddenly found that the two people were just standing at the exit of the depression, preventing them from escaping. They did not seem to have the intention to take the initiative to attack. And this discovery gave him a little more hope in his despair. "Break out in another direction," he shouted again. Then, he turned around and rushed towards the direction with the least number of elves in the other three directions. The other team members also quickly followed his movements. The hunting team was fleeing, and the elves' attack was still ongoing. There was another series of loud roars, and in the blink of an eye, the temporary hunting team that only had 2/3 of its members left had more than 10 people screaming and falling down, turning into ashes. Just a moment later, except for those who lost their ability to fight and fell to the ground moaning, and those who were scared out of their wits, the number of humans and half-orcs following Andrus was less than half of the original number. But, at this moment, he finally rushed to the top of the barren hill. Close quarters combat. The anger of being ambushed, the fear brought by the gold professionals, and the strong desire to survive, finally turned into a high fighting spirit. Andrus pulled out his beloved long sword, roared, and fought with the elves who were blocking him. Dozens of humans and half-orcs were caught in a chaotic battle with the elves. Andrus swore that ever since he became a professional, he had never encountered such a difficult enemy in the past 30 years. Ferocious, ruthless, and deadly. As an original adventurer who was recruited by the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, he already felt that he was wretched and shameless enough in battle. However, compared to these elves in front of him, he felt that he was too chivalrous before. These elves with long ears rarely fought one-on-one. They seemed to be used to fighting in groups. Whenever Andrus was about to rush out of the encirclement, several elves would swarm up and block him. He could even hear their excited shouts, "Be careful! He's running away! Stop this little boss! Kill him!" Andrus was speechless. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. These elves were not only wretched. They were also very strong. Very strong. With just one fight, Andrus could sense the solid combat experience of the other party. Not only were they of high ranks, but they also seemed to have experienced countless battles. Every time Andrus made a move, he would be blocked by the elves at the right time. Fighting with them gave Andrus the illusion that he was facing the old mercenary leaders who had been on the edge of life and death for many years. However, Andrus knew that such mercenaries could only be honed after many years of fighting. They were 1 in 100. But these guys in front of him were not those mercenary leaders. They were elves, the elves who were recognized as the worst at fighting among the intelligent races. However, these elves who had been ridiculed by Andrus countless times in private now appeared in front of him in a way that he had never imagined before. Fierce, cunning, and crazy. Even if he had known from some channels of the Chamber of Commerce that the elven mercenaries who emerged from the underground war were strong, Andrus did not expect them to be so difficult to deal with. However, these elves were not only strong individually, but they also knew how to cooperate. They usually formed a small group of 5. And in the group, there was always a tough bone who was armed to the teeth, and Andrus could not find a place to cut. This elven might not be strong in combat, but his ability to take a beating was terrifying. Every time Andrus intended to fight desperately, this tough bone would take the initiative to stand up and block all his fatal attacks. On the other hand, the other party would at most spit out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, they would immediately jump up and down, laughing heartily as they continued to fight. When Andrus had just released his strength, the elves around him would seize the opportunity to swarm him again. Every single one of their moves was aimed at his most fatal and most difficult to defend against. However, the levels of these elves were not bad at all. In fact, many of them were on par with Andrus. The sudden attack of such an existence was very difficult to guard against before one's strength was raised. With every round of attacks, Andrus's body would be covered in new wounds. This kind of passive fighting style made Andrus so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. However, there was something even more disgusting. Behind the elves who were besieging the hunting team, there were also guys in priest robes. Whenever an elf was injured, they would chant an incantation and cast divine spells to heal them. The divine spells in their hands were even more powerful than those of the Eternal Church's priests. It was almost instantaneous. As far as Andrus knew, injuries that would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover would be healed in an instant with a ray of holy light. That kind of terrifying healing speed made Andrus aghast. As the battle went on, none of the elves fell. However, the orcs and mercenaries behind Andrus were getting fewer and fewer. As the battle continued, Andrus felt his strength getting weaker and weaker. Even the wounds on his body were becoming numb. "Elves! Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" he roared unwillingly. However, Andrus only got the evil grins of the elves in return. That's right, evil grins. Andrus found it hard to imagine such a word appearing on the elves. But looking at their excited and somewhat crazed smiles, as well as their cheers and regretful sighs whenever the beast men and mercenaries were killed, Andrus felt incomparably horrified at their expressions of indifference towards slaughter and death. He had already wandered the continent for more than 30 years. He had seen too many people, too many races. He had seen people who liked to fight, and he had also seen people who were cruel. However, among all the intelligent races he had seen, he had rarely seen people as crazy as these elves in front of him. Some people killed for wealth, while others killed for status. However, the elves in front of him only had excitement and bloodlust in their eyes. They were doing it for pleasure. It was as if in their eyes, he was not an enemy, but a toy to obtain pleasure. Andrus had only seen this kind of expression on the fanatical followers of the evil gods, as well as the colorful dragons that teased their prey. At this time, Andrus finally understood why these elves were called evil elves by the residents of the underground world. But it was too late. The orcs and mercenaries following him were getting fewer and fewer, while the elves besieging Andrus were getting more and more. If there was one thing that comforted Andrus, perhaps it was the fact that it was the same 5 elves who had attacked him from the beginning. Although the other elves had surrounded him, they did not make a move. If they had made a move, Andrus would have died on the spot. Just when Andrus thought that this was the last bit of conscience of the elves, he heard them talking to each other again. "Why are you not done yet? You guys are so slow, do you need help?" Not done yet, Andrus was a little stunned. He subconsciously looked around and was stunned to find that he was the only one left in the battle, and there were no more humans or orcs standing behind him. For a moment, Andrus's heart turned cold. The elves' voices continued, "Can't help it, this person is a little strong. Don't steal his kill. This is ours. That's right, we've been fighting for a long time, don't steal our experience. Hey, a silver, and you've been fighting for so long, noob brother. This is an elven monster, okay?" Elven monster? Are they talking about me? Andrus did not understand the words they were saying, but he inexplicably felt insulted. He wanted to roar and fight with all his might again. However, the excessive blood loss had already left him without any strength. After struggling for a few times, the long sword in his hand was finally knocked away by the elven warrior in heavy armor. In the next second, the other 4 elves swarmed up and stabbed him into a hedgehog. Andrus opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood, then he lost consciousness. In the last second of his consciousness, he only had one thought: it's a pity that the 3 elves haven't been sold yet. They're worth a lot of money. The one-sided battle ended in less than 10 minutes. The players in good condition started to clean up the battlefield, and the players with more serious injuries were once again receiving intensive treatment from the priest players and the healer-specialized druids. The black dragon Meryl, who had transformed into an elf, watched the players laughing and scolding as he sighed. Every time I watch them fight, I have the illusion that they're a group of guys who are possessed by demons. It's really 8 lifetimes of bad luck to go against these guys. Then, he looked at the red dragon Tiberia and explained, "Oh, it's 8 lifetimes of bad luck." By the way, 8 lifetimes of bad luck is a famous saying in the Chosen One's hometown. It basically means that this person is very, very unlucky. Tiberia was speechless, seeing the red dragon's speechless expression. The black dragon, who was showing off his knowledge of the alternate world, was a little disappointed, but he quickly coughed twice and asked, "How is it? Do you feel that your understanding has been overturned? These guys aren't ordinary elves. When they face their enemies, they're a group of lawless bastards. They're despicable, shameless, cruel, and crazy. It's hard to associate them with the friendly image that they had when you were in the elf forest." After hearing Meryl's words, Tiberia's eyes gradually lit up. She looked at the players with a strange gaze. "Isn't this very good?" What? Meryl felt like he was choking. "I mean, isn't this very good?" Tiberia repeated. Then, she looked at the players with an excited expression. "Ingratiating and obedient internally, cruel and bloodthirsty externally. This is the perfect servant in my imagination." Meryl was speechless. "Servant? You're just a tool dragon that provides scales and saliva for others," he complained in his heart. After complaining, it seemed to have thought of something. It suddenly joined the players and shouted at the same time, "Let's go. Those who have seized beautiful gems and cute gold pounds can exchange them for shiny scales from Meryl." That sly bastard, the red dragon's expression changed, and his eyes lit up. He quickly shouted, "Whatever he gives, I'll give you double." Meryl was speechless. The players were laughing and joking as they cleaned up the battlefield. Leader Salty Meow looked at the guild members with a look of dissatisfaction. "Aren't these half-orcs and human mercenaries too weak? I remember that they're very strong." She had previously thought that the monsters would be very powerful. It seemed that they weren't that strong. If she had known, she wouldn't have needed to ambush them. Everyone could have just destroyed them. Looking at the equipment scattered all over the ground, the cuckoo bird shook her head. "It's not that they're weak, but that we've become stronger." "We've become stronger?" Salty Meow raised his eyebrows. "However, the Death Desert quest is a level 40 quest. I really thought that we would be in for a fierce battle. In the end, I didn't even have time to cast a few fireballs before they all fell. That wasn't fun at all." "Come on, thank goodness you didn't release a few more fireballs. Otherwise, we would be the ones to fall," the optimist teased from the side. "Scram! Hurry up and clean up the battlefield." Salty Meow raised his magic staff and slapped his butt. "Ouch!" Optimist cried out in pain and laughed as he ran away. "Ha ha ha ha!" The surrounding players let out a burst of cheerful laughter. Everyone laughed as they picked up the equipment dropped by the half-orcs and mercenaries. From time to time, someone would let out a cry of surprise when they found gold pounds or other trinkets. Then, they would run to Meryl and Tiberia to claim credit. At this moment, a few players shouted excitedly, "Let's go! Guild leader, guild leader! There are still 3 alive." "Ha ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter." They fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. "Don't they know that those who are killed by us will destroy the corpse? This AI design is something. I feel like it's showing off my intelligence." Ha 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 ha! Hearing the players' voices, Salty Meow looked over and saw 2 human mercenaries and 1 half-orc. The 3 of them looked like they were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and they were trembling. Their gazes towards the players were full of fear. Alive?" Salty Meow was a little surprised. She thought for a moment and walked in front of them. When they saw her coming, they were so scared that they trembled even more. Although they were pretending to be dead just now, they still saw it clearly. Among all the elves, this petite and cute elf was the most terrifying. She used a large fireball to burn the 3 mercenaries to ashes. Lord Elf. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. We surrender. The mercenaries hurriedly begged for mercy. Hearing their pleas, Salty Meow had an idea and said, "Sure, but you have to tell us everything you know about the Death Desert and the half-orc tribe nearby." The Megalosaurus could fly, which was an excellent means of reconnaissance. Therefore, the players had long known about the half-orc tribe nearby. However, they were unsure of how many people there were and how strong they were. Hence, they came up with the idea of luring the snake out of its hole. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the 2 mercenaries felt as if they had been pardoned. Then, under the furious glare of the only half-orc, they revealed everything they knew, including what they had seen and heard in the half-orc tribe, about 1,000 people, 400 to 500 half-orc warriors. Salty Meow was deep in thought. It's a small tribe. We can fight it. If we launch a sneak attack at night, I think we can wipe it out in one wave. Gord, who was listening at the side, said. I think so too. The optimist agreed. Even Boxed Lunch, who had been silent, nodded his head. Let's launch a sneak attack tonight. Salty Meow finally made a decision. Then, these people? The optimist looked at the 2 mercenaries and the half-orc and asked. Ahem, I'm almost promoted. Can you give it to me? I can take less equipment. He asked. Looking at his bright smile and white teeth, as well as the long sword in his hand that was still dripping with blood, the human mercenaries and the half-orc turned pale. However, Salty Meow shook his head. She carefully sized up the mercenaries and the half-orc. Looking at their bodies and muscles that were much thicker than the elves, her eyes lit up. She suddenly threw out the skill, Eye of Faith, that she had obtained after becoming a priestess and looked at their faith. As expected, they were all red. They were her believers. However, they were light red. Light believers, Salty Meow muttered. Then, she revealed a sweet smile and looked at the 3 of them. However, the words that came out of her mouth were like the devil's. Give up your faith, and I can consider sparing your lives. The other players were taken aback. Pfft! Lord Salty Meow. Are you really going to let them go? They're our enemies. Yes. A black iron mercenary gives a lot of experience. However, Salty Meow shook his head. Who said I'm going to let them go? Not let them go? The other players were even more confused. If I'm not going to let them go, should I bring them back? The Elven Forest doesn't allow other races to enter, right? There are enemies. Yes. Don't expose the secret of the goddess. Ouch. Why did you pinch me? It won't be exposed. The keywords will be blocked. The players were all talking at once. Salty Meow shook his head. Who said I'm going to let them enter the Elven Forest? I just suddenly remembered that the Rivendell mine in the Dark Canyon seems to be lacking a lot of miners. Miners? Hearing Salty Meow's words, the players' eyes lit up. It all started with the magic gun, with the improvement of the steam gun into a more powerful magic gun that could absorb experience. The archer profession was on the rise. Unlike the bow that required serious learning, the magic gun was easier for the players to master, and the aim was more accurate, and the damage was higher. This gave many long-range players who had a headache using the bow a light at the end of the tunnel. Not only that, but with the support skills that were originally suitable for the bow, the magic gun could even unleash more power. Even non-archer players, and even some spellcaster players, could carry a magic gun for self-defense. Without a doubt, the magic gun developed by the players, after being evaluated and highly praised by the bosses, became the most popular weapon in just a few days. However, the production of the magic gun in the Elf Forest was far less than the players' demand for the magic gun. It was not difficult to modify the steam gun into a magic gun. For some players who had learned magic inscription, they could modify the steam gun by themselves as long as they followed the modification methods published by the bosses on the forum. And for those who had learned forging, they could even use the materials to create better magic gun equipment. However, the problem lay in the modification and forging. Unlike other weapons, the modification and forging of the magic gun required the use of a metal with good magic conductivity, mithril, as well as an ore that could store magic stone. The former was used to modify the magic gun, while the latter was not only used for modification, but was also a device to store magic and was a consumable. With these two materials, the players could show off their skills. Thus, these two materials naturally became rare items in the Elven Forest. Unfortunately, the Elf Forest did not have these two materials. Normally, the players would use the specialties of the Elf Forest to trade with the dwarves in the underground world. However, the trade volume was too small and too expensive. The bosses could still play, but the civilians had to stand aside. However, it was not known whether the players were lucky or the game officials had already arranged it. Just as many players were crazily complaining about the cost of modifying the magic gun on the forum, someone discovered mithril and magic stone mines in Rivendell. Well, perhaps it shouldn't be said that someone discovered it. Instead, there were some quick-witted players who finally managed to raise the favorability of the Spider Empress Lolth, who lived in seclusion under Rivendell, to over 50 by telling stories and giving her delicious food. In the end, after much coaxing and pestering, the player was finally told the location of the mine. This wasn't easy. This was because these two materials were also delicious food for the crypt spiders. And so, the mining operation began in earnest. Spring had arrived for civilian archers. However, once there were minerals, they still needed to be mined. The crypt spiders loved to eat these minerals. Asking them to help was like throwing meat buns at a dog. So, the players were the only ones left. And mining minerals was a laborious job, thus, another problem arose. That was when the players suddenly realized that the Elven Forest lacked labor. Were there many players in the Elf Forest? Many. Since the open beta, a total of 160,000 players had gathered in the Elf Forest. Although most of the veteran players spent most of their time in the wilderness, the 100,000 new players were enough to make the core area extremely lively. However, even though there were more players, the Elven Forest lacked labor. Because, the demand for magic guns had increased. Not all players were willing to do manual labor. More players yearned for swords and magic, adventures, and battles. It was okay to let them take an hour to do boring daily tasks, but if they had to do manual labor all day long, only masochists would be able to stand it. They were all here to play games, not to torture themselves. The solution that the veteran players came up with was to trade with the new players. The new players would do manual labor to mine minerals in exchange for the veteran players to take them to high-level maps to level up. This method was a win-win situation, but to be honest, the efficiency wasn't very high because the new players' mining speed was really impressive. If there was anything to blame, it could only be blamed on Elven Nation being too hardcore. Even mining was a skill that could be mastered through practice. Not to mention that elves were built on agility. Apart from those players who walked the path of tank warfare, most players had limited strength. Therefore, at this moment, when Salty Meow mentioned the word miners, the other players instantly understood what she was going to do. That's right. We can bring these half-orcs back to help us mine minerals. Haha, Meow Giant, you're really a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Are you really only 15 years old? If you look closely, the half-orcs are much stronger than us and have more strength. They're really suitable. And they're easy to feed. What we don't lack the most in the Elven Forest is food. TSK. We can even directly feed a large group of half-orcs to mine minerals. We can even develop it into an industry and export the minerals to make money. What's the big deal about exporting minerals? The war is about to start. We can also sell all the half-orcs we capture to the Dark Dwarves. We can keep the non-believers and sell the believers. 666. Talents. You're all talents. The players were all talking at once, their faces full of excitement. They were all members of the Mang Mang Committee. Many of them were players who had lived half their lives and had all kinds of wonderful ideas. After a while, they were even about to discuss how to use the capital accumulated by the Mang Mang Committee to develop real estate and how to further monopolize the entire half-orc trade in the Elven Forest in the future. Looking at the excited members, Salty Meow did not know whether to laugh or cry. he quickly reminded them. But then again, only the non-believers half-orcs can be brought back. Otherwise, there will be hidden dangers. Also, don't force it. We don't have enough people and can't bring so many people. Understood, understood. The players nodded. After a moment of excitement, they looked forward to the sneak attack at night even more. But this time, it was not just for the experience points and contribution points. In the central tent of the half-orc tribe, Priest Cell sat under the torch, smiling foolishly as he drank the ale that he had just bought from the Sauron merchant group. He. When Andrus and the rest return and sell the gold dragons and elves, I'll be able to gather enough money to pay tribute and change the tribe to a safer position during the war. He muttered to himself, his expression full of anticipation. To be honest, Cell did not feel that he was a competent silver priest. At the very beginning, he was just an ordinary trainee priest who had snuck in through connections. His faith was only at the level of a shallow believer. However, a person's success could not be separated from his personal struggle and also needed to consider the course of history. 3 years ago, the only old priest in the tribe returned to the kingdom of God. And every tribe had to have at least one priest in order to maintain contact with the royal court. However, the number of people in his tribe was too small and too remote. In the end, he could only choose from the short ones to the tall ones, so that he, a careless trainee priest, could be promoted. He thought that was the end of it. But last winter, the Lionheart King died in battle, the royal court was in turmoil, and the entire desert of death was reshuffled. Since then, the Father God issued the War Oracle, and the Church of Hunter suddenly began to enhance the strength of all the priests in the tribe in large batches. And he, as an incompetent priest, was also given a quota and the opportunity to go to the royal court to receive God's blessing. He wanted to refuse at that time. After all, his own family knew his own situation. He often dealt with human smugglers, and he was also a little affected. His faith was not devout. If he really went to the royal court, he would be exposed. However, the messenger said that every tribe must have at least one priest to receive God's blessing, and the church had already decided that in their small tribe, he would be the leader of the priests in the future war. The result surprised him. Obviously, he was just a shallow believer who was not at the level of a devout believer, but he received God's blessing and became a high and mighty silver priest. Of course, he was at the bottom of the silver priests. The priests from the other tribes that were traveling with him were all much stronger than him. Many of them had even become silver-ranked priests. However, this also made Cell quite happy and satisfied. For him, this position was just like picking it up from the streets. However, after being satisfied, there was fear. As a wise man who often dealt with humans and considered himself to be knowledgeable, Cell knew that this was definitely not normal. And this temporary forced promotion to priest, he had also heard about it from the human bards. That was the operation before the decisive battle between the true gods, and such an existence was often cannon fodder in the war. Cannon fodder. That's right. After becoming a silver priest, he must lead the tribe's warriors to participate in the war and personally go to the battlefield. However, Cell did not want to be cannon fodder. After thinking about it, the only way he could think of was to use bribery to change the position of his tribe in the army. As long as he could be at the back, the chances of survival would be higher. I heard that those evil elves are not only fearless of death, but also eat raw meat and drink blood. They will eat the captives and make them into meat skewers. They are more evil than the demons. I don't want to fight with such people. He shook his head. Once again, Cell counted his beloved gold pounds and carefully put it back to the place where he hid it. He then covered it with a rag and wiped away the traces. Then, he picked up the cup made of skull and drank the ale in one gulp. He smacked his lips and nodded happily. Then, he threw the bone cup away and laid on the bed made of animal skin. He closed his eyes and took a nap, waiting for Andrus and the rest to come back. Not knowing how much time had passed, Cell woke up from his daze. He looked at the sky, it was already late at night. However, Andrus and the rest were still not back. This discovery made him frown slightly. He stood up and walked around in his tent. Suddenly, he felt restless. Why haven't they come back after so long? Cell mumbled with dissatisfaction. Andrus had been out for half a day, but there was no news of him. Not only that, there was no contact with the people who came with him. This made Cell, who was originally excited about the gold royals, gradually calm down. He had lived here for decades. There was no danger in the surroundings. If there was any danger, it should be the human travelers who accidentally entered the desert of death and met the orcs. However, the hunting team had been gone for too long. Could it be that Andrus took all the gold royals for himself? Cell mumbled to himself. This was possible. After all, the value of the gold royals was too high. Although he sent more people than mercenaries, Andrus was a silver professional, he did not believe in the moral integrity of humans. Thinking of this, Cell became more and more uneasy. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a burst of noise coming from outside the tent. The noise was noisy, chaotic, and seemed to be mixed with explosions, screams and shouts. There was also the sound of swords clashing together. What's going on? Is someone attacking us? Cell was stunned. His expression turned serious. At this moment, the tent was suddenly knocked open. An injured beastman stumbled in and said in horror, "What are you doing?" "Sir Cell, it's not good. The elves are attacking." "The elves are attacking? The elves are attacking?" Cell was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. However, looking at the terrified expression on the other party's face, his heart could not help but thump. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Andrus and the rest who he had not heard any news about. No. No way. He swallowed his saliva and quickly took out his mace that had been modified into a magic staff. He walked out of the tent. However, at the moment when he was about to walk out of the tent, he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly sent away the orc who had reported the news and returned to the place where he hid the gold pounds. He hid the gold pounds and walked out of the tent again. When Cell came out of the tent, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. The sky was dark. But at this moment, the orc tribe was incomparably bright. However, what illuminated everything was none other than flames. Raging flames. Those were the tents and thatched huts that had been set ablaze by fireballs. The buildings that were originally dry due to autumn were now like dry firewood meeting a raging fire. They suddenly burst into flames and burned half the sky. The entire tribe was in chaos. Elves riding all kinds of magic beasts rushed in and started a chaotic battle with the half-orcs in the tribe. No, it shouldn't be called a chaotic battle. It was simply a one-sided suppression. The elves raised strange metal pipes and sprayed fire at the half-blood orc warriors. The half-blood orc warriors screamed miserably and fell one after another. From time to time, Cell could hear the elves arguing. "Damn. Don't kill them all. TSK, what's the rush? There are thousands of orcs." Cell was speechless. Elves? It's really elves. And they are the evil elves of the elven forest. Looking at the elves' magnificent equipment that was described in the legends, Cell couldn't help but lose his voice. He couldn't see how many elves came. He only felt that there was fighting everywhere and enemies were everywhere. The air was full of the smell of burning grass and the strong smell of blood. There was no doubt that this was a premeditated sneak attack. And it was quite successful. Looking at the tribe that was completely in chaos, Cell only felt that one side of his brain was blank. And just when he was hesitating whether to call his people to fight back or sneak away secretly, the elves also noticed him. It couldn't be helped. A silver professional was like the light in the night. Under the detection of the players, he was so eye-catching. After discovering that Cell was a silver-tier professional who had appeared out of nowhere and was actually a priest with extremely high EXP, the eyes of the players lit up. They rushed over in a hubbub and raised their weapons with sinister grins on their faces, feeling the huge threat to his life. Cell's expression changed dramatically and his face turned pale. He almost subconsciously protected his mace and staff on top of his head and shouted at the same time, "Don't kill me. I surrender." But, as soon as he said this, he immediately regretted it, because he suddenly remembered that the orcs of the Grotto tribe that escaped from the elven forest once said that these evil elves never accepted the enemy's surrender. Compared to surrendering, the best thing for him to do was to turn around and run, or call his people to fight. In the time it took for him to speak, Cell missed the best opportunity and was surrounded by several elves. It's over, his heart was filled with sorrow. But, to his surprise and joy, the elves did not drop their weapons. Didn't kill me? Cell was so scared that he hiccuped subconsciously. Throw away your weapons, put your hands on your head and squat down. The elves pointed their knives at him and said. Thud, Cell didn't hesitate to throw his mace and staff on the ground. The gold pounds in his arms also fell to the ground. A few hundred gold pounds fell to the ground, sparkling and attracting everyone's attention. Oh no! My gold pounds, Cell's face turned green when he saw his belongings fall to the ground. Before he could even bend down to pick them up, the gold pounds were picked up by the elves, along with his spiked club and magic staff, as spoils of war. Haha, this is the first time I've seen a boss drop items on its own accord, and there are so many gold pounds. So rich. The elf who picked up the gold pounds laughed heartily. Cell was speechless. That's the gold pounds I've plundered for so many years, he felt wronged. But his life was more important, and Cell did not dare to be rash. He could only stare resentfully at the elf who took his gold pounds, but very quickly, Cell felt the surrounding atmosphere suddenly change, and there was a sudden pressure that made his heart palpitate. Then, he saw a black-haired, red-eyed elf youth and a slender, red-haired half-dragon girl suddenly stand up and block the elf's path. Behind them were a few fledgling dragons, and their gazes, like those fledgling dragons, were fixed on the gold pounds in the elf's hand, with a strong sense of oppression, and that aura that made one's heart palpitate originated from them. These were two terrifyingly powerful experts, and they were very likely powerful gold professionals. Cell's heart thumped, and he felt more and more hopeless. With such powerful professionals overseeing the tribe, it was completely over for them this time. Then, he saw the youth and the girl directly block the elf who picked up the gold pounds. The elf was stunned, and then he ingratiatingly split the gold pounds into two and offered them with both hands. Lord Merrill, Lord Tiberia, these gold pounds were just about to be given to you. Hee, please take care of me in the future. That. Give me more dragon scales and dragon saliva. Not bad. That's more like it. The youth and the girl nodded, and then glared at each other before dividing the gold pounds. Dragon scales and dragon saliva. Cell was slightly taken aback, and looked at the youth and the girl again. This time, he noticed their vertical pupils, which were obviously different from ordinary people. When he thought of that suffocating pressure, combined with the various rumors in the Seeker's continent, Cell's heart skipped a beat. He felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He suddenly had some guesses about the identities of these two existences that even the elves had to be respectful to. Megalosaurus, they were most likely adult Megalosaurus in human form. At this moment, Cell completely dispelled the idea of taking advantage of the chaos to escape. An adult Megalosaurus was much more terrifying than an ordinary gold-tier professional. Of course, his gaze towards the gold pound became even more sorrowful. Because he knew that this time, the gold pounds really wouldn't come back. Cell had completely lost all will to resist. He crouched down with his head in his hands. Then, the elves quickly swarmed him and stripped him of all his equipment. The priest's robe and leather boots were not left behind for him. Even the beloved bone cup made from the skull that he carried with him had been taken away. As for Cell himself, he could only wear thin underwear as he stared blankly at the elves who were in a state of excitement. The half-orc tribe was completely finished. The moment Cell surrendered, the half-orcs who were still fiercely resisting suffered a great psychological impact. Many of them also lost their fighting spirit. The remaining half-orcs also gave up fighting and began to scatter. For the half-orc tribe, the priest was the soul of the tribe. When the priest surrendered, the tribe's soul and courage had already dissipated, so, what followed was a one-sided crushing. The elves laughed grimly as they chased after the fleeing half-orcs and robbed the completely chaotic villages. They stripped the surrendered half-orcs of their equipment and threw them together, shivering in the night wind of the desert of death. Not only were they cold, but they were also frightened. Cell's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly at the group of elves who were enjoying the slaughter and looting. He was actually no stranger to such a scene. In the desert of death, the strong were respected. Even among the half-orc tribes, before the Lionheart King completely unified the desert, there were often wars between them. Slaughter and looting were normal operations. Many half-orcs were also indifferent to life and death, and there were few cowards like Cell. However, that kind of tribal battle was between the half-orcs, a competition between hunters. But the situation in front of him was completely different. In his memory, in the battles between the half-orcs and other races, the ones who attacked were often the half-orcs, and the ones who were looted should be the human villages or elven. Seclusion, however, God seemed to have made a big joke. At this moment, the hunter had become the prey, and the originally harmless prey had become the hunter, ridiculous and ironic. The battle lasted for another 20 minutes and was completely over. At this moment, the half-orc settlement in the oasis had been completely turned into ruins. Except for those who escaped during the chaos and those who died under the attack of the elves, there were only 100 half-orcs left in the whole tribe who survived and surrendered. In addition, there were 7 or 8 mercenaries from the Sauron Chamber of Commerce who surrendered. The small tribe of nearly 1,000 half-orcs could be said to be completely finished. More than 100 half-orcs and 7 or 8 human mercenaries gathered together. They were tied up with ropes and looked at the elves who were cleaning the battlefield in confusion and horror. Their eyes were filled with confusion, incomprehension, fear, and shock. To be honest, the number of elves was not many, less than 300. But each of them was at least at the peak of the upper level of iron, and there were more than 20 powerful silver professions. The most terrifying ones were the 2 that Cell suspected to be the Megalosaurus. In the face of such power, and a night attack, it could only be said that the defeat of the half-orc tribe was not unjustified, perhaps. Only those with gold-tier professionals or those with golden behemoths would be able to withstand it. No captives escaped. At first, there was indeed one, a human. However, after the other party was turned into a hedgehog by the elves and directly turned into ashes, the rest of the people who were ready to make a move were completely obedient. The captives who had completely given up clustered together, and their eyes were full of fear and confusion for the future. No one did not know what the half-orcs and humans did to the elves, and no one was not afraid of the revenge of the legendary evil elves. Unlike the captives who were trembling in fear, the players were as festive as a festival. Ha ha ha, as expected. Robbery is the best way to get rich. Looking at the mountain of loot outside the settlement, as well as the 20 carriages full of goods, the players were overjoyed. The leader Salty Meow was also excited, and his little face was flushed with excitement. Are you done counting? How much did we get in total? She looked at the guild member who was in charge of counting the loot. The other party nodded and said in surprise, We're done counting. Guild master, we've made a fortune this time. It seems that we bumped into a human caravan visiting us. Yes, it's the Sauron's merchant group. There are all kinds of loot, but most of them are equipment, food, and hides. The half-orcs dropped more than 600 sets of equipment, and there are also 500 sets of brand new Imperial equipment. Each set is similar to our mid-level iron equipment. If we convert all of them into contribution points, I'm afraid it'll be tens of millions. Haha, this means that each of us can get 30,000 to 40,000 contribution points from this raid. So much? Salty Meow's eyes lit up. Sure enough, killing and arson were the best. The Death Desert map was awesome. This map was going to be popular, definitely, the reporting player continued. We don't lack food, but now that there are more players, the more food the better. As for hides, they seem to be a specialty of the Death Desert, and they're very popular in the human world. We can sell them to Damasia's Amway Trading Company, or we can just send people to Maple Leaf City to sell them. We can also exchange them for many good things. Hides, Salty Meow nodded. This was a luxury item in the human world, and from the player's point of view, these hides looked pretty good. Even if they did not sell them to NPCs, they could keep them and develop clothing, and then sell them to other players. That was what she thought. Right, and we also rescued 3 captured elven NPCs. Chopin is comforting them now. The reporting player continued. Elven NPCs, Salty Meow was delighted. That was really an unexpected gain. Rescuing elves could significantly increase one's faction reputation, and faction reputation was linked to discounts in the shop. Moreover, many rescued elves had a high probability of awakening as quest NPCs after they returned to Fei Lung Sui. These quest NPCs would have full favorability with the players who had rescued them. It was very convenient for them to pick up private quests, of course, even if the benefits of rescuing elves were excluded. Salty Meow, who no longer saw Elven Nation as a simple game, was willing to see more elves being rescued. Lastly, the reporting player paused and looked at the half-orc and human captives. We've captured a total of 136 captives, 128 of which are half-orcs and 8 humans. Their average strength is around mid-iron rank, and most of them are shallow believers. There are even 2 non-believers among the humans. There are no serious injuries, and some have minor injuries, but they can be treated. We've specially selected them, and they're all good materials for mining. Very good. Salty Meow nodded in satisfaction. With so many captives, it was about time. Her idea of half-orc miners was just an idea. Although it was very feasible in theory, it was the first time. It was better not to make too big of a scene to avoid any problems. As for the captives' beliefs, devout believers rarely surrendered, so most of the captives were shallow believers. Even if the captives surrendered, the players would not dare to take them in. In the game's settings, once a believer reached the level of devout belief, their soul would return to the kingdom of God after death. It was too risky to bring such an existence back. However, what surprised Salty Meow was that she did not expect the priest of the half-orc tribe to surrender as well. In theory, priests should be the most stubborn and should not be so cowardly. It was only when Salty Meow used the eye of faith to look at the priest's belief that she understood why. This half-orc was obviously a silver priest, but was only a shallow believer. At first, she thought that she had seen wrongly. It was only until she looked at the priest several times that she finally confirmed that he was only a shallow believer. This really surprised her. She thought that there might be a bug in the game. In order to become a priest among elves, one had to be an experienced and devout believer. She did not know how this half-orc, who was only a shallow believer, became a priest. However, this also made Salty Meow give up on the idea of killing him. It was difficult for a devout believer to give up belief, but it was different for a shallow believer. These 100-odd half-orcs were only the preliminary selection. Only those who chose to give up their belief would be brought back, and the rest would be turned into experience points and contribution points. After all, even a shallow believer had the risk of becoming a devout believer. Of course, even a non-believer could become a devout believer or even a fanatic. The safest way was to simply convert these half-orcs and humans to the Yggdrasil world tree. That way, they could also get the priest's mission for free. However, Salty Meow did not think that she was that easy to deal with. She did not expect to spend most of her energy on these half-orcs and humans. She only wanted to ensure that they had no way out. In fact, the method was very simple. She revealed a devilish smile and whispered into the ears of the players beside her. That player's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked down. After a while, he returned with 2 small idols in his hands. The idols were made by the players out of clay at the last minute. It was not difficult for some veteran players who were good at earth magic. One was a replica of the god of winter and the hunt, Balur, worshipped by the half-orc tribe. The other was the god of darkness and shadows, Hodir. It was made according to the screenshots of the players in the Underground War. The former was the true god worshipped by the half-orcs, and the latter was the true god worshipped by the mercenaries of the Sauron merchant group. Unlike the idols worshipped in the temple, these idols were not baptized by the power of faith and could not receive the true god's descent. However, they had a strong symbolic meaning. Salty Meow smiled as she walked up to the half-orcs and human mercenaries and put down the 2 idols. Then, she smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't have to surrender. Everyone, we won't be able to forgive you even if you surrender, unless you renounce your beliefs and become faithless. Here, these are the idols of the true gods you believe in. The god of winter and the hunt. And the god of darkness and shadows are both decent gods. Everyone, spit before you leave." Her voice was sweet and pleasant. However, in the ears of the half-orcs and mercenaries, she sounded like a devil in elf skin. Spit, spit before leaving, towards the statues of the true gods. After hearing Salty Meow's words, the orcs and human captives were dumbfounded. The dignity of the true gods was not to be blasphemed. If someone really did that, they would be done for. Although these statues were only taken out temporarily by the elves and were not consecrated in the temple, they were still the representatives of the true gods. In the world of seekers where the true gods existed, the statues that represented the true gods had some sort of connection with the true gods, even if there was no communication with the true gods through the power of faith. Even if blaspheming such statues did not attract the attention of the true gods, they would be labeled as blasphemers. The collapse of one's faith was absolute, and could not be forgiven. In that case, there was no turning back, and they would definitely not be tolerated by the church they originally believed in. Vicious, how vicious, the orcs and human mercenaries were horrified. It was only because they were shallow believers. If devout believers were to hear such an order from the elves, they would rather be killed. But even shallow believers, blasphemy was enough to cause a huge impact on their worldview and beliefs. The orcs and mercenaries did not expect the elves to give such an order. Battles between the true gods were usually very restrained, especially when it came to the dignity of the true gods. This method could be said to be no different from the audacious followers of the evil god. Evil gods. The terrifying existence in the elven forest must be an evil god. Cell, who was frightened by Salty Meow's words, muttered to himself. The captives gradually became restless. Seeing that the captives were terrified, but no one moved, the players became impatient. They had been staying here for too long. There were so many spoils of war this time, and transporting them back was not a small task. Previously, the orcs had successfully escaped, so they were a little worried that the orcs' reinforcements would arrive if they delayed for too long. Noticing the impatience of the other players, Salty Meow thought for a while and repeated, "Hurry up and choose, blasphemy, or death." She winked at Meryl and pulled out a shiny gemstone from her bosom and threw it at him. Meryl's eyes lit up. It hurriedly reached out to take the gemstone and put it away happily. Then, it cooperated and used its dragon power to intimidate. As soon as the dragon's might was released, the half-beastmen and humans felt an incomparably terrifying aura descend upon them, causing their hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble in fear. Some of the weaker captives were unable to withstand the pressure and directly knelt on the ground. For a moment, their expressions became even more terrified. However, even though they were terrified, even though they were afraid, there was still no one who stood out. Seeing this, Salty Meow frowned slightly. She found that although these half-orcs and humans were shallow believers, their faith was much more persistent than she had imagined. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the elves would have a bad impression of players who made fun of the goddess in the elven forest, even if it was just one sentence. The NPCs in Elven Nation really valued their faith. Salty Meow's gaze wandered around the captives, and finally stopped on the only half-orc priest. Her heart skipped a beat, and the corners of her mouth curled up again. If she remembered correctly, it was this priest's surrender that caused a series of chain reactions, which led to the complete collapse of the orc tribe that originally had some resistance. Perhaps she had to start with him. Thinking of this, she looked at Cell with a smile and said, "You first." For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Cell. Cell was speechless. Looking at Salty Meow's smile, he felt his scalp tingle. At the same time, he felt that he was being stared at by many eyes. Those were the elves who killed without batting an eyelid. It was as if he said no, they would attack in the next second and send him back to the kingdom of gods. No. Although he was a priest, he was a defective one. Even if he died, he would not be able to return to the kingdom of gods. If he died, he died. At this moment, Cell felt his heart turn cold. Still, did he have a choice? He surrendered in the beginning because he wanted to live. He was afraid of death, really afraid of death. A good death was better than a bad life. After struggling for a while, Cell finally stood out. At this moment, his face was ashen and his eyes were dull. Seeing him stand out, the other half-orcs widened their eyes in disbelief. For a moment, the captives were even more restless. Feeling the piercing gazes on him, Cell gritted his teeth and walked in front of the statue of the god in Allure. Pooey, he looked solemn as he spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The moment he blasphemed the statue, the power of faith in Cell's body suddenly shattered. His strength that was originally at the lower silver level was like a punctured balloon, instantly falling. In just a few seconds, he lost all the power of a priest and became an ordinary half-orc. Betraying the true god naturally meant losing the power bestowed by the true god. Feeling the disappearance of the power of faith in his body, Cell was not disappointed. Instead, he felt relieved. The most painful thing was to make up one's mind to betray. After the betrayal, one would become numb. He sat on the ground and seemed to have lost all his strength. He stared blankly in front of him, his eyes full of confusion about the future. He did not even respond when Salty Meow said, "Very good, you can stay." The fact that the only priest had blasphemed the statue once again stimulated the half-orcs who were not devout in the first place. At this moment, many people felt that something in their hearts had collapsed. Before anyone could step forward to blaspheme, the players were surprised and happy to notice that the light of faith in many half-orcs had dissipated. Under the gaze of the eye of faith, they had become green non-believers. Under the continuous threat of the black dragon Meryl and Salty Meow's urging, more and more half-orcs and humans chose to blaspheme the statue. More than 100 captives, except for a slightly older half-orc who chose to commit suicide by smashing into a rock at the side, the rest of them blasphemed the statue and became non-believers. Let's bury him. Looking at the corpse of the only half-orc, Salty Meow sighed. His gaze was slightly complicated. Elven Nation was like this. When you treated the characters in the game as data, there would always be unexpected things that would make you realize that the NPCs you came into contact with and recognized were not just data, but real people with flesh and blood. At least, they were like real people. Even if they were enemies. The half-orc priest Ju Shan who sacrificed himself for the tribe was like this. The Lionheart King Imsh who sacrificed himself for the tribe was like this. The old half-orc who chose to die was also like this. Even if they were enemies, Salty Meow felt some admiration when he saw similar NPCs. Of course, admiration was admiration, and the game had to continue. The half-orcs who chose to die were worthy of admiration, but the half-orcs who chose to defect, they were also treasures. Thinking of this, Salty Meow looked at the captives who had become more obedient after blaspheming the statue and gave the order to return. They had gained enough from this trip, and they had to bring back the spoils of war. Of course, the players who had tasted the sweetness of victory were now looking forward to finding the next half-orc tribe. Cell did not know how he followed the elves out of the desert of death. After blaspheming the statue of the true god, he had been muddle-headed and felt empty in his heart. Did he regret it? Perhaps there was, but compared to regret, what made him feel particularly ashamed was that he felt relieved that he had survived. Not only that, but he also felt fortunate that he had not been punished by the gods even though he had blasphemed the statue of the true god. Of course, at this moment, he understood that he would probably never be able to return to the desert of death. Blasphemers were even more unforgivable than heretics. Just like this, he went with the flow, with confusion about the future, through the Gloom mountain range, through the Gloom canyon, and arrived at the magnificent ruins of the elven city in the canyon. No. Perhaps it could not be called a ruin anymore. There were already some faint signs of prosperity here. On the other hand, Cell had also heard of this famous elf city ruins. This was one of the 7 elven cities, Rivendell. When they arrived, they were quickly greeted by a large number of elves. Cell swore that he had never seen so many elves in his entire life. Their equipment was slightly worse than the elves who had captured him, but they were all running and jumping, and their style was no different from the ones who had captured them. It was obvious that they were the evil elves who believed in evil gods. These elves surrounded them and pointed at them, their eyes shining as they whispered to each other. Those eyes were very similar to the greedy eyes of the human merchants when Cell sold the elves to them. However, Cell did not stay in Rivendell for long before he was brought into the deep mine by the elves. Then, each of them was given a number by the elves, forced to sign a slave contract, and given an iron pickaxe. Your task is to mine. Those who dig more will have meat to eat, those who dig less will have their meals cut in half. As long as you do well, we will not mistreat you. The elves said so. They became miners. Miners, huh? But, it's better than being dead. Finally settling down, Cell heaved a sigh of relief. At least, these elves really did not intend to kill them. They did not make them into skewers and barbecue them like in the legends. With some rejoicing and some helplessness, Cell picked up the iron pickaxe. The first batch of players to enter the Death Desert was about 2,000 people. Most of them moved in groups, and they were mainly led by the 4 major guilds. As time passed, the players sent back more and more information from the Death Desert. The new map was perfected with the players' continuous exploration, and many species unique to the Death Desert were recorded in the game's database. Of course, the main characters of the Death Desert, the orcs, were the focus of the players' attention. The coordinates of the orc strongholds were marked on the map one after another. However, many of the coordinates were erased not long after they were marked. Some of them did not even have time to be marked, because they were all wiped out by the players. However, these were mostly small tribes that were easily wiped out by the players. As they explored the Death Desert, the players were surprised to find that the orcs were not as poor as they thought. On the contrary, every Beastman tribe had accumulated a lot of wealth. In particular, the orcs and the Sauron's Chamber of Commerce had frequent exchanges recently, and many tribes had gathered large amounts of war materials. These materials that had not been put into use in time were mostly taken advantage of by the players. Ransacking the orc tribes gradually became the most enthusiastic thing for the wasteland reclaimers. Of course, there were successful attacks, and naturally, there were unsuccessful ones. After all, not every orc tribe was as weak as Sel's tribe. Similarly, as the players went deeper into the Death Desert and fought with the orcs' movements and plans gradually became clear under the players' exploration. The orcs in the Death Desert were indeed preparing for war. This time, they planned to go all out. Their target was the elf forest. However, compared to the orcs' next move, the players were more interested in the harvest in the Death Desert. It was enough for the higher-ups to worry about the decision-making team. Even if the sky fell, the goddess would hold it up. They only needed to fight wherever the goddess pointed. Especially after the Meng Committee's wasteland reclaimers returned, the war mission in the Death Desert was pushed to a climax again. They brought back more than 100 orcs and human slaves. Not only that, but they also turned them into miners. After practical experiments, these orcs, who had been forced to abandon their beliefs, seemed to be doing well. This operation made the remaining players' eyes light up. After all, the elf forest was lacking in labor, especially Rivendell's miners. Because of the magic gun, the price of mithril and magic stones in the elf forest was 4 to 5 times higher than during the third beta test. It could be said that whoever controlled the mines would be able to become rich. Moreover, even if they did not use the orcs themselves, the captured orcs could be sold to the dwarves in the underworld at a good price. For a moment, the players' attention gathered on the Death Desert again. But this time, they were not only envious of the orcs' heads, but also the tribe's resources. They were also envious of the orcs themselves. After the Meng Committee's chairman, Salty Meow, enthusiastically shared his experience of capturing orcs on the forum, the players' enthusiasm was completely ignited. The players' actions were also seen by Eve, who had been watching the screen. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. As long as they don't bring believers back, don't let them enter the elf forest, and don't really blaspheme the statue of the true God, the rest. Let them be. She shook her head secretly. The idol that was worshipped was different from the idol that the players made at the last minute. If it was really desecrated, it might really lead to divine punishment. Not only that, it was very likely that the other party would follow the players who were causing trouble and sense Eve. Of course, now that Eve already had an avatar, it was not a big deal even if she was sensed, but the players who were courting death were definitely going to die. Although Allure was not as powerful as the Eternal Lord, a true god was a true god after all. The anger of a true god was not something that the players could bear. However, Salty Meow has written in the strategy guide that for safety reasons, the players should prepare their own idols. There shouldn't be anyone courting death, right? Eve murmured. However, as if responding to Eve's sigh, not long after she had this thought, she instantly sensed that dozens of players in the Desert of Death had died. It was less than a second before and after they died. And it was a complete death, the kind that did not even have time to recover most of the remaining life energy. At the same time, Eve suddenly sensed a familiar force in the unseen world that wanted to follow the players' deaths to find her game network. It was just that her game network and the Faith network were connected. Here, Eve was the master. So, she just had a thought and blocked the other party. She even gave up the last bit of life energy that could be recovered, so that the other party could not even touch her. But faintly, before she blocked the other party, Eve seemed to hear a roar that seemed to come from the distant void. That roar, majestic, vast, the content was blasphemer. Die. Eve was speechless. She was silent for a moment, reached out and tapped lightly in the air, connected to the dozens of players who died, and pulled up the scene before they died. It was a small guild's exploration team. Like the other players, they also targeted a small tribe and learned from the Meng Committee's night attack and succeeded in winning. Of course, because they had too few people, they cooperated with a few other small guilds during the battle. And in the last 10 seconds of the scene, they were in the tent of the half-orc tribe. making the half-orc captive spit on the idol of Allure. It was the statue of the god of Allure that was worshipped by the half-orc tribe. Then, a dazzling radiance blossomed from the statue, and the power of faith condensed within it turned into a huge bolt of lightning. Under the horrified gazes of the orcs and the astonished gazes of the players, it struck down, rumble, light flooded everything. Then, it turned into darkness. Vaguely, an angry roar could be heard from afar, blasphemer. Die. That familiar tone, that familiar style, it was Allure, the god of winter and the hunt. His voice was filled with uncontrollable anger, like an erupting volcano. Eve, at this moment, he fell into silence. In the next second, Eve sensed that dozens of elves glowing with holy light had appeared on her body. They were the players who had been killed by the lightning and resurrected using their spare bodies according to Eve's resurrection procedure. Their expressions were still a little dazed, as if they had not realized what had happened. But soon, someone burst into laughter. Pfft! Ha ha ha, we're dead. We're dead. Ha ha ha, someone slapped his thigh and suddenly realized. F***ck. It turns out that we can't spit on the real statue. It really incurred the wrath of God? However, he was soon despised by other players. You just realized it. Didn't you pay attention to the previous plot of Maple Leaf City? Demacia and the others attracted the wrath of God by splashing feces on the statue of the Lord of Eternity. I've already advised you. You just didn't listen because you were lazy. Now, you're directly returned to the resurrection point. After being ridiculed, the player who came to a realization smiled embarrassedly. Isn't that a fluke? Who knew that there would really be a wrath of God? Ahem, it's okay. The coordinates are still there. We can go back again, and pick up the equipment we dropped. Sigh. Now, we're going to waste a lot of time. We have to run a long way to and fro. I just hope that the equipment is still there. Don't be like the last time when the orcs picked up the equipment after the guild was annihilated and chased for a long time before catching up. After the players died in the desert of death, the equipment bound to them could not be teleported back. However, the coordinates could be displayed on the minimap. Therefore, the players would either travel together and take care of each other, helping each other to collect the equipment after the other's death, or they would follow the coordinates on the minimap to pick up the equipment after death. Of course, considering that there were often enemies present when the guild was annihilated, it would be more difficult for the latter to retrieve the equipment, and if they provoked those large tribes with large numbers of people, if they couldn't get the equipment back, they would unbind themselves, wash up, and go to sleep, lest they dragged on for too long and ate the bound contribution of the equipment. But soon, the player who was laughing embarrassedly could not laugh anymore. F***ck. Why is my bound equipment gone? Looking at the empty minimap, his expression changed. How can the bound equipment be gone? Did you forget to bind it? The other players mocked. Of course, they soon became furious. F***ck. My equipment is gone too. It's gone. It's not on the minimap. It's not in the personal binding information either. Don't talk about the equipment. My magic pet is dead too. When these players confirmed repeatedly and found that all their bound equipment was gone, and even the magic pets in the magic pet bar were all dead, they instantly fell into wailing. Bug. This must be a bug. I want to complain to the official website. I want to complain to the official website. Ah. My storage ring, ah. The storage ring that I just exchanged. There are still the modification materials for the magic gun that I saved with great difficulty in it. My magic pet. My beloved crypt spider. I licked it for a long time before Rose gave it to me. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought it to the desert of death. These resurrected players were completely crazy. Eve was speechless. Looking at these wailing players, she fell into silence again. After a long time, she let out a long sigh. I should have understood that there will never be a lack of players who seek death in the game. A true god was a true god after all. Under God's punishment, everything was gone. The players were not legendary professions who could resist God's punishment, and the equipment in their hands were not divine artifacts. Naturally, they were all turned into ashes under Allure's lightning. Of course, those magical beasts were the same. It could only be said that they were unlucky. And from that day onwards, the players of Elven Kingdom finally learned the fifth taboo after "Don't joke about the goddess in front of the NPC, don't eat meat in front of Alice, don't ask the crypt spider to mine, and don't call yourself Meryl Black Dragon. Don't blaspheme the statue of the goddess. Even if it was an enemy of the true God. Don't seek death. If you seek death, you will go bankrupt." This was the lesson of blood and tears. Blaspheming the statue of the true God would incur the wrath of the true God, which would then explode the power of faith in the statue and destroy everything around it. When players were wiped out because of this, it became a new public taboo. Even Eve thought so. However, just when she thought that no one would seek death, not long after, she felt the god's punishment of Allure several times in a row. Why are there more? She was a little stunned. When she looked over and saw who had triggered the god's punishment, the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. A red afro with a despicable expression on his face. It was the publicly recognized #1 troublemaker in Elven Kingdom, the bottom line of NPC's favorability, the creator of the Amway Chamber of Commerce, and the pioneer of group preaching, Xianxia. In the scene replay, this guy, who had been secretly changed by Eve to only be able to draw white equipment for the rest of his life because of the book, was peeing on the statue of Allure naked. Of course, after that, there was a flash of lightning that sent his consciousness back to the world tree. Eve was speechless. Why is it him again? She felt a headache. Although it was not that no one had ever blasphemed the statue of the true God in history, and the other true gods would not be dissatisfied with Eve because of the blasphemy of the statue of the true God. At most, Allure would be more hostile to Eve, but if this continued, the cost of his resurrection would increase exponentially. However, soon, Eve knew Xianxia's purpose. Because he had posted on the forum. The title of the post was simple and crude as usual: Xianxia teaches you how to blaspheme the statue of the true God. The content was as follows: Hello everyone. I'm Xianxia, he. Today, I'll teach you a new trick. I believe everyone has heard about the Black Cat mercenary group's annihilation a few days ago. Yes, it was the guild that did not follow Salty Meow's strategy and directly blasphemed the real statue of the true God. Because of this, everyone realized that the statue of the true God in Elven Kingdom cannot be blasphemed. However, after knowing all this, I have some new ideas. Actually, this is also an inspiration that I had long ago. The cause was the previous Maple Leaf City mission. Everyone knows that when we were in Maple Leaf City, in order to attract the attention of the Lord of Eternity, we snuck into the Church of Eternity as believers of despair and splashed feces on the Statue of Eternity. This caused the true God to punish us and destroy the entire temple. We even splashed dirty water on the Dragon of Despair who was hiding in Maple Leaf City at that time, causing a battle between the true gods. At that time, I noticed the power of the divine punishment in this game. God's punishment is indeed God's punishment. I still have a screenshot of it. That scene, TSK. It's like throwing a strategic missile. Picture, look at this destructive power. It was simply terrifying. At that time, the entire temple was reduced to ashes. After that time, I became a little interested in blaspheming the statue. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance after that, and I didn't dare to blaspheme the statue of the goddess, so I kept delaying it. Until a few days ago. After the Black Cat mercenary group was wiped out for blaspheming the statue, I had another idea. After that, I tried a few times. Just like them, I also attracted God's punishment. It almost destroyed the oasis that I was in at that time. Here, this is a screenshot that I asked someone to take. The scene was tragic. I heard that not even ashes were left of me. Picture, after that, I tried a few more times and found that the god's punishment is different for different tribes. It seems to have something to do with the size of the tribe. However, I'm guessing that it has something to do with the power of faith contained in the statue. This is a comparison of the power of the god's punishment after blaspheming the statue according to the size of the tribe. Picture. I have to say, the god's punishment in this game is really too powerful. Although the god's punishment in Allure is not quite the same as the god's punishment directly sent down by the Lord of Eternity, which directly detonates the power of faith in the statue and turns it into a thunderbolt that explodes a large area, the power is still terrifying, especially as the size of the tribe increases, the power of the god's punishment will also increase. In a large tribe, I think that even the black dragon Meryl won't be able to withstand it. Who knows, maybe even Big Sister won't be able to withstand it. Speaking of which, I think the friends who are familiar with my operation already know what I want to say, right? This is a god's punishment? No. This is an indiscriminate AoE attack. The kind with terrifying destructive power. If that's the case, we can use this god's punishment mechanism in reverse. Friends who have already entered the Desert of Death should know that the half-orcs in the Desert of Death live in tribes. Generally, they can be divided into 3 types: large, medium, and small. A small tribe has at most 1,000 people, and the large guilds can take it down with a sneak attack. A medium tribe has thousands of people, and if the large guilds don't cooperate, there's no way to take it down. As for a large tribe with tens of thousands of people, I reckon that everyone has to unite to take it down. Otherwise, we can only harass it bit by bit from the periphery. However, now that there's a god's punishment, I have a flash of inspiration and have a new idea. The god's punishment attacks indiscriminately, and the larger the tribe, the stronger the power in the statue, and the stronger the god's punishment. So, we can infiltrate those tribes that we can't defeat and blaspheme the statue to trigger the god's punishment. It's best to lure the higher-ups of the half-orcs over and let everyone self-destruct together. As long as those upper silver or even gold professionals are gone, no matter how many half-orcs there are left, we can slowly grind them to death. Sacrificing a little in exchange for huge gains. Isn't this a new strategy? Of course, we won't be able to get EXP from those NPCs who were executed by the god's punishment. However, medium and large tribes are so rich. Even if we lose a little EXP, we can still eat the other half-orcs and resources. It's definitely a huge profit. Furthermore, if there really are half-orc professionals who are not dead but are seriously injured by the god's punishment, we might even have a chance to pick up some scraps. This new playstyle, I call it the god's punishment style. Of course, please take off all your equipment before you seek death. Otherwise, it won't be the god's punishment style, but the style of bankruptcy. The post ended there. In the comment section, it naturally attracted the attention of other players. The replies of 2 players that Eve was more familiar with were even pushed to the top of the list. Limu, this is amazing. Optimists, damn. Why didn't I think of it? Demacia, you always come up with new tricks. Eve's wife is mine, ha. Is this the upgraded version of the sacrificial style? Blaspheme the statue and trigger the god's punishment, kill the half-orcs. Ha. Study hard and improve every day, isn't Allure too pitiful? You even got the god's punishment for free. The comment section was filled with a lively atmosphere, as well as restless people who were eager to give it a try. Looking at the excited players, Eve opened her mouth but was speechless. She realized that she had underestimated the players too much. She had underestimated their spirit of seeking death, and also underestimated their creativity in playstyles. In fact, if she recalled how some players had manipulated the rules after they had been established, she would be able to understand. Don't joke about the goddess in front of the NPCs, because this would decrease the goddess' favorability. Therefore, among the players, there were those who deliberately created rumors about their competitors in front of the simple-minded NPCs, directly causing the NPCs to receive a series of system messages that said, "How much has the favorability of XXX decreased?" Don't ask the crypt spiders to dig for ores, because the crypt spiders love to eat these 2 minerals. However, after the magic guns, the price of mithril and magic stones soared, and the various large guilds started to compete with each other regarding the mining of ores. Making use of the crypt spiders' preferences to throw small crypt spiders, large crypt spiders, and so on into each other's minds when their competitors were not paying attention was purely a normal operation. Don't call Meryl the Black Dragon, because Meryl hated being called the Black Dragon the most. Therefore, among the players, there were those who did the opposite, wantonly praising the little black dragon's benevolence and nobility, comparing it to the world's most righteous silver dragon, and successfully tricking the little black dragon, who was not very bright to begin with, into dizziness, and obtaining a lot of private missions, dragon scales, and dragon saliva for free. Of course, in the end, Salty Meow could not stand it anymore, and indirectly reminded Meryl, only then did the little black dragon wake up. With such a variety of operations, even if it was a publicly acknowledged taboo, the players would still play tricks on it. And this time it was the same. Therefore, after Damasia's post, not only did the number of players desecrating the statue not decrease, but it increased instead. Even the cost of reviving them for Eve had increased by quite a bit. However, although the cost of reviving them was high, Eve received more life force feedback instead. Because as Demacia had said, the players were not completely seeking death, but were using this method to freeload off Allur's divine punishment to attack the orc tribe. Eve did not know whether to laugh or cry at this result. The players were having fun, and Eve was happily eating life force. However, a certain unlucky true god who was targeted was really depressed. Heaven realm, cold winter, and hunting god kingdom. Dark clouds rolled in the boundless sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, brewing a restless and oppressive atmosphere. However, the petitioners in the god kingdom seemed to be used to this. They just lowered their heads devoutly, silently praying. The weather of the god kingdom often represented the mood of the true god. And there was no doubt that His Highness God-Father was angry again. The true god was angry, and the sky changed color. Feeling this mighty divine power, although there were still many petitioners who fell into panic, most of them were already used to it. It couldn't be helped. In the last 1 or 2 years, His Highness God-Father seemed to be angry more and more. If they felt the anger of the true god every day, even the most devout petitioner would eventually become numb. Ullr was very angry. He originally thought that being defeated by the despicable mortals when he used his god's descent incarnation was already unacceptable enough, but he didn't expect that today he would be humiliated even more. It was still those strange elves who were loyal to the evil god Eve, but this time, they actually dared to blaspheme his statue. How many years had it been? Ullr didn't know how many years it had been since he was treated like this. The statue of the true god was the face of the true god. Blaspheming the statue was tantamount to slapping the true god's face, not to mention, this kind of statue had a connection with the true god. Everything that was done to the statue, in a sense, the true god could directly sense it. It was as if you were sitting in your own divine kingdom, listening to the petitioners chanting your honorific name, and enjoying the power of faith offered by the believers. How delightful. Suddenly, someone called out to you, and after you answered, they spat a mouthful of phlegm on your head, urinated on you, or even splashed you with feces. Too much. Really too much. Lawless. He was truly lawless. Of course, in the history of the wars between the true gods, it wasn't like there weren't any fanatics who did this, but generally, fanatics who did this would be directly killed by the true god's punishment. This was the tacit understanding between the true gods. The true god could directly take action against the mortals who blasphemed the statue of the true god, without considering anything else. But this was where the problem lay. Ordinary mortal creatures would be punished by the gods after offending the gods. Death was nothing. But these strange fellows, even if you killed them once, they would still revive. In fact, Ullr had more or less guessed how the elves were resurrected. After all, the evil god Eve had the staff of life, and she was suspected to be a subordinate god of the death god. In theory, she could revive her believers. This was truly disgusting. It was equivalent to the effect of your divine punishment not being achieved at all. At most, it would cause the true god to lose some of his power to revive his believers. What was even more disgusting was that you could even sense the same existence coming to blaspheme the statue time and time again with a mischievous smile. Mockery. This was a blatant mockery of a true god. Ullr was really pissed off. He didn't know what was wrong with these long years that they had to go against his idol. However, this doubt only lasted a few times. Because he soon discovered that the ultimate goal of these abominable elves was not to blaspheme the idol, but to use the divine punishment mechanism he left in the idol to perish together with his half-orc believers. Every time one of these elves died, a group of half-orc believers would be buried with him. And this discovery made Ullr's anger rise to a new peak. Mockery, using the divine punishment of a true god as a tool to deal with the true god's own forces. This was undoubtedly more excessive mockery than blasphemy against a true god. It was also a blasphemy that a true god could not tolerate. Like other true gods, Ullr's divine punishment was also a punishment that did not distinguish between friend and foe. This was because the punishment that did not distinguish between friend and foe was the most severe punishment of all. It also showed that the dignity of a true god could not be blasphemed. Not to mention, the idols that were worshipped were often carefully stored by the believers. Under such circumstances, they could still be blasphemed. Other than the blasphemer who could not be forgiven, the believers who guarded the idols also had to bear a great responsibility. Therefore, the target of the divine punishment was not only the blasphemer, but also the derelict among the believers. However, this was where the problem came from. The only intelligent race in the desert of death was the half-orcs, and they were the kind that was not very bright. Everyone was a believer of Ullr. Usually, the place where the idols were worshipped was not guarded. Who would have thought that a group of fearless fellows would suddenly rush in to blaspheme? Moreover, they used the most severe method, and there were no repetitions. This was about to bring up another point. The divine punishment also had a degree, and it would be determined according to the degree of blasphemy. Blasphemy could be light or heavy. Cursing a true God in front of the idols was a form of blasphemy. After cursing, peeing on the idols was also a form of blasphemy. After cursing, peeing, and then throwing feces on the idols was also a form of blasphemy. The more serious the blasphemy, the more severe the punishment. And the abominable thing was that these elves, without exception, all chose the most unscrupulous blasphemy. Peeing and throwing feces on the idols were already normal operations. What was even more excessive was that they even brought goblins along and used mental control to control goblins to do indescribable things to the idols. Intolerable, really intolerable, not to mention a true god. Even if an ordinary half-orc encountered such a thing, he would not be able to tolerate it. All kinds of blasphemy, even if Ullr knew that there were believers of his own nearby, but without the most severe divine punishment, he could not accept it. Of course, it was not that he did not consider changing the range of divine punishment to a targeted divine punishment, only punishing these elves. But every time this thought arose in his heart, it was quickly suppressed by the pride of a true god. The range of divine punishment was a common divine punishment between true gods. If he did so, he would always have a feeling that he had lost, not to mention, to be able to let these elves blaspheme the idols. It was a dereliction of duty by the believers in itself. However, although he was angry, Ullr was still sober. He quickly issued an oracle through the royal court, asking each tribe to look after their idols and not be blasphemed by the evil elves. As for the standard of divine punishment, Ullr was not prepared to change. He could not change either. He absolutely could not change. Because this was also the face of a true god. This was a matter of principle. If he changed the standard of divine punishment just because of the provocation of some elves, and changed the range of attacks to only targeted elves, then Ullr was equivalent to pulling himself to the same level as these elves. Who was he? He was a true god high above. How could he change his way of doing things because of these dirty and evil fellows? In a sense, this was like bowing down to the elves. Bowing down, never. This was something that Ullr absolutely could not tolerate. Of course, if Eve knew his thoughts, she would not be able to help but laugh at him. If she was Ullr, she would definitely directly change the standard of divine punishment, and change the range of attacks to single targets. Excessive persistence was not pride, but arrogance. And the true gods of the world of seekers had been high above for too long, and they had long been used to being arrogant. Arrogantly treating weak existences, there would eventually be a day when they would be overturned. The elves that declined thousands of years ago, and even the megalosaurus and titans that declined tens of thousands of years ago, and even the ancient gods. Wasn't it all because of this? Unfortunately, this was only Eve's opinion. However, Ullr's oracle was still effective in the end. After he gave the order to protect the statue of God, the difficulty of the player's attack also rose sharply. Sigh. Another group of half-orcs is guarding it. How did they react so quickly? Outside a medium-sized tribe, a player looked helplessly at the sacrificial tent that was strictly guarded by the half-orcs. Yes, all the tribes marked on the small map are like this. I heard that the First Legion even encountered a gold professional who personally protected the statue of God. It's really scary, another player said. Could it be that the game officials saw our operation and forcibly increased the difficulty of the mission? Isn't this too cruel? Some players guessed with uncertainty. It shouldn't be. According to the usual mechanism of Elven Kingdom, it's possible that the AI of the half-orcs reacted. Some players shook their heads. Sigh. The reaction is too fast. I haven't had enough fun yet. The players sighed one after another. They had already tasted the sweetness of the god's punishment style, which was used to deal with medium-sized and large tribes. In particular, once they attacked the statue of God, it would alert the higher-ups of the tribe, and it would be easier to wipe out the high-end combat power of the half-orcs in one fell swoop. However, when the half-orcs prepared the best defense in advance, it was really difficult. The players still did not know that it was Allure who gave the oracle. They only thought that because the elves harassed them too much, the half-orcs would have realized the problem even if they were slow to react. Therefore, each tribe strengthened the guard of the statue of God. Not to mention the small tribes, no matter how well the statue of God was protected, it was no match for the big guilds. However, with the actions of the medium-sized tribes and the big tribes, it was difficult for the players to attack, especially the big tribes, which had a lot of people and often had powerhouses in charge. Those were the real powerhouses. Previously, when the Lionheart King Imsh launched an army to invade the Elven Forest, the powerhouses did not join. There was no lack of terrifying existences. As long as such existences were determined to protect the statue of God, the players had no chance at all. In this regard, Eve, who had been paying attention to the battle of wits and courage between the players and the half-orcs in the Desert of Death, also shook her head slightly. It is indeed a small trick, the god's punishment style. In the end, the key to the problem is still Allure. If he is determined to intervene, as long as he changes the standard of God's punishment, the players will definitely have no chance. But now, even if he doesn't change it and only strengthens the defense, there is no difference. However, just as the players were dejected, just as Eve felt that the god's punishment style was going bankrupt, the developer of this fancy operation, Xianxia, posted again. The title was related to the movements of the half-orcs and also related to the gameplay of the god's punishment style, a little idea on how to develop the god's punishment style under the protection of the half-orcs. Another post? Eve, who had noticed the developments in the forum, also had a thought. She opened it curiously and browsed. Hello everyone, I'm Xianxia, I'm back. Looking at the title, I think everyone should know what I'm going to say this time. That's right, this time, let's talk about the god's punishment style again. Previously, I developed this new gameplay through the god's punishment mechanism, and it has been tried and tested. But, it's obvious that the NPC intelligence in the Elven Kingdom is very high. It has only been a few days, and many half-orc tribes have become vigilant and are guarding the statues to death. This is also a problem that everyone is having a headache about now. But in my opinion, there is also a solution to this problem. And the solution lies in the small tribes. As everyone knows, the half-orc tribes have many people and powerhouses. As long as they are careful enough, we players will not be able to cause trouble. But it's different for the small tribes. The small tribes are very weak. Even if they guard to death, they will not be able to resist our combined attack. So, I would like to provide a new idea now. That is, using small means to win big means. What do you mean by using small means to win big means? In conclusion, it's to attack the small tribes, get their statues, and secretly store them, then go to the medium and large tribes to blaspheme the statues. Although the god's punishment of the statues in the small tribes is not very powerful, after my research, I found that the power of the god's punishment is not only related to the size of the tribe, but also to the method of blasphemy. Here, I'll recommend an extremely effective method. It's a little cheap, but it's tried and tested. That is to find a mage player who knows how to control the mind, catch a goblin, and bring the goblin along when blaspheming the statue. Control the goblin to do some shameful things to the statue. Believe me, this is the most effective method to blaspheme the statue after I've tried it many times. With such a method of provocation and a certain amount of verbal attack, no matter how small the tribe is, it will definitely cause a storm. The medium and large tribes can protect the statues, but they can only protect the statues inside and cannot guard against attacks from the outside. Using this method is enough to make them suffer. Once there's an opportunity to use the power of the god's punishment of the small tribe to disrupt the medium and large tribes and even injure the guardians of the statues, then take the opportunity to obtain the statues of the medium and large tribes. Everything will be rich. However, there's one thing to say. Before collecting the statues of the small tribes, you have to be respectful and not attract the attention of Allure. Also, you have to be careful of the believers and priests of the small tribes praying to the statues. If someone prays and is discovered, then when he obtains the statues, he will incur the god's punishment. And if everything goes well, you'll realize that no matter how well a middle-sized beastman tribe or a large tribe protects the statue, they won't be able to withstand the divine punishment from the heavens. The post ended there. After reading Damasia's post, Eve couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is really cheap." Damasia's post provided a new idea for the god's punishment style that was at a bottleneck. For a time, robbing the Ullur statues of the small tribes became the most popular activity of the gamers. Even Eve didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw this strange phenomenon. Meanwhile, Damasia's method of blasphemy was widely welcomed even as the majority of players commented that it was despicable. Because it was really useful. Goblins were creatures that even the Seekers didn't like. In slang, their names were used to scold people. Only Damasia would be able to think of such an existence to desecrate the statue in such a manner. With the development of new techniques, the desert of death was in chaos again. The rumbling of thunder continued to roar in the desert of death. Every roar represented the misfortune of a medium and large tribe. However, this phenomenon didn't last long. The gamers were only lively for a few days before they completely gave up on the god's punishment style. There was no other reason. Because Ullur's god's punishment was no longer an area attack. It changed to a single entity. Update complete. Spicy end of month. Seeking a guaranteed monthly vote in July. Rolling, smiley face, angle. The reason why Ullur's divine punishment could be used by the players was because it was an AoE attack. Naturally, the players gave up on it after it was changed to a single target attack against the players who blasphemed the statue. As for the changes to the divine punishment mechanism, the players were naturally filled with complaints. Although some suspected that the players' divine punishment had attracted Ullur's attention and caused it to change the divine punishment, most players were more willing to believe that it was another suppression by the game officials against evil playstyles. After all, although Elven Nation had used countless opportunities to prove that the NPCs in the game would react accordingly to the players' actions, the existence of a true god was still a little distant and unreal to the players. Eve, on the other hand, also saw a large number of similar complaints on the official forum after Ullur changed the god's punishment. Damn. First, they strengthened the protection of the statue, and now they're directly changing the divine punishment. What are the officials trying to do? QAQ my divine punishment, I've only used it once. And it's sealed? Sigh. What a pity, ha ha ha. Who was the one who said that it was too despicable to be used? Now that it's sealed, why does it all smell so good? Sigh. One look and I know you haven't tried it, you know? Even if it was a statue of a small tribe, with the help of Damasia's strategy, it could unleash a divine punishment that could even annihilate a silver upper-level profession. How was this a divine punishment? This was a bomb. Not to mention the statues of the large tribes. Damn. Is the damage so high? No wonder, no wonder. What a pity. The forum was full of pity. However, Eve understood the players very well. Because for the players whose strongest ability was only a lower silver, Ullur's divine punishment was really too useful. At least, when the players used the divine punishment to attack the orcs, Eve, who was in control of the game system, could clearly feel that the players' attacking efficiency had greatly increased. The orc tribes marked in red on the minimap were decreasing, although the cost of resurrection was higher, the life force absorbed afterward was more. Eve was naturally happy to see this happen. However, just when Eve thought that this was the end, she saw Damasia's post again. This time, it was about the divine punishment. The title, Thoughts on Ullur's Divine Punishment After It Has Lost Its Effect. Divine punishment again? Is this guy addicted? Eve was very surprised. With curiosity, she opened the new post again. Hello everyone, I, Damasia, am here again. Looking at the title, you should know what I want to talk about this time. Divine punishment is still the same. First of all, although it's a pity. But now, Ullur's god's punishment has become a single target. Previously, using Ullur's statue to play god's punishment can be considered useless. However, the matter of Allur's divine punishment style has given me a lot of inspiration. Speaking of which, I want to make one thing clear to everyone, and that is the change in the divine punishment style this time. Is it because the official website treated our divine punishment style as a bug and fixed the loophole, or is it purely because our operation attracted Allur's attention? These are two completely different situations. If it is the former, then I can only say that our divine punishment style is really useless. But if it is the latter, there is still hope. Speaking of which, I want to mention another thing, and that is to ask everyone to open up your own thoughts. In this game, there is more than one true god in Allur. #doghead, Eve was speechless. More than one true god, he opened his mouth and suddenly had a bad premonition. Is this guy planning to target other true gods? Taking a deep breath, he continued to read, If it is really only Allur that changed the standard of divine punishment, then, we can think of a way to steal the statues of other true gods. Isn't that enough? Speaking of which, I think everyone should know who I am referring to. That's right. It is Lady Eve. No, this one will really be humanely destroyed by the NPCs, just kidding. It is not a goddess, but another existence that we old players have dealt with before, the Eternal Overlord. As everyone knows, the map of the human world, Maple Leaf Territory, has been open for a long time. Although there's no other good way to level up there apart from doing business and the occasional beast tied to satisfy our mercenary cravings, don't forget, there are also many small churches of the Eternal Overlord in the human villages in the Maple Leaf Territory. And every chapel has a statue of him. Although we are not at war with the humans now, according to the setting of the background, I am afraid that we will be enemies with them in the future. So, I think it is totally okay to target his statue. The churches in the human villages are not at all guarded. We can sneak in and steal the statue. If Allur's divine punishment is not enough, then why don't we change to another divine punishment? Use the Eternal Overlord's divine punishment to strike the half-orcs. And in the game setting, the Eternal Overlord is more powerful than the God of Winter and the God of Hunting. His divine punishment must be stronger. Let's not talk about anything else. Previously in the plot of Maple Leaf City, we even directly attracted a god's descent. That guy, half of the city was affected. Of course, in order to prevent an accident, we can't be so excessive when we desecrate his statue. We only need the normal divine punishment, and we have to hide our identity. It is best to use the transfiguration skill or transformation skill to become a half-orc before attacking. After attacking, we have to commit suicide on the spot. In short, we have to clear ourselves of suspicion. This is another idea that I provided. I think it is quite promising. I call this plan killing with a borrowed knife. Damasia's words were full of pride. After reading his idea, Eve was dumbfounded. This guy, he actually spread his idea directly through Allur's divine punishment and set his sights on the Eternal Overlord. He was indeed the most suicidal person in the whole server. However, although Eve herself very much wanted to see a dogfight between Allur and the Eternal Overlord, she clearly understood that it was impossible. A weak divine power and a great divine power were not on the same level at all. Even if it was slandering, someone had to believe it. The true gods were not fools. On this point, Eve did not think that Damasia's operation would be able to hide from the Eternal Overlord. Last time, the believers of despair were the scapegoats, and the players were in the dark from the beginning. But now that the players were fighting with the half-orcs, as long as they were not stupid, they could figure out what was going on. Of course, the divine punishment would definitely be attracted. But the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely be found out by the other party. If something went wrong, it was very likely that it would not be Allur dealing with Eve, but even the Eternal Overlord might be angered and deal with him directly. No. I'm not suitable to face too many enemies now. First, I'll deal with Allur, the God of Winter and the God of Hunting, and join forces with Hela to deal with Hodel, the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, and kill some evil gods along the way. To go against the Eternal Overlord, I have to at least wait until I have mid-level divine power. Eve shook her head repeatedly. With more enemies, the possibility of exposing one's true identity would be greater. And if one's true identity was exposed, one would definitely be besieged. Thinking of this, she silently opened the system network and added another restriction to the player's forbidden function. Without Eve's unlocking, one could not approach the statues of the other true gods except for Ullur, the god of winter and the god of hunting. But after he was done, he thought about it and changed it to, without Eve's unlocking, one could not approach the statues of the other true gods except for Ullur, the god of winter and the god of hunting, and Hodel, the god of darkness and shadows. Well, she had fallen out with these two, and their relationship could not be too bad. But for the other true gods, she could forget about it for the time being. Fortunately, I saw the post early. If there were really players who went to court death, it might really make a big deal out of it. Eve rubbed her temples. It could only be said that there was nothing that she could not think of that the players could not do. These guys, their thinking was really too jumpy, and they could always come up with some new tricks. However, although Eve prohibited the players from further courting death, Damasia's train of thought also gave her some ideas, blaspheming the statues. Well, although it's not very proper, considering the players' immortality, it's indeed a wretched and reliable way to discuss the gods and have excellent effects. Maybe not now, but if I really go to war with the Eternal Overlord in the future, it won't be too late to let them repeat similar things. She muttered to herself. Damasia's post was still not over, and there was still one last paragraph. And after Eve temporarily banned the players from contacting the statues of other true gods, she once again browsed through his post. Of course, this second train of thought is based on the situation where the second conjecture is true. If the officials really sealed the gods' punishment style, or if the first train of thought is also not successful, then we really have to say goodbye to this kind of gameplay. However, although we have to say goodbye, in the end, I think we can still use this opportunity to severely damage the morale of the half-orcs once again. Everyone has dealt with the half-orcs for so long, and you should have realized that most of these guys are one-track minded and not very smart. This also means that they are easier to fool, and it's easier to stir up emotions. This will start with the god's punishment. Although Ullur's god's punishment can't be used by us, we can use it to create rumors. What do you mean that the power of the god's punishment has decreased? It must be that Ullur's power has weakened. Previously, when the elves desecrated the statue, the half-orcs had to pay the bill. Ullur doesn't even care about its own believers. Also, the elves took action, and Ullur couldn't even stop the desecration of the statue. His time has passed, and so on. Even more, after we successfully defeat the half-orc tribe, we can also use this incident to shake their faith faster. In short, even if the god's punishment style can't be used, we can still use the results of the previous battle to severely damage the faith and morale of the half-orcs, and then gain an advantage in future battles. The post ended there. And in the end, Eve could not help but click her tongue twice again. As expected of you. Damasia's post once again caused a heated discussion on the official forum. Especially the suggestion about the other true gods, it suddenly opened the door to a new world for the players. What attracted the players to the god's punishment was its terrifying lethality. And the video of the god's punishment of the Eternal Lord was still hanging on the internet, that power. TSK, comparable to a strategic weapon. Immediately after, many players immediately went to the Maple Leaf territory according to his idea and tried to steal the statue of the Eternal Lord. Even more, Damasia's idea seemed to have brought more inspiration to the players. Not only the Eternal Lord, but Eve even sensed that there were players who had ideas about the god of death in the underground world, Hela, and the god of darkness and shadows, Hodel. Almost no one had made a move on Eve's own statue. Of course, this was also because the players had unlocked the goddess Eve's favorability, so naturally, no one dared to rashly court death. However, because Eve forbade the players to get close to the statues of the other true gods in advance, their actions had all failed. And although Eve did not forbid the players from getting close to the statue of the god of darkness and shadows, it was a pity that the players' range of activity in the underground world was on the side of the Dark and Still Alliance, and after the underground war, Hodel's statue basically could not be found on the surface of the Alliance. Therefore, in the end, using the statue to trigger the divine punishment was considered to have completely withdrawn from the stage of the Desert of Death. After that, the players could only obediently return to the Desert of Death and continue attacking the orcs according to the original strategy and drawing a new map. Under such circumstances, the players' strategy gradually entered a state of steady advancement. And as time passed, the small orc tribes near the Gloom Mountain Range in the Desert of Death became fewer and fewer. The players lived up to their reputation as natural disasters. When facing their enemies, they were ferocious and crazy, and as terrifying as locusts passing through. All the small orc tribes that were targeted by them eventually disappeared from the map. Most of the orcs in the tribes were turned into EXP, and a few lucky ones escaped, spreading the horror of the elves far and wide. Some were even captured and became the slaves of the players. A fear of the elves began to spread in the Desert of Death. Under such terrifying pressure, many small orc tribes fell into panic. Many even took the initiative to leave their homes and migrate to the surrounding large tribes to seek refuge. Although the final battle between the two races had yet to begin, the orcs' originally high spirits under the oracle had plummeted. Their morale was far from what it used to be. At the beginning of the month, I'm looking for guaranteed monthly votes. The max-level Black Iron players and Silver players were having a lot of fun in the Death Desert. But the orcs, who were regarded as the biggest wild beasts and leaks, were miserable, especially the orc tribe in the northeast of the Death Desert, near the Black Mountain Range. As the elves did all kinds of incredible things, such as desecrating statues, capturing orcs as slaves, and eating the corpses, etc., these orcs had almost reached the point where they would turn pale at the mention of the elves. Of course, the last one to be eaten was completely a rumor. No matter how heavy the taste of the players was, it was not that bad. It was just that the orcs' corpses would disappear after being killed, and the players were keen on barbecuing, so the rumor was spread. Of course, to the orcs, who had a large population, the number of elves causing trouble in the Desert of Death was only around 2,000. And 2,000 elves would not be able to shake the foundation of the orcs. But even if the number of elves attacking was small, they were like flies that could not be shooed away. They attacked the orc tribe again and again without tiredness. If they were vigilant, it would be fine. If they relaxed a little, these elves would be like eggs that were eyeing a crack and would swarm over. It was fine for the large tribes, but many medium-sized tribes disappeared like this. Of course, because many players were already at the max level of Black Iron, for them, gaining more EXP would not help them level up. At most, they could choose to save it and directly level up when the silver level was unlocked. Or, if they died and lost a level, they could temporarily level back up. Therefore, compared to killing the orcs, many players were more interested in the orcs' belongings, the materials traded between the orcs and the Sauron's Chamber of Commerce, and the labor value of the orcs themselves. These things, to put it bluntly, could be turned into wealth. And wealth often meant equipment and an increase in strength. In fact, in a sense, this was quite a mocking matter for the beastmen. In the past, the orcs captured the elves not only because of the instinctive fear of the world tree and allure, but also because of the wealth that the orcs brought from selling the elves. But who would have thought that there would be a day when things turned around? Today, they had become the prey, and the former prey had become the hunter. The shock brought about by this kind of psychological impact was indescribable to outsiders. Dark Canyon, Rivendell. The half-orc Cell put the ores into the wheelbarrow, then put away the pickaxe and carefully pushed the wheelbarrow out of the mine. He had been a miner for more than half a month. In the past half a month, he had been worried, afraid, and constantly worried about the sudden revenge of the elves. However, it turned out that these elves really only needed them to mine. Not only that, although they had signed a slave contract, these elves were not interested in them at all. The only thing these elves cared about was their strength. Of course, Cell did not understand that this was also because the orc's appearance did not match the player's aesthetic standards. He was from a hostile race, looked ugly, and wasn't very strong. His only advantage was that he had great strength. To the players, such a person could only be sold as a slave. Cell, on the other hand, was quite open-minded about this. Those elves were so cruel. He still couldn't forget the devilish grins on their faces when they slaughtered the orcs. Compared to the people who had died at the hands of the elves, Cell felt that he was quite lucky. A bad life was better than a good death. Moreover, although it was a bad life, as long as they were obedient, these elves were easier to talk to. At least, the orcs who worked as slaves would not be treated badly when they ate. Even Cell felt that the food provided by the elves was better than the food in the Desert of Death. It could only be said that the Desert of Death was too barren. Although it was rich in luxurious furs and jewelry, the food was quite scarce. At most, they would not starve to death. In the past, when the elven forest was still under the control of the royal court, the orcs could still rely on hunting in the elven forest to survive. Although many orcs were not used to the climate in the elven forest, and with the obstruction of the human forces in the dark, it ultimately led to the failure of the orcs' plan to migrate to the elven forest during the 1,000 years of divine war. However, at least it provided them with a lot of food, but now, the orcs could only trade with the humans, or simply rob from the human kingdoms in the east to improve their lives. It could only be said that the elven forest where the players lived was really different. It was extremely rich. In particular, the players also knew magic, and many of them were good at nature spells, which could greatly reduce the frequency of harvesting. Although the large influx of beta players made the food production in the elven forest tense for a while, it was only for a while. Many of the players in the public beta had learned nature magic and became druids. They had also become interested in farming. The food production in the elven forest became cheap again. What was given to the orcs was already the most disdainful thing for the players. However, this was something that Cell did not know. He pushed the full wheelbarrow and carefully walked along the mine path. Today, he was in a good mood. Because he had dug out a part of the rich ore and had a great harvest. The rewards and punishments of the elves were very fair. If he dug out more, not only would he be given more food, but he would also be given meat. Thinking of this, Cell felt a little wet in his mouth. Although he was quite shocked that the elves could eat meat, he had to admit that the elves were quite good at cooking meat. Especially the various spices in the meat, it was really delicious. Of course, Cell did not know that the roasted meat that the players provided to the orcs was the leftovers of the 2 dragons. As the number of players increased, there were more and more players who wanted to provide roasted meat to Meryl and Tiberia in exchange for dragon scales and dragon saliva. Even if the Megalosaurus had a good appetite, it could not withstand the number of players. In the end, even if the 2 dragons ate to their heart's content, there would often be leftovers. The leftovers used to be fertilizer, but now it was the orcs who benefited. However, the leftover dragon saliva had naturally been carefully picked away by the players as if it was a treasure. Cell slowly pushed the wheelbarrow. Along the way, he could see other orcs coming and going. Compared to when he first arrived, there were more orc miners here. Cell felt that there were more orcs in Rivendell's mine than when he had the most tribesmen in his tribe. He did not know how many orcs the elves had captured as slaves. However, although most of the orcs had not recovered from the collapse of their faith and looked a little numb, their overall condition was much better than Cell had imagined. Not only that, he seemed to have seen some orcs who seemed to be fatter than half a month ago. This discovery made his expression a little strange. But it was understandable. Although the elves made them mine continuously, they did not mistreat them. Apart from collecting ores, they were too lazy to care about them. At the same time, the food was not bad. In order to make the orcs more energetic, the elves gave them plenty of food. Only meat could be obtained as a reward based on the efficiency of the beastmen's mining. But even so, just the fact that the food was sufficient was enough to improve the living conditions of some small tribes who had not even had the chance to eat their next meal in a certain sense. Therefore, some orcs who were originally malnourished because their tribes were too weak actually became fat. Of course, the living conditions here only referred to the food. Compared to the dark mine, Cell still preferred the bright desert of death, but in this world, the strong were respected. Failure was failure. As a failure, being able to live was already the greatest luck. Now that he could have such a life, Cell felt that he was very lucky. He sighed deeply and quickened his pace. He was looking forward to the barbecue today. However, as he walked, he suddenly slowed down his speed. Because he suddenly noticed that in a mine on the side of the tunnel, there seemed to be more than 10 orcs and humans gathered. They looked angry and seemed to be discussing something. It was these fellows who did not give up. Cell shook his head. Although the treatment provided by the elves was much better than expected, and although many orcs had lost their faith and could not return to the past, there were still many who were unwilling to be trapped as slaves and wanted to escape. In particular, there were not many elves guarding the orcs, and it was a shift system. This gave some people more confidence. In addition, these elves seemed to be quite lax. They did not seem to be worried about the orcs escaping at all, or it could be said that they were not aware of this at all. Not to mention that they did not send strong people to guard them at all. The elves even let the orcs take care of the iron pickaxes with a certain degree of lethality. This naturally caused many people to become restless. Find a way to defeat the elves and then escape? Cell shook his head. Not to mention that they had been forced to sign a slave contract. If they resisted, even if they did not die, they would suffer a serious backlash. Even if they survived the backlash of the contract, Cell did not think that those who wanted to escape would succeed. Escape? Impossible. Because you don't even know what is watching us. Looking at those agitated fellows from afar, he shook his head and muttered to himself. He once had contact with a middle-level caravan leader of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, Andrus, and often inquired about some information from him. And Andrus had once told him a secret about the elven race. It was said that during the Underground War, the elves once sent out a legendary magical beast with terrifying strength, the Crypt Spider Queen. After coming to the mine, Cell had seen many crypt spiders in the abandoned mine. Combining the secret information that Andrus had told him, the laxity of the elves, and the conversation of the elves that he had accidentally overheard when he was transporting minerals, Cell understood that the real existence that was guarding them was not the elves at all. The ones guarding them were the crypt spiders that they always saw in the abandoned mine. It was the existence behind the crypt spiders. It was the terrifying legendary magical beast that was guarding them, and what he overheard that day was the elves complaining that a lot of the ores they dug out had to be given to the Crypt Spider Queen as a fee for guarding the orcs. Legendary magical beast, Cell shivered and felt his scalp tingle. Every time he thought that there might be such an existence spying on him in the dark, he felt uncomfortable all over. At the same time, he also felt that the elves were too terrifying, a bunch of pitiful worms. Cell looked at those people again and continued to walk forward. Those orcs were not from their tribe, he did not care about their lives at all. The orc tribes were like this, they were not united at all. If they were really united, with their race's combat power, even if they were weak, they would not be trapped in the desert of death. After all, the orcs and the nomads of the Blue Star were somewhat similar. And the nomads of the Blue Star, there was a Mongol Khan who used to conquer Asia and Europe with just 200,000 cavalrymen after unifying the grasslands. Not only that, after knowing that there was a legendary magical beast spying on them in the dark, Cell did not dare to get involved with these fellows. If something happened and he was regarded as an accomplice, he would be done for. Shaking his head, Cell continued to walk forward and finally walked out of the mine after a few minutes. And once he walked out of the mine, he saw those familiar elves. But today, there seemed to be more people outside the mine. Cell noticed that not only were there elves, but there were also many dark dwarves. And the dark dwarves were talking and laughing with the elves, and behind them, Cell saw more than 100 orcs. These orcs were the same as when he first came to Rivendell. They were tied up with ropes, and their eyes were blank, as if they had just suffered a huge mental blow, and Cell, who had already experienced it once, immediately knew that these should be the elves' newly caught tribesmen. As for their empty eyes, they were probably also forcibly wiped out of their faith. But Cell noticed that their expression seemed to be more absent-minded than when he first came, as if the collapse of their faith was more serious, and he did not know what they had experienced. At the same time, they seemed to be thinner than the tribesmen in the mine, as if they were specially selected. For a moment, Cell felt that these elves were even more revered. Seeing that the elves were talking to the dwarves, Cell hesitated and did not rush forward. Instead, he waited for them to finish from afar. At the same time, the conversation between the elves and dwarves also reached Cell's ears under the echo of the mine walls. Ha 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 ha. Brother Demacia, the orc slaves you provided last time were really good, I didn't expect. You elves would also be in the slave trade one day. This was the dark dwarf. He, brother, we're in the same boat, let's make money together. Today's batch of orcs is also not bad, look. This was the smiling elf. It turned out that they wanted to sell these tribesmen to the dark dwarves. Cell's gaze was complicated, he suddenly felt that he was still considered lucky. The underground world, that was an even more chaotic place. He could not imagine being sold there as a slave at all. The conversation between the elves and dwarfs continued. After listening to the words of the elf named Demacia, the dwarf looked at the orcs and frowned slightly. They're quite good, but they feel a little less energetic, and they're also thinner and weaker. Hey! Brother, you don't know this. This is because these orcs are different from the previous batches that were sold to you. Their faith has been completely wiped out, that's why they're in a trance. As for their thinness and weakness, that's also the after effects of their faith being wiped out. The red-haired elf said agitatedly. Is that so? The dwarf muttered. Yes. The elf looked solemn. Cell was speechless. He opened his mouth, feeling that the elf in front of him had refreshed his understanding. This elf, didn't he blush when lying? His gaze was in a trance because his faith had been wiped out, but his thinness and weakness, that was really a personal problem. It was obvious that this elf was planning to sell those weak orcs to the dwarves. The two of them conversed for a while, and the dwarf was finally convinced by the elf. All right, Brother Xianxia, how much do you intend to ask for? The dwarf asked. This time, the elf suddenly shook his head and said with a smile, No, no, no. I don't want money this time. I want to do some other business with you. What business? Cough cough cough. I heard that you seem to have business in the Dark City state. That. I wonder if you can get some statues of the god of darkness and shadows? That, the kind that has been worshipped. The dwarf was speechless. What do you want these things for? Isn't Her Highness even enemy of that person? And His Highness the Death God is an enemy too. The dwarf was horrified and subconsciously took a step back. Cough cough cough, of course it's not worshipped yet. Anyway. If you can, help me? I heard that there are many small tribes of underground monsters that worship the god of darkness and shadows in the Dark City state. I think we can rob them from them. They're very weak anyway. The elf said with a smile. The dwarf was speechless. His expression changed several times before he finally said, I'll try it. This thing is too sensitive. Only a non-believer like me who goes through the black market would dare to do this with you. He, happy working with you. The two of them conversed for a while and finally ended. Cell, who heard the entire conversation, was even more confused. What did the elf want the statue of the god of darkness and shadows for? However, although he didn't know what the elf was thinking, he suddenly thought of something else. He looked back at the mine and his expression changed. Anyway, you're going to fail, he muttered to himself. Finally, Cell seemed to have made a decision. He gritted his teeth and pushed the cart forward. When he came in front of the elf, he forced a smile and said, Lord Elf. This is the ore I dug up today, please examine it. After he finished speaking, his expression became serious again. Also, I have some important information to report to you. You have important information to report? Hearing the orc Cell's words, Xianxia's spirit was shaken, and he narrowed his eyes. Tell me about it. He chuckled twice, and a trace of interest appeared on his face. Cell paused, pointed in the direction he came from, and said, That's right. Lord Elf, when I came here just now, I saw a dozen or so orcs discussing something. As he spoke, he told the other party about the movements of the orcs that he had seen earlier. You're saying that you noticed that some orcs are dissatisfied with us and intend to rebel and escape? After hearing Cell's words, Xianxia looked at him in surprise and said with interest. His expression had a trace of eagerness, but he did not have the slightest bit of anger after learning that the slaves might rebel. On the contrary, Cell faintly saw a familiar light in his eyes. It was the gaze that these elves often had when they were wreaking havoc in the desert of death. That kind of gaze was the gaze of someone who found something fun, the gaze of excitement after seeing an interesting toy. This discovery made Cell open his mouth slightly, and he increasingly felt that these elves were strange and terrifying. He took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, they tried to rope in other orcs before, and they also tried to rope me in, but I refused. Interesting, Xianxia chuckled and nodded. He carefully sized up the orc Cell from head to toe, and Cell only felt a sharp gaze on him, making him subconsciously tense up. At the same time, he lowered his head deeply to show respect. What's your name? Cell heard Xianxia ask. Sir Elf, my name is Cell. Cell answered respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a large hand on his shoulder. At the same time, the signature frivolous voice of the red-haired elf named Xianxia sounded. Cell? Very good. You're very good. As a reward, you'll have meat to eat every day. Meat to eat every day, Cell's eyes lit up, and he looked happy. Becoming a slave was a foregone conclusion. And for him, the thing he looked forward to the most every day was the delicious barbecue. After living for so many years, Cell did not have any other good points, but he had a big heart. "Thank you, Sir Elf," he hurriedly said excitedly. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Demacia suddenly halted his actions. Then, with a faint smile, Demacia asked, "But I'm curious, why did you choose to report to me instead of helping them hide it? After all, you should be my clansman, right?" Hearing the elf's words, Cell's movements slowed and he was a little nervous. After a moment of silence, he finally chose to tell the truth. "It's useless. We can't escape." He shook his head. "Useless? We don't have many people guarding you. To be honest, if you really work together, it's not impossible for you to escape." Demacia also shook his head. "But we've already signed a contract. If we resist, we'll suffer a severe backlash. Even if we survive the backlash, we won't be able to escape the pursuit of stronger existences." Cell smiled bitterly. Then, he sighed and said, "I know. The ones watching over us are not only the lords, but also those crypt spiders that can be seen everywhere, and the lord behind the crypt spiders. You know quite a lot." Demacia looked at him in surprise and raised his eyebrows. Cough cough, this. I used to be a priest in the tribe, and I often dealt with human caravans to inquire about information. I have some understanding of the Lord's strength." Cell replied respectfully. "What? You used to be a priest?" This time, Demacia was really shocked. He looked at Cell from head to toe again with a shocked expression. "There's actually a half-beast priest who gave up his faith and became a captive, and he even snitched. But isn't this betrayal too fast? He's even more cowardly than me? I thought that half-beast priests were all stubborn and chose to die in battle." He muttered softly. At this moment, another elf coughed dryly and whispered into his ear, "Demacia, this was captured by our lord. Dima, this half-orc was captured by our guild leader. He's the only priest who surrendered." "Oh. I didn't mention it to you before. Your lord?" Demacia turned his head and glanced at him. The one who spoke was a player from the Meng Meng committee, and the lord he mentioned was naturally Salty Meow. No wonder, no wonder. I seem to have heard her mention it casually, but I forgot." Demacia nodded with a look of realization. He did hear that Salty Meow had captured a rare fake priest. It was said that the half-beast was a silver-tier priest, but he was only at the level of a shallow believer. In the end, he even gave up his faith and became a slave. Now, it seemed that it was this guy in front of him. Priest. If I remember correctly, every half-beast priest has to manage the tribe's affairs. He muttered to himself. Demacia suddenly chuckled as though he had thought of something. Then, he began sizing up Cell again. As a silver-tier player, Demacia's eyes were very sharp. Being stared at by such a gaze, Cell, whose strength had fallen to mid-level dark iron, became even more nervous. He lowered his head deeply and trembled with fear. It was not until a few seconds later that he heard Demacia's voice again. "Cell, right? Are you interested in becoming a miner?" "Miner?" Cell was stunned. Demacia chuckled and explained, "That's right. He, it means that you will help us manage your people, be responsible for some of your daily affairs, and report your movements to us at all times. If you are willing, you will have meat for every meal in the future. As long as you can manage the half-beasts well, make everyone work more efficiently, and do your work obediently, you can even be exempted from mining tasks. Of course, if there are some troublesome fellows that you can't solve, you have to report to us in a timely manner." This time is very good. To put it bluntly, you will be the leader of all the half-beast slaves and communicate with us. However, if you don't do well, you will be punished." As Demacia spoke, he looked at Cell with a smile. Timid, obedient, quick-witted, and had management experience at the same time. In his opinion, this half-beast had the potential to be a lackey leader. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that he could easily betray his companions. At the right time, he would also easily betray his master. In other words, this guy only had himself in his heart and was very selfish. This kind of character could not be trusted completely. When he said he would betray, he would betray. In a sense, this Cell could be considered a ruthless character. However, as long as he was strong enough, he could subdue this kind of fence-sitter and make him do things for him. This would save him a lot of effort. After playing the game for so long, Demacia's mentality had long been different from before. Although he still had the desire to court death, at least when facing NPCs, he was no longer the young man who only saw NPCs as data. Considering the actions of NPCs as if he was considering a person's psychology was the biggest proof. And this was also a sign that many players had truly integrated into Elf Nation and gradually become one with the natives. How about it? Are you willing? After explaining, Demacia looked at Cell again. Cell was slightly stunned at first, then his expression became joyful. I'm willing. If he could gain the trust of the elves, he would have a guarantee for his future life. Of course he was willing, seeing that Cell had accepted the recruitment. Demacia was also very satisfied. Of course, no matter how respectful the other party was, he knew that this was not true loyalty. Even if the players completely let go and let this guy truly integrate the half-beast in the mine and gain the support of the half-beast, there was no telling what would happen. Even though Rose wouldn't be able to overturn the situation, it would still be troublesome. But he had already thought of a solution. When this matter was over, he would arrange for players who knew transfiguration and disguise to infiltrate the half-orcs and spread the news that Cell had taken the initiative to join the elves as a lackey, so that the half-orcs would completely isolate him. And in this way, no matter what the original intention of this half-beast called Cell was, he would essentially be alienated from the rest of the half-beast. At this time, he could only cling to the player's thighs and squeeze the other half-beast dry, walking down the path of being a lackey until the end. At the same time, he also had to divide the half-beast who had the same inclination as Cell. Only when the half-beast bites each other and cannot be united internally, the players can manage them more stably. Okay, leave your mine cart. This is your dinner today, a big piece of meat as a reward. Go down. From tomorrow onwards, you will officially be the head of all the half-beast mines in this mine. Demacia said. Thank you, Lord Elf. Cell was pleasantly surprised and thanked him repeatedly. He took out his own bowl and took the food, smelling the big piece of roasted meat with an intoxicated expression. He had not seen such a big piece of meat in a long time. Their tribe was originally a small tribe and did not have enough resources. The last time he saw such a big piece of meat was when the tribe hunted a magical beast in the Gloom Mountains and the other tribesmen offered it to him. However, looking at the big piece of roasted meat in front of him as a reward, he was happy for a moment, but his expression gradually became sad again. He suddenly thought of his own tribesmen. He thought of the tribe elder who was determined not to change his faith after being captured and finally chose to kill himself. He thought of the tribesmen who resisted resolutely in battle and finally died under the swords of the elves. At the same time, the scene of the escaping half-beast inviting him flashed in his mind. For a moment, Cell's expression suddenly became complicated and he looked hesitant. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Demacia asked again. Cell shook his head, but his expression changed a few times and he nodded hesitantly. What is it? Is there anything else to report? Demacia frowned. No. Cell shook his head. He looked back at the mine again and his expression was a little conflicted. But very quickly, he clenched his teeth and asked with some apprehension. Sir Elf. I would like to ask, what do you plan to do to those half-beast who intend to resist? Hearing his words, Demacia was a little surprised. Why? Do you have any suggestions? He squinted his eyes and looked at him. Being stared at by Demacia, Cell only felt his scalp go numb. He never thought that he would have such fear towards elves. He took a deep breath and said carefully. Sir Elf, I was thinking. Although they resisted, you also know that they are destined to fail. So, I think we can give them a chance, But you were the one who snitched. Do you regret it now? Demacia chuckled. Hearing Demacia's words, Cell was a little disappointed. Regret, he did not know. He did not know why he suddenly had the idea of interceding for those guys. He originally planned to step on those guys from other tribes to gain the trust of the elves. He should not have cared about the lives of those who were not from his tribe. But seeing that he was really about to gain the trust of the elves and that the price was likely to be the death of those half-beast men, he suddenly hesitated. This was ridiculous. Obviously, he was the one who pushed all of this. But, sigh, he did not understand himself. Cell was silent for a moment and could only laugh bitterly. I don't know. It's just, I don't want to see them die anymore. As soon as he said this, Cell felt that he was a little hypocritical. At the same time, he became nervous again. He did not know if his words would anger the elves. However, contrary to what Cell had imagined, Xianxia merely chuckled after hearing his words. Sure, as long as you can persuade them to calm down and work hard, we will not pursue the matter. Hearing his words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, he was slightly stunned and pointed at himself. Me? That's right, you said it, so naturally, you will solve it. If you can solve it, everyone will be happy. Xianxia nodded. Then, he changed the topic. But if they really make a big deal out of it, I can't guarantee what will happen. He chuckled, patted the other party's shoulder, and said meaningfully, that's right. He said meaningfully, do a good job, Mr. Cell. After that, he put the ores into the storage space and left with the other elves, leaving Cell stunned. Cell held his rice bowl in a daze for a while. Finally, he suddenly reacted and hurriedly turned to walk into the mine. His figure disappeared into the darkness. After the deal with the dark dwarves, Xianxia left Rivendell. As he walked, he thought about the half-beast Cell that he just met. It seems that there are many surrenders among the half-beast men. Regret. It seems that he still has a little conscience and is not a complete fence-sitter. He is not ruthless. If that's the case, I feel that the value of training him is greater. I have a feeling that maybe I can find another way to deal with the half-beast men. In this world, the solution to problems is not just fighting and killing. As if he thought of something, he laughed again. That slightly wretched expression made the players around him unable to look directly at him. The corners of their mouths twitched. Time always flew by in the game. At least, that was the case for the players who were addicted to Elven Nation. Even if time sped up by 4 times, they still felt that time was rushing. Unknowingly, more than 2 months had passed in the world of Seekers, the clear autumn sky had ended, and the continent once again ushered in a cold winter. Of course, due to the geographical location in the warm south, the Desert of Death and the Gloom Mountains were still warm even in winter. However, the northern part of the Elven Forest, which was further north, had already ushered in its first snow. In the past 2 months, the Megalosaurus had visited the Elven Forest twice, once as a metal dragon and once as a color dragon. However, due to their long lifespan, these large lizards were not very sensitive to the concept of time, so they were still late for both visits, and with the Megalosaurus visit, the players had added another 10 quasi-dragon nights. Like the previous few times, the players who were favored by the Megalosaurus these 2 times were still mainly silver players. There were also black iron players, but there were very few of them, and most of them were max-level druid players. And this could be considered as a complete confirmation that druids were favored by the Megalosaurus. At this rate, the players would be able to form an army of dragon knights in a few years. However, Eve understood that such a frequency of 5 dragon eggs per month would not last for long. After all, the total number of Megalosaurus was ultimately very small. Even if they had a lot of dragon eggs without dragon patterns, the racial base was still there, and it could not last forever. Of course, for now, the Megalosaurus' high frequency of visits could still be maintained for a period of time. And all the players who had signed a contract with the Megalosaurus had also privately established a Dragon Knight group under the leadership of Limu, which was used to communicate about dragon baby cultivation and cooperate on missions. To cultivate a good Megalosaurus partner required a lot of energy. Some Megalosaurus were chatterboxes, some Megalosaurus were battle maniacs, and some Megalosaurus were gold-swallowing beasts. In order to foster a good relationship with the Megalosaurus, and at the same time, to allow them to grow faster and adapt to battle, the players who had contracted the Megalosaurus almost all became nannies. Apart from completing the necessary quests, they would spend all their time around their megalosaurus companions, fulfilling their various needs. However, a lot of people were also enjoying it. Of course, the optimists were an exception. He was in pain and happy. Other people's megalosaurus was a waste of energy, but his megalosaurus was burning money. In order to raise his golden dragon, this famous tank warrior player had completely become a worker. Every day, he would wander around the wild zone and spend a lot of time helping the rich players level up. Everything he did was to earn some money for his little golden dragon named Kristen. However, his Kristen was also the most majestic and beautiful megalosaurus in the entire server. And the optimists, who had seen the red dragon Tiberius and the black dragon Meryl's transformed appearances, were looking forward to their little golden dragon's transformation, although they did not know how long it would take for her to advance to the gold level, and Eve was also very satisfied with the players' relationship with their megalosaurus companions. She could see that after having megalosaurus companions, these Dragon Knight players obviously had a higher sense of identity with Elven Kingdom. The number of Dragon Knight players was gradually increasing, and their strength was also slowly increasing. They were all important combat forces in the future War of Faith. Not only them, but the overall strength of the players in the entire Elf Forest was also quietly changing. In 2 months, out of the 160,000 players in the entire server, more than 80,000 had reached level 30, and they were only one step away from 90,000 players. And the rest, although not yet level 30, most of them were above level 20. It was foreseeable that the subsequent players' advancement would be like a blowout. And one of the 2 mission conditions given by Eve, organize an army of 100,000 elves, would probably be completed very soon. This progress was much faster than she had imagined. But it was also understandable. The current public beta players were no longer the closed beta players who crossed the river blindly. They were completely on the path of their predecessors, and from time to time, there would be help and guidance from big shots. They did not take any detours, and naturally, they would advance faster. And among them, the one who contributed the most to the players' advancement was the hardworking and capable 7th demon god Azazel, the Shadow Instance dungeon in the underground world that had almost been cleared out by the players, the underground forest near the city-state of the Dark Still Alliance, and the northern part of the Elf Forest where magical beasts were densely packed. As for the other mission condition of the plot mission, draw the map needed to attack the Death Desert, it was also progressing in an orderly manner. There were more and more max-level players, and now the number of max-level Black Iron players in the entire Elf Forest had almost doubled, more than 3,000 people. Among them, Eve once again let go of a silver slot, and the number of silver players had reached 150. These people had all entered the Death Desert and became the main force to explore the map and record the map. And in 2 months, with so many people spread out, they had almost explored the northern and eastern parts of the Death Desert. This area had already occupied a quarter of the Death Desert. Although it sounded small, it was enough for the players to invade in the early stages. Now, on the explored map of the Death Desert, there were red dots of various sizes, which were all orc tribes, medium and large. As for the small ones, they were almost nowhere to be found in the area explored by the players. And although the location of the Orc Palace had not been explored, the players had marked the approximate location on the map according to the information of the captured orcs. In the past 2 months, the high-level players had turned the Death Desert upside down. Here, the elves were no longer valuable goods, but avengers that made people pale at the mention of them. All the orc tribes that were not strong were in a state of panic. As for the strong tribes, although the elves could not defeat them, when they talked about the elves, they felt particularly disgusted. There was no other reason. These elves seemed to have inexhaustible energy, running around the Death Desert every day, attacking them, as if they would never be tired, never be tired. If that was the case, it would be fine. What made the orcs feel even more disgusted was that they were disappointed to find that although they were in the Death Desert, which was their own territory, and their overall strength was stronger, they could not do anything to these elves. It was because the elves ran too fast. The Orc Palace was very angry about the elves plundering, and it was not that they did not send out an army. In fact, after the players had attacked the orc tribes for half a month, the orcs had formed an army to fight against the elves. They were stationed in some of the larger tribes, and whenever a tribe was attacked by the elves, they would rush to support. However, the results were not satisfactory. Or the elves were too fast. This group of powerful long-eared orcs had long legs, and each of them had a magical beast, which allowed them to run very fast in the Death Desert. In contrast, the orcs did not have any magical beasts to ride on. The Death Desert was too desolate, and there were very few large magical beasts that could be used as mounts. Although there was no lack of fast and powerful ones, those fellows were difficult to tame and could not be used as mounts. The behemoths that the orcs raised were too slow, and although desert camels and desert horses could be used as mounts, they were not magical beasts at all, and their speed was far from that of the elves' magical beasts. It would be fine if they invaded the human world, because the human villages and towns were fixed, and it was difficult for ordinary villages and towns to effectively resist. But when the target changed to the more agile elves, the orcs finally experienced the horror that the human villages and towns had experienced. The plundering of cavalry was really terrifying. Not to mention, these hateful elves were also good at some speed magic, and were even more slippery. Even if they received the message for help, even if they rushed to support, the orc support troops often could not catch up with the plundering of the players. When they arrived at the scene, the elves had already finished the battle, and left with the spoils and captives. In contrast, the orcs could only watch as the elves rode their magical beasts and disappeared without a trace. And to deal with such an enemy, the orcs, who had no other way, could only learn from the humans and began to build fortifications like walls around the tribe. It was just that, they were not good at doing this, even with the help of the Sauron merchant group behind them. Of course, there was still some use in the end. Especially after the elves no longer blasphemed the statues and caused God's punishment. Without God's punishment, even with magic, the elves could not break the walls of the orc tribe in a short time under the situation of activating the divine spells of the statues. And the orc troops could take advantage of this opportunity to rush to support. Thus, the large tribes gradually built walls to resist the attacks of the elves, and the small tribes moved to rely on them. For a time, the structure of the orc tribes in the Death Desert had a significant change because of the appearance of the elves. The situation of the entire Death Desert was in a subtle stalemate again. However, for the orcs, this was already a great failure. Because according to the plan of the royal court, they should have taken advantage of this time to gather troops and prepare to launch an attack on the elven forest. However, the actions of the elves seriously delayed their actions. At the same time, these long-ears wandering in the Death Desert directly threatened their transactions with the Sauron merchant group and plundered a lot of resources. The gathering of troops was disrupted, and strategic resources were plundered. In the blink of an eye, winter had arrived, and the original planned date to launch the army had long passed. However, the orcs in the Death Desert were still not ready. In this sense, even if the battle between the players and the orcs was in a stalemate, the victors were still the players. However, even this situation didn't last for too long. After playing on their own for more than 2 months, the various player guilds finally decided to cooperate to make a big news. Death Desert, Orc Royal Court. In the majestic royal tent, more than a dozen orcs who were obviously much more luxuriously dressed sat on both sides. Their eyes were focused on the open space in the middle of the tent. There was a half-kneeling beast man with injuries all over his body. His face was blank and frightened, as if he had not recovered from some kind of shock. The surrounding upper echelons of the half-beastmen stared at him closely and whispered. On the throne above them sat a tall beast man with an animal skin cloak. This was the new king of the orcs, Oracle King Bazan. The reason why he was called the Oracle King was that he was different from the other kings. Bazan was directly appointed by the Church of Hunter after the true God's oracle. Beside Bazan, there were 2 thrones on the left and right. The one on the right was decorated with white bones, and an orc wearing a priest's robe sat on it. That was the new chief high priest of the orcs. The one on the left was much simpler, and there was a human sitting on it. That was the messenger of the Sauron merchant group. At this moment, the new king and high priest of the orcs were looking at the half-kneeling orc below with a solemn expression. Even the messenger of the Sauron merchant group frowned slightly. "What did you say? Your tribe was attacked by those evil elves?" Oracle King Bazan's face was full of disbelief. "Isn't your tribe a medium-sized tribe with 5,000 people? And you even built fortifications. With this strength, how can you not resist the elves? When they attacked, each of them only had a few hundred people. Bazan said sternly. Hearing his words, the kneeling beast man instantly collapsed. King. No, it's not like that. It's not a few hundred people. This time, they came a lot. A few thousand people, definitely more than 2,000 people. And their strength is terrifying. There are so many silver professionals. There are also more than a dozen megalosaurus. A few thousand people? Many silver professionals? More than a dozen megalosaurus? Bazan's expression changed slightly. This strength. It was indeed not something a medium-sized tribe could resist. Unknowingly, the elves had become so powerful? But, if I remember correctly, the Sandstorm tribe, which is ranked third in the royal court, is very close to you. Even if you were attacked, the reinforcements should have arrived quickly. Sandstorm tribe, you have to give me an explanation. Bazan said sternly. The last sentence was said to a certain orc sitting on the other side. That was a messenger of the Sandstorm tribe. The Sandstorm tribe was overseen by an advanced gold professional. Normally, as long as their reinforcements were appropriate, no matter how powerful the elves were, they should be able to repel them. Hearing Bazan's words, the Sandstorm tribe messenger's expression turned ugly. King. It's not that our tribe didn't want to help, but when we arrived, their tribe had already been destroyed. When they arrived, it had already been destroyed. Hearing this, all of the half-blood beast men fell silent. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Impossible. With the help of our mages and the protection of the statue of His Majesty the God of Winter and the Hunt, your fortress walls are already impenetrable. How could the elves have broken through in such a short time? The mage of the Sauron Merchant Guild shook his head. What happened? Bazan looked at the half-kneeling god's punishment and asked seriously. The kneeling orc shivered and looked up at the messenger of the Sauron Merchant Guild with a hesitant expression. Bazan frowned. He looked at the messenger, then looked at the kneeling orc and said, "The Sauron Merchant Guild is our ally. The Sauron Merchant Group is our friend. If you have anything to say, just say it." However, even if Bazan said so, the kneeling orc was still hesitant. When Bazan's patience was worn out and his eyes were getting colder, the kneeling orc stammered. It's God's punishment. We've received God's punishment. The God's punishment destroyed our fortress walls. God's punishment? The orcs in the tent were stunned and looked a little dazed. For a moment, they remembered the fear of being dominated by God's punishment a few months ago, but this is impossible. The elves can no longer rely on His Highness the God's punishment to harm us. The chief high priest shook his head. After hearing his words, the kneeling orc shook his head. No. It's not His Highness. The God's punishment. As he said this, he looked at the messenger of the Sauron Merchant Guild who was sitting leisurely with a hint of anger in his eyes. It's God's punishment from His Highness the God of Darkness and Shadows. God's punishment from His Highness the God of Darkness and Shadows. The orcs were stunned. For a moment, they looked at the messenger of the Sauron Merchant Guild. The messenger of the Sauron Merchant Guild was speechless. No. It's impossible. He opened his eyes wide and subconsciously retorted. In the big tent of the court, the atmosphere was a little strange for a while. All the half-orcs looked at the Sauron Chamber of Commerce's emissary, the elder human mage, with strange, puzzled, angry, or doubtful eyes. Whispers gradually sounded, but because the half-orcs had always been loud, even if they whispered, it could be heard clearly in the tent. It's the punishment of the God of Darkness and Shadows? Isn't the God of Darkness and Shadows our ally? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Hey! What misunderstanding? I know that anyone who is related to the evil god can't be easily trusted. Humph, this must be related to the Sauron Chamber of Commerce. You know, our tribe was cheated a lot when we traded with them some time ago. They originally made a fortune through smuggling. I heard that they secretly sold our race's people. Humans. None of them are good. The discussion of the half-orcs became more and more presumptuous, and listening to their ridicule, the face of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce's old mage became more and more ugly. His eyes were wide open, and his white beard was blown up by his exhaled breath. This was because he was angry. Although he was a mage, he could become an emissary to communicate with the half-orcs. He himself was a follower of the God of Darkness and Shadows. At this moment, when he heard the criticism of the half-orcs, whether it was towards the Chamber of Commerce or the true God, he was angry. Impossible. The true God would never betray an ally. It's even more impossible to punish an ally, the old mage said with a black face. The cooperation with the half-orcs was related to the true God's plan, and it was related to the expansion of the Dark Church and the Sauron Chamber of Commerce in the underground world. Naturally, failure was not allowed. Therefore, even if he was very angry with the sarcasm in the half-orc's words, he still patiently retorted. But I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the sky change color on the spot, and the space was torn apart. The purple-black lightning and the corrosive smell left behind by the lightning directly turned many of our people into terrible dark monsters. That was definitely the punishment of the god of darkness and shadows in the legend. Seeing that the emissary of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce had become the target of public criticism, the half-kneeling half-orcs became bold and quickly described the scene he saw. The divine punishment of the god of darkness and shadows was rather iconic. Even ordinary half-beastmen had heard of it. This was because it was different from the divine punishment of other true gods. His divine punishment didn't just descend in the form of thunder and lightning. It was also accompanied by the shadow power that originated from the land of darkness, which could pollute the area punished by the divine punishment. It could be said that apart from him, only the evil gods possessed such a polluting power. Because of this, some extreme true gods even stubbornly believed that the god of darkness and shadows had fallen and was no longer a righteous god, but an evil one. Because of this, the Seeker's world had caused a lot of commotion and almost caused a war between the gods. It was for this reason that the name of the god of darkness and shadows was still remembered by many even though he was only an intermediate god with weak influence in the world of Seekers. After listening to the description of the beast man, the mage of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce opened his mouth wide, but he didn't know how to refute. All living creatures in the affected area would be turned into shadows. He also recognized it from the other party's description. This was the symbol of his true god's divine punishment. The half-beastmen in the surroundings started to discuss, and the discussion gradually became louder. Pollution, dark creatures, and you still say it's not the god of darkness and shadows? Why would His Holiness do this? Aren't we allies? What allies? He's just using us to deal with the goddess of life in the elven forest. Rumor has it that the goddess of life is an ally of the god of death in the underworld. What goddess of life? She's just a false god, and a subordinate god of the god of death, not an ally. It's all the same. She's our enemy anyway. She stole the power that should have belonged to our father god. The half-beastmen were furious. The old mage of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce was red in the face. Those strange comments, as well as the dissatisfaction with the Sauron Chamber of Commerce and the disrespect to the god of darkness and shadows, made him very angry. These damned, stupid half-beastmen who had no sense of the big picture. No wonder they couldn't unify the desert of death even after surviving for so many years. In the end, they still needed a true god to act. Why didn't they think about it with their cute little brain? How could a true god act against an ally? There must be some misunderstanding, the old mage thought to himself angrily. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and explained, "No, a true god wouldn't do this for no reason. There must be some misunderstanding. We don't want to fall into the trap of those cunning elves." However, his words still couldn't convince the half-beastman. God's punishment is the will of a true god. How do you explain God's punishment? Could a true god be fooled by the elves? The half-beastmen didn't agree with the old mage's explanation, and they became even angrier. However, although they were angry, everyone had no objection to the cunning elves that the old mage had mentioned. In the past, the word cunning could never be associated with the innocent, pure, and kind elves. It could only be said that with the activities of the self-proclaimed chosen ones, players, and strange elves who walked and talked, some things were subtly changing. Now, there were fewer and fewer elven transactions in the black market. There was even a situation where the buyer would repeatedly confirm with the seller before making a transaction. "Your elves, aren't those mutated elves?" There was no other reason than they were afraid of being cheated. They were also afraid of being cheated. The surrounding half-beastmen weren't satisfied with the old mage's explanation. However, the expressions of the Oracle King and the new chief high priest gradually became strange. They looked at each other, and the Oracle King nodded to the chief high priest. The chief high priest coughed softly, and the entire tent suddenly quieted down. The chief high priest was quite satisfied with this. He paused and looked at the old mage. "Mr. Messenger, I want to verify something with the Dark Church." As he said this, his expression became slightly strange. "Have any of your tribes lost any statues recently?" Hearing this, the old mage was stunned at first, then he understood something and was slightly enlightened. Then, his expression gradually turned ugly, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said, "These damn, cunning elves. Evil blasphemers." Ha 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 ha, bursts of laughter came from the Death Desert, full of cheerful atmosphere. A team full of spoils of war formed a long formation and advanced in the direction of the Gloom Mountain Range. The troops were all elves, and there were more than 2,000 of them. They were wearing all kinds of equipment, riding all kinds of magic beasts, and waving all kinds of flags. They were like an army that had returned in triumph. They were the high-level players who participated in the Death Desert mission. This time, the 4 major guilds took the lead, and more than 10 second-rate guilds joined to form this Elven Joint Vanguard army. They worked together and attacked 3 medium-sized tribes in the Death Desert, destroyed one, and plundered the other 2 before the reinforcements arrived. Now, they had a bountiful harvest, and they were satisfied with the spoils of war that they could no longer carry and began their return journey. Everyone's face was still full of the aftertaste of victory. The corners of their mouths were raised, and their eyes were bright, brimming with unconcealable confidence and joy. Among them, Xianxia, who was surrounded by a group of players, was riding a giant mountain bear and carrying the heart of nature's iris flag. He was beaming with joy, and his expression was full of smugness. The surrounding players surrounded him and kept flattering him. "As expected of you, Xianxia. You can even come up with new tricks with the divine punishment. Ha 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 ha." I still remember the expressions of those half-orcs when they saw the divine punishment of the god of darkness and shadows. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This is a righteous backstab from an ally. I'm dying of laughter. Looking at their expressions, I thought they had been struck dumb. The most outrageous one is still Big Boss Xianxia. You clearly surrounded the fort, but you let one go, and he even saw the divine punishment. Are you trying to put the blame on the god of darkness and shadows? And he even shouted that it wasn't the divine punishment of the god of darkness and shadows? That exaggerated expression. I'm about to spit out my rice. Big Boss is awesome. The players were beaming with joy. At the center of the conversation, Xianxia, who had traded half-orc slaves from the dwarfs of the underworld for the statue of the god of darkness and shadows, was incomparably proud. He said proudly, "It's basic. It's just basic. Don't cry, don't cry. Big Boss is awesome. Facts have proven that there are only things you can't think of, but nothing you can't do. The deity's punishment style has been crippled. Ha 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 ha. He he he, let them bite each other." The other players kept flattering him. However, after hearing what the players said, Xianxia shook his head. "It's not certain if we let them bite each other. The half-orcs have low IQ, but they're not stupid. There are so many of them, and there's bound to be someone who can see through our tricks. It's not like we haven't done it before. But, he he he, it's enough to disgust them and bury a nail in their foot." He chuckled. It was fine when this energetic lad didn't laugh, but when he did, there was always an indescribable wretchedness. However, the surrounding players flattered him even more. As expected of Big Boss Xianxia. Big Boss Xianxia is awesome. However, after flattering him, they excitedly surrounded him again, looking expectant. That Big Boss Xianxia, the statue. Can you give us some of it? Yes, yes. Sell it to us. We'll pay a high price. However, after hearing what the players said, Xianxia shook his head. No, it's not easy for me to trade for it. If you want to get it, you can get it yourself. I've written the method on the forum. The god of darkness and shadows was not a lure. He was a true mid-level true god of divine power. As it turned out, his divine punishment was much more powerful. The effect of the divine punishment was like washing the ground. It destroyed the wall that the medium-sized tribe had painstakingly erected. At the same time, it also turned all the half-orcs and unlucky players within the range into shadow monsters, not to mention the half-beastmen. The players were all dumbfounded by this display of power. Even Xianxia was shocked. He naturally had to keep such a powerful secret weapon for himself. The Nature's Heart Guild was not enough. Big boss, don't be like this. There's no other way. Only your Chamber of Commerce has credibility. When we went to the dwarves, they all thought we were crazy. Big boss, help me. The players still did not give up. He. Beg me. If you call me father, I'll give you the statue. Xianxia was even more proud. His expression gradually changed to a despicable one. There was no doubt that he was a little arrogant again. The players were speechless. The others around him were silent for a few seconds, then came a voice in unison. Big boss. We beg you, father. Living father. Xianxia was speechless. In the face of enough benefits, face and so on were all used paper in the game, the movements of the few major guilds were very big. This time, they not only used the Battlefield channel of Elven Kingdom but also started a live broadcast on the internet. And Eve, who had been paying attention to the players' movements, naturally knew their various operations. She sat on her throne, deep in thought. The divine punishment of the god of darkness and shadows? Xianxia, this guy, really can come up with new tricks every time. She chuckled twice and shook her head. Although she did not think that this matter would really affect the cooperation between the two true gods, sometimes, differences started from small matters. And for a true god, desecrating the statue was not a small matter. The divine punishment of other true gods striking their own believers for no reason was also not a small matter. However, the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, was a true god with mid-level divine power. Weak, mid-level, the gap between him and Allure could not be clearly explained in a few words. Eve did not think that even if he knew that there was a problem with his divine punishment, he would compromise like Allure and change the mechanism of the divine punishment. After all, the one struck was not his own believer. And the true god would probably be angry that his statue was desecrated. It was necessary to send down a divine punishment. But, the players had obviously discovered a new continent. In the future, Holdel's statue would definitely be in high demand. He would probably continue to be angry for a while. In this regard, Eve was naturally happy to see it happen. Anyway, they were already enemies. Even if they were more hostile, she did not mind. Presumably, in the future, the divine punishment of the god of darkness and shadows would also visit the desert of death on a daily basis. In this case, it was not a problem for the divine punishment to strike other believers. The problem was how to operate the subsequent divine punishment. And this was very likely to affect the cooperation between the true gods. It all depended on what Holdel would do. In a sense, this was an open conspiracy, just as Eve had guessed. At this very moment, the two true gods had indeed fallen into some kind of awkwardness, in a different space in the void. Several illusory figures, either sacred or evil and depraved, were constantly gathering. The leading figure was shrouded in shadows and had a vast aura. It was the projection of the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel. And opposite him, there was another sacred aura surrounded by silver brilliance and ice and snow. It was the projection of Allure, the god of winter and hunting. The two true gods looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little heavy for a moment. Your Holiness Holdel, your divine punishment. Do you need to give me an explanation? Uller's low voice slowly sounded. The empty alternate space was silent. Only four stalwart figures, either in the light or in the dark, kept flashing. Uller's low voice kept echoing, his voice seemed to be very calm. But in the face of a god whose divine power was far beyond his own, such words were enough to show his inner dissatisfaction. After listening to his words, the mythical beings in the alternate space had different reactions. On his left, a figure shrouded in a grey fog, with a depraved aura and 6 pairs of black wings faintly visible behind him, let out a chuckle. His gaze skipped over Ullur and looked at the leader, the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, with great interest. Opposite him, another mythical being, who was half human and half snake, surrounded by a dark purple halo, had an enchanting figure and an evil aura. His eyes flickered slightly. His gaze wandered between the two true gods, and he clicked his tongue twice. The evil god with weak divine power, the fallen angel Lilia. The evil god with weak divine power, the queen of pain Elisa. Other than the god of winter and the god of hunting, Balur, and the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, who appeared in the alternate space, it was actually these two evil gods who had appeared once in the War of the Underground World. As if he felt the two mythical beings sizing him up, Balur's figure became slightly brighter under the brilliance of divine power, and the ice and snow surrounding him became more rampant. His gaze dimmed slightly, and he temporarily left Holdel, the god of darkness and shadows. Instead, he glanced at the two evil and depraved mythical beings. Humph. Your Holiness Lilia, Your Holiness Elisa, do you have anything to say? He snorted coldly and raised his chin slightly. His gaze could not hide his disgust and arrogance. As a genuine true god registered in the Pantheon Temple, as a follower god of the god of war, one of the three main god systems in the Seeker's crystal wall system, Balur had always looked down on these fallen evil gods. And as if sensing the disgust and disdain in Balur's words, the fallen angel Lilia chuckled again. She reached out and played with her wings as she said casually, "Nothing much." "Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something happy." The Queen of Pain Elisa also covered her mouth and chuckled twice. Her gaze wandered, and her voice was charming. "Me, too." "Oh? What was there to be happy about? Tell me about it." Balur narrowed his eyes. His aura was somewhat dangerous. Hearing his words, Lilia raised her eyebrows slightly. He plucked a black feather from his wing, blew it gently, and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that I didn't expect some existences to be so arrogant even though they aren't strong. Should I say, as expected of the principal god that the origin loves?" His voice was strange and cynical, but Balur could hear the mockery in his words. For a moment, this beastman true god's expression turned even gloomier. He sneered and said, "Humph, I don't think some trash who ran away after being scared by others is worthy of my respect." As soon as Balur's voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire space suddenly became sluggish. Fallen angel Lilia's smile faded slightly, while Queen of Pain Elisa's aura became somewhat dangerous. In the Underground War a few months ago, in the face of death, Hela's scythe of death, they did run away in a panic. And it turned out that Hela's killing of the Lord of Plagues, Ale, was already the limit. After that, it was just a bluff. It was just that, they ran away. This incident had even gradually spread throughout the continent of Seekers as the Underground War ended, and the two evil gods had almost become the laughingstock among the mythical existences. They were even compared to the goddess of life who had sealed the seventh demon god, Azazel, by herself. They had become the stepping stones for this new god to step onto the world stage. At this moment, Balur had exposed this matter. It undoubtedly stimulated the nerves of the two evil gods. As the top existences in the world of Seekers, the true masters of this universe, every mythical existence was proud. Even if they were evil gods. Lilia and Elisa snorted coldly almost one after another. The aura behind them continued to rise, faintly forming a confrontation with Balur. A low-level divine power and a weak divine power joined forces to attack. Even if the two evil gods had not been revived for long, Balur, who was at the peak of the weak divine power, was still no match for them. His aura did not persist for long. Under the suppression of the two evil gods, he was faintly swaying. This kind of contest between true gods caused the entire alternate space to churn. There were faint signs of collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. Then, an old voice rang out. "Enough." The power of darkness suddenly spread, like a giant hand covering the sky and the sun. The three mythical existences who were confronting each other only felt a majestic and deep power descending into the alternate space. In one fell swoop, one against three, and their power was instantly suppressed. The god of darkness and shadows, Holder, had made his move. As the only mid-level true god present, and also a veteran true god of the underworld, even if it was just a projection, he could easily suppress everything. "Have you guys had enough?" Holder looked at the three mythical existences. His old voice was somewhat cold. Hearing his words, the fallen angel Lilia withdrew her power. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the existence on the main seat. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. But soon, Lulia chuckled and said, since Holder has spoken, I naturally won't lower myself to the level of some foolish existences. And the Queen of Pain, Elisa, also smiled charmingly. Me, too. Humph. Uller snorted coldly and also withdrew his power. However, when he looked at Holder again, his gaze was more serious and dignified. He did not have the arrogance that he had before when he directly questioned the other party. Peace was restored in the alternate space again. At this time, Holder looked at Uller and suddenly said a sentence without rhyme or reason. Holder Uller, there's one thing I have to remind you first. As he said that, his gaze turned slightly cold again. The dignity of a true god cannot be blasphemed. His voice was very serious. Faintly, he seemed to be suppressing some anger. And when these words entered Uller's ears, Uller understood the other party's meaning. This was a reply to his previous question of divine punishment. The dignity of a true god could not be blasphemed. Any existence that blasphemed a true god must be punished by God. But, you should understand that these blasphemies are all part of the evil god Eve's conspiracy. Uller gritted his teeth. But after hearing his words, Holder shook his head gently. Holder Uller, whether it's a conspiracy or an overt plot, this is a war between believers. It's not our focus. That's natural, because the ones being struck aren't your own believers. Of course, you don't care. Uller roared in his heart. But soon, Holder changed the topic. Of course, I'll issue an oracle later to restrain the believers to protect my statue. But divine punishment is a matter of principle. It can't be changed. Uller opened his mouth, but in the end, he reluctantly accepted this treatment. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could not do it. Holder's attack just now had made him see the gap between him and the other party clearly. And even among true gods, the fist was the hardest principle. Thinking of this, Uller secretly clenched his fists, but in the end, he lowered his head. The four mythical beings regained their calm again. However, there were some things that would never be perfect once they were cracked. It was the same for cooperation. As if noticing Ullur's unwillingness to suppress his anger, the god of darkness and shadows, Holder's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. He secretly shook his head and said, the goddess of life and Hela should have noticed our alliance. These days, Hela has become more active in the underworld, and her spying on me has become stronger. Now, my every move is under her surveillance. Next, I'm afraid I can't easily summon the Shadow Army. Holder was a true god of the underworld whose strength was second only to Hela. He had been competing with Hela for the authority of the underworld, vainly trying to become the true god of death. If he used his divine power on a large scale, it would be easy for the other party to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This applied to both sides. In fact, take the last time when Hela used the Scythe of Death, Holder had already done so. Although Hela killed the traitor, the Lord of Plague, took back the Book of Death, and won the war in the underground world, Holder also seized the opportunity to steal part of the authority of the underworld while Hela was attacking. Although Hela won, it was not perfect. It could be considered a draw, and she was slightly better. It was just that this kind of spying, even for a true god, was very energy-consuming. Generally speaking, the two true gods were very restrained. Although they would monitor each other, they would not put all their energy into it, but now, after communicating with Eve, Hela naturally cooperated with the other party to strengthen the surveillance on Holder. Under such circumstances, Holder was naturally more vigilant. In addition, the goddess of life is growing too fast. This speed is really abnormal. I now seriously suspect that she has already given up on herself and has been contaminated by the power of faith and the evil thoughts of the elves. Otherwise, her believers would not be so extreme. A true god who has been contaminated by the power of faith and has lost herself has a terrifying growth speed. Our plan must be carried out as soon as possible. He continued. With that, he looked at Uller and asked, My lord, Uller. To deal with the elves of the elven forest, we can only rely on your army. Now that 3 months have passed, how are your preparations? As soon as this was said, Ullur's expression seemed to be somewhat gloomy. He sighed softly and replied, In the near future, I will send a group of 300 elves. If we set off in the near future, my believers can form an army of 300,000. Their average strength is above the middle level of iron rank. As for gold rank professionals, they can reach up to 10. This is already the greatest strength of my death desert. 300,000? I remember that a certain existence said that it was twice this number. Fallen angel Lilia chuckled, but it was only met with a glare from Ullur. Ullur snorted coldly and said, "There's a small problem. There's a small situation. I'm sure your holiness knows about it and understands," Roland said. Hoarder nodded slightly and did not express his opinion. Through the prayers of his believers and the feedback of the divine punishment, he also had a slight understanding of everything that happened in the desert of death. "Is it those strange elves?" His old voice sounded again. Hearing Holder's words, Ullur seemed to think of life, and his expression was a little ugly. "They really don't know how to die. How did Hela and the false god Eve create such strange elves? Those fellows are simply more abominable than the believers of evil gods." Hee hee. Lilia and Elisa sneered at the same time. Holder frowned slightly and said, "There's no need for internal strife. Don't fight among yourselves." Then, he looked at Ullur and shook his head gently. "It's a little too little." Ullur's expression became even uglier. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Your Holder, this is already the limit of what I can give unless you give me a few more months to prepare. Moreover, without the help of your shadow army, I'm afraid the loss of my believers will be quite serious. Although you're an ancient god, you should understand the significance of believers to the true gods of our faith." Holder nodded slightly. "I understand. However, sometimes, we should give up what we should give up as long as we can obtain what we want. Since everyone here is willing to join forces, it means that everyone's needs are the same. I want to cut off one of Hela's helpers. Lilia and Elisa hope to devour the divine power of the goddess of life, and His Holiness Ullur wants to obtain a promotion to the priesthood. Our interests don't conflict. It's just that, we don't have much time left. If we continue to let the goddess of life grow, with our strength in the world of seekers, unless we personally send down our incarnations, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist her forces. During the Underground War, I think you've already seen the growth potential of those elves who call themselves the Chosen One. When that time comes, we'll be in trouble. So, we have to strangle her in the cradle before she truly grows. She can seal Azazel, which means that she's very likely to be a weak divine power now. We can't let her continue to grow, so, start a war, then lure her out, and kill her on the battlefield we've chosen. This is the plan we have to complete." Hearing Holder's words, the three mythical existences nodded in agreement. However, the Queen of Pain, Elisa, suddenly opened her mouth and asked doubtfully, "Your Holiness Holder, I've always been puzzled. You said you want to lure the goddess of life out. But how do we do that?" As soon as Elisa finished speaking, Ullur and Lilia also looked at Holder. They were also very curious because Holder had never discussed the matter of luring the goddess of life in detail. Seeing the curious gazes of the three mythical existences, Holder chuckled. His old voice with some depth echoed in the alternate space again. "Do you know the full name of this goddess of life?" "Full name?" The fallen angel, Lilia, raised an eyebrow. Holder nodded. "Eve Yggdrasil." "Yggdrasil." Lilia narrowed her eyes slightly. "Yggdrasil?" Elisa looked surprised. "Yggdrasil." Ullur's expression was ugly. "This surname, she's really daring." Lilia sighed slightly. "I'm also very surprised. If I didn't know that the throne of the world tree in the Pantheon temple is still dilapidated, and that this goddess Eve's personality is completely different from the mother of gods, I would have thought that she had revived. That's why I said that this is a newborn true god who has been contaminated by faith," Holder said. He paused and continued. "The elf's obsession with the mother of gods created her. She is the new goddess of life, the new goddess of nature, the new guardian and master of the elves, and also an avenger shrouded in obsession. That's why she's called this." "It's very easy to lure a true god like this," Sui Xiong said. After saying that, he looked at the mythical existences again. "That's the relic of the world tree, the relic of the world tree?" The mythical existences were deep in thought. And this time, Holder finally stopped keeping them in suspense. He smiled like an amiable old man and said, "You're right. Have you heard of the World Tree's divine kingdom?" The temporary meeting of the four mythical existences did not last. long. After another 10 minutes, they dispersed their projections one after another. However, compared to when they had arrived, the true gods and evil gods who had left looked much more at ease. They seemed to have more confidence. After the mythical existences left, only the figure of Holder, the god of darkness and shadows, was left in the alternate space. He looked at the place where the three mythical existences dissipated and shook his head gently. A motley crew. After saying that, his body flickered with the brilliance of divine power and suddenly dissipated. Sandstorm City, in the north-central part of the Death Desert. This was the economic center of the entire Death Desert, and also one of the few cities built on an oasis in the entire desert. Of course, with the level of civilization and social order of the half-orcs, they were more inclined to settle down in tribes along the oasis. This included the half-orc royal court. The reason why a settlement like Sandstorm City existed was entirely due to its unique geographical location. Sandstorm City was a city built on a passage that led to the underground world. Below it was the jurisdiction of the Dark City-State Alliance in the underground world. This was the most convenient way to enter the underground world in the entire Death Desert. The history of this city could be traced back to the Silver Age when the elves ruled. At that time, the Death Desert was still a beautiful forest, and Sandstorm City was also a city built by the elves. Even after thousands of years, there were still some elf-style boulders and reliefs in the city. However, as the Death Desert changed, the forest became a barren land, and the elves abandoned this place. Later, it was inherited by the dwarves, who used it to mine the nearby obsidian and mithril mines. 2,000 years ago, the mines dried up, and the dwarves left. Some of them escaped underground and became the Dark Dwarves, while others went to the east of the continent to find a new home. The current owners of this place were the half-orcs. Until today. As the transportation hub between the Death Desert and the underground world, as well as the main connecting passage between the surface and underground in the southwest of the continent, Sandstorm City had always been the most prosperous place in the entire Death Desert. Although the rulers here were the half-orcs, there were also many underground residents, fugitives from the human world, adventurers, and mercenaries gathered in the city. As long as they obeyed the rules set by the half-orcs, outsiders could stay here after paying a certain amount of gold pounds. As long as you had money, you could get whatever you wanted from the black market merchants, underground residents, and mercenary leaders gathered here. This was heaven for the strong, hell for the weak. Therefore, Sandstorm City had another name, Chaos City. The ruler of Sandstorm City was the third largest tribe among the half-orcs, the Sandstorm tribe. This was a large tribe with a population of 100,000, and was also one of the 4 half-orc tribes in the entire Death Desert with a population of 100,000. The Sandstorm tribe was very powerful. They had 2 gold-level orcs and a beastman beast that was also at the gold level. Throughout history, the Sandstorm tribe had become the rulers of the half-beastman royal court, giving birth to more than one half-beastman king. Only such a powerful tribe could hold such an important city in their hands. North of Sandstorm City, in an abandoned dwarf mine that was connected to the underground world, residents in ragged clothes were shuttling back and forth. Most of them were half-orcs, but there were also some underground residents and even humans. They were the lowest rung of the city and were also known as the mine scavengers. Although the mineral deposits in Sandstorm City had long since dried up, there were still some lucky people who found some scattered obsidian or even mithril here and there, making a fortune in one fell swoop. Chi-Duo was an orc scavenger. He had lived here for more than 10 years and was very familiar with the mine. He had also relied on the obsidian fragments he picked up to raise his family. Today, as usual, he sneaked into the depths of the mine and followed his experience to look for possible traces of mineral deposits. It seems like there was another earthquake yesterday. Ever. Since last year, the number of earthquakes in the Desert of Death has increased. Every time there's an earthquake, I'll find our fragments in the mine. This time, I have to grab the opportunity and go deep into the mine. Chi-Duo murmured. He carried the tools he had prepared and skillfully sneaked into the mine. Following his memory and experience, he went straight to the mine that he thought was the easiest place to find mineral fragments with the earthquake. However, when he arrived at the destination of his plan, he was slightly stunned. What is this? He was a little curious and surprised, but also a little fearful as he looked into the mine. The original mine was shrouded in a dense golden halo. The halo continued to circulate, illuminating the dark mine with incomparable brightness. In the middle of the halo, there was an illusory milky white mirror. There seemed to be waves of water rippling on it. The surface of the mirror was elliptical, and it flickered with a strange radiance. Black cracks could be seen on the edges of the mirror. Those cracks were constantly changing, and they faintly emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. However, compared to the destructive aura coming from the cracks, Chi Duo was more attracted to the mirror. The moment he saw the mirror, he felt an indescribable force rushing toward him. That force was invisible and untouchable, but it gave him an incomparably peaceful and comfortable feeling. Chi Duo subconsciously took a deep breath. Faintly, he seemed to smell the fragrance of flowers and plants. For a moment, he felt refreshed. What is this thing? Chi Duo repeated curiously. His common sense as an orc told him that this was definitely some mysterious force that he could not understand. However, an inspiration that seemed to originate from the depths of his biological instincts told him that what he saw would not cause him any harm. For some reason, he reached out his hand and gently touched the mirror that looked like a door of light. The moment he touched it, Chi Duo only felt a huge wave of energy coming toward him. His head buzzed and he did not know anything. Vaguely, he seemed to see a vast and boundless forest. Chi Duo quickly recovered and was still standing in place. However, when he came back to his senses, he realized that the entire mine was filled with green grass and flowers, and vines were constantly growing out of the rock walls. The bright light illuminated everything. Everything around him was magical and beautiful. However, Chi Duo, who had heard a lot of news from the orc warriors, changed his expression. The sudden appearance of the vines, countless flowers, the sudden appearance of the light door, could this be the magic of the legendary elves? He fell to the ground and was scared out of his wits. Then, he scrambled out of the mine, shouting as he ran, "Brotherly, I'm sorry. Not good. The elves are attacking." His voice was miserable. After a few months of plundering, the orcs in the north of the Death Desert had already developed a phobia of elves. Chi Duo's fleeing speed was very fast. He did not notice the speed that he should not have. And his body seemed to have undergone some sort of evolution from the touch just now. 10 minutes later. Dozens of fully armed orcs surrounded a orc wearing a gorgeous priest robe with oil paint on his face as they entered the mine. This was the high priest of the Sandstorm tribe, who had the strength of a lower gold rank. He looked solemnly at the light door in front of him, his expression full of disbelief. "This is a space door?" He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand to touch the light door. The moment he touched the light door, he only felt that his vision suddenly turned white. The light door refused his entry. But faintly, he seemed to see a stalwart figure. At the same time, countless prayers were faintly heard. The prayers seemed to be in a very beautiful language. Just listening to them gave people a wonderful feeling. At the same time, the prayers seemed very distant, as if they had traveled through countless years, full of vicissitudes and sadness. However, as a gold-rank professional, the high priest's spiritual perception was far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment he heard the prayers, he instantly understood the meaning behind them. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He could not help but cry out. World tree? Chaos. The Sandstorm tribe was in chaos. The people did not know what had happened. They only saw a large number of orc warriors suddenly appear in the mine area, instantly sealing off this area that they did not care about. Among them, the Sandstorm tribe even sent out the Sandstorm warriors that they were proud of. Although there were not many of them, they were all silver professionals. The curious orc residents, black market merchants, and human mercenaries gathered around and discussed. What happened? TSK, even the Sandstorm warriors were sent out? Did they discover a new mineral vein? That's impossible. I heard that the mineral vein here has already dried up. Isn't that the high priest? Even the high priest was alerted? What happened? The people were extremely curious. However, the Sandstorm tribe was secretive about it. However, an urgent half-orc team hurriedly sent a message to the half-orc palace. Seeing how nervous the Sandstorm tribe was, the eyes of some experienced underground merchants and bounty hunters flickered, the last time the Sandstorm tribe was like this was when they lost the competition for the position of king of the orcs and their opponent ascended to the throne. It could be seen that something terrible had happened in the mine this time. Their expressions changed slightly, and they quietly retreated. The reason why Sandstorm City was called the City of Chaos was that any order could be challenged here. Women, slaves, status, power, and even some secrets, as long as you had enough gold pounds, or as long as you were strong enough, you could get everything you wanted. Therefore, in less than 3 days, everything that happened in the mine began to spread among the underground forces of Sandstorm City. The sudden appearance of the light door, the mysterious energy, and the growing flowers and vines. Behind the door of light was a vast forest, as well as an ethereal prayer. Furthermore, the high priestess could not help but cry out when she touched the door of light. No one knew who had leaked all of this. However, when the Sandstorm tribe realized it, it was already too late. As a hub connected to the underground world, Sandstorm City was part of the underground intelligence system of the Seeker's world. A secret was no longer a secret. Elven Forest, City of Heaven's Chosen. As the players renovated and expanded it again and again, in the majestic central temple, Eve, who had changed into the Oracle Zero avatar, sat on the main seat in the side hall. She looked at the stack of information in her hand and raised her eyebrows. Light door? World tree? Following her soft exclamation, a cheerful and excited female voice came from the guest seat opposite her. That's right. Lady Zero, this is the information our Chamber of Commerce obtained when trading with the Dark Dwarves in the underground world. Although the orcs tried their best to cover it up, it caused too much of a commotion and eventually leaked out. According to the speculation of some powerhouses in the underground world, this is very likely the divine kingdom that the goddess is looking for. The divine kingdom might have fallen into the desert of death. World Tree's divine kingdom, Eve did not comment. Instead, she looked up at the person who spoke. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a beautiful face that surpassed all the other players. There was also a hint of excitement and fanaticism in her expression. She was a player. This 4th beta tester had successfully advanced and become a true silver priestess after many priest missions. She was also the first priestess player with silver strength in the entire server. By the way, she had also become the most popular player among the other players because of this. This was not because of her superb facial makeup skills, nor was it because she was one of the few Dragon Knights. It was because after advancing to silver, she had become the strongest healer among the players. Her healing capacity was enough to take on 10 players each. Of course, due to her identity as a silver priestess, Tanuki had successfully infiltrated the Life Church. With her looks and faith, bootlicker, advantages, she had become friends with many elven priestesses, including Saintess Alice. She was also known as the most devout, bootlicker, chosen one by the elves. It could not be helped. She had too many halos around her. Although she was a tough woman who only knew how to charge forward with a staff in battle, writing the sacred book of life, preaching in the Orlos demiplane, quickly advancing to silver priestess, and so on, just looking at her priestess, she had already become a model for many native elven priestesses to learn from. However, at this moment, Eve's focus was not on Tanuki's excited speculation. Instead, she looked at her with a slightly strange expression. Chamber of Commerce? Tanuki's face stiffened. She coughed twice. It's our Amway Chamber of Commerce. This is all to help the goddess. Eve was speechless. Mine. Ours. Well, another one who had been tricked by Demacia. If she remembered correctly, this female player would rather die than cooperate with that guy in the beginning. In the end, it was really good. After sighing slightly, Eve focused her attention on the information in her hands again. As the successor of the World Tree, now the true World Tree, she could naturally see more from these words. Light Gate. Forest. Prayer, as well as the wonderful changes when she touched the light gate. As Eve browsed, she compared it with her own god's kingdom. And the result made her expression more and more serious. These various descriptions. These various situations. It was indeed what a mortal creature should see after entering a god's kingdom, and these strange scenes could only appear in the World Tree's god's kingdom, the source of life and nature. But vaguely, she felt that something was wrong. Did it fall into the desert of death? Eve sat on the main seat of the Temple of Life with the avatar of the Blessed One, 0. She rubbed the materials that Fengwu gave her, deep in thought. Yes, Miss Feng. She looked at the player Fengwu again. I'm here. Fengwu instantly sat up straight, her eyes bright and expectant. Blessed One, 0, was the most likely NPC to trigger a hidden plot. Even if she could get a little reward from under her fingernails, she would be able to fly. However, Eve didn't mention the reward for information for the time being. Instead, she asked softly. When did you get this information? Today. After I heard about it, I was worried that I'd make a mistake, so I came immediately. Fengwu replied. Eve nodded. After pondering for a moment, she stopped what she was doing. Let's just take a look. With a slight movement in her heart, Eve gently closed her eyes. She secretly used her divine power and entered an inexplicable state. The divine power of life in the depths of her body was triggered, and Eve's vision continued to rise. She saw her body hidden in another space, the city of heaven's chosen, and the surrounding forest. It wasn't until the entire elven forest entered her eyes that she gradually stopped. Sight of true God. She muttered in her heart. Following Eve's thoughts, her vision suddenly changed. Sight of true God. If the priest players had the eye of faith, that could see through faith, then the sight of true God was the eye of faith that the true God had. This was also the mythical form of the eye of faith. At that moment, Eve's gaze seemed to pass through space and nothingness. Everything in her vision was stained with mottled brilliance. The entire elven forest was shrouded in brilliant photons, divided into blue and green bright colors. Blue was the most abundant, and they were all over the elven forest. Green was slightly fewer, and most of them were concentrated in the jadeite forest. These were the players and believers. Through the sight of true God, Eve could see the consciousness of the players and the faith of the believers, as well as the game channel and faith network that connected her to the players and believers. Of course, at this moment, she wasn't using this ability to observe the players and believers. She turned her gaze and looked in the direction of the desert of death. That place was hazy, covered by a silver radiance. It was the power of Allure, the god of winter and the hunt, which blocked Eve's vision. This was an ability that every true god possessed, and it could be used within the scope of their faith. It was a protective barrier formed by some kind of manifestation of divine power. Of course, the protective ability of this barrier was very special. It wasn't targeted at believers, nor did it have any real defensive power. Instead, it was targeted at the gaze of a mysterious existence. At the same time, it was this power that blocked the spatial ability. Eve turned her gaze to a certain spot in the desert of death. He was about 1,500 kilometers away from his main body, which was also the furthest distance that the players had reached after the Death Desert map was opened to them. There, a ball of green light flickered continuously. Even though the silver energy was constantly suppressing and trying to conceal this power, the dazzling light was still like the light in the darkness, and Eve could see it clearly. At the same time, Eve also felt a familiar call from afar. It was the divine power of the same origin as her, the extremely rich divine power of nature, combined with the information provided by Fengwu. Eve already had an answer in her heart at this moment. It's really the former god's kingdom? She was a little shocked. Divine power was not easy to store. Other than true gods and true god artifacts, only a true god's kingdom could store such pure divine power. Just as Eve was looking there, suddenly, the silver radiance that shrouded the desert of death suddenly brightened. The silver radiance became brighter and brighter, completely suppressing and absorbing the green power, erasing it from Eve's vision. It was Allure's move. A true god would naturally sense the gaze of other mythical existences. When Eve looked over, the master of the desert of death decisively used his divine power to block Eve's vision. Even though in this process, he had to consume several times more divine power than Eve. He doesn't want me to see what's inside. Eve's heart skipped a beat. There were many explanations for not wanting him to see. He might be hiding something, or he might be planning something. However, combining the priesthoods that Allure and himself had shown, as well as his ambitions, there was only one conclusion. That was that Allure was also determined to obtain the World Tree's God's kingdom. His hunting priesthoods and winter priesthoods were secondary priesthoods under the nature priesthoods. Entering the world tree's God's kingdom to obtain the origin of the God's kingdom would also be of great benefit to him in perfecting and upgrading his priesthoods. Therefore, he had to hide the information about the God's kingdom, especially for Eve who had the life and nature priesthoods. It was very difficult for ordinary existences to enter his God's kingdom, even if the gods had fallen. And Ullr's original body was in the heavens, so it was not easy to descend an incarnation that could forcefully enter the God's kingdom. In contrast, the life and nature priesthoods were of the same origin as the world tree. If Eve wanted to enter the God's kingdom, it would be much easier and more convenient than other true gods. Eve's original body was in the world of seekers, and she recovered very quickly. In a sense, she could be considered the strongest person in the world of seekers. So, if Eve discovered the God's kingdom and insisted on seizing it, as long as she used the original body of a true god, Ullr would not be able to stop her. At least, in Ullr's eyes, that must be the case. Of course, Eve's original body could not move. But she had a true god-level incarnation that was no weaker than her original body. At this moment, Eve felt that she roughly knew the reason. Haha. Do you think this can stop me? The world tree's God's kingdom. This is the difference in information. She doesn't know who I am. If she knew, she wouldn't think that she could stop me just by hiding. Eve shook her head. She was the world tree. In a sense, the predecessor's God's kingdom could also be inherited by her. She only needed to find the predecessor's God's kingdom, get close to the predecessor's God's kingdom, and connect her faith network to it. Then she could receive the predecessor's legacy in a very short time. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was that there was still divine power in the God's kingdom. That could maintain a certain level of operation. And the previous observation and the green energy she saw had already proved that the predecessor's God's kingdom still maintained a certain vitality. In other words, as long as Eve rushed out now, she had a great chance of gaining control of the God's kingdom. Of course, there was also a huge risk. That was that it was very likely that Eve's true identity would be exposed. However, Eve believed that as long as she was careful, she could minimize this danger as much as possible. However, after making this deduction, Eve's heart suddenly moved, and she gradually became vigilant again. No. That's not right. If she really wanted to guard against me, why did she wait until I was watching to hide? Why did she let the players get the information? I'm afraid she let me see it on purpose. This is a conspiracy. Her purpose is to lure me over. There must be an ambush there. As if she had finally figured something out, Eve gradually calmed down again. And after calming down, she suddenly realized another problem. There's one more thing that's not right. Why didn't I sense the birth of the God's kingdom? No matter what, I'm still the successor of the predecessor, the world tree. Even if the predecessor's God's kingdom had never established a connection with me, if it descended into the world of seekers, and it was such a close world, with my connection with the world's origin, I should have sensed it. Strange, very strange. After figuring out this point, Eve chuckled all of a sudden. She understood. I see. It's a fake God's kingdom. I'm afraid. This is an illusion created by using a true God artifact and an alternate dimension? The purpose is to lure me over. She retracted her gaze, and her consciousness returned to her body. Once again transferred to the body of the blessed, Zero, Eve opened her eyes. However, at this moment, her expression was much calmer. This was a conspiracy. Ullr was using the world tree's God's kingdom to lure her to take the initiative to attack, and this God's kingdom was most likely not a God's kingdom at all. If they had a true God artifact that stored rich divine power of life and used an alternate dimension, they could also disguise it as the world tree's God's kingdom. Of course, Ullr did not have such a divine artifact. But other true gods did. Eve heard from Hela that Ullr's main god, the god of war and destruction, Lord, had such a true god artifact of the world tree, nature's crown. And although it was said that Ullr's relationship with the god of war was not very good, Hela once told Eve during an exchange of information that his archenemy, the god of darkness and shadows, Hodel, had some relations with the god of war, and this time, the god of darkness and shadows had clearly intervened. We can't rule out this possibility, Eve muttered. Of course, if it really was a true god artifact of the predecessor, it would be very attractive to her. But, never underestimate a true god. Eve believed that if this was really a conspiracy, then there must be a power that she could not resist waiting for her behind the scenes. She had sealed Azazel during the war in the underground world. In a sense, she had indirectly exposed her strength as a weak divine power. Under such circumstances, the enemy was still lying in ambush. This meant that the other party must have a trump card that could defeat her and subdue her. There must be an alternate dimension in that area. If she rashly stepped in, it was very likely that it would become a cage that trapped her. Of course, even if Eve made a move, it would only be a true god's incarnation. But even if it was just an incarnation, Eve did not want to let it fall into a dangerous situation because of greed. That would disrupt many of her plans. I'll get back what belongs to the world tree sooner or later, but now I have to be calm. She comforted herself in her heart and suppressed her desire to make a move. Eve had already thought it through. She would pretend that this did not happen. She wanted to follow the original plan and steadily push forward the war in the desert of death, strengthening herself step by step. However, just as Eve was about to ignore the so-called kingdom of the world tree, she paused again. She fell into silence, and the light in her eyes flickered in an instant. After a while, her expression became darker and darker, even the entire temple of life became incomparably oppressive in an instant. What's wrong? Sir Zero? Bayan's worried and curious voice came from beside her. It's nothing. You've worked hard. You can leave first. This is your reward. I'll take care of the rest. Eve shook her head, gave the girl a reward, and asked her to leave. Although Bayan was a little disappointed that she did not trigger the hidden plot, when she saw the generous reward, her expression instantly turned into surprise. Thank you, big sister. She bowed happily and then skipped out of the temple. Only Eve was left in the side hall of the temple. At this moment, Eve suddenly broke the armrest on her seat and gritted her teeth. I've been tricked. After saying this, she looked in the direction of the desert of death, her expression unprecedentedly solemn. This is not a conspiracy. It's an open conspiracy. Somewhere in the void, there was still an alternate space where a few mythical beings gathered. Buller dispersed the image created by divine power and said, he has already noticed the kingdom of the world. After saying this, he looked at the figure shrouded in darkness at the head of the table and sighed slightly. I didn't expect you to be able to borrow the crown of nature from His Holiness. I once wanted to borrow it from His Holiness to perfect his priesthood, but he rejected me. Ulur's voice was slightly resentful. That was directed at the god of war, Lord. The god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, heard the resentment in the other party's voice. However, he just smiled gently. I'm just relying on the favor he owes me. And this time, I'm also helping him confirm some interesting things. Interesting things? Hearing Holdel's words, Ulur was slightly taken aback. He hesitated for a moment and asked again, Your Holiness Holdel. Although we have prepared an ambush, will the evil god Eve really fall for such a flawed plan? Holdel let out a chuckle and glanced at Ulur. His voice was still filled with vicissitudes, and there was a kind of ease in his vicissitudes. Of course, he will definitely take the bait. For a true god who has been contaminated by the power of faith, he has already lost his basic judgment. Even if he knows that this might be a conspiracy, as long as there is a 50% chance that it is the kingdom of the world tree, as the ruler of the elves and the successor of the world tree, he will not hesitate to come personally. I've been around for too long. I've seen more than one contaminated true god. I can't be more familiar with such pitiful creatures, slaves of the power of faith. But what if he doesn't come? Another slightly frivolous voice sounded. It was the fallen angel, Lulia. Holdel glanced at him, and his gaze gradually became deep. That's even more interesting. Actually, I hope that he doesn't come. If he doesn't come, then the doubts in my heart will be verified. Oh? What are you referring to? On the other side, Queen of Pain Elisa asked curiously. Holdel smiled, and his eyes gradually sharpened. Ever since the war in the underground world, I've been paying attention to the life goddess, Eve, and collecting information about her, and the more I collect, the more interesting I find it. The time of her appearance should be last spring. Not long after he was born, the magic power of the entire world of seekers began to rise. At the same time, strange elves began to appear, and their numbers increased rapidly. Hearing Holdel's words, Ulur's eyelids twitched. What are you trying to say? Holdel did not explain directly. He suddenly changed the topic. Your Holiness Uller, what do you think is the reason if he doesn't come? Uller was stunned for a moment. He saw through our plan? Holdal nodded and then shook his head. He has already been corrupted by the power of faith, and his personality has long been extreme. It's impossible for him to see through our plan. And if he saw through it, it means that he wasn't corrupted by the power of faith, or he saw that our World Tree Divine Kingdom was fake, or he simply couldn't come. At this point, Halder paused and asked meaningfully, what do you think? Your Holiness Uller, do you think a true God who hasn't been corrupted by the power of faith can grow so quickly in such a short period of time? Do you think an ordinary life goddess can recognize the fake World Tree Divine Kingdom with the crown of nature as the core? Who do you think is the existence that can rapidly increase their strength while maintaining their consciousness, recognize the fake World Tree Divine Kingdom, create a large number of elves, and possibly have something to do with the accelerated recovery of the magic power of the world of seekers? If he can't come, what could be the reason? What if the resurrection ability of those strange elves doesn't come from Hela? Is Hela the only one who has extremely deep attainments in the law of the soul and can resurrect mortal lives? After hearing Holdal's words, Uller's pupils constricted. In the World Tree's divine kingdom, Eve sat on her divine throne, her exquisite face expressionless. However, the dark clouds in the sky of the divine kingdom showed her current mood. The will of a true God would affect the divine kingdom. Without a doubt, Eve's mood was unprecedentedly heavy. I've been living too smoothly, and I've underestimated the true gods of the world of seekers. How many of those who can become the ruler of the world are really stupid? She sighed slightly. Eve shook her head gently and looked at the desert of death on the simulation sand table. To be more precise, she looked at the edge of the sand table, where the World Tree's divine kingdom had just appeared. Her eyes flickered, and she mocked herself. To go or not to go? This really gives me a dilemma. She already knew that the World Tree's divine kingdom was fake, and there must be an ambush waiting for her. However, if she really did not go, she would probably face an even greater crisis, speaking of which, this was actually Eve's own problem. Her strength recovered too quickly, and that speed could not be measured by an ordinary true god. If there was no reasonable explanation, it would definitely attract suspicion. And the solution Eve chose was to use the extremes shown by the players to create a new god contaminated by the power of faith. This indeed solved her problem to a certain extent, but now it had become her fatal weakness. If I really don't go, it means that I'm not contaminated by the power of faith, and my true identity is very likely to be exposed. However, if I really go, the enemy will definitely be prepared for an ambush, and my true god avatar will probably not be able to resist. Eve frowned slightly, feeling the seriousness of the problem. However, this dilemma was not what made him feel the greatest sense of crisis. To be honest, she was not completely defenseless. If she was really prepared to give up the true god avatar and self-destruct after falling into the trap before she was defeated, Eve could also keep her secret. Even if she was recognized as the true god avatar left behind by her predecessor, it would be fine. Because that could also indirectly explain why Eve did not send out her main body but sent out her avatar. The incarnation of the true god of the World Tree. Of course, it would be easier to communicate with the World Tree's divine kingdom. With such an incarnation, there was no need for him to send out his main body. However, this was only a temporary solution. In fact, the trap this time wasn't the main reason why Eve felt so threatened. What made him feel the most threatened was the meaning behind this trap. Someone is suspecting my identity. Eve's voice was heavy. It's definitely not that silly Uller. Could it be the god of darkness and shadows? Or the god of war behind Uller? But no matter who it is, this is not a good sign. Thinking of this, Eve sighed helplessly. It would be fine if he wasn't suspected. But if he was suspected, if he couldn't clear himself of suspicion and divert the attention of those interested parties, even if Eve solved the problem this time, he was afraid that there would be another round of investigation. After all, the identity of the World Tree was too sensitive. I have to think of a way that satisfies both sides. Not only can I pass this test, but I can also clear myself of suspicion. But what should I do? Eve frowned slightly. She wasn't ready to flip the table yet. The more she understood about the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, the more she felt the vigilance of the gods toward the World Tree. If Eve really flipped the table, it would be hard to say whether the true gods of heaven who had already spread their faith in other dimensions would choose to protect the world of seekers or to destroy her. Although the chances were small, Eve couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be a true god who would forcefully descend and attack her. If that was the case, she would really be in a hopeless situation. The trap is out, and I don't have much time left. Even if I drag it out, I can't drag it out for more than a few days. I have to make a choice as soon as possible. This divine kingdom must be fake. If I'm not wrong, it's probably a different space, and it's the kind that can exert the power of a true god. If I enter, I'll definitely be attacked by Ullr and Hodel. There might even be a powerful true god weapon, don't tell me. I really have to send out an avatar? Give up on the true god avatar and solve the problem at hand for the time being? If I really step into a trap, the chances of me successfully defeating the other party are very slim, because the underground war has already exposed my trump card. Perhaps I should ask Hela for help? At least ask her to hold back the god of darkness and shadows Hodel. Ullr isn't my match. If Hela can hold back Hodel, I'll have a chance to fight him. But since Hodel has made a move, he'll definitely consider my relationship with Hela. Even if Hela holds him back, he'll probably arrange for other mythical existences. After all, he seems to be very familiar with those evil gods. Even if I win, it's just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. What should I do? Eve fell into deep thought. Just as he was frowning in thought, he suddenly heard a series of pious prayers from the unseen world. It's directly connected to my prayer? Eve's heart skipped a beat. After optimizing the faith network, she had long left the prayers of ordinary believers to the faith network to solve themselves. And those that could directly communicate with her must be something special. With this thought, Eve connected to the faith network and turned her gaze to the source of the prayer. In her vision, a solemn temple of life appeared. Under the statue of the goddess of life in the temple, a brown-haired half-elf was praying devoutly. Around him stood many figures that Eve was familiar with. The nature saintess Alice, the blessed heir, the original elf Therandir, and some other high-ranking elves of the church, as well as some original elves who were born after Therandir. They were all looking at the half-elf kneeling in front of Eve's statue with encouraging and expectant gazes. And further away, there were many other half-elves with envious and longing looks. Seeing such a scene, Eve already had a rough idea of what was going on. She turned her gaze to the kneeling half-elf and recognized his identity. Tyler? Tyler Roxanne. He was one of the first residents of the Orlos demiplane to purify his bloodline and come to the world of seekers. During this period, he had been active in the magnificent city, Kainolan, carrying out various trial missions and learning missions, working hard to become a true elf. He completed Alice's trial so quickly? Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. As if responding to Eve's words, Tyler prostrated himself on the ground with a fanatical expression. His voice was trembling with excitement. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great goddess Eve. Great goddess. I've completed the trial. I beg you, who is generous and benevolent, to bestow me strength and let me become a true elf. That's fast. Eve nodded slightly, and her depressed mood improved a lot. She could sense that Tyler's faith was more devout than when he first came to the world of seekers. He had fulfilled the conditions to be purified into a true elf. Not bad. I can help him purify his bloodline. Eve nodded slightly. Increasing the number of elven believers as quickly as possible would be of great benefit to the growth of the elven race and increase her strength. Not to mention, she needed these devout believers to find the true world tree divine kingdom. With this thought, she snapped her fingers lightly. Following Eve's action, flowers bloomed in the temple of life. Green light spread in all directions, and everyone in the temple felt a majestic and holy aura descend on the scene. At this moment, everyone realized that a true god was watching them. They all became excited, bowing their heads respectfully and piously, and began to pray. For a moment, sincere prayers sounded in the temple of life. Eve smiled slightly, then waved her hand. Following her action, the scepter of life in the divine kingdom's temple slowly rose, making a mischievous circle in the air before obediently falling into her hand. Then, Eve raised the scepter lightly and pointed it at Tyler from afar. A brilliant light lit up, and with the help of the network of faith, it was projected onto the statue in the Temple of Life. Then, it turned into a bright holy light, illuminating everything and enveloping Tyler. After a moment, the light faded, and Tyler's appearance completely changed. He became taller and more handsome, with a pair of pointed ears, no different from a true elf. He had become a true elf. Tyler was still a little confused until Alice gave him a mirror. When Tyler saw himself in the mirror, he was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and he once again knelt in front of Eve's statue. Eve sensed that his level of faith had increased, and he was only one step away from becoming a true fanatic. The surrounding elves all congratulated him, and the half-elves looked at Tyler with eyes full of admiration. Not bad, we have one more elven believer. Eve nodded in satisfaction. After nodding, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. No, maybe. I still have a way. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she brought up the status of her believers. At this moment, the number of her believers was already different from 2 months ago. Number of believers, 79951, Saint 1, Fanatic 128, Devout 8132, Shallow 71690. Type of believers, Crypt Spider Queen, 1, Megalosaurus, 1, Oak Tree Guard, 105, Elf, 2254, Half-Elf, 556, Elf Hybrid, 76977, Human, 58. After a few months of development, the total number of Eve's believers had increased from less than 40,000 to nearly 80,000, which was a full doubling. Among them, the ones who contributed the most were the elven hybrids from the Orlos demiplane. Now, the elven hybrids had become the main force of Eve's believers. Of the 80,000 believers, the number of her devout believers had also exceeded 8,000. Although most of the believers were still shallow believers, Eve could sense that at least a third of the believers were close to the level of devout believers. With a little more time, Eve's devout believers would definitely skyrocket. When Eve looked at the status of her believers, she was both happy and regretful. She was happy because she had gained so much in such a short period of time, which had far exceeded her expectations. And regretful, what a pity. If I could locate the true location of the World Tree Divine Kingdom, it would not be impossible to survive this crisis. In that case, I just need to prove that the World Tree Divine Kingdom in the Desert of Death is fake. Eve secretly shook her head. The enemy's trap had many loopholes. And the biggest one was that the Divine Kingdom was not the real Divine Kingdom. If Eve could prove that it was not the real Divine Kingdom and let everyone realize that it was fake, then she would have a reason not to fall into this trap. After all, being contaminated by the power of faith only meant that she was extreme and did not mean that she was stupid. In that case, Eve could continue to pretend to be a contaminated true god. In other words, as long as Eve found the real World Tree Divine Kingdom in advance, everything could be solved. But, the idea was good, but time waited for no one. The number of believers is about the same, but the proportion of devout believers is too low. Without devout believers, I can't cross the void and locate the real Divine Kingdom. Eve sighed secretly. She had long planned to use the prayers of her believers to locate the previous Divine Kingdom. However, if she wanted to locate the Divine Kingdom, she had to meet a certain number of believers. There were requirements for the number of believers and the level of faith. For pure elves, it was 10,000 believers and 5,000 devout believers. For half-elves, it was double. For mixed elves and humans, it required 100,000 believers and 50,000 devout believers. These standards were not fixed, but within this range, they could be interchanged. And now, although the number of Eve's believers had skyrocketed, if the elves, half-elves, and humans called out to each other, the total number of believers was barely enough, but the total number was about the same, but there was a difference in quality. Eve roughly sensed that the lack of devout believers was still too big. She needed to at least double the current number of devout believers, and all the elves to become devout believers, and at this time, she roughly calculated that it would take at least 2 months. In 2 months, it would be too late. Now, she was equivalent to being roasted on a fire. The longer it dragged on, the greater the suspicion of others. This method won't work. Eve was a little disappointed. It would be great if the difficulty of finding the previous Divine Kingdom could be reduced. But unfortunately, the world of seekers is still closed as a whole. It's difficult for the power of faith to cross the world. Under such circumstances, it's not easy to connect to the previous Divine Kingdom. Is there any way to reduce the conditions, she pondered. At this moment, her gaze once again stopped on the simulation sand table of the Divine Kingdom temple. Looking at the edge of the sand table, the location of the Divine Kingdom that Uller had forged, Eve suddenly had an idea. No, maybe. I still have a way. Eve used her divine power to connect to the game system. This time, she checked the status of all the players. There are already 91,000 players above level 30? There are more than 40,000 players above level 25, and 5,000 players above level 29. At this rate, there will be more than 100,000 players above level 30 in a week's time. The map exploration is about to reach the core area of the half-orcs. In a sense, this is enough. This speed and efficiency is good enough. Eve nodded lightly, feeling satisfied and relieved at the same time. Her consciousness changed, and she once again became God's chosen one, 0, and descended into her room in the central temple of the City of Heaven's chosen one. Then, she walked out of the room and came to the main temple of the temple. There were people coming and going in the temple as usual. Most of the people here were players who entered the shop or applied for a profession change. Only a small number of elves dressed as priests were managers of the temple and distributors of daily missions. The moment Eve stepped into the temple, everyone noticed her. The elven priests smiled and bowed to her, their expressions full of respect. The players looked at her with curiosity, excitement, and eagerness. In the temple, excited voices such as "Big Sister is here. Go and loot. Go and see if there are any hidden missions," were heard one after another. But none of the players acted. It was not that they did not want to act, but they did not dare to act rashly. After Eve released a few hidden missions as God's chosen one, 0, her identity became second only to the goddess among the players. For a long time after that, as long as Eve appeared as God's chosen one, 0, a large group of players would rush to get close to her. It was fine before the open beta, and the players were still restrained. Ever since the open beta, Eve had shown up in Xianxia as 0 and easily subdued the red dragon Tiberia. Many open beta players had shown great interest in her. After communicating with the closed beta players, her title of Big Sister of Hidden Missions gradually spread among the players, so, every time Eve appeared as God's chosen one, 0, she would be surrounded by the players. That momentum was like fans seeing a young idol. They all crazily squeezed forward, trying to get close to her and asking for missions, which made it difficult for Eve to move. Of course, Eve understood that this was not because the players liked her as a character. Perhaps there were some who liked her, but most of them were just greedy for her missions. In the end, she used her trump card, favorability. She said it so that if anyone approached her without her permission, their favorability would drop. Only then did it stop for a while. So, it became a little strange now. When she appeared in the temple, the players all noticed. They were excited, but no one dared to go forward. However, no one left. Instead, they stayed far behind her. Moreover, even more players had rushed to the temple upon hearing the news. As a result, the already crowded temple became even more crowded. Eve did not pay attention to these ordinary players. Her gaze quickly stopped on a priest player with the strength of upper dark iron. With the release of the priest profession, many players chose to change their profession to the main priest profession. Now, in every temple of life, it was common to see priest players who were chosen by the elves as assistants. To put it bluntly, they worked in the temple as priests, ran errands for the elven priests, and were responsible for passing on some of the church's information. This player was like that. When Eve looked at this player, the other party also looked at her with the same excited gaze. When their eyes met, Eve could clearly feel the other party's body tremble, and even her breathing became heavier. It was as if she had won the lottery, or as if she was a concubine in the imperial harem who had suddenly been flipped by the emperor. Eve did not hesitate and walked straight to the other party. She reached out and stuffed a scroll into the priest player's hand. Although the priest player was a little confused, she hurriedly took it respectfully. "Pass the information on this to Li Mu," Eve said coldly. "Pass it to Brother Mu?" The priest player was slightly taken aback. At the same time, this priest player also received the system notification of the message passing mission, and the reward was very generous. He looked delighted and hurriedly saluted. "I promise to complete the mission." Message passing was a mission that NPCs often asked players to do. Because the players had a chat system, it was very convenient for them to pass on messages, so, not only were the NPCs very satisfied, but the players also liked this kind of mission that was almost free. Seeing that the other party had accepted the mission, Eve nodded. Then, she gently turned around and walked straight away. Until her figure disappeared from the player's sight, the other players finally could not help but swarm forward and surround the priest player who was still a little dizzy. Fruit jelly. What mission did Big Sister give you? Message passing? What is it? Is it a hidden mission? I'm jealous. The players were all talking at once, and the priest player named Fruit Jelly immediately opened the scroll. And when she saw the information written on the scroll clearly, her eyes lit up, and her expression gradually became expectant. Diplomatic mission? Kingdom of God? Hiss. Is the war finally about to start? The next moment, all the players in the server received a new system notification. Ding, hidden plot, World Tree's Kingdom of God has been triggered. Plot description, news of the World Tree's Kingdom of God has come from the Death Desert. Although we don't know if this news is true or not, as devout believers of the goddess and loyal guardians, we must prepare for official war. The preparation of the elven army is nearing completion. For the final victory, we must make the final push. Ding, triggered special effect, prepare for war, prepare for war. In the next week, all players will receive double the experience points. Double the experience points? Seeing the triggered plot buff, the players instantly became excited. Death Desert, Silver Tent Tribe. This was a large orc tribe closest to the Gloom Mountain Range, and it was also the front line against the elves who attacked the Death Desert. Like the other tribes, after the elves began to raid, the Silver Tent Tribe also built a simple fortress wall with the help of the Sauron Merchant Association. With the fortress wall and a population of more than 10,000, until now, no elves dared to attack this place. And this place became the safest place in the Elven disaster area. Even some small tribes also attached themselves to the Silver Tent Tribe and settled outside the fortress wall just to escape from the elves' evil clutches. On the tower wall of the Silver Tent Tribe, the half-orc soldiers standing guard lazily looked at the vast desert outside the tower. But suddenly, he looked to the side and his expression became serious. What's that? He looked to the north. He saw a cloud of dust rising from the barren hills in the north. The orc soldier's heart skipped a beat, and his expression gradually became serious. He picked up the telescope he bought from the Sauron Merchant Association and looked in the direction of the cloud of dust. Then, he saw many flags. On the flags, there was a black double-headed eagle, a golden iris flower, a strange square, and a ferocious black dragon. The half-beastmen in the Desert of Death were no strangers to such banners. The orc's expression changed slightly as he looked below the flags. He saw heavily armed elves riding on all kinds of magic beasts, and they galloped in a neat formation. From afar, there were more than 2,000 of them. Oh no! It's the elves who destroyed the medium-sized tribes. The orc soldier's face turned pale, and he quickly rang the alarm bell on the tower. The shrill bell rang, and the news of the elven army spread in the Silver Tent Tribe. Even though the Silver Tent Tribe was powerful, there was still a commotion. It couldn't be helped. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The recent results of the elves had already frightened the half-orcs. It was not until the elven army arrived at the Silver Tent Tribe that the tribe calmed down under the comfort of the higher-ups. Everyone, don't panic. There are not many elves. They can't defeat us. The chief priest stood on the wall of the fortress and shouted. After comforting his tribesmen, he turned around and looked at the elves outside the fortress wall. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. There were not many elves, only about 2,000 of them. With this number, they might be able to destroy a medium-sized tribe with a sneak attack, but when faced with a well-prepared large tribe, they had almost no chance of winning. At this moment, the elves did not attack. Instead, they stayed where they were, where the orc archers could not shoot. They did not seem to have the intention to attack. What are they doing? The chief priest was very confused. At this moment, the elven army moved. An elf riding a megalosaurus in the lead whispered a few words to his companion, and then one of the elves raised his bow and arrow. The elf pulled the bowstring fully, and the arrow flashed with the light of his skill. Then the arrow flew out and was shot towards the chief priest on the wall of the fortress. "Be careful, chief priest!" the surrounding warriors exclaimed. However, the orc chief priest didn't avoid it at all. He was a gold professional. He did not care about the attack of a silver archer. Moreover, he could tell that the arrow wasn't aimed at him. It was only aimed in that direction. The arrow arrived in a flash and hit a stone pillar in front of the chief priest. There was a piece of parchment hanging on the head of the arrow. The chief priest's heart skipped a beat. He took the arrow and opened the parchment. The parchment was full of words written in the common language of the continent. The chief priest, who had received church education, could barely understand it. To the dirty and evil orcs. You have 1 week to return the kingdom of Mother Goddess. Our army is already prepared for battle. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, wait for the wrath of the goddess. You will be punished by the goddess. The 100,000 iron hooves of the elven race will completely flatten the death desert. The glory of the goddess will shine on everything. This is a letter of challenge? The chief priest's expression was solemn. He looked up again. The elven army had turned around and slowly left. Then, the chief priest looked at the parchment again. His expression gradually became serious. "The fury of the goddess, the glory will shine on everything." Does this mean that when the time comes, not only the elves will attack the death desert, but the one in the elven forest will also personally attack? She wants to break the agreement between the true gods? Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. In this world, no one could withstand the fury of a true god. And a true god who was originally in the world of seekers was going crazy. No race would dare to provoke her. This matter, I have to report to the church quickly and pray to the Father God. Heaven, hunting ice field. The god of winter and hunting, Ullr, tapped lightly, and the scene in his vision suddenly shattered. "Hee, are you threatening me?" he sneered twice. His tone was 30% sarcastic and 70% disdainful. He stood up from the throne and came to the front of a dark ball of light that was constantly rotating. He silently chanted something. As he chanted, the ball of light emitted a dark light and formed a shadow area. This was a projection of an alternate space. Ullr's god power surged and cast his consciousness into it, in a certain alternate space in the void. 4 figures with terrifying auras appeared one after another. The fallen angel, Lulia, looked at Ullr opposite her and chuckled. "Ullr, why did you call us in such an urgent manner? Did something happen?" Ullr ignored her. Instead, he looked at the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, who was sitting on the throne. "Your Holiness Holdel, I received a letter of challenge from the evil god, Eve. She wants me to return the divine kingdom within a week. Otherwise, she will send troops to attack the desert of death. She also hinted that she will attack in the letter of challenge." As he spoke, Ullr conjured a parchment shot out by an elf. Looking at the contents of the parchment, Holdel raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that she hasn't completely gone crazy. She still has some rationality and knows that a true god can't act rashly. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that she's stalling for time. If that's the case, it'll be interesting, if she's really the existence I'm guessing, even if she's stalling for time, it'll just be a struggle for a few more days, he chuckled. Then, do I need to reply? Or, wait for her to appear on her own after a week? Ullr's eyes flickered. He was eager to try. Holdel shook his head gently. Don't worry about her. Just as well. We can use this time to perfect the trap. We'll know who she is in a week's time. As for now, let's start preparing for war. After hearing Holdel's words, Ullr hesitated slightly. Your Holiness Holdel, are you really not planning to send out the Shadow Army? Holdel glanced at Ullr. Are you worried that your believers will suffer heavy losses? That it will affect your strength? Ullr did not comment. Holdel sneered and said, broaden your horizons. If you can really obtain the priesthood of life and nature, your future path will be much easier. Don't lose sight of the big picture for the small. After saying that, he shook his head and dispersed his incarnation. Then, fallen angel Lulia and Queen of Pain Elisa also left one after another. Ullr's expression struggled for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. he also dispersed his incarnation. The alternate space returned to peace again. The biting cold wind blew off the last leaf on the tree, and the withered leaves swirled down. Silver-gray clouds covered the entire sky, and clusters of snowflakes drifted down, like countless cotton balls that had been torn apart. Winter was coming. The elven forest also welcomed its first snow. In front of the temple of the magnificent city, Kainolan, Nightingale reached out to catch the snowflakes, and the cold touch came from her palm. She looked at the snowflakes in the sky and gradually fell. She looked at the city that was becoming more and more vibrant with the efforts of the players and half-elves in the demiplane, and her gaze became gentler. "It's been another year," she said softly. "Yes, it's been another year." Another gentle voice sounded, with a faint sigh. After hearing the voice, Nightingale's heart skipped a beat, and she slowly turned her head. Behind her, the life saintess Alice was looking at her with a smile. Seeing Alice, Nightingale hurriedly bowed and drew the symbol of the scepter of life on her chest. "Good morning, Lady Alice, may the goddess be with you." Alice also smiled gently at Nightingale and said the same thing. "Good morning, Miss Nightingale, may the goddess be with you." After the two greeted each other, Nightingale noticed another figure standing beside Alice. It was a male elf with brown hair. "Tyler Roxanne." Nightingale raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Mr. Tyler, long time no see, congratulations on becoming a true elf." Taylor, on the other hand, replied cheerfully, "It's all thanks to the goddess's grace." After saying that, he drew the symbol of the scepter of life on his chest and greeted Nightingale again. "Long time no see, Miss Nightingale, you're still as beautiful as ever." Nightingale chuckled after hearing Tyler's words. However, she soon noticed the white priestess robe on him, and she was a little surprised. "Eh? You've become a life priestess?" Tyler nodded slightly and replied with some pride. "It's my greatest honor to be a servant of the goddess." Nightingale scratched her head. She looked at Tyler with a hint of envy. She also wanted to become a priestess. Unfortunately, even after working for the temple for so long, she still couldn't pass the test. Of course, she also knew that her personality was more undisciplined, and was indeed not suitable to become a priest. Moreover, he had learned the bad habit of eating meat from the Chosen One half a year ago. Although reason told her not to eat meat, she had no choice. The roasted meat of the Chosen Ones was too delicious. After eating it for the first time, Nightingale could no longer stop. She also understood that she would not be able to become a priest in this lifetime. However, when she thought of the priest's abilities, especially his miraculous healing abilities, Nightingale couldn't help but yearn for it. "If I can become a priest, I will be able to help him, right?" she thought to herself. Sighing in her heart, Nightingale looked at Alice again and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Is Taylor the one who will take over my job?" Ever since the Orlos demiplane came under the control of the church had been lacking in manpower. The devout Nightingale was also caught as a coolie. She had been in charge of the reception of the newcomers in the demiplane for many days. However, today was also the day of her handover. That's right, Taylor has now become a priest. He will be responsible for the reception of the demiplane. The demiplane is his hometown, so it's more appropriate for him to do this. Today, I brought him here to hand over his work. "You've worked hard recently, Miss Nightingale," Alice said. Nightingale waved her hand casually. "It's my duty, it's my duty. It's all for the future of the elves." She chatted with Alice for a while more before she began to hand over her work to Taylor. There weren't many things to hand over. After half an hour, it was almost over. After finishing her work, Nightingale felt her body lighten and the pressure on her was reduced. "Since the work here is finished, I'll return to the city of Heaven's Chosen," she sighed in relief and said. Alice nodded and thanked her again. "It's been hard on you, Miss Nightingale." "It's my duty, it's my duty. I'll find Lady Alice for a meal later. Taylor will come too. I heard that the Chosen Ones opened a restaurant in the city of Heaven's Chosen again. The food is very good. Let's make an appointment next time." Don't worry, it's all vegetarian dishes," Nightingale said heartily. Alice also nodded. She smiled and said, "That's right. After this mission, Taylor and I have other missions to do. Missions, Nightingale nodded in realization. She knew that the church had been busy recently. Not only the church, but the chosen ones were also preparing for war. The reason was naturally the news from the Desert of Death a few days ago. It was said that the Holy Kingdom of the World Tree had appeared. After that, the chosen ones also sent a letter of challenge to the half-orcs. The content of the letter of challenge was clear to Nightingale through her private channels. However, knowing the true identity of Goddess Eve, she could naturally guess that the so-called Holy Kingdom must be fake. However, the true gods seemed to have their own considerations, and it was likely to involve the game between the gods. That was not something Nightingale could worry about. Now, she just wanted to return to the City of Heaven's Chosen as soon as possible after handing over her mission. Counting the days. They should be back by now, right? Nightingale muttered to herself with some anticipation. After bidding farewell to Alice and Taylor, Nightingale quickly returned to the City of Heaven's Chosen through the transmission array. Unlike the snowy Kinoran, the City of Heaven's Chosen was still a scene full of vitality, with green trees and lush flowers. This was because it was close to the Mother Goddess's body, and the vitality was rich. The alternate space opened by the Mother Goddess isolated the inside from the outside, so that the climate here would always be warm. Nightingale took off her heavy coat, tucked it under her armpit, and walked briskly to the center of the city. Because of the mission, she hadn't been here for almost 2 months. Along the way, she couldn't help but look around. It feels like the City of Heaven's Chosen has expanded again. Looking at the increasing number of buildings around her, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. In just 2 months, Nightingale felt that the City of Heaven's Chosen had become a lot more unfamiliar. The surrounding buildings were taller, the road seemed to be neater, and there were more chosen ones coming and going. Not only that, but the whole city seemed to be shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Most of the chosen ones coming and going were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of running out of time. There were fewer people fooling around. Nightingale knew what was going on. She learned from her private channels that the Mother Goddess was giving the chosen ones double the experience reward again. These guys, as soon as there's a double reward, it's like they're on steroids. Nightingale shook her head. After interacting with the players for a long time, she also learned a lot of catchphrases. Passing through one street after another, she gradually became familiar with the buildings in front of her. Nightingale came to the core of the City of Heaven's Chosen. The architectural style tended to be uniform, unlike the newly built outer cities that were more and more similar to human cities. The architectural style here was very different, there was a lot of green space, and the atmosphere of nature was quite rich. This was also where the 3 major guilds of the Chosen Ones were located, as well as the residents of the first batch of Chosen Ones who came to this world. At the same time, this was also the most expensive area in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Nightingale's footsteps became more brisk. She came to a 3-story villa with a black roof. She put down the wooden basket full of gifts and tidied up her appearance. Then, she went up and knocked on the door with a little nervousness. But after a moment, there was no response. Still not back yet? Nightingale was slightly disappointed. She sighed slightly, picked up the wooden basket, and was about to leave. But just as she was about to leave, she heard a surprised voice in the distance. Huh? Isn't this sister-in-law Nightingale? Ouch. Captain, why did you kick me? It hurts. Nightingale's eyes lit up and looked over. It was the player Gord who spoke. However, Gord was now rubbing his butt and looking at the bento box next to him with resentment. At this moment, the bento box's expression was slightly stiff. Don't pretend, you never turn on the pain sensor, do you think we don't know? The optimist rolled her eyes at Gord and ridiculed. Tisk. Gord smacked his lips. Ah. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. After running around in the desert of death for so long, I have to take a good bath. I feel like I'm going to stink. Then I'll have a good sleep. Chopin yawned and said. Don't be in a hurry to rest, sell the loot first. I'm invincible, reminded them from behind. The 5 players had their arms around each other's shoulders. Their armor and robes were damaged, and they looked somewhat disheveled. However, their eyes were bright, and they had a strong aura. Behind them were 3 carriages full of loot. This was the bento box team that had returned from the desert of death. Seeing the familiar faces, Nightingale's eyes instantly turned into crescents. "You're back, thank you for your hard work. These are the gifts we brought back for you. The specialties of the Oris demiplane." She happily raised the basket. In the bento box team's villa, Gord was on the balcony studying the specialties of the demiplane that Nightingale had brought back. Chopin hummed a tune and took a bath in the bathroom. The Optimist and I'm Invincible gathered in the courtyard, drawing a sacrificial array on the ground, preparing to exchange some of the loot for contribution points. It was as if they had agreed to do their own things. None of them stayed in the living room. Only the bento box and Nightingale were left. They sat on the bench in the living room. The atmosphere was slightly strange. "Ahem, this is the specialties of the Desert of Death. It's for you." The bento box coughed twice and took out a beautiful animal skin. Nightingale's eyes lit up. She put it away, and her voice became softer and softer. "Thank you." There was silence again. After a moment, Nightingale looked at the bento box and couldn't help but ask, "How long do you plan to stay this time? Are you still going to the Desert of Death?" The bento box nodded. "We came back to rest and prepare for the big battle in 2 days." "The big battle," Nightingale murmured. She knew that the chosen ones were preparing for the battle, and she also knew that there were only 2 days left. Recently, there were more and more chosen ones in the elf forest because of this reason. It was said that this time, the chosen ones were going to form an army of 100,000 to attack the Desert of Death. The bento box's team was made up of silver professionals. They were the top forces among the chosen ones, so they definitely had to participate. "Sigh, if only I was a chosen one, we could go together," Nightingale said with disappointment. The bento box was silent for a moment and said, "You have more important things to do." Nightingale was already a devout believer. Every devout believer of the elves had activated the mission system. After the open beta, no one was idle. Every believer became a gear of the mission system, maintaining the operation of the game. After hearing the bento box's words, Nightingale smiled and shook her head. "It's not a big deal." Her gaze drifted to the window. In the yard, there were clusters of flowers and green trees. Looking at the trees swaying in the breeze, Nightingale's gaze was slightly absent-minded, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. "These trees grow so fast. Last year, they weren't so tall." The bento box's gaze also looked out of the window and gradually softened. The trees there were planted by the 5 players, Nightingale, and Nightingale's younger brothers and sisters. Unknowingly, we've known each other for a year. Time flies. Nightingale sighed slightly. Yeah. The bento box also nodded slightly. Nightingale seemed to have thought of something and fell into a deep recollection. "It feels like this year has passed so quickly, so many things seem to have happened yesterday, I still remember when we first met in that container. At that time, I thought you were an idiot, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Also, back in Rivendell, I thought we were doomed, but in the end, you easily dealt with the enemy. By the way, do you still remember that bonfire party? The first time I participated, Calabash and the others encouraged me to eat meat, they were so bad. But I had a lot of fun. And that time, we went to Amway Tavern to drink together. The Optimist's alcohol tolerance was so bad, even worse than mine. He got drunk after 3 glasses, haha, Nightingale said with a smile. As she recalled, her gaze became softer and softer. It's so good. I never thought I would have such a good time. After living for so long, I always feel like I've used up all my luck. Compared to those years when I was wandering, I feel like I'm in a dream. Sometimes, I'm really afraid that when I wake up, I'm still in the human world, and I'm still hiding with my brothers and sisters." As if thinking of something, Nightingale's gaze gradually became absent-minded, and there was a hint of sadness on her face. But the next second, she felt a pain in her forehead, and she couldn't help but let out a cry. When she looked up, she saw that the bento box had retracted his hand. Nightingale puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "Why did you flick my head?" The bento box shook his head. "I just told you not to think too much. This is not a dream. The future is still long, and everything will be better," he said. "Will it be better?" Nightingale murmured. She smiled and said softly, "Don't worry. thank you, what are you thanking me for? We're comrades. The bento box replied. However, Nightingale shook her head. No. I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, the elven forest wouldn't be like this. You're the messengers of Her Majesty the Mother Goddess and the heroes who saved the elves. Of course, I have to thank you even more. Without you, I wouldn't have known where to be sold by humans. The bento box didn't answer again. However, his gaze became even warmer. The two fell into silence again. The atmosphere was a little subtle again. After hesitating for a while, Nightingale suddenly spoke. Bento box. The bento box glanced at her. Nightingale suddenly felt a little uneasy. That. Actually, she said nervously. However, before she could finish, the bento box suddenly stood up. It's getting late. It's my turn to prepare dinner today. What do you want to eat tonight? Nightingale was stunned. Dumplings, she replied subconsciously. Okay. The bento box nodded, then swiped the chat interface and sent a message to a player who opened a restaurant in the city of Heaven's Chosen. Wait a moment, they'll send it over. He said. How convenient. Nightingale muttered in a low voice. After ordering, the bento box looked at Nightingale again. What did you want to say just now? No, nothing. Nightingale shook her head. However, her cheeks were a little red. I'll go to the kitchen and make some soup. She stuttered, then stood up and hurried to the kitchen. After Nightingale left, the door outside the living room banged and 4 eavesdroppers rushed in. No way. Bento box boss. We've been listening for so long, and that's all? The optimist cried out. TSK, Captain, why did you interrupt them? Coward. Calabash had a look of disdain. What a pity, I thought I could see something interesting. Chopin, who was still wrapped in a bath towel, sighed regretfully. Boss, are you deliberately pretending to be stupid? I'm invincible. He rolled his eyes. Bento box, looking at his teammates who suddenly appeared, the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't mess around. He said. No, it's been so long, Captain, don't tell me you can't see Miss Nightingale's feelings? Yes. Such a good elf girl, why don't you quickly accept her? Yes, I heard that there are some second beta players who have hooked up with NPCs. Boss, why are you so scared? Several players shouted. Bento box's face became darker. You also know that she's an NPC. He stared at them. No way, Captain, do you really see Miss Nightingale as an NPC? I've long treated her as a friend of flesh and blood. Yes, you're mixing people with NPCs in other games. Miss Nightingale is too pitiful. Even if she's an NPC, being a wife in the game is nothing, right? Captain, do you have a girlfriend in real life? Girlfriend my ass. I've asked him before, he's a single dog. Several players continued to add fuel to the fire. Bento box, did you level up? Did you buy skills? Did you change equipment? Don't blindly interfere. Hurry up and prepare for the mission in 2 days. He threw out a skill and kicked each of them out of the living room. He then roared the longest sentence of the day. The clowns were kicked out of the living room, but they weren't angry. Instead, they laughed and went to do their own things. In the living room, only Bento box was left. He sat on the chair, and his eyes were a little sad. It's not that easy. It turned out that no matter which game it was, the double experience reward was always an effective way to motivate players to level up. Ever since Eve's declaration of war against the orcs as zero, the players of the Elven Forest had been frantically grinding their levels. Of course, the double experience reward was one thing. More importantly, there was the upcoming war mission. The largest war since the launch of Elf Nation was about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to it. A war of 100,000 players, also, it was an immersive virtual world war. This was unprecedented in the history of Blue Star games. Perhaps some games had accumulated more than this number of players in a war that lasted a few days, but the number of players in real life was definitely far from enough. Therefore, whether it was a veteran in the closed beta or a newbie in the open beta, everyone was eager to try. Not only that, but as the reputation of Elf Nation grew, a plot mission of this scale also caused waves in the virtual gaming world of Blue Star and attracted the attention of many netizens. News about this plot mission also became a hot topic on various gaming forums. Even on various search engines and social media platforms, the classic virtual game Elf Nation will start a war of 100,000 players became a hot topic. In the comments section below the news, netizens' discussion was even more heated. Elf Nation? Is it the game that many people call a masterpiece of its time? Pfft, you haven't even heard of Elf Nation? Are you still living in the era of MMORPG? F***CK. A war of 100,000 players? How scary is that? When I played Mount and Blade 5, I felt that 2,000 players were scary. You can't compare. These 100,000 players are referring to players. I'm an open beta player of Elf Nation. According to insider information, the AI has an army of at least 300,000 players. F***CK me, 300,000. That's going to be like a dog, right? Not only that, in Elf Nation, every NPC is an independent AI, the very smart kind. Take a closer look, wow. I think I can smell the fragrance of a CPU. Exciting, I can feel my blood boiling just thinking about it. The netizens were very excited, especially those who loved such large-scale war games. Of course, it was not that they doubted it, a few 100,000? Is this a bluff? There were similar comments. However, if he did that, he would soon be attacked by other netizens. Bragging? Elven Nation never boasted. I'm afraid you don't understand Elven Nation at all. I won't boast about the advanced technology like accelerated thinking and true perception, and I won't talk about the simulated NPCs either. Let's talk about the war scenes. There was a 10,000-man battle in Elven Nation before, and there's a video of it online. You'll know when you see it. Thus, the Battle of the Black Dragon Castle and the War in the Underground World, the two great battles that involved more than 10,000 people, were dug up by people. As these videos were dug out again, the popularity of Elven Nation rose to another level. That magnificent scene, the lifelike graphics, and the passionate background music were enough to make anyone who saw it feel their blood boil. Is this really a game? Not a movie? No. I don't think a movie would be able to film such a magnificent and realistic scene. Awesome. I want to play this game too. Hey, that depends on your luck. There are very few slots for this game. The open beta was just released some time ago, and there were already 100,000 slots for the open beta. I don't know when there will be more slots in the future. Pray for the blessings of Goddess Eve. Goddess Eve? It's the camp leader, picture. Damn. Isn't this an emoticon pack in the QQ group? So it's her. I'm done. He, I seem to have seen it in the learning materials. Stop persecuting the goddess, okay, ha. The netizens were in a heated discussion. Every streamer who was lucky enough to become a player of Elven Nation was also prepared for the entire live broadcast. They had already posted a preview on their personal homepage on the video network. The double experience and the attraction of the war plot made the players work harder. Under such circumstances, the overall level of the players changed almost every day. On the second last day of the preparation activities, the sprint to level up reached a new climax. There was no other reason. Eve once again released a new wave of silver player slots. This time, she released 350 slots to advance to silver in one breath, making the number of silver players reach 500. This was adjusted according to the combat power of the half-orcs. In her estimation, there should be no more than 2,000 silver professionals in the entire half-orc race. This was the racial limit of the half-orcs. Even if Allure forcibly increased the strength of the believers, it could not be reversed. Of course, this was actually quite scary. Last year, when the magic power in the world of Seekers had not been greatly increased, and when the Lionheart King Imsh invaded the Black Dragon Castle, he only had more than 20 silver subordinates. It was just that last year was last year, and now was now. With the increase of magic power, it was inevitable that the strength of the various intelligent races would soar. Even without asking, Eve could guess that the human beings with a large population base would be even more abnormal. of course, although the half-orc silver warriors were not what they used to be, it was not bad to be able to mobilize half of them to participate in the battle. Uller's control over the believers was certainly not as good as Eve's control over the players. And 500 silver players were actually enough to deal with such an enemy. If there were more, Eve would find it troublesome to resurrect them. In addition, the goal of 100,000 players above level 30 that Eve envisioned was reached 3 days after she released the system message. And by the time the double experience period ended, there were more than 120,000 players who had reached level 30. As for the maximum level 40 players, there were more than 6,000 people, tripling the number. At this moment, it could be said that the strength of the players had perfectly reached or even exceeded Eve's expectations. An army with an average strength of above level 30 had been formed. Unknowingly, although the number of players still did not reach the millions or tens of millions of people in many online games. But it was already quite a terrifying force, at the southern edge of the Gloom Mountains, at the intersection with the Desert of Death. The cold mountain wind whistled, biting cold. If it was in the past, the Gloom Mountains at this moment should be the quietest and most deserted time. But today, it was obviously different. Because this was the gathering place of the elf army. Under the long foothills, tents were set up one after another. These all belonged to the players. Although there was a teleportation portal that led to Rivendell here, compared to an army of 100,000, the efficiency of the teleportation portal was not high. So, many people had come here early after meeting the conditions to accept the mission, and were waiting for the mission to be completed. But the weather was too cold, so they had to set up tents. Of course, the players who set up tents were still a minority. Even more people were waiting in the wilderness. Most of them were players who had just arrived here. They gathered in 2s and 3s, playing and practicing martial arts. And at the teleportation portal at the back, the light of the portal was still flashing, sending one player after another. If one looked from a high altitude, they would find that this mountain range, which was not considered high, had been covered by players all over the mountains and plains. Not only that, but in addition to the players, there were also all kinds of magic beasts gathered here. Those were the magic pets of the players. Since the magic pet system was launched, magic beast companions had become a necessity for every player. And for this war, many players had brought their own magic pets with them. The types of magic beasts were not uniform, but the most common were still crypt spiders. And after the crypt spiders, there was a kind of tall forest deer in the elf forest. In addition, there were giant mountain bears, armored lizards, wind wolves, and so on. Of course, there was also the eye-catching, noble, and beautiful unicorns. But with the appearance of the Megalosaurus, the title of the most popular magic pet of the unicorns was eventually replaced. Now, the Megalosaurus was the existence that the players yearned for the most. From time to time, some players could be seen flying in the sky on Megalosaurus. Those were the lucky ones chosen by the Megalosaurus. 9:50 a.m. Seekers World Time. 10 minutes before the end of the war preparations, the war mission was about to officially begin. In the largest tent of the Nature's Heart Guild camp, dozens of players were gathered here, discussing something. Limu, Demacia, Salty Meow, Cuckoo Bird, Boxed Lunch, Tomato Fried Tomato, G-Gang the Shapeshifter, and so on, the leaders of the 4 major guilds, as well as some medium-sized guilds with more than 1,000 players, were all gathered here. When the number of guild members exceeded 1,000, they could obtain a commander position and become the chosen one corps commander. Every player here was a corps commander. Of course, the 4 major guilds had more than 10,000 players, so their corps commanders and other corps commanders were naturally not the same concept. In order to make it easier to command, the 4 major guilds divided themselves into more detailed corps according to the profession of the players, such as the warrior corps, archer corps, mage corps, and so on, and each corps had its own commander. A total of 120,000 players were divided into 4 corps, led by the 4 major guilds, while the other medium-sized guilds were attached to them. This was the result of the discussion of the guild leaders, and also the composition of the player army. As for the overall commander of the player army, Limu would be the same as before. But apart from Limu, God's Chosen One, 0, would also accompany him. Limu was in charge of commanding the corps, while God's Chosen One, 0, was the highest commander of the overall situation. Apart from the players, God's Chosen One, Nature Saintess Alice, God's Chosen One Heir, the Black Dragon Meryl in human form, Red Dragon Tiberius, and Spider Queen Lolth, who always stayed underground, were all here. Of course, most of the time, they were just listening, while the players were discussing the specific action plan. Then, based on what we discussed before, we will follow the target given by Lord Zero and advance along this route to attack the Death Desert. Does anyone have any objections? Li Mu pointed at the map in the center of the tent and asked. The other players nodded. No problem. Then let's disperse. Everyone, hurry up and go to the battlefield channel, then organize the players of the various guilds to go online and gather. Those who are AFK, stop AFK and line up. In 10 minutes, we will be ready to set off. Li Mu looked at the time and said. The meeting was adjourned, and the guild leaders and vice leaders of the various guilds left one after another to organize their own players. As the guild leader of Nature's Heart, Li Mu also walked out of the tent. He looked at the densely packed tents and the players coming and going in excitement. Unknowingly, the number of members of Nature's Heart had exceeded an astonishing 30,000. It was the undisputed #1 guild in Elf Nation. He never thought that one day, he would become the guild leader of a large guild with so many people. Perhaps only the Elven Kingdom, which only had one server, was able to create such a large-scale guild. Of course, one of the reasons was that there was no limit to the number of players in Elf Nation. I never thought that there would be a day when I would command such a war, Li Mu sighed slightly. Even now, he still felt that it was a little unreal. He even felt a little scared. He patted his face and looked down from the hillside. The players had already begun to gather. The elves that covered the mountains and plains began to move like ants. Somehow, they had their own rhythm and began to gather in a specific direction. This was the advantage of the game. The real-time network communication and the mini-map solved the most difficult problem in the era of cold weapons warfare, the organization of the army. Although the formation of the players was scattered and many of them were still fighting, they would obey the commands from the battlefield seriously. However, it was not only the players who began to gather, but also the elves. This time, the ordinary elves would also participate in the battle. This was Eve's decision. Although the players were the main combat force, the elves also had to experience fire and blood. Therefore, with the original elf Therandir as the commander, a total of 500 returning elves and original elves who were good at fighting formed a beautiful scene. Of course, considering the issue of safety, the elves were mainly archers and were equipped with unicorns as mounts. Li Mu glanced at the elves' formation and looked away. He had already decided to arrange them in a position where they could participate in the battle and be protected by the players. Taking a deep breath, he opened the battlefield channel and logged in. At this moment, the number of users displayed on the battlefield channel had exceeded 80,000. This meant that these 80,000 players were online and ready to listen to the command. And this number was still soaring at a terrifying speed. The chat bar of the battlefield channel had been flooded with players. With so many users gathered together, it was impossible to see the new messages. They flashed by in a flash. Looking at the familiar IDs pinned at the top and the increasing number of users, Li Mu smiled slightly. Play the battle song, he ordered. The next second, the surging background music leisurely sounded. 100,000 people, what kind of concept was that? Many people actually did not understand, nor did they have a clear understanding. But today, when the players saw the heads all over the mountains and plains, and saw the endless tents, even the calmest people could not help but feel their blood boiling. This was a scene that was difficult to describe with words. Especially after most of the black iron upper-level players had exchanged for purple epic-level black-colored equipment. Although this set of equipment was different for each profession, the overall style was uniform. Now that the players were wearing it, there was a sense of uniformity. Just like a real army in the era of cold weapons. No, it could be said that it was more shocking than a real army in the era of cold weapons in history. Because even in the era of cold weapons, it was impossible to have such uniform equipment. Not only that, the players' equipment was more gorgeous, and there were all kinds of magic beasts accompanying them, adding a touch of magic. Coming to the scene in person, an indescribable sense of epicness and shock hit the hearts of every player. Of course, the passionate background music also played a big part. With Li Mu's order, rhythmic and infectious electronic music sounded on the battlefield channel, teasing everyone's nerves. At this moment, everyone realized that it was time to set off. The tents were put away by the players one by one, into space equipment or guild supplies. That's right, the players had brought supplies. Although many high-level players had exchanged for space equipment, compared to the huge number of players, there were still very few people who had space items. And as a strange game without an inventory bar, in order to facilitate the supply of supplies for the battle, the players had to learn from the army in reality and prepare supplies, including food, self-made siege weapons, spare equipment, and so on. Of course, these supplies were prepared by the guild as a unit, and the 4 major guilds contributed the most. Some unaffiliated players and small guilds only needed to take the lead and it would be enough. The players moved quickly. As soon as Li Mu gave the order to assemble, everyone immediately took action. They formed small teams as the basic unit, and then dozens of small teams formed a legion, and finally, the legions formed 4 army groups with the 4 major guilds as the core. Looking from afar, the players were like rainwater converging into a stream, and the stream converging into a river, constantly moving, constantly integrating, and finally forming 4 giant groups on the south side of the foothills. A total of 120,000 people. In addition, there were as many as 60,000 magical beasts, as well as more than 2,000 carriages and camels that had been seized from the Sauron Chamber of Commerce and the half-orcs. This was a terrifying force. And standing beside Zero, the life saintess Alice, who was looking at this magnificent scene, was also excited. This was the first time she had personally observed the gathering of a 10,000-man army. What shocked her was not only the spectacular scene, but also the efficiency of the chosen ones. She had never imagined that the Heaven's chosen ones, who were usually carefree and undisciplined, would be so orderly and disciplined. After Li Mu gave the order, they were actually able to quickly form a formation in such a short time. Alice didn't know that this was a traditional skill used by players in large-scale role-playing online games. No matter what online game it was, no matter how undisciplined the players were, when the group war came, they would consciously suppress their desire to cause trouble and focus on listening to the command, willing to become a screw in the team. This was brought by the desire to win, as well as the sense of honor of the faction. Although the war in Elf Nation was not a PvP group war, everyone had already recognized this place after playing the game for many days, forming a strong sense of honor and identity of the faction. And this brought about a terrifying cohesiveness. 15 minutes later, the army was assembled. Li Mu rode his brass dragon and hovered in the sky with a solemn expression. In his vision, in the small map in the upper right corner, he could no longer see the light dots that represented the players. Instead, they had completely turned into 4 solid spots. They were 4 groups of tens of thousands of players. He looked down at the magnificent army and then shifted his gaze to the desert of death in the distance. The endless yellow sand was the battlefield they were about to step into. He raised his decorative command sword high and shouted, "Let's go! For the elves, for the goddess, let's go!" His voice resounded in the battlefield channel. Immediately after, layers of shouts came from the player army on the ground, "For the elves, for the goddess!" Their voices were vast and mighty, forming waves of echoes in the Gloom Mountain range that lingered for a long time. Then, the players rode on their magical beasts. Some rode alone, and some rode in groups of 2 or 3. They started to move out. The 4 large groups of players were like 4 torrents, rushing from slow to fast toward the desert of death. The earth shook like thunder. Desert of Death, Golden Tent Tribe. This was one of the half-orc tribes that was close to the Gloom Mountain range. It was as famous as the Silver Tent Tribe. As a large tribe with tens of thousands of people, the Golden Tent Tribe was the overlord of a large area nearby and was attached to by many smaller tribes. Outside the tribe, on the wall of the village made of earth and stone, a half-orc in a priest robe was patrolling left and right accompanied by 2 half-orc warriors. This was the chief priest of the Golden Tent Tribe. As the spiritual leader of the Golden Tent Tribe, this was his routine work. Ever since the despicable elves began to attack the half-orc tribes in the Desert of Death, he would take time out every day to personally patrol. Although the Golden Tent Tribe was a large tribe with tens of thousands of people, the chief priest still felt that they had to be vigilant in case the elves, who were as cunning as humans, took advantage of the loopholes. especially after they issued the letter of challenge. In the chief priest's opinion, those elves were simply lunatics. After issuing the letter of challenge, those elves began to madly attack the tribes everywhere as if they had gone mad. The Desert of Death, which was already in a state of panic, became even more chaotic. These 2 days, it was much quieter. Those evil elves seemed to have disappeared overnight. For 2 days, there was no news of them attacking the tribes. However, the quieter it was, the more uneasy the chief priest of the Golden Tent tribe became. Thinking of the elf's letter of challenge, he couldn't help but have a thought. Those elves, are they really going to attack the Desert of Death? He had also received the contents of the letter of challenge from the Silver Tent tribe. Not to mention the evil god Eve who might come in person. To be honest, he didn't believe in the 100,000 elves army at all. In his opinion, those elves were as cunning as humans. It was said that some of them even swindled people in the underground world. Their words were probably the same as those humans who liked to brag. 10,000 elves became 30,000 elves, and 30,000 elves became 100,000 elves. As for 100,000 elves, that was too exaggerated. The elves didn't have a large population to begin with. How could they gather so many elves in such a short period of time? Weren't they afraid of being laughed at for bragging? Of course, he also knew some news about the war in the underground world. It was said that in that war, the elves sent out 20,000 elves' army. The chief priest felt that this should be the elves' true combat power. However, even 20,000 elves was not something the Golden Tent tribe could resist. However, the Golden Tent tribe was not the Silver Tent tribe. Although it was close to the Dark Mountain Range, the Golden Tent tribe was not far from the other big tribes. If the elves really came, it would be convenient for them to provide support. Not to mention, even if the elves came, they would definitely attack the Silver Tent tribe first. The Golden Tent tribe would have enough time to call for reinforcements and prepare for defense. If things went well, they could even ally with other tribes to support the Silver Tent tribe and do them a favor. The Silver Tent tribe was so close to the Dark Mountain Range. They had made a lot of money hunting elves. The chief priest thought to himself. After patrolling the walls, he planned to return to his tent and pray for the day. But just as he was about to leave, the Beastman soldiers on the tower exclaimed in surprise, "That's right." "What's that?" The chief priest stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at the tower. Then, he followed the soldiers' line of sight and looked outside the wall. That was the north. The chief priest could not see clearly since he was not on the tower. However, he noticed that there seemed to be clouds of dust on the distant horizon. The chief priest's heart skipped a beat. Faintly, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. In the next second, he heard another exclamation from the Beastman on the tower. "Elves! So many elves! Elves, elves!" The chief priest's expression turned serious. He quickly turned around and climbed up the tower. He squeezed past the soldiers and picked up the telescope he bought from the Sauron's Chamber of Commerce. He looked to the north. He saw that the dust on the ground was like a sandstorm. It stretched from east to west and formed a long and narrow line. Amidst the dust, tiny figures were faintly discernible. They were densely packed and could not be seen clearly. However, the magic beasts under them almost announced their identities. Only the elves would do that. "The elves are attacking us?" The chief priest was shocked. He was not surprised that the elves would attack the Desert of Death. Instead, he was surprised that the elves bypassed the Silver Tent tribe and attacked the Golden Tent tribe, which was very close to the other large tribes. The elves moved very quickly. Faintly, the chief priest seemed to feel the earth shaking. As for the dust, it was getting closer and closer. "Ring the bell and tell everyone to prepare for battle." The chief priest turned around and ordered. Following his order, the entire Golden Tent tribe suddenly became lively. The chief priest still stood on the tower of the wall and looked into the distance. His expression once again returned to its usual indifference. The Golden Tent tribe's geographical location was too good. He wanted to see the number of elves and decide if he should ask for help. If there were not many elves, the Golden Tent tribe could defend themselves. However, as the elves got closer and closer, his expression quickly changed from calm to surprised, and then to serious. "This number, is definitely more than 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Did they send out their entire army? Did they take a detour to attack us? Looking at the dense elven army, the chief priest's expression gradually turned ugly. This number was not something the Golden Tent tribe could defend against. However, although the chief priest's expression was ugly, he still remained calm. Because the Golden Tent tribe could still ask for help. Quick, go to the Silver Tent tribe, the Black Glory tribe, and the Mountain Cry tribe to ask for help. He ordered the soldiers. These tribes were all large tribes with tens of thousands of people in the vicinity. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately left. The chief priest continued to stand on the wall of the fort and observe the elves. The more he observed, the more frightened he became. Because he noticed that these elves were well equipped and powerful. Luckily, the Golden Tent tribe is in a good geographical location. You guys are unlucky to attack us first, he comforted himself in his heart. However, at this moment, the soldier that he had just sent out to ask for help returned. The soldier's expression was filled with fear, confusion. Looking at the soldier who was out of breath and pale as if he had been greatly frightened, the chief priest frowned. Didn't I ask you to ask for help? Hearing his words, the soldier said in fear, that's right. Chief priest, the other tribe's messengers are here, Messengers are here? The half-orc chief priest was slightly stunned. However, the soldier's next sentence stunned him. They are here to ask for help. Their tribes are also under attack by the elves, ask. For help? Attacked by the elves? The chief priest was stunned. What happened? Didn't the elves attack their tribe specifically? Why did they attack several tribes at the same time? Wait. If they were all asking for help, how many elves were attacking them? For a moment, the chief priest felt that it was absurd and unfavorable. In the next second, he saw 3 half-orcs covered in blood being led by the soldiers to him. When they saw him, they fell to the ground with a plop, their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Speak. What happened? The chief priest grabbed one of them by the clothes and roared. And when he asked what had happened, his expression suddenly became very interesting. What did you say? The Silver Tent tribe, the Black Glory tribe, and the Mountain Cry tribe were besieged by the elven army, at least 20,000 to 30,000 elves. The chief priest subconsciously took a few steps back. He felt that he could not walk properly. At this moment, there was only a crazy voice roaring in his mind. 100,000 elves. These elves actually had an army of 100,000. They actually split into 4 and went straight for the 4 half-orc tribes closest to the Gloom Mountain range. These strange long ears that were as cunning as humans were actually speaking the truth like ordinary elves this time. This is troublesome, the chief priest muttered. Outside the walls of the stronghold, the faint shouts of the elves could be heard from afar. The soldiers were at the city gates. The elven army surrounded the Golden Tent tribe like a tidal wave. The heavy equipment was unloaded by the players, and the siege weapons were assembled. Most of the siege weapons were produced by the Adorable Committee. After the war mission was triggered, many big shots started to produce these weapons and made a fortune by selling them to other guilds. They used the technology of Blue Star as reference. Not only did they design catapults, but they also designed ballistas and siege cones. Of course, with the improved magic guns as a precedent, these siege weapons were also magically modified by the players. They were engraved with magic arrays similar to the magic guns, and their power was far greater than before. However, unlike the magic guns that had become energy attacks, these siege weapons were still physical attacks. They only relied on the fact that they were much bigger than the magic guns to successfully engrave magic onto them. From this perspective, the principle was more like the archer's bows. More importantly, through the magic arrays similar to the magic guns, the players could also rely on these big weapons to gain combat experience. After the siege weapons were assembled, the players set up camp and rested while waiting for the order to attack. Although there were magical beasts to hasten the journey, everyone was still a little tired after marching for such a long time. Even if they could turn off the feeling of fatigue, they still had their energy points. If their physical condition was not good, it would affect their combat effectiveness. While they were resting, the players raised flags with golden irises and fluttered proudly in the biting cold wind. this was the flag of the Nature's Heart Guild. It was the army of the Nature's Heart Guild that was attacking the Golden Tent tribe. The 4 major guilds were each in charge of an army. After entering the Death Desert, they split up and went straight to the 4 orc tribes closest to them. The Nature's Heart Guild was facing the Golden Tent tribe. According to Li Mu's plan, the 4 major guilds would attack separately. Then, after breaking through a few routes, they would regroup with each other. Finally, under his command, they would have a decisive battle with the main force of the half-orcs in the Desert of Death. The plan was simple, but it was also very effective. Master Zero, this is the Golden Tent tribe of the half-orcs. It has the largest population among the 4 half-orc tribes near the Dark Mountain Range. According to the half-orc captives we captured, there are nearly 20,000 of them. Of course. Because the orcs are preparing for war, the elite warriors in the tribe have been transferred to Sandstorm City. I estimate that there are only about 10,000 people left. The orc army isn't nearby. According to our intelligence, they should still be in the Sandstorm tribe. As long as we can take this place down within a day, we can meet up with the other groups before they send reinforcements. On a barren hill, Li Mu respectfully reported to Eve on his brass dragon. In order to make it easier to deal with the gold class that might exist in the half-orc tribe, every army was accompanied by NPCs of advanced class and above. The adorable committee was led by the black dragon Meryl. The first army was led by the red dragon Tiberius. The Autobot guild, which was slightly weaker, had the spider queen Lolth. The Heart of Nature, which had to deal with the Golden Tent tribe, was led by the Oracle, Zero. Hearing Li Mu's words, Eve nodded repeatedly as the Oracle, indicating that she understood. Even though she had already known everything Li Mu had said through spying on the players. There were many half-orcs in the Death Desert, and they had organized a powerful army. In terms of numbers, Eve knew that the total number of half-orcs was definitely several times that of the players. If the half-orc army was fully assembled and stationed near the Dark Mountain Range, Eve would never allow the players to split up. Fortunately, the orcs' army wasn't nearby. Sandstorm City was the place where the half-orc army was gathered. Eve more or less knew why the half-orcs did not assemble their army near the Dark Mountain Range and instead chose to gather in Sandstorm City. On one hand, it was because Sandstorm City, which was directly connected to the underworld, could support the supply of resources for the huge army. On the other hand, if the half-orcs set off from Sandstorm City, they could directly enter the underworld and bypass the rugged Dark Mountain Range to attack the Elven Forest. The Dark Mountain Range had a complicated terrain. Lionheart King Imsh and his army of 30,000 took a few months to cross it. If the half-orc army followed the previous path, it would probably take even longer. To maintain such a large army, the amount of resources consumed was not small. Even with the support of the Sauron merchant group, the half-orcs could not march through the mountains for a few months like last time. Otherwise, they would probably go bankrupt by the time they reached the Dark Mountain Range. Of course, Eve guessed that the half-orc army chose Sandstorm City because it was the place where the World Tree Kingdom appeared. After Eve handed in the letter of challenge, the half-orcs did not make any big moves. From this perspective, Eve thought that the half-orcs were very likely planning to wait there for rabbits. However, rabbits could only become prey because they were weak. But if it was not rabbits, but a fierce tiger, then it would be interesting. The player's army was such a fierce tiger, it could be seen from the alert state of the half-orc tribes. Even if Eve mentioned 100,000 troops in the letter of challenge, they would not believe it. Otherwise, the half-orcs would have left some troops at the border instead of relying on a few large tribes to support each other. In fact, who would have thought that the Elven Forest, which was still deserted last year, would suddenly be filled with hundreds of thousands of elves? Oh, no. It was not last year anymore. On the day the players set off, the world of Seekers had already entered the first month of the new year. Eve narrowed her eyes and looked at the Golden Tent tribe. On the simple walls of the stronghold, half-orcs were already gathering. At the same time, Eve also sensed a strong aura from it. It was a gold professional of the Golden Tent tribe. According to the information collected by the players, it was most likely the chief priest of the Golden Tent tribe. The Golden Tent tribe had more than one gold professional. According to the information, there were 2 gold professionals, which was the most among the large tribes nearby. Since the other one was not here, it was most likely that he had been summoned by the royal court and became a member of the half-orc army. From this perspective, the half-orcs' gathering of troops had weakened the large tribes at the border. From afar, Eve could even clearly see the panicked expressions on the half-orcs' faces. It seems that they have received news from the other tribes. Eve muttered to herself. The 30,000 elven army would not have made them so panicked. The only possibility was that the other tribes had received news of being besieged. How is it? Master Zero, can we start the attack? Limu asked expectantly. He couldn't wait any longer. Because at this moment, the progress of the Heart of Nature was actually lagging behind. From the map, the Golden Tent tribe was the furthest away for the players. By the time they arrived, the other large orc tribes had already fallen into a fierce battle. If one were to enter the sub-channels of the other 3 guilds in the battlefield channel, they could hear the crazy and excited roars of the commanders. If one were to open the video, they could even see the commander's perspective of the magnificent battlefield. In the Heart of Nature's battlefield channel, there were constantly screenshots of battles from other battlefields. The projectile catapults, the volley of magic guns, the gorgeous spells, and the fearless charge of the players, just looking at it was enough to make the players' blood boil. The provocation from the players in the other channels made the players in the Heart of Nature's army even more restless. Everyone was eager to give it a try. The war had already begun, they had been waiting for this moment for too long. This would be the first real siege since the launch of the Elven Kingdom server. After hearing Limu's words, Eve looked at the players' campsite. At this moment, 10 magically modified trebuchets had been erected, 5 ballistae had been assembled, and 1 battering ram had been completed. These siege equipment were prepared in advance, and the players had the help of magic, so it was not difficult to assemble them. However, it was more troublesome to choose the players to control these equipment. From the feedback from the other battlefields, the experience gained from the catapults and ballistae was terrifying. The premise was that one had to hit accurately. At this point, the players returned to the most primitive and fairest method in the online game, roll. At the position of the catapults and ballistae, the players' excited laughter could be heard. It was obvious that a lucky player had been chosen to control the siege equipment. Not bad, get ready to attack. Eve nodded and said to Limu. I'll leave everything to you. After hearing Eve's words, Limu's eyes instantly became serious. He bowed slightly to Eve, then turned around and shouted into the microphone, "Attention, catapults! Catapults, prepare to attack." Following Limu's command, the players who had been prepared for a long time instantly took action. Pieces of prepared ammunition were loaded into the catapults by the players. Those were magic stones engraved with magic arrays, some metal fragments, and even biochemical weapons were mixed in. The players controlling the catapults injected their magic into them and activated the magic arrays. Then, they released the ropes of the catapults and further activated the attraction magic engraved on the catapults. In the next second, the huge machine vibrated and emitted a bright light. The huge bearings rotated rapidly and ejected the ammunition. As the projectiles shot up, the magic stones that were activated by magic instantly burned. Like meteorites, they drew a beautiful parabola in the air and smashed into the wall of the orc stronghold. Roars began to resound on the battlefield. This chapter only has 3,000 words, I'll update it tomorrow. Also, a new ancestral book, I became an ancestor after death. The dark clouds pressed against the sky, so heavy that it seemed as if they were about to fall. The biting cold wind whistled sharply, blowing the iris flower flags rustling loudly. In the sky above the orc city, a magic barrier with a pale silver glow slowly took shape. It was like a giant inverted bowl that completely covered the entire tribe. Under the orders of the chief priest, the solemn orc priest stood at various parts of the wall and prayed continuously. This was the divine barrier. With the help of the Sauron's Chamber of Commerce, this divine barrier that was often used in wars of faith was now officially used by the orcs. Outside the wall, the 30,000-strong elven army had officially completed the encirclement of the Golden Tent tribe. Several catapults were set up by the players and shot at the orc city from different directions. Burning meteorites dragged long smoke behind them as they streaked across the cloud-filled sky and landed on the simple city of the half-orcs, smashing into the divine barrier. Violent explosions sounded everywhere, and flames shot out in all directions. The pale silver divine barrier kept flickering like a small boat in a storm. The orc priests who were maintaining the divine barrier were in pain. Many of them were pale. As the link between the statue of worship and the barrier of faith, every time the defensive divine spell received an attack, it would weaken and backfire on the orc priest. The chief priest with the strength of gold was fine, but the weaker orc priests were already vomiting blood after being shot by the catapults again and again. The entire defensive divine barrier flickered under the players' projectiles. Even so, the orcs were able to withstand the attacks. However, the orc chief priest of the Golden Tent tribe looked even more upset. His tribe had taken in the orcs who escaped from the Grotto tribe. He knew that the elves had mastered the catapults of the human race. At this moment, feeling the power of these catapults, his mood almost fell to the bottom. Too powerful, these catapults were far more powerful than the siege weapons of the human race. Especially the power of the ammunition when it exploded. The power of each shot was definitely at the level of a sixth circle explosive spell. A sixth circle spell was equivalent to an upper silver spell. Explosive spells derived from the fire element were the most powerful among all offensive spells. In Blue Star, such an attack was equivalent to a 500-kilogram ballistic missile. It could easily blow up a huge crater with an area of several hundred square meters and a depth of 5 to 6 meters. In other words, a building was gone, or a small square was gone. Every time the players cast their spells, a dozen of them would strike at the same time. Even the chief high priest of the lower gold tier would have to bear the brunt of the attack without the protection of a divine barrier. The chief priest of the Golden Tribe knew they were in deep trouble this time. The chief priest of the half-orcs felt great pressure, while Limu, the commander of the elven army, looked at the half-orcs' defensive divine barrier and frowned slightly. This big guy was too much of a hindrance. The price of magic stones was very expensive. To the gamers, every shot was burning money. At this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice beside him. There are loopholes in this divine barrier. Just like Black Rock City, in order to reduce the consumption of the power of faith and prolong its existence as long as possible, it is not completely closed. Instead, it only protects the sky above the city and the city walls below. And, the half-orcs' barrier is very simple. They don't have a defensive core, so they can only rely on the priests to stand in specific places to maintain it. It was the Chosen One, 0. Hearing the words of the Chosen One, Limu's heart skipped a beat as he pondered. His eyes lit up as he gradually became excited. Limu suddenly raised his head, raised his commanding sword, and shouted, "All archers, attention! Enter the shooting range and prepare to shoot. Target, the priests on the wall." With his command, the elven army moved again. Looking from the wall, almost a quarter of the elves began to move. They either raised their bows or magic guns and began to approach the half-orcs' wall. The chief high priest of the orcs' expression changed as he quickly ordered, "Shoot. Don't let the elves get close." The half-orc warriors all raised their bows. Arrows were shot from the wall and turned into a rain of arrows that fell into the gamers' formation. However, the gamers did not panic. "Wizards, attention! Cover the archers!" Limu roared angrily again. With that, the wizards began to chant. Bunkers made of earth elements broke out of the ground and appeared in front of the archers. At the same time, the archers began to shoot. They either drew their bows or pulled the trigger. The flashing arrows and blue elemental bullets from the magic guns turned into a dazzling rain of light that streaked across the gloomy sky and poured onto the half-orcs' wall like rain. This time, the divine barrier was ineffective. In an instant, hundreds of half-orcs were hit and turned into ashes amidst cries of agony. The number of injured people was uncountable. And this was only the first round of the gamers' attack. At this point in the game, the archers were not the same as before. Not to mention the magic guns that were terrifyingly accurate with the help of magic. The gamers who still chose to use the bow were all veterans who were confident in their skills, except for those who did not have the money to buy magic guns. Under their attack, the half-orcs who were careless suffered heavy casualties. If not for the wall, there would be more half-orcs who died. In an instant, the wall was in chaos. The chief high priest of the orcs' eyes were red. In the previous round of the elves' attack, a few priests had been careless and sacrificed. Even the divine barrier was unstable and on the verge of collapse. The situation was getting worse. After the first round of attack, the elves began their second round of attack. At the same time, the half-orcs also shot arrows under the cover of the wall and retaliated against the elves. The arrows and elemental bullets from both sides intertwined and turned into a rain of light. Under the cover of the dark clouds, it was a spectacular scene on the battlefield that was getting darker. However, this beautiful rain of light represented death. From time to time, half-orcs were killed by the gamers, and from time to time, unlucky gamers were shot by the arrows. However, compared to the huge number of archers, the counterattack of the half-orcs was insignificant. Seeing this, the morale of the gamers was even stronger. Special attack team, attention! Get on the Megalosaurus, let's go! Limu ordered again. After that, a few gamers who owned Megalosaurus stood out and rode their Megalosaurus. At the same time, there were a few low-level players who were not wearing any equipment. Each of them carried a bulging bag and rode behind them. Then, the Megalosaurus let out a long cry and flew towards the half-orc tribe. The attacks of the gamers were getting fiercer. The chief high priest of the orcs' expression was getting worse. Has the request for help been sent out? He turned his head and shouted at the half-orc priest beside him. The pale half-orc priest nodded. We have released the black vultures. The black vulture was a type of bird in the Death Desert. It had been domesticated by the half-orcs and was often used as a messenger. When the tribe was completely besieged, they could only rely on this method to inform the imperial court. Not bad. The chief high priest of the orcs' expression was slightly better. He did not know how much ammunition the elves had prepared, and he did not know how long the divine spell barrier could last. But one thing was for sure. Once the barrier failed, they would not be able to resist the attack of the 30,000-strong army. The only thing they could do was to try their best to maintain the divine spell and hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, just as the chief high priest nodded, he suddenly heard a loud and clear dragon's roar in the sky. At the same time, there was a mournful cry of a bird. The chief high priest's expression changed, and he quickly raised his head. He saw a few young megalosaurus circling above the tribe. On each of their backs, there were 2 elves riding on their backs. The leading copper dragon was holding a large black bird in its mouth. It was a black vulture. The chief high priest of the orcs was speechless. Damn the elves! Damn the megalosaurus! He gritted his teeth and scolded. It was extremely difficult to cultivate a black vulture messenger. This was the only one in the Golden Tribe. But at this moment, the only messenger had become the food of the megalosaurus. Quick, go to the temple and pray to the Father. Tell him what happened here. The chief high priest of the orcs said to the priests under him. Praying to the true God was the last way to pass the message, but whether the message could be passed to the imperial court depended on the true God's mood. The priests obeyed and left. The chief high priest raised his head and pointed at the megalosaurus in the sky. He angrily ordered the orcs around him, shoot. Following his command, the half-orcs pulled up their bows and shot towards the sky. But the megalosaurus let out a long cry and dodged. Although they were not small, they were quite agile. The arrows of the orcs could not hurt them at all. But in the next second, a scene that made the chief high priest of the orcs stunned appeared. A few elves on the back of the megalosaurus suddenly jumped down and jumped towards the orcs below. They were not wearing anything, only holding a bulging bag. After these elves jumped down, the rest of the elves rode on the megalosaurus and quickly turned around and left. What were they doing? Suicide. Looking at the elves falling from the sky, the orcs below were dumbfounded. But just as the elves were about to land on the divine barrier, the chief high priest of the orcs heard their arrogant curses from above. Not good. Hearing the blasphemous words, the chief high priest of the orcs' face turned green. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Everyone on the battlefield saw a purple-black lightning bolt cut through the sky, penetrating the thick clouds and striking the Golden Tent tribe's divine barrier. The terrifying power carried a majestic aura that made people tremble in fear. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was the punishment of the gods. The blasphemy of the gods by the players triggered the punishment of the gods again, although the gods' punishment hesitated for a moment this time, but it still fell in the end. And the moment the divine punishment fell, the divine barrier that was barely maintained under the repeated attacks of the catapults finally reached its limit and collapsed, turning into countless silver photons that swirled in the air. bolts of purple-black lightning danced in the sky above the Golden Tent tribe and spread along the collapse of the divine barrier. On the fortress wall, the orc priests who were maintaining the divine barrier didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes by the lightning. Only the chief priest who had reached the lower level of the gold level survived. Even though he was lucky enough to survive, he spat out blood. His face was ashen, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He didn't seem to have much longer to live. The fortress wall fell into an eerie silence. The surviving orcs stared blankly at the sky. They were in a daze as if they hadn't recovered from the shock of the god's punishment. Bursts of thunder came from the sky. Those were the dark clouds that were triggered by the god's punishment. In the next second, bean-sized raindrops mixed with snow and ice fell on the orcs' heads. They felt a chill in their hearts. The defensive divine spell barrier was broken. In the direction of the elven army, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Limu was excited. He raised his commanding sword high and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The divine barrier is broken. Listen to my order, attack. Begin the siege." After that, the 30,000-strong elven army was ready to attack. In the next moment, the passionate background music changed abruptly, turning into a more majestic and imposing symphony. It was as if it was blowing the bugle horn to charge forward. Listening to the music, the players' eyes turned red, and their adrenaline surged. "Attack!" Someone shouted excitedly in the crowd. "Attack!" Other players began to agree. As if it had caused a chain reaction, after the first few players shouted, more and more players shouted one after another. "Attack! Attack! Attack the city! Attack the city!" Their voices grew louder and louder, from disorderly to orderly, and finally turned into the roars of 30,000 people. "Charge! Attack! For the goddess, for the elves!" That orderly and majestic voice drowned out the thunder in the sky, drowned out the sound of the rain, and resounded throughout the vast battlefield, causing even the earth to tremble. On the wall of the village, the expressions of the half-beastmen changed when they heard this. They were frightened. Apart from being shocked, there was also some fear and confusion on their faces. Such an army had never appeared in the world of Seekers. Battering rams and ballistas were pushed out by the players, and the scaling ladders were also carried by them. Following that, the 30,000 soldiers charged from all four directions. The irises and flags were raised high by the players. They drew their weapons and surged toward the village wall like a tide. The archers shot as they charged, and the catapults continued to shoot. But this time, without the divine barrier, the Golden Tent tribe had completely lost the ability to resist. The huge meteorite was burning with flames and smashed into the half-orc tribe. It smashed into the wall of the village made of stones, causing a violent explosion and a series of loud rumbling sounds. Even the heavy rain couldn't extinguish the flames caused by the exploding magic stones. In just a few moments, the Golden Tent tribe was on fire. The shabby village wall was on the verge of collapse under the catapult's bombardment, and it looked like it would collapse in the next second. Arrows and elemental bullets turned into a rain of light and poured down on the village wall again, but this time, there were some long-range spells. They were the mage players who were charging at the front. They had entered the range of the spells. The colorful magic light and arrows intertwined and turned into colorful lights with hidden murderous intent, drowning the village wall. The casualties of the half-beastmen defending the village began to soar at an unbelievable speed. The half-beastmen didn't have any spellcasters other than the priests. At this moment, this had become their biggest weakness. Facing the dense long-range spells of the players, they could only barely hold on behind the village wall without the protection of the defensive barrier. They had almost lost the ability to fight back. Soon, the players at the front approached the village wall. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the entire Golden Tent tribe had been completely surrounded by the Dark Elves. The catapult's bombardment stopped. The final stage of the siege had officially begun. The players lifted the ladders and placed them on the village wall. The tank warriors were wearing heavy armor and holding weapons that shone with cold light. They roared under the command of their commander as they climbed up the village wall. The ballistae aimed at the tower on the village wall and shot 3-meter-long arrows, destroying the last resistance of the half-beastmen bit by bit. at the village gate, a dozen players surrounded the battering rams that were engraved with reinforcement and piercing spells and began to ram the village gate. Bang! 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 The sound of the collisions rang under the village wall and in the ears of the half-beastman. It was like the knell of doomsday. The half-beastman chief priest was helped up by his subordinates. He endured the pain all over his body and ordered with difficulty, "Stop them. Don't let them climb up. Protect the village gate. Protect the village gate." His voice was hoarse and almost couldn't make a sound. Following his order, more half-beastman warriors climbed up the village wall and joined the battle. At the same time, the fastest players climbed up the village wall. The close combat had begun. The one at the front was a silver-tier warrior tank. These players who chose to specialize in defense had limited attack power, but their defense power was extremely high. They were like humanoid titans as they began to roar and rampage on the village wall. The half-beastmen were obviously stronger and taller, however, in the face of these human-shaped meat shields with heavy armor and magic auras, the half-beastmen's maces and scimitars were like the players' weapons. They couldn't cause any damage to the half-beastmen. With Xianxia as the leader, the tank warriors were like a sharp blade that instantly tore apart the half-beastmen's defense line on the village wall. Immediately after, more players climbed up the wall and fought with the half-beastmen. The sound of swords and sabers mixed with the sound of the heavy rain, screams, and explosions of magic. It was extremely majestic. The players at the front fell, and soon, new players took their place, fighting fearlessly. In this situation, no one cared about their own lives. All the players seemed to have gone crazy. They fought to the death without retreating. They only had one goal: break through the half-beastman tribe. More and more players climbed up the village wall, and the half-beastmen became more and more chaotic. Their formation had been torn apart by the players. The average level of the players was very high. Even the lowest level of the public beta player was level 31. As for players who had reached the maximum level of 40, they could be found everywhere. These max-level players and silver players all rushed to the front. They were the army's sharpest knife. Compared to the half-beastman warriors whose average strength was in the middle of black iron, such combat power had formed a crushing momentum. The entire village wall had become a cruel and crazy meat grinder. However, this was against the half-beastmen. It was supposed to be a difficult melee battle, but the players' momentum was overwhelming. The half-beastman's defense began to collapse at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and this collapse, especially after another loud boom, reached a climax. The city gate was broken. After repeated collisions, the city gate, which was not strong to begin with, finally could not withstand the double destruction of physical and magic. It collapsed with a bang. The players cheered, then let go of the battering rams and rushed into the city like a tide. "This is bad." Seeing this scene, the chief priest who was protected by the half-beastmen turned pale. Once the city gate was broken, it was like a dam bursting. The flood of players rushed into the Golden Tent tribe through the city gate and started a more intense battle with the half-beastmen. The silver professionals among the half-beastmen rushed to the city gate, wanting to stop the players here. There was no retreat behind them. "Kill them. For the tribe. For our homeland." The half-beastmen roared, and their morale was boosted again. They all began to fight with their lives. Under the city gate, an even more intense battle officially began. Even the chief priest, who was almost out of oil, struggled to stand up. He burned his life force, took out his scimitar that he had not used for many years, and joined the battle with a roar. Heavy rain poured down. Blood gathered into a stream, and the muddy ground was dyed dark red. But it was quickly washed away by the rain. However, the speed of the rain could not keep up with the speed of the blood pouring down. The smell of blood in the air had completely covered the unique fresh smell of rain. The half-beastmen exploded with powerful combat power in desperation. Many old warriors who had been stuck at the bottleneck for many years broke through. Their eyes were red, and their expressions were ferocious. They roared as they resisted the players' charge. However, the half-beastmen's fighting spirit did not dampen the players' morale. Instead, it made them even more excited. The Golden Tent tribe was still too weak. Even though many warriors broke through the desperate situation, there were more powerful players among the players. With the support of the priest players, these players who had set their pain to the lowest level laughed loudly. They were not afraid of injuries at all, and they fought bravely. On the ground, more and more equipment dropped. There were half-beastmen, and there were also players. However, there were more half-beastmen's equipment. The formation of the players was also getting deeper and deeper into the Golden Tent tribe as they fought. After a few loud dragon roars, a few dragon knights among the players joined the battle. They descended from the sky and attacked from behind the half-beastmen. They cooperated with the players who had broken through the city gate and surrounded the half-beastmen below the city gate. Each dragon knight player had the strength of a lower silver. As for the dragon whelps beneath them, they had already broken through to the same level before they joined the battle. With the addition of 2 dragons, their strength was even more terrifying, and they changed the battle situation almost instantly. The half-beastmen below the city wall were quickly defeated, and the players took the opportunity to quickly occupy the city gate. They cooperated with the players on the city wall and quickly wiped out the half-beastmen on the city wall. Then, they completely opened the remaining city gates. At this point, the 30,000 elves lost their last obstacle. The players who had completely opened the battle shouted and cheered, and they rushed into the Golden Tent tribe like a tide. The sound of swords clashing could be heard everywhere in the Golden Tent tribe. The victory was decided. There was a lack of rain in the Death Desert. The rain and snow, which could be considered a once-in-a-decade occurrence, stopped in less than half a day. As the rain stopped, so did the battle in the Golden Tent tribe. The sound of swords clashing became sporadic sounds of collisions. It was not a battle, but the sound of the players looting the half-beastman tribe. At this moment, the players had completely occupied the Golden Tent tribe. The muddy ground was stained reddish-brown by the blood, and even the heavy rain could not wash it away. Dropped blood-stained equipment could be seen everywhere on the ground, and the players were excitedly picking them up. The heavy rain finally extinguished the flames in the orc tribe, leaving only white smoke hovering in the air. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of mud in the air, and it was extremely pungent. In the square of the Golden Tent tribe, thousands of half-beastmen were squatting together with their hands on their heads. They were all captives of the players. They were the only survivors of the orc tribe of more than 10,000 people. From today onwards, the Golden Tent tribe would become history. Limu walked on the muddy street and arrived in front of the Golden Tent tribe's sacrificial tent. This was the place where the half-beastmen worshipped the statue of Allure. The sacrificial tent had yet to be looted by the players. As the guild that contributed the most, this was the spoils of war that belonged to nature's heart. On the ground outside the sacrificial tent, there were many half-beastmen corpses. They were all severely injured, and there were hundreds of them from afar. These were the half-beastmen who chose to commit suicide at the end of the battle. They did not want to be turned into ashes by the players' swords, so they chose to commit suicide at the last second. Limu even saw the chief priest of the half-beastmen, the old priest who had fought a bloody battle. He was barely human, and his flesh was badly mangled. Only his eyes were wide open as he stared at the sky. There seemed to be a trace of anger and determination in his eyes. Even in death, he held his weapon tightly in his hand. At this moment, for some reason, Limu suddenly thought of the chief priest of the Grotto tribe, Jushan. He sighed softly and put away the chief priest's weapon and robe with ease. Then, he chanted a spell and released a flame to completely cremate the chief priest's body. The background music in the battlefield channel had been temporarily turned off, and only the background music of the Desert of Death that came with the game was playing slowly. It was a kind of music that was intertwined with the sound of bagpipes and ethereal female voices. When people listened to it, they would unconsciously see the scene of a lonely sunset and the yellow sand of the desert. At this moment, when the music entered his ears, Limu felt a sense of vicissitudes of life, as if history was reincarnated. In the sky, the dark clouds had dispersed. The sun was already setting in the west, emitting a golden luster. A rainbow light sprinkled from the horizon, illuminating the hazy rainy sky with a rainbow-colored afterglow. The loud laughter and fighting of the players could be heard from afar. From time to time, a few loud dragon roars could be heard, as well as the cries of the half-beastmen who survived. Limu retracted his gaze, and his expression became more emotional. "This is war," he sighed softly. There was no right or wrong in war. After sighing with emotion as a victor, Limu called for the players to deal with the aftermath of conquering the half-orc tribe. Destroying the Golden Tent tribe was not the end. Forcing the surrendered half-orcs to change their faith was also necessary. In a sense, this was the most effective way to weaken the enemy's true god in a battle of faith. The players were already familiar with the process. The Desert of Death mission in the past 2 months allowed them to accumulate a wealth of experience. Soon, someone brought a handmade statue and forced the half-orcs to desecrate it one by one. There was a faint commotion in the small square where the half-orcs were imprisoned. For the half-orcs, their faith had been deeply rooted in their hearts for many years. With the players' coercion, the half-orcs who had surrendered quickly rebelled. This was also within the players' expectations. In fact, in the Desert of Death mission 2 months ago, there would be similar resistance every time the players forced the half-orcs to give up their faith. However, under the premise that their weapons and equipment were all removed, and their high-level combat power was already dead, these half-orcs could not stir up any trouble in front of the players. They were just like the half-orcs' last struggle to protect their faith, weak and pathetic. Just a few small and medium-sized guilds who were responsible for guarding the half-orcs easily suppressed these rebels. The half-orcs who resisted were quickly turned into ashes by the players' swords. The entire process was methodical and practiced to the point of being incomparably natural. The players' bloodthirsty and cruel attitude when killing the half-orcs who resisted made the remaining half-orcs pale and completely lose their courage. They no longer had the courage to resist. They either cried, were at a loss, or begged for mercy. They followed the players' orders and desecrated the handmade statue in Ulur. At this point, the half-orcs' faith had completely collapsed. This scene was witnessed by the elves who participated in the battle with the players. Their expressions became very complicated. After being with the players for a long time, the elves thought that they had a deep understanding of these chosen ones from the alternate world. In the eyes of many elves who had not seen the players fight, although these chosen ones' actions were sometimes strange and funny, they were all very sincere and friendly. At this moment, after witnessing the cruel and merciless manner in which the gamers dealt with the orcs, the elves' worldview was greatly impacted. After conquering the orc tribe, the gamers plundered the orc tribe. Many people did not expect that the Heaven's Chosen One, who had been talking and laughing with them, would have such a side to him. Do you find it cruel and shocking? Just as the elves were looking at the players with complicated gazes, a childish voice sounded behind them. The elves all turned their heads. When they saw who it was, they hurriedly straightened their bodies and drew the symbol of the scepter of life on their chests. Greetings, Lord Air. The one who spoke to them was the God's chosen one, Air. This time Air Moonlight, who was on good terms with Demacia, also joined the Heart of Nature's army. He was the leader of this elven troop. Eve was the youngest God's chosen one, and he had matured a lot in the past 2 years. Although he still looked like a teenager, his actions were more mature, and his gaze was more determined. After hearing Air's question, the elves hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. Yes. We didn't expect the chosen ones to have such a side to them. We always felt that even though their actions were strange, they were as gentle as us. This started from the way the gamers fawned over the NPCs. As time passed, the gamers gradually understood the personalities of the elves. They were becoming better at catering to the elves' preferences and creating an image of themselves in front of the elves to gain the elves' favor. There was even a post on the official website that taught the gamers how to communicate with the elves in depth. Therefore, many newly returned elves who had not seen the Battle of the Chosen Ones had a fixed impression of them. Hearing the elves answer, God's chosen El didn't comment. He looked at the gamers in the distance and then at the elves who had complicated expressions. He sighed slightly. This is the war between races and beliefs. Only by abandoning compassion can we win in this cruel war. The reason why our race declined rapidly in the past 1,000 years, other than losing the blessings of the true gods and being subjected to racial shackles, another important reason was that we were too merciful. And mercy is something that cannot exist in war. As he spoke, he paused and sighed with emotion. I once heard the chosen ones say something. It was an ancient teaching of the sages in their hometown: mercy is not in command of an army. Of course, in their explanation, this sentence was actually used to describe the relationship between the army commander and the soldiers. The general idea was that the army commander should not be overly merciful. At critical times, he must not let mercy to the soldiers cause major problems. But in my opinion, this sentence is also applicable to the enemy. Although we love peace, love life, and desire to live in a world without strife, sometimes we have to face battles. In this world, there are many things that do not revolve around our will. Beliefs, races, survival, and struggles are everywhere, and in war, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to ourselves. After hearing Air's words, the elves fell into deep thought. Air changed the topic. Of course, I'm not encouraging everyone to learn from the chosen ones. They are warriors summoned from another world by Her Holiness the Goddess. To them, war is a game. And to face war with a game attitude, there will naturally be some things that ordinary people can't accept. To them, this is a game, so they have no scruples. But to us, this is a real war, so our emotions will always be more complicated. Therefore, it's normal for everyone to feel uncomfortable with some of the chosen one's actions. But everyone has to understand that no matter what, this is for our ultimate victory. The chosen ones are also our most solid allies and partners. There is no right or wrong in war, and the order after war can only be written by the victors. When the dust settles, as the final victors, we naturally have the ability and opportunity to shape the order we desire and paint a new future. Everything is for the glory of the goddess and the elves. Air's voice was solemn. After hearing his words, the elves' gazes gradually became firm. Everything is for the glory of the goddess and the elves. They also said with the same solemn and sincere voice. Very good, it seems that everyone is gradually growing. From afar, Eve, who took in the conversation between Air and the elves, secretly nodded. The elves were gradually getting used to battle. They had gradually abandoned their benevolence in battle. Although they would still frown slightly when facing some of the actions of the players, they had a calmer attitude to consider the right and wrong. This was very good. In addition, the Nature's Heart Guild was also very good. She originally thought that the players would need her to deal with the gold-level high priest, but she had been watching the whole time, and the players relied on a few statues to solve the problem. Damasia's God's punishment style is really a cancer in the industry. I think Allure and Hoddle's expressions must be very interesting. If I'm not wrong, when the God's punishment was just now, it was a bit hesitant and weak. Hoddle is probably also very conflicted, right? Eve thought to herself. Punishment or not was really a problem for the believers of the true gods. After all, the source of their power came from their faith, and maintaining their faith meant that they had to maintain their high and mighty image. For them, face was not only about face, but also directly related to their dignity. It could only be said that their success and failure depended on their faith. With this thought, Eve connected to the game system again and looked at the other battlefields. Although the Nature's Heart Guild was the last to attack, they were the second to break through the orc tribe. Of course, the God's punishment bomb contributed the most. The other player armies did not have Damasia's channels and resources to obtain such a secret weapon. At most, they could only buy 1 or 2 statues from the Amway trading firm at a high price and use them at critical moments. However, the other orc tribes were weaker than the Golden Tent tribe, and the other player armies also had their own advantages. Among them, the Mangmang committee was rich and had equipped more than 40 catapults at one go. They had already used the catapults to bombard the orcs' divine barrier until it was on the verge of collapse. Not only that, the Mangmang committee and Nature's Heart were close, and Salty Meow had 1 or 2 statues that were given by Damasia. Although the orc tribe they were facing was not much weaker than the Golden Tent tribe, it was only a matter of time before they broke through the city. Although the First Legion did not have statues and had limited catapults, they had the most combat-type players. The orc tribe they attacked was the Silver Tent tribe, which was the closest to the Gloom Mountain range. They had been harassed by the players many times and were already exhausted. Under such circumstances, the Red Dragon Tiberia, who was only at the upper level of gold, but her actual combat power was almost on par with the legendary Red Dragon. She had also fought for the longest time. Therefore, not long after Nature's Heart broke through the Golden Tent tribe, they also broke through the city. From the perspective of the game, their attack was also the most tragic and spectacular. However, the casualty ratio of the players made Eve's heart ache. The most surprising one was the Autobot Guild. This major guild, which was formed by the 3rd beta players, was much weaker than the other 3 major guilds. However, in this attack, they were the first to break through the city. However, the reason they broke through the city was not because the players were strong, nor was it because the orc tribe was weak. It was because the guild leader, Ji Gang, the shapeshifter, had used a trick. Before the army besieged the orc tribe, he had sent the legendary spider Queen Lolth to attack from underground and destroy the wall of the orc tribe. When the wall with the magic circle was destroyed, the divine barrier could not be activated. The orc tribe was broken through by the players just like that. Eve couldn't help but sigh. There were so many talents among the players, and they were always able to bring her new surprises. Just as Eve was distracted to check the other battlefields, a familiar voice suddenly woke her up. Lady Zero, we have collected all the idols in Allure. We are waiting for you to deal with them. Eve retracted her consciousness and looked at the person who spoke. It was Li Mu. She nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Lead the way. Then, she got up and followed Li Mu. Li Mu quickly brought Eve to the main tent of the Golden Tent tribe's priests. There were more than a dozen idols of various sizes. The largest one was more than 3 meters tall. It should be the main idol of the Golden Tent tribe. It was also the idol that was connected to the divine barrier. All the idols stored the power of faith. Quite a number of players had gathered around the statue, and all of them looked at the statue with regret. What a pity, if it weren't for Allure's god's punishment, there would be more than a dozen bombs. Well, there was also a 3-meter-tall nuclear bomb. Just thinking about it made their hearts ache. But now, they could only leave it to the NPCs. Eve came to the front of the idols and stood still. She looked pious and drew a symbol of the scepter of life on her chest. Then, she said solemnly, praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Please use your power to eliminate the heretics here. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright light shone from Eve's body. All the players felt a sacred and majestic aura descending on the scene. The next second, the light shrouded all the idols in Allure. The idols that were shrouded by the light began to lose their luster. In just a moment, they were no different from ordinary idols. They had completely lost their connection with Allure. The power of faith in them had also dissipated between heaven and earth. Eliminating the power of faith. This was what the believers of different faiths had to do after occupying the other party's sphere of influence in the war of faith. It was also what the true gods tacitly agreed to. The principle was that the believers prayed to trigger the power of the true gods. The power of the true gods would descend and completely destroy the idols of the enemy gods. Of course, the process had to be decent and not blasphemous. Every priest could do such a thing. It was just that Eve was the boss here. She prayed to herself. The reason why she did this was to completely occupy the sphere of influence of the enemy true gods. The sphere of influence of the true gods was determined by the area covered by the network of faith. The network of faith was woven by the believers' faith and the idols that they worshipped. The faith of the surviving half-orcs had been forcibly erased. Allure's network of faith in the northern part of the Death Desert was on the verge of collapse. If she got rid of the idols at this moment, she would completely lose control of this area. Similarly, Allure's confinement of space would also lose its effect. In this area, the teleportation circle would be able to operate again. Not long after Eve purified Allure's network of faith in this area, the Meng committee also conquered the last half-orc tribe. At this point, the 4 half-orc tribes that acted as a barrier in the northern part of the Death Desert had all fallen. Allure had completely lost control of the northern part of the Death Desert. The players had also further unlocked the shackles of their advantage. The door of the Death Desert was completely open to them. The annihilation of the 4 orc tribes was like a good start to the game. It officially kicked off the players' invasion of the Death Desert. After leaving behind the necessary players to carve the teleportation portal and look after the loot, the remaining players were led by the 4 major guilds into the depths of the Death Desert. At this time, the benefits of the Vanguard team's expedition a few months ago were finally highlighted. After nearly 3 months of harassment, the small orc tribes from the central region to the northern region of the Death Desert had been completely annihilated by the players. Most of the survivors relied on the large and medium-sized tribes nearby. Now, this method that was once used to resist the players' plundering had become a death knell for them. Due to the limited strength of the Vanguard team, these large and medium-sized tribes were not annihilated by the players. However, their specific coordinates and detailed information were clearly understood by the players through their repeated attacks and probing. Hence, after dealing with the Golden Tribe and the other 3 tribes, the players followed the coordinates marked on the map and swarmed towards the half-orc tribes. At this point, it was necessary to mention the distribution of the orc tribes in the Death Desert. The environment of the Death Desert was harsh. The orcs mainly lived in oases, and the oases in the Death Desert were mostly concentrated in the south and east. If one were to look at the map, one would find that the boundary was almost the Sandstorm City in the central region. The oases in the south and east were widely spread with many tribes. It was the core region of the orcs. More than 70% of the orc population in the Death Desert was concentrated there. The orc royal court was also located in the central and southern regions. The central and northern regions were more barren. There were fewer orcs, and their strength was relatively weaker. In this region, the Golden Tribe, which had a population of more than 20,000, was second to none. The 4 large orc tribes that were annihilated by the players were the only 4 large orc tribes left. Hence, in the following day, the 100,000 players split into 4 groups and crushed all the middle-tier beastman tribes they encountered along the way. They rode on magical beasts and fully utilized the role of cavalry in the desert. They launched an unprecedented blitzkrieg. With the unique night vision of the elves, the players used only one night to launch a surprise attack of nearly 100 kilometers. The orc tribes along the way couldn't withstand the attacks of the players for long. They were all wiped out in one night. At this rate, Eve estimated that the players would reach Sandstorm City in 4 to 5 days at most if they did not consider the possibility of the orc army taking the initiative to attack. It was just that, the idea was good, but players weren't machines, and their energy was limited. After a day of blitzkrieg, the speed of the players quickly slowed down, more and more people were left behind. The number of players charging at the front was no longer the initial 120,000. Instead, it had fallen to less than 80,000. Among them, more than 10,000 had died in battle and had yet to return. The remaining 30,000 players either actively or passively left the party. They might choose to stop on the way and plunder the half-orc spoils of war. Or perhaps they were returning to the elven forest to transport slaves, or, if they rushed along with the big tribes, they wouldn't know where they would end up. In the end, seeing that the distance was too far, these lost or straggling players decided to go for broke. They let loose and began to run freely in the desert of death. This was very normal. After all, the players were not an army. To be honest, the fact that they could maintain a blitzkrieg for a day and a night was already beyond Eve's initial expectations. After this blitzkrieg lasted for half a day, the players completely stopped. Because they were really tired. Elven Nation was not a game, and the players' bodies were real. Perhaps in other online games, as long as the players had enough energy in the real world and were strong enough in the real world, they could fight the faction war without sleeping for a few days and nights. However, it was very difficult to do so in Elven Nation. Forcefully marching and fighting was very tiring. Even if the players turned off fatigue, they could not eliminate the physical fatigue. They also needed to rest. Another important reason was that it was dawn on the Blue Star. The previous attack was late at night, and the players entered the game in their sleep. After dawn, more than 70% of the players, students and people from society, would go to school or work. Therefore, the players' first round of attack was completely over. The major guilds also stopped their large-scale mobilization and began to stay in the occupied orc strongholds to rest and reorganize. The players who needed to go offline did so, but their bodies remained in place and were guarded by their teammates who were online. The full-service battle was temporarily over, and free activities began. The players rested when they needed to rest, replenished when they needed to replenish, sacrificed spoils of war when they needed to, drew magic circles when they needed to, and repaired the fortifications when they needed to. The players who did not have enough fun continued to form their own teams and continued to attack the nearby orc tribes under the leadership of their respective guilds. Of course, the overall intensity of the battle was much lower than before. Compared to the previous attack of 100,000 players, it was just a small skirmish. It could be said that the first round of attack was completely over. However, Eve, who had participated in faction wars that lasted for several days and nights in other online games, understood that this was not the limit of the players. It seems that the overall number of players is still too small for this kind of all-out war. If there were more players, even if some of them need to go to school or work, the number of players who are stably online could be maintained at a considerable number. In addition, there were more players who fell behind in the first round of attack. This means that many people are just gathering their strength. When this strength is gone, their combat power is greatly reduced. She was deep in thought. However, although she saw the shortcomings, Eve was not very worried about the progress of the war. Because this day on the Blue Star was Friday, and the weekend was next. The flow of time in the two worlds was 1 to 4. The world of Seekers had 8 days for the players to fight to their heart's content, give out a new reward to encourage everyone for the next round of attack. To facilitate the assembly, let's set the time at 9 o'clock in the evening on the Blue Star. Also, deal with the fatigue and increase their combat efficiency. It's just that the fatigue of controlling hundreds of thousands of people will consume a little too much divine power, Eve said to herself with a slight heartache. 9 o'clock in the evening on the Blue Star, which was also 3 days later in the world of Seekers. At this time, she could still afford to wait. With this thought, Eve quickly used her divine power and released a new system announcement. Ding, the first round of attack has ended. All players who participated in the war will receive additional rewards: 40 resurrection coins, 3,000 contribution points, 10,000 experience points. The next round of attack will officially begin in 3 days, in-game time. Ding, triggered hidden mission, drive straight in, mission description. In the first round of attack, you were united as one and used less than a day to gain a foothold in the desert of death. Now, it's time to think about the next attack. In order to obtain the final victory, we must be like a sharp knife, drive straight in, and go straight to the core area of the half-orcs. Mission objective: attack Sandstorm City in the second round of attack. Mission time limit: 7 days, starts in 3 days. Mission reward: special prize pool lottery ticket X3. Ding, special mechanism activated. In the second round of attack, all players who participated in the war will receive the blessing of Goddess Eve's energy and activate the war points system. For every 500 points increase in war points, players will receive an additional special prize pool. Lottery ticket. Blessing of Goddess Eve's energy: for 7 days, you will not feel tired and will always be in an energetic state. Your mana recovery speed and wound healing speed will be increased by 100%. War points system: war points are tied to the army's battle record. Based on the time players participated in the war, the number of half-orcs killed or captured, and the number of tribes conquered, the points will increase steadily over time. Special prize pool: a prize pool that is only open during an all-out war. Not only does the prize pool include all the items in the lucky prize pool, there is also a chance to draw a lower silver, golden legendary equipment, shock rate 3%. Give it your all. For the glory of the goddess and the elves. There were already more than 6,000 players who had reached the maximum level of 40. The silver level was like a watershed that separated the players from the rest of the world. Every battle had shown the players the gap between the silver players and the other players. Even the weakest healing type druid could easily defeat the level 40 hunter players who specialized in suppressing druids. For the players who had reached the maximum level, the most attractive thing for them was the class advancement slot for the silver level. Therefore, when the new system announcement was announced, the players became excited again. Damn! We can draw a class advancement slot? Isn't this too awesome? Aha! The silver slot that I've been waiting for has finally entered the prize pool. This time, I must succeed in the class advancement slot and become a big boss. This prize pool is not bad. It's just that the shock rate is a bit low, only 3%. Damn, I'm an old leak machine. However, this war points can increase the number of lottery tickets. It's good news for the unlucky. Wake up, even the unlucky will lose 100 lottery tickets. It's funny that the lucky guy can get it with just one draw. It's too realistic, let's not talk about it anymore. We must go all out in the second round of attack. I must draw a silver class advancement slot. Goddess Eve bless us. Goddess Eve bless us. The players who had not reached the silver level were excited, and the eyes of the elite players who had reached the silver level also lit up. TSK. A lower silver level gold legendary item? I've been waiting for the stars and the moon. A silver-level gold equipment has finally appeared. I didn't expect it to be a lottery ticket. Haha. It's time to verify the bloodline. Don't stop me. Tonight, Xianxia, will go on a killing spree. My 40-meter-long sword is thirsty for blood. Pfft. Xianxia, don't get your hopes up. I think you'll get 100 lottery tickets and 100 pairs of white-grade shoes in the end. Speaking of which, how many white-grade shoes did Xianxia draw? I think he has at least 500 pairs. Pfft. Xianxia, you're definitely being targeted by the system. You might as well change your profession to selling shoes in the future. Scram. Ha 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 ha. The new system mission was like a cardiac stimulant, and it once again aroused the enthusiasm of the players. No, it could be said that it pushed the players' anticipation and fighting spirit to a new high. Regardless of whether the players were online or offline, they were filled with anticipation after hearing the news. It was as if there were countless ants tickling their hearts. They could not wait for the time to reach 9 p.m. so that they could go online and participate in the battle. The few major guilds hurriedly held another meeting to discuss the next battle plan. Although the overall actions of the players were at a low ebb, there was a faint feeling that there was an even greater and stronger force that was constantly expanding. With the experience of the first battle, they were more confident about the second battle. Even the collective sense of honor in the entire server was growing imperceptibly. The confidence and anticipation of the players were bursting, but the higher-ups of the half-orcs were in an unprecedented state of shock. What did you say? In one night, 4 major tribes fell, and the northern district was completely lost? Hearing the messenger's report, the Oracle King Bazan was shocked, and his face was filled with disbelief. The other half-orc higher-ups in the grand tent were also shocked, and they were in a daze. They wondered if they had heard wrongly. You, say it again. Did the northern district really fall overnight? There were 4 major tribes and 11 medium-sized tribes. The total population was at least 80,000. Even if there were 80,000 goblins, the elves wouldn't be able to capture all of them in one day, right? Moreover, how many soldiers could they mobilize? Could it be that there were 100,000 soldiers? The Oracle King Bazan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Upon hearing the king's words, the messenger was even more terrified. He stuttered as he replied. He stammered, It's true. The elves were too powerful. They fought like madmen, and their mobility was astonishing. Their organization was even more terrifying than a human army. Not only that, but they also had Megalosaurus and legendary magical beasts. Their army was definitely more than 100,000 soldiers. It was really 100,000 soldiers. And even more. I'm not lying. If the great king doesn't believe me, execute me. My hometown has already been destroyed under the iron hooves of the elves. The messenger said mournfully. The Oracle King frowned, but at this moment, the high priest suddenly entered the grand tent. What he said is true. I received the Divine Father's oracle and saw some scenes of the war. The high priest said. He raised the true God statue in his hand and chanted softly. Following his movements, the true God statue in Allure emitted a brilliant light, and the scene of the gamers attacking the city appeared. In the scene, the gamers looked ferocious and excited as they destroyed the half-orc army. After watching the scene, the grand tent fell into a strange silence. The elders looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. The Oracle King Bazan had an ugly expression. After a while, he sighed and said gloomily, I finally understand. I finally understand why His Holiness Godfather is so afraid of the elves of the Elven Forest. They're a group of monsters. After saying that, he looked at Messenger. Where are the elves attacking now? The messenger replied, they stopped temporarily. It seems like they're resting. Although some small troops are still attacking the nearby tribes, they're not carrying out any large-scale operations. After listening to the report, the Oracle King Bazan fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and said, Send my orders. Gather the army. I want to take the initiative to attack and let the elves know the power of the half-orcs. However, just as he gave the order, the high priest shook his head and stopped him. Great king, you can't. Why? The enemy is at our doorstep. The Oracle King Bazan said angrily. This is the oracle's decision, the chief high priest said in a meaningful tone. Oracle? His Holiness the Father? Bazan was slightly stunned. The high priest nodded and said, "That's right. That's right. The elves' target is the World Tree Kingdom in Sandstorm City. That's definitely their final destination. Compared to gathering an army to attack them with magic beasts as mounts, we might as well conserve our energy and wait for their attack in Sandstorm City. Their energy is limited. It can be seen from their current rest. Although they took a day to occupy our northern district, it's obvious that they're lacking in strength. Our strategy in the Desert of Death is very deep. The last thing we're afraid of is stalling for time. At this moment, we're waiting for them to continue their attack and let them stretch the battle line. At the same time, we'll consume their energy and counterattack when they're tired. That's what we need to do. That way, we can turn passive into active." Hearing the high priest's words, the Oracle King Bazan's eyes flickered. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and said, "But the elves can draw teleportation arrays. Stretching the battle line is useless. The central region is the core area controlled by Godfather. They can't easily eliminate Godfather's influence on space here." The high priest slowly said. "Then, what about the other tribes at the front line?" Bazan stared at the high priest. "Someone has to stall the elves and consume their energy." The high priest was silent for a moment before saying. Hearing his words, the Oracle King Bazan had a complicated expression. And as if seeing the king's hesitation, the high priest meaningfully said, "For the final victory, necessary sacrifices are necessary. This is also the oracle of the true God." Bazan fell silent. A moment later, he sat back on the throne and sighed. "Okay, then," he gritted his teeth. "When they come, I'll definitely make them pay the price." The Orc royal court finally decided to bide their time and wait for the enemy to come. Under such circumstances, 3 days passed by very quickly. It was 9 o'clock in the evening on the blue planet. Friday night. For many online games, this was often the time when there were more players online. The office workers returned home, and the students were out of school. The next day was a rest day, so they could have fun without any scruples. It was the same for Elven Nation. However, unlike the weekends on weekdays, the City of Heaven's Chosen was exceptionally deserted today. The originally bustling city had almost turned into a ghost town. Even if there were occasional figures of players, they were in a hurry. They rushed to the teleportation array in the city and disappeared in a flash. However, if one gradually shifted their gaze to the south, they would see more figures one after another. Rivendell, the Gloom Mountain Range, the Death Desert. If one looked at the sand table in Eve's God's Kingdom, they would find that the light spots of the players were concentrated in these 3 places. Among them, the Death Desert had the most light spots, followed by the Gloom Mountain Range, and Rivendell had the least. Not only that, but the light spots in the last 2 places were decreasing rapidly. However, in a certain area in the Death Desert, the light spots were increasing continuously. On the sand table, a large number of players gathered into a dazzling light spot. It was so bright that it was impossible to see the details clearly. This place used to be a small orc tribe in the northern part of the Death Desert. It had been breached by the players a few days ago, and now it was where the elven army was stationed. The long-distance teleportation array to the Gloom Mountain Range was also built here. As for the 3 light spots on the sand table, they were actually teleportation points in 3 places. At this moment, in the area of the small orc tribe, the former tribe had almost been razed to ruins. Instead, there were densely packed tents and an elven army that stretched as far as the eye could see. From time to time, new elves walked out of the tents. They stretched their bodies and put on their equipment as if they had just woken up. They were the players who had just come online. More players were dismantling the tents in an orderly manner. At the same time, they were organizing the supplies. The entire camp was bustling with noise and excitement. All the players' faces were filled with excitement and excitement. Their eyes were bright and full of anticipation. The horn to assemble had been blown in each camp, and some of the faster teams had begun to line up and integrate. The second round of attacks was about to begin. The entire elven army was like a huge war weapon that had just woken up and was slowly operating. "I say, Han Han, Do you feel that the number of people has increased again? On a barren hill with a relatively high terrain, the player Bian was riding on his red copper dragon. He looked down at the players' encampment, which was obviously much larger than the first wave of attacks 4 days ago, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Beside her, the silver druid player Dream Han, who was also riding a megalosaurus, looked around and glanced at the battlefield channel before nodding. That's true. There are already 130,000 people in the channel. 130,000 people. It should be noted that in the first wave of attacks, although the total number of players participating in the battle was as high as 120,000, the number of people in the battlefield channel was only close to 110,000 at its peak. After all, not everyone was interested in the battlefield channel. When a large army was fighting, especially in a virtual game like this, for some players who were too lazy to listen to orders or simply wanted to freeload the mission rewards, it was enough to follow the flow and fight. If there were 130,000 players in the battlefield channel, it meant that there were more than 140,000 players participating in the battle. It was even possible that there were more than 150,000 players. The total number of players in Elven Nation was only 160,000. In other words, this time, the players in Elven Nation had truly turned out in full force. This was normal. It had been a few days since the first wave of attacks, and the rewards for the second wave of attacks were so rich that it naturally aroused the interest of the players. The 40,000 players who had yet to reach the upper Black Iron rank were just one step away from the door. The various exciting events of the first wave of attacks had already been made into videos and uploaded onto the internet. Many of the low-level players who watched the livestream were completely motivated. In order to participate in the second wave of attacks at night, many of the players who were usually lazy became hard-working emperors. They squeezed in time to go online and grind levels, and they really managed to reach upper Black Iron rank within 3 days. This could be considered as stimulating their potential. At this moment, there were less than 10,000 players in the entire server who had not reached upper Black Iron rank. Most of them were unlucky people who wanted to level up because they had to go to school and work. However, compared to the obvious increase in the number of people, what surprised Meng Han even more was the overall strength of the players. She realized that compared to when they first joined the battle, the overall strength of the players had increased by a large amount. The Death Desert is really a good place to level up. It's only been a few days, and everyone's level has obviously increased. Looks like the next wave of open beta is not far away. She sighed slightly. Every time the gap between the players' levels was reduced to a certain extent, Elven Nation would open up new player slots. Meng Han estimated that this time would be soon. Sigh, they killed a lot of enemies. You weren't online for the past 3 days, so you don't know how crazy these animals were when they leveled up. The few small tribes that Brother Mu had his eyes on were all wiped out by them. They said that they were stopping to rest, but the battles were even crazier than the previous war, especially those small and medium-sized guilds. Shu shook her head. But after hearing her words, Meng Han looked at her speechlessly. From what you're saying, you're a top student from the Imperial Capital University skipping classes again? Ahem. Since it's an elective, it's fine if I don't go. Shu Si was a bit embarrassed as her 99 points face turned slightly red. Meng Han, I suddenly feel like it was a mistake to pull you into this game. She rubbed her temples. It was just as Shu Si said. The 3 days of rest did not allow the players to relax. Although there were no large military operations, the small-scale battles were still very lively. In order to make themselves stronger when the second wave of attacks began, many players formed small groups and learned from the previous vanguard to clear out the small orc tribes nearby, and the results were remarkable. The average level of the Black Iron players increased by 2 levels in 3 days. The nearby orc tribes were in a miserable state. The area within 30 kilometers had become a no-man's land. After complaining to her good friend, Meng Han's eyes continued to look around. She had her space equipment, so she had already packed her luggage and was waiting for the guilds to gather. But when her eyes swept over the teleportation formation, she was slightly surprised. The Elven NPCs aren't participating this time? In the first wave of attacks, there were several hundred Elven NPCs that participated in the battle. Most of them were archers and were very accurate. They were all sharpshooters and played a very important role in the siege. At this moment, Meng Han saw these elves leaving the battlefield through the teleportation formation. They were summoned back by the church. Not only the elven archers, but Alice and Air are also going back. Only Big Sister will stay. Oh. The NPCs seem to have other quests. I think it might be related to the later part of the story. Xianxia glanced at the teleportation formation and said. You know quite a lot. Meng Han was a bit surprised. I'm a silver priestess, so naturally I know quite a bit of inside information. I also know that there are movements in the Orlos demiplane. It seems like all the believer NPCs have been mobilized. Xianxia said with a bit of pride. The believer has been mobilized? Could it be related to the goddess? Meng Han fell into deep thought. After saying this, Xianxia continued. Actually, it's good that the NPCs are leaving the battlefield. The following battle will be of an unprecedented scale and they can't be revived. Every time an NPC dies, the nearby players will receive a penalty of EXP and contribution points. Moreover, the elves' training has been achieved. Look at them, they've changed quite a bit compared to when they first arrived. Meng Han nodded and expressed her agreement. Indeed, I feel that their temperament is different. It's like they've experienced blood and fire. They seem to be more resilient. However, she didn't say the second half of her sentence. That was that not only the elven NPCs, but even the players' temperament had changed quite a bit. How to say this, the players seemed to have a bit of a warrior's temperament. Although the players had fought quite a bit before, there was still a bit of a difference. But after just fighting a single battle together, there had been quite a lot of changes. Perhaps this was the effect of the battlefield. Just like how hunters could never have the temperament of a soldier, this was quite interesting. At this time, the Nature's Heart Guild group began to inform the members to gather. At the same time, a war song was played in the battlefield channel. Commander-in-Chief Li Mu also began to speak on the microphone. The mission is about to begin. All major guilds, inform our brothers and sisters to join the party. Copy the text that I typed on the public chat and send it to the world channel. Remind those who haven't joined yet to join the battlefield channel. Not long after he finished speaking, the world channel began to flood with messages. This was the traditional art of online gaming. The number of people in the battlefield channel began to increase for the second time. Soon, it broke through the 140,000 mark and set a new record in Elven Nation. Tao Wu and Meng Han also quickly moved and joined the players who were gathering. With the experience from the first time, although there were more players this time, the speed of gathering was much faster. In less than 20 minutes, an army with a total of 150,000 soldiers was completely formed. For armies, maintain a distance of 10 kilometers. This time, we'll directly flatten them. Everyone, attack. Target, Sandstorm City. Li Mu gave the order in the battlefield channel. With his command, the player legion that had been well prepared and looking forward to the war immediately moved. The army of 150,000 turned into 4 parallel torrents, surging into the depths of the desert of death in a mighty manner. The sound of swords and screams could be heard everywhere, and the air was filled with the choking smell of burnt houses. The smell of smoke mixed with the strong smell of blood, irritating the taste buds and making the players nauseous. The sharp light of a sword flashed. A female elven warrior in silver armor elegantly passed through several orcs with their weapons raised high like a vigorous cheetah. Behind her was a blurry afterimage and a moonlight-like brilliance. Skill, moonlight slash. Then, she stood up easily. She slowly retracted her sword. Behind her, there was the sound of blood spurting out. Several orcs did not even have time to wield their weapons before they fell to the ground and turned into ashes. At this time, the female elven warrior elegantly swung her sword and flung the blood on the ground. She gently flicked her ponytail that was slightly messy from the sprint just now, but there was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Clap, 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 a series of applause came from behind the female elven warrior, accompanied by an envious and emotional exclamation. Instant kill. Jasmine, you're getting stronger. It was a male elf wearing a priest's robe. Hearing the voice behind her, the female elven warrior rolled her eyes and sighed. Caesar, it's not that I'm strong, but they're too weak. The conversation was between the 4th beta players, Jasmine and Caesar. For such a large-scale mission, they naturally participated in the battle and joined nature's heart's army. It had been 3 days since the start of the second attack. In these 3 days, the players had been unstoppable, tearing apart the orc sphere of influence with more momentum than the first attack. In just a few days, the 150,000 orcs had rushed for nearly 400 kilometers. Every time the gamers encountered an orc tribe, apart from the initial resistance, the orc tribes would crumble in the end. In contrast, the players became more courageous as they fought, maximizing their blitzkrieg and cavalry mobility. Every hour, there would be a half-beastman tribe that would be wiped out by the players. Today, this was the 56th orc tribe that the players had attacked. Of course, most of these tribes were small tribes with less than 1,000 people. There were less than 3 medium-sized tribes with 5,000 people. The Red Sand tribe was one of them. However, even though it was a medium-sized tribe, the entire tribe was defeated in less than an hour under the siege of the Nature's Heart army. A few days ago, the players wouldn't have expected this. But now, it was happening. But the players weren't surprised at all. This was because they weren't fighting normal half-orc warriors. Jasmine Undermoon collected the loot from the orcs into her space ring and looked around. In other places, the battle was still ongoing. In every battle, the players were suppressing the orcs. This didn't mean that the players' strength had soared again. It was just that the beastmen were too weak. If one observed closely, they would discover that the orcs fighting the gamers were different from the orc warriors. Although they fought to the death without retreating, most of them were elderly and some were obviously disabled. There were even some female orcs who rarely appeared among the warriors and were physically weaker than the male orcs. They didn't have a complete set of equipment. Some of them only wore simple linen clothes and wielded blunt machetes as they fought with the players. Of course, such enemies were no match for the fully armed and powerful players. Crushing. It was a crushing defeat. However, Jasmine Undermoon was not the least bit interested in such a battle. She liked battles. She liked one-on-one duels. But she was more interested in fighting against strong opponents. She didn't like facing a group of weaklings who didn't have a complete set of equipment and were weaker than her. Not only was there no sense of accomplishment in killing such enemies, but she also didn't gain much EXP. This situation had actually started 2 days ago. After the players launched their second round of attacks, they gradually found that the number of orc warriors they encountered was gradually decreasing. The orcs seemed to have given up on these tribes. They only left behind the old and the weak to defend the tribes while the young and strong retreated. Jasmine Undermoon shook her head as she looked at the battles around her. Boring battles. Jasmine Undermoon hated such battles. But many players liked it. Torturing noobs was a wonderful thing for many people. Even if the opponent was an NPC. The public beta players who had low levels were the most excited about this. They laughed as they chased after the orcs who were less than middle-level Dark Iron. Even those who were middle-level Dark Iron were mostly old and weak. The screams of the orcs could be heard everywhere in the tribe. For some reason, Jasmine Undermoon felt even more irritated when she heard the screams. Her irritation reached its peak when she saw the players using extreme means to kill the orcs. Her expression became even gloomier than before. Jasmine, what's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Kaiser noticed the girl's gloominess and asked worriedly. Jasmine Undermoon sighed. Nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable when I see the players fighting. Kaiser was slightly taken aback. He looked around and his eyes flashed with a hint of realization. You think that some of the players' methods are too bloody and cruel, right? Jasmine Undermoon hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding her head. She sighed and said, This isn't the first time. I think you've noticed it along the way. As we go deeper into the tribe, the players are using all kinds of methods to kill the orcs, especially after the second wave of attacks. When we faced the orc warriors, we fought fair and square. But now that we're facing the weak, old, sick, and disabled, many people are becoming more and more violent. I know that this is a game, and I know that we're facing fierce enemies. I also know that we're only facing data, but when I see such cruel scenes, I still feel uncomfortable. Maybe the AI in Elven Nation is so good that I can't completely see them as data, even if they're enemies. Sometimes, I even suspect that this is a real world. I used to think that battles and games are full of passion, but I didn't expect to see such scenes. Not only that, but when I see these orcs fighting for their homeland, even if they're weak, they're willing to risk their lives. Gradually, even I feel a little moved. Even if I know that this is a game, even if I know that they're enemies, I still feel a little pity. Maybe I'm a little bit of a saint in me, Jasmine Undermoon said self-deprecatingly. Kaiser was speechless. He stretched out his hand and patted the girl's shoulder. No, it's normal for you to feel uncomfortable. When faced with such bloody and cruel scenes, many people would feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, why would there be a mosaic mode in the game? As for what you said, I'm also moved. When I saw those orcs fighting to the death to protect their tribe, I also felt that they were worthy of respect. But, this is war, and there's no right or wrong in war. The cruel methods you saw are also common in real wars, let alone in games. Jasmine, perhaps you don't know much about the history of our world. Apart from our dynasty's army, the armies of other countries have also tortured and killed their enemies in war. Let alone torturing and killing enemies, there were even massacring cities, especially in ancient times. In the depths of everyone's heart, there's a beast. Usually, they're restricted by rules and regulations, but once they're released, many people who lack self-control will turn into demons. War is an era where rules are broken, and games are similar to war. There are no rules that restrict everyone, and there are no moral restraints. This is true in real life, let alone in games. In this kind of situation, anything is possible. In the eyes of some players, they're just releasing pressure. Speaking of which, I do feel that this is very similar to the war in the real world. Kaiser sighed slightly. Real wars, Jasmine Undermoon muttered. She smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then I hope this game doesn't make it so realistic. Kaiser raised his eyebrows. Then I suggest you lower the realism, the mosaic. If you adjust the mosaic to the maximum, the game's image quality will be lowered. If the image quality is distorted, the discomfort will be reduced a lot. But I'm addicted to the realistic image quality, Jasmine Undermoon said. Kaiser was speechless. Then there's no solution. Women are so troublesome. He rolled his eyes. Are you looking for a beating? Jasmine Undermoon drew her weapon. Kaiser hurriedly held his head and begged for mercy. Jasmine Undermoon shook her head and slowly lowered her sword. She smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, looking at this situation, I feel that the reputation of the elves will be completely ruined by us. Hasn't it been ruined since a long time ago? Since the day of descent. Kaiser rubbed his nose. Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. Sigh. I can't continue chatting with you. I'll slowly get used to it. She sighed softly. Don't, let's continue chatting. Kaiser teased. Jasmine Undermoon rolled her eyes at him and quickened her pace. After taking a few steps, the two suddenly heard a commotion in front of them. What's going on in front? Kaiser raised his eyebrows. Jasmine Undermoon looked at the minimap and said, based on experience, it should be the orcs' main tent. Maybe some players are in trouble. Let's go take a look. Having said that, she drew her weapon, activated the haste effect on her shoes, and rushed forward. Hey! Wait for me. Kaiser waved his staff and hurriedly followed after her. The two moved very quickly and arrived at the place where the commotion was coming from. Just as Jasmine Undermoon had guessed, it was the orcs' main tent. More than 20 players were standing in a circle, vigilantly and excitedly looking at the main tent in front of them. At the entrance of the main tent stood a strong orc. It was a half-orc with a head full of white hair and a face full of crisscrossing wrinkles. He wore leather armor that looked quite old and held a rusty steel sword in his hand as he stood guard in front of the main tent. He was as majestic as a mountain. In front of him were some gorgeous blood-stained equipment. Those equipment belonged to the players. It was obvious that many players had been killed by this orc. When Jasmine Undermoon saw this orc, her gloomy mood suddenly brightened. This orc was a powerful orc warrior. She could sense that this orc's aura was much stronger than hers. It was likely that he had reached the mid-level silver rank. However, he was too old and his body exuded an aura of aging and decay. Even so, the surrounding players still looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. At the same time, their discussion could be heard. Damn. I didn't expect there to be an orc boss here. That was an instant kill, right? 2 max level bosses were killed in a second. Should we go? Together? Should we call for help? This is a silver rank. I feel like we'll just be cannon fodder. The players discussed among themselves. However, no one dared to step forward. Jasmine Undermoon looked around and found that there was no other silver rank player besides her. Not only that, most of these players were beta players. Only a few of them were max level players, and their combat experience was lacking. With such strength, they were no match for a veteran silver rank player. When Jasmine Undermoon looked at the players, they also noticed her. Many of them were surprised. Wow! It's Boss Jasmine. Valkyrie. Boss Jasmine is here. We're not afraid of him anymore. The players were excited. After the second round of attacks, they had not encountered a silver rank orc for a long time. Now that he had encountered a silver ranked half-orc, and this half-orc was still guarding the main tent, it meant that there must be something good inside. They quickly sent out invitations to Jasmine Undermoon. Boss. Please support us. Let's work together. Once we defeat him, we'll split the items inside the main tent with you. These 20 players seemed to be from a small guild. However, Jasmine Undermoon shook her head after listening to the players' pleas. I'll come alone. You guys are too weak. The players were speechless. They opened their mouths, but in the end, they obediently stepped aside. They had just witnessed the strength of this old orc and knew that Jasmine Undermoon was telling the truth. At this time, the old orc also looked at Jasmine Undermoon. He leaned on his rusty broadsword and chuckled. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful warrior among the elves. It seems I'm really getting old. Of course, times have changed. Jasmine Undermoon said. She drew her long sword and her expression instantly turned serious. She then reported her name. Jasmine Undermoon, lower silver rank elven warrior. The old orc's expression also turned serious. Red Sand Tribe's former high priest, Thunder Iron, intermediate silver rank. He was actually the former high priest of this tribe. Jasmine Undermoon was speechless. A high priest who looked like a warrior was indeed strange. After hearing the old orc's words, Caesar, who was standing behind Jasmine Undermoon, could not help but exclaim in surprise. Eh? High priest? But he's a non-believer. Aren't all high priests believers? Non-believer, Jasmine Undermoon was stunned and looked at Caesar. Caesar's eyes were emitting a faint glow. It was the appearance of Eye of Faith when it was activated. Believer? The old orc sneered. His expression turned gloomy and said with a hint of desolation. God has abandoned us, abandoned the Red Sand Tribe, so, I'm no longer a believer. After saying that, his eyes turned cold and he raised his broadsword again. Come, if you want to enter the main tent, you'll have to step over my dead body. The silhouettes of the female elf and the old orc overlapped and intertwined with each other. The clanging sounds of swords and sabers colliding could be heard from time to time, accompanied by the roars of the orc, the shouts of the elven girl, and the cheers of the surrounding players. The shockwaves caused by the collision of the two forces stirred up sand and dust. And cracks of up to half a meter deep could be seen on the ground. These were the traces left behind by the battle between the two sides. The area within 20 meters of the two combatants had become an empty area, and no one dared to step forward. Although more and more players came to watch the battle after hearing the news, they only stood at a distance, cheering, sighing, and whistling. No one had the guts to step forward. The full strength of a silver class player was far superior to that of an iron class player. Especially when the opponent was a mid-silver class orc warrior. On the other side was Jasmine Undermoon, who was ranked 3rd on the combat power ranking. In fact, although Jasmine Undermoon was ranked 3rd, no one doubted that her one-on-one combat power was second only to Boxed Lunch. That was because the person ranked 2nd was a certain rich little girl who could beat everyone else just by relying on her equipment rating. However, equipment rating was just equipment rating. A certain rich little girl might be the best in the whole server with her AoE skills, but she might not be the best in a one-on-one duel. The aftermath of a battle between a player who was at the pinnacle of existence and a silver-ranked NPC was naturally something that normal players could not step into. The Red Sand tribe had already fallen, and it was time to reap the rewards. No one wanted to be affected by the aftermath of the battle and be directly sent back to the spawn point. The silver-class players who were alarmed by the commotion could only watch from afar. "This is a battle between me and him, don't interfere," Jasmine Undermoon said to the other players before the battle. She was quite famous in the whole server. Many people knew that this Valkyrie liked to fight strong players one-on-one, and she did not even need a healer during the battle. So, no one dared to interfere with her. Of course, this was also the girl's way of showing her respect to the orc. As the epicenter of the battle, Jasmine Undermoon was feeling unprecedentedly satisfied. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a satisfying battle. This old orc was very strong, and it made her feel the thrill of a life-and-death battle when she first encountered a magical beast in the wild. Even her gloomy mood from before gradually disappeared like smoke in thin air. Warm liquid flowed down her cheeks. It was a wound that had been cut open during the battle. Jasmine Undermoon's body was already covered in scars. The originally bright and gorgeous silver armor had already been slashed several times by the blade and was dyed red with blood. One of the slashes had even almost cut the girl in half at the waist. One could even faintly see the squirming internal organs under the wound. However, Jasmine's expression remained unchanged, as if she didn't care about her injuries at all. Unlike the others, she did not turn off the pain. However, her thirst for battle had already caused her kidney to surge. Her muscles were taut, and there was only battle in her eyes. She had long ignored the pain, and the faint pain stimulated her nerves, making her even more excited. Compared to Jasmine Undermoon, who was still full of fighting spirit despite her injuries, the old orc's condition was even worse. The leather armor on his body had been completely dyed dark red by his blood. This was especially true for the hideous wound on his chest. His flesh was flipped open, and one could vaguely see his ribs. The wrinkles on his old face were slightly trembling, and there was an abnormal bright red color. Heavy breathing came from the old orc's nostrils and mouth, and from time to time, he would spit out some pink blood. The sword in his hand was slightly trembling, as if every movement was very difficult, and it would be defeated by the girl's gorgeous sword skill in the next second. However, he was like a stone pillar in a storm, guarding the main tent without moving in the slightest. The old orc's eyes were very calm, without a trace of fluctuation. However, his breathing was gradually becoming chaotic. He was too old. He was really too old. The once tall warrior's spine had long been bent by time. Although he was still strong, his back was faintly crooked. The ravages of time made him unable to display his peak strength. Whether it was his speed, strength, endurance, or recovery, he was not as good as before. Defeat was only a matter of time. With another slash, Jasmine's figure flashed back, and the old orc let out a muffled groan, his body once again bursting with blood. His figure seemed to have aged even more. The cheers and cheers of the surrounding players became louder and louder. However, Jasmine Undermoon's brows furrowed slightly. "Why didn't you dodge that slash just now? What is in the main tent? Why are you so stubborn?" she asked. The old orc should have been able to dodge the attack she had just used. However, if he had dodged, the girl's sword skill would have affected the main tent behind him. In the end, the old orc chose to take her slash head-on. But after hearing Jasmine's question, the old orc did not answer. His eyes were still calm, but there was a rare smile on his old face. There was a faint gentleness in that smile, as well as a stubborn persistence. His expression surprised Jasmine Undermoon. The old orc raised his rusted sword with great difficulty and pointed it at Jasmine again. His other hand trembled as he reached out with his palm facing upwards, and his 4 fingers curled, beckoning the girl. "Let's fight." His voice was hoarse, but there was an unyielding and heroic spirit in it. However, everyone could feel that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The cheers of the players gradually died down. The way they looked at the old orc also gradually changed. Everyone's expression gradually became serious, and their eyes also revealed a bit of admiration. This was a true warrior, even if he was an NPC, even if he was an enemy that the players had to eliminate. Jasmine's expression also changed slightly. Her gaze also became more and more solemn. She raised her sword, and a bright moonlight condensed behind her, and a powerful aura constantly rose from her body. This is my most powerful skill, and also my trump card, the rank 5 skill, Star Moon Cross Slash. I haven't completely mastered it yet. Let me use this skill to send you on your last journey. She said seriously. The old orc faintly smiled. Then, he took the initiative to move. He raised the rusty sword in his hand, roared, and rushed towards Jasmine. Jasmine's expression became serious. The bright moonlight condensed behind her and turned into countless stars, illuminating the battlefield beautifully. She leaped into the air and charged at the old orc, brandishing her sword. The dazzling starlight drowned out everything, and the dazzling light made many people subconsciously close their eyes. When they opened their eyes to look at the battle, it was already over. The old orc was still holding his rusty sword. But in the end, it did not fall. Jasmine Undermoon's sword had already pierced his chest. You lost. The girl said. Then, she pulled out her sword. The sword was pulled out of the old orc's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. The old orc staggered a few times. Only when he used his rusty sword to support himself on the ground did he manage to maintain his balance. He looked down with difficulty and saw dark red spreading on his chest. Yes, I lost, he said in a hoarse voice. However, Jasmine Undermoon furrowed her brows. Because she knew that her sword should have shattered the old orc's heart. Logically speaking, his blood should have spurted out and he should have died. But for some reason, although the old orc was heavily injured and dying, he was still hanging on to his last breath. Something that was simply impossible to happen had actually happened at this moment. Looking at the old orc's worried and longing eyes, Jasmine's heart skipped a beat and said, You. What else do you want to say? Hearing her words, the old half-orc raised his head with difficulty, and his expression was slightly stunned. But soon, it turned into relief. He did not directly answer Jasmine's question. Instead, he struggled to open his mouth and said, The mistake was made by us. We are willing to pay the price. The true God abandoned us. He is the God of race. This is our price, but they don't know anything. Please, spare their lives. Them? Jasmine was slightly stunned. Them? The other players were also puzzled. At this time, a gust of cold wind blew, and the main tent's door, which was originally shaking from the aftermath of the battle, was blown open by the wind, revealing the situation inside. Dozens of young orcs were lying on the ground. Their eyes were closed, and their breathing was steady. They did not look like they were asleep, but more like they were knocked out or drugged. At this moment, the players were enlightened. Everything was clear to them. The way they looked at the old orc changed again. Under the command of God, the young orcs abandoned the various tribes. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were all left behind. To them, the old were useless, and the children could be reborn. In this regard, many players ridiculed them for being a cold-blooded race. But at this moment, everyone suddenly felt that some things were not absolute. No matter how cold-blooded a race was, there would still be warmth. But, Jasmine's expression changed slightly, and then she said in a cold voice, You should know that the orcs cannot be forgiven. When you were killing the elves, did you ever think of letting them go? Did you ever think that this day would come? No one is innocent in the war of races. The old orc fell silent after hearing this. His expression became more and more lonely. But, Jasmine's tone changed. I can promise you that I will spare their lives, but they must sign a contract to become slaves and vassals of the elves. You can understand this as a form of atonement. The old orc was slightly stunned. Then, he bitterly smiled, I understand. After saying this, a mist of blood spurted out from his chest. His body shattered and turned into ashes, only a blood-stained leather armor and a rusty long saber fell to the ground. The battle was over. A large amount of EXP was transferred to Jasmine Undermoon's account. However, Jasmine Undermoon's mood, which had been lifted by the battle, gradually turned gloomy. She did not know what the old orc's smile meant. She did not know if he understood what she meant. Was it relief or regret? She did not know. The NPCs were far more complicated than the players had imagined. This was not a simple game world. Jasmine Undermoon used to think of this place as a game, but she no longer saw it that way. If her five senses were real, if the NPCs were real, if everything that happened here was as complicated and real as the real world, then, even if this was just a game, it was still a real world in a sense. Jasmine Undermoon did not know when this thought came to her. Perhaps it was when she followed Kaiser to the Orlos demiplane and was enthusiastically surrounded by NPC children. Perhaps it was when she began to interact with elven NPCs under Kaiser's encouragement and gradually became friends with some elves. Or perhaps it was when she saw the orcs, as enemies, pledging their lives to protect their families. Sigh, she let out a long sigh. It was clearly just a game, but she felt so conflicted. A bright light gathered on the old orc's dropped equipment, causing the surrounding players to cry out in surprise. Jasmine Undermoon was slightly surprised. She looked at the ground and saw a silver radiance pouring into the old orc's long sword. The rust on the long sword gradually faded away, revealing its original magnificence. Jasmine Undermoon's eyes narrowed. She bent down, picked up the old half-orc's weapon, and activated the appraisal skill. A wave of magic swept over the 1.5-meter-long sword, and its information appeared in Jasmine Undermoon's mind. Frowny face blade of repentance. This is an extraordinary weapon created by a priest who repented at the last moment of his life. He sacrificed his soul and infused the remnant faith energy and soul energy in his body into this weapon. It has 3 skills, and it is a gold, high, legendary, silver. This weapon can only be activated by an existence recognized by its creator. Jasmine Undermoon was stunned. The long saber in his hand was cold and heavy. That simple and unadorned appearance was heavy and weathered, but the sharp blade was telling that this was definitely a rare divine weapon. Jasmine Undermoon understood that this was a gift left behind by the old orc before he died. This was what he had left for her. What an old fox, she cursed under her breath. However, even though she was cursing in her heart, Jasmine Undermoon's gaze was somewhat complicated. Before he died, he sacrificed his soul and gave everything to her. In a sense, he also entrusted those little half-beastmen to her. Although this old beastman who had lived for God knows how many years had died in battle, in a sense, he had won. He was indeed a cunning old fox. But Jasmine Undermoon felt that she could understand him. She sighed softly and put away the long blade. In a sense, he had accepted the old beastman's request. I'll take care of them. At least, I'll give them a chance to prove themselves, she said softly. At this moment, exclamations sounded from the surroundings. F***CK. It dropped a gold legendary equipment. And it's a silver upper tier one. Amazing. This is the second gold legendary silver upper tier weapon in the entire server, right after the Lionheart sword? The surrounding players exclaimed as they looked at Jasmine Undermoon with envy. If Jasmine Undermoon could appraise it, so could they. Thus, the information about the Blade of Repentance quickly spread among them. However, everyone knew that this gold legendary equipment belonged to Jasmine Undermoon. Congratulations, boss. Boss is amazing. The players congratulated her. However, Jasmine Undermoon only smiled faintly. She swept her gaze across the large tent and said to the players around her, I'll be taking these half-beastmen slaves. Do you have any objections? The players were taken aback and shook their heads. No objections. These little half-beastmen were the most difficult to deal with. Their mining efficiency was lower than adult half-beastmen because they needed to grow and eat more. With high-quality miners in hand, these little guys were naturally not welcomed by the players. In the beginning, the players sold these little half-beastmen to the dwarves, saying that they could be cultivated for a long time. However, the dark dwarfs realized that they had been cheated by the elves and stopped buying them. There was no other reason. In the underworld, where food was scarce, these little half-beastmen ate too much. Thus, most of the little half-beastmen they encountered recently became the players' EXP. However, they were weak and did not have much EXP. Thus, when Jasmine Undermoon mentioned it, everyone was willing to give her face. Boss Jasmine, you want to take in these slaves? Don't you have a mine? Moreover, these half-beastmen are not suitable to be miners. A player who knew the girl curiously asked. Jasmine Undermoon was also somewhat conflicted. This player was right. She did not have a good place to settle these little guys. However, she was a person who kept her promises. Although the other party was an NPC, she still had her own principles. Not to mention, she had obtained a gold legendary equipment. At this moment, a despicable voice suddenly sounded from behind Jasmine Undermoon. Hee hee hee. Jasmine, if you can't handle it, why don't you leave it to me? Jasmine Undermoon frowned slightly and looked behind her. She saw Demacia wearing heavy armor and carrying a large sword. He smiled as he sized up the tent. Am I familiar with you? She said. Demacia, cough cough cough. Haven't we fought together for so many days? We can be considered friends, ahahaha. Huh. Huh. Demacia laughed dryly. Of course, he could not laugh anymore because Jasmine Undermoon did not laugh. Demacia awkwardly scratched his head. What do you want to do? Sell it to the dark dwarfs? Jasmine Undermoon glanced at him and asked. Others might not be able to sell it, but it was different for Demacia. Although selling it to the dark dwarves could be considered as sparing the half-beastmen's lives, Jasmine Undermoon was still somewhat hesitant. Sometimes, it was better to die than to be a slave. Especially in the underworld. If it was before, Jasmine Undermoon might not have hesitated, but now that she had obtained a godly weapon, she could not bring herself to do it. Seeing the young lady's vigilant expression, Demacia laughed out loud. He put on a serious expression and said, I've been here for a long time, so I know what you're hesitating about. Don't worry, I have no intention of selling them. Jasmine Undermoon's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Demacia from head to toe and said, You don't lack miners, so what do you want? Hee hee hee, I just want to do an experiment. Demacia rubbed his hands and said. Experiment? Jasmine Undermoon was even more cautious. Don't look at me like I'm trash, I know what you're thinking. Do I look like a cruel person? Looking at Jasmine Undermoon's cautious and contemptuous gaze, Demacia coughed twice and bitterly smiled. I think so. Jasmine Undermoon said. Demacia, cough cough cough. No, don't be like this. Big sister, let's talk nicely. I just want to see if I can turn these half-beastmen captive into real vassals. Demacia's face was gloomy as he hurriedly explained. Real vassals? Jasmine Undermoon glanced at Demacia with a surprised expression on her face. She hesitated for a moment and said, You want to change their beliefs? Hee hee hee. Boss Jasmine, you know me well. Demacia gave her a thumbs up. But soon, his expression became serious and he suddenly asked, Boss Jasmine, what do you think? How should we deal with the half-beastmen, should we exterminate them? Jasmine Undermoon looked at him and said, You've already made half-beastmen miners, and you're still asking me this question? Or do you think I'm a fool? Cough 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 cough, Demacia coughed again. After a few dry coughs, he sighed and said, That's right. Actually, I've been thinking about this problem. Our main mission is to revitalize the elven race and help the goddess regain her power to ascend to the peak. We have a lot of enemies, and the crimes they have committed against the elven race are innumerable. From this point of view, it seems that the best way to deal with our enemies is to kill all of them who tried to destroy the elven race. That's what I thought at the beginning. But as time passed, I realized that things aren't as simple as they seem. Hee hee, I know. I can't help but like to make big news, and I don't have a good opinion of the NPCs, but I really like this game. Sometimes I even think that it would be great if this was a real world, Demacia sighed. However, Jasmine Undermoon frowned when she heard his words. Stop beating around the bush. What are you trying to say? Cough cough cough. Let me gather my emotions. Demacia glanced at the young girl with resentment. However, when he saw the impatient look on Jasmine's face, he quickly regained his composure and said, That's right. What I mean is, not only Brother Mu, but I've also done a lot of research on Elven Nation. Not just as a player, but as a part of this game world, I gradually realized that this was actually an era where races existed side by side, and the gods herded intelligent races, from the background settings gradually revealed on the game's official website, coupled with some lost documents unearthed in ruins. I've also summarized some of the game's background from 1,000 years ago. In the distant past, I'm afraid that the goddess created the gods, but at the same time, the goddess gave up the faith of the other races, or rather, she didn't care. Because of this, the gods became powerful, and for some reason, they fell out with the goddess and defeated her in the end. Now, the gods are the true masters. They control everything and act as the protectors of some races, but at the same time, they also control the thoughts of various races. But after that, I suddenly realized a problem. As he spoke, Demacia looked at Jasmine under the moon, his expression gradually turning serious. Big Boss Jasmine, what do you think? If we really exterminate the other races, what kind of impact will it bring to the game? What's the real reason why the elves are targeted? Is our enemy really just a certain race? What would the extermination of the other races bring in Elven Nation? If someone had asked her this question a few months ago, Jasmine Undermoon would have thought that the other party had nothing better to do. Wasn't it normal to exterminate the enemy in a game? What, if you don't exterminate the enemy, are you going to pity them? Are you a saint? Not to mention, the main storyline of Elven Nation was to revive the elven race. Dealing with the other races that had committed various crimes against the elves in the game was only natural for the players. However, after a few months, as she gradually became addicted to the game, as she gradually realized that Elven Nation was different from the real world, Jasmine Undermoon's view of the game gradually changed. This was a game, but it was also not a game. At the very least, for these NPCs with high intelligence, this was a real world. In such a world, there were some things that could not be thought of simply from a game's perspective. Therefore, after hearing Demacia's question, Jasmine Undermoon immediately thought of the most likely thing that would happen in Elven Nation, that. Of course, it is very likely to cause fear among the other races. I'm afraid that the goddess will be regarded as a real evil god. Even if she doesn't reveal her identity, it is very likely that she will be targeted by the other races and even be besieged by the gods. Even the true gods who were not hostile to the goddess 1,000 years ago may become hostile to her because of this. Jasmine Undermoon replied. The actions of the players would change the game's storyline. Jasmine Undermoon believed that this was very likely to happen in a game world that was completely realistic. Of course, from another perspective, if the goddess was strong enough, if there were enough players, and if the elves could withstand the pressure of being targeted by the other races, it would not be a problem to completely wipe out all the races that had harmed the elves. But if that was the case, Elven Nation might as well be renamed to Elven Nation. Not to mention, if the goddess really had such power, she would have already reached the pinnacle of the game world. If it was in the past, Jasmine Undermoon would never have thought of such a thing. Because from the perspective of a player, it was completely useless to think about such things. But at this moment, she had already put herself in the shoes of the game and saw herself as a part of the elves. Putting aside her identity as a player and looking at this matter, she couldn't help but think of many things. That's right. It's very easy for the goddess to stand on the opposite side of the intelligent races if she exterminated all of them. Only the evil gods would do such a thing. Demacia nodded in agreement with Jasmine Undermoon's words. But have you ever thought that the elves were also exterminated by them? If they can do it, why can't the elves do it? Jasmine Undermoon added. If there was anything else that made her feel uneasy, it might be this. Even though, she now felt that it wasn't appropriate to kill them all. After hearing the young lady's words, Demacia sighed. This is the second thing I want to talk about. Big Boss Jasmine, what do you think is the real reason why the elves are being targeted? Is it because of the elves' beautiful appearance and magical physique that the other races covet? Jasmine Undermoon said. I know. This is the mainstream view of the players. Everyone also thinks that it's the game's setting. I didn't expect Big Boss Jasmine to think so as well, Demacia said while shaking his head. Jasmine Undermoon's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. In the game setting, it was the elves' arrogance that led to this disaster. But from Demacia's words, it seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. She glanced at Demacia and asked, "What do you think?" "What do you know?" Demacia chuckled. Big Boss Jasmine, you should know that I was the one who founded the Amway Chamber of Commerce. I'm also the player who has the most dealings with the other races. Especially with the underground forces. So, over time, I learned a lot of secrets. His expression was incomparably smug. Jasmine Undermoon was a little surprised. But soon, she understood. Demacia's penchant for stirring up trouble was well known throughout the entire server. His favorability rating among the NPCs was still at the bottom of the entire server. Even she, a player who rarely interacted with NPCs, had a much higher rating than him. However, in order to make money, this guy had a lot of connections with the underground forces. So, it was very likely that he knew some secrets that ordinary players did not. No need to beat around the bush. What do you know? Tell me. Jasmine Undermoon asked. Demacia did not continue to keep her in suspense. Instead, he said with a serious expression, actually, the reason why the elves were persecuted by the other races during the 1,000 years of the goddess's slumber was not because of the attractiveness of the elves themselves. Yes, the attractiveness of the elves is also a factor, but that's not the most important factor. The most important reason is that the elves have never given up their faith in the goddess. Never given up their faith in the goddess? Jasmine Undermoon's heart skipped a beat. But Demacia was still talking. I was lucky enough to make friends with an evil gods believer in the underground world. Cough cough cough, don't look at me like that. It's just a show. It's just a show. Through that NPC, I learned some secrets about the true gods. That is, when the true gods are in slumber, if there are still believers who unswervingly maintain their faith, it is possible for the true gods to awaken. Demacia's expression was serious. Jasmine Undermoon pondered, you mean, the reason why the elves are persecuted is because the other races are worried about the awakening of the goddess Eve? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she shook her head and denied it. Her expression became more and more serious. No, I'm afraid it's not the other races who are worried about the awakening of the goddess, but the true gods behind the other races who are worried about the awakening of the goddess. That's why they let the races who believe in them harm the elves. The elves' sorrow is essentially caused by the battle between the true gods. This is the reason why the elves are being targeted, and the real reason why the elves are declining. In other words, the true enemy of the elves is not a certain intelligent race. The hatred between races is not the source, but the true source is the true gods behind the other races. The true gods are the true enemies of the elves. The more Jasmine Undermoon spoke, the more certain she became. Demacia gave her a thumbs up, that's right. As expected of Boss Jasmine. You understand me? That's what I mean. The true gods are our true enemies. Similarly, they are also the enemies of the goddess. The true main storyline of Elven Nation should be to help the goddess defeat or even kill these hostile true gods and help her become the true ruler. Jasmine Undermoon nodded slightly. She sighed and said, you've convinced me. Then, she glanced at Demacia, tell me, what kind of idea do you have now? Demacia chuckled and said, ha ha ha. Naturally, it's what I told you before, Boss Jasmine. Try to change the faith of the other races. There are hidden dangers in killing them all. Since that's the case, then change their faith. This is actually a way to deal with the root of the problem. This is different from the real world. Here, the main thing that affects the thoughts and attitudes of a race is the true God they believe in. Since that's the case, then turning the believers of the other true gods is also a way to strengthen the power of the goddess. Who is the goddess? The goddess is the world tree. She is the goddess of life. She is Mother Nature. Isn't such a great existence supposed to control and tolerate all things? Shouldn't she be respected by all races? On the contrary, if she's only focused on revenge, wouldn't she seem a little narrow-minded? Of course, I'm not saying that we should stop fighting or forgive the enemy, war is a must, after all. How can we prosper without fighting? I'm just thinking that we can use this method to turn the surrendered, captured enemies, and those who can be won over to our side. Of course, it's in the form of vassals. Vassals of the elves. Demacia said in high spirits. Jasmine Undermoon looked at him with more and more surprise. However, when she noticed the rolling eyes of the other party, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Demacia. Yes? Tell me, what benefits do you want from this method? Cough 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 cough. Boss Jasmine, am I the kind of person who only cares about benefits? Sometimes, I'll use my love to generate power, right? Demacia's face was full of hidden bitterness. However, Jasmine Undermoon did not believe him at all. She had not known him for long, but she could still see through him. This guy. Maybe he's thinking from the perspective of an NPC, but If there's no benefit, he's probably too lazy to do it. She looked at Demetia with a smile that did not look like a smile. Demetia felt a little uncomfortable after being stared at like this for so long. He laughed dryly and said, "Isn't the development of the Amway Trading Company also at a bottleneck?" Cough cough. If we can spread the faith of the goddess among the other races, it'll be easier for us to do some things and we'll be able to expand our business. Moreover, we can recruit some high-level coolies and make things easier for the players, hee hee. Jasmine Undermoon, she knew that the other party's goal was not simple. Of course, even if he had a goal, it was still very rare. But, Jasmine Undermoon changed the topic. "I agree with what you said, but have you ever considered whether you can represent the elves? Can you represent the elves' position? At the end of the day, we're just players, but the elves are the ones who are being persecuted. Do you have the right to make a decision on behalf of the elves?" She would not have said these words before. However, now that she was completely immersed in the game, she was no longer looking at the problem from the perspective of a player. She could not help but think about these things. This might be a bit of a dead end. Perhaps some players would think that this was a completely meaningless question. However, Jasmine Undermoon wanted to get an answer from Demetia. Boss Jasmine, if you really let the elves choose, what do you think they'll do?" Demetia shook his head. Jasmine Undermoon was slightly taken aback. She then bitterly smiled. "You're right. The elves in this game world were simply too kind. If the players were to make such a choice, the elves would probably support it more than the players. On the contrary, if the elves were to be ruthless towards the other races, they might even feel uncomfortable. The elves were truly a kind and pitiful race, but at the same time, they were also respected. At the very least, Jasmine Undermoon did not dislike such an NPC. That's right, no player would dislike such a good-tempered NPC. The real world was already so complicated, and the human heart was also so unpredictable. The older Jasmine Undermoon grew, the more she felt that true friendship was hard to come by. She also began to miss the most innocent times when she made friends who were completely unaffected by benefits, but even if they were friends like that, many of them would gradually become strangers for various reasons after they grew up, and they would become strangers. But there was a group of pure, kind, beautiful, and cute elves. There was no one who did not want to form a friendship with such an existence. Because of this, as time passed, many players gradually took the initiative to interact with the elves and gradually became their companions. Gradually, many players no longer did it purely for the sake of quests and EXP. Instead, they helped each other as friends and sincerely wanted to do something for the elves. There were even some players who were under a lot of pressure in the real world who would specifically look for their elven friends in the game to vent their frustrations, and they would often receive sincere comfort from the other party. In a sense, for some players, Elven Kingdom had become a resting harbor for their souls. This was simply unimaginable in other games. Today, Jasmine Undermoon fully believed that even if there were no quests, if an elf was kidnapped, it would probably cause the players to go berserk. Perhaps this is the biggest charm of. Jasmine Undermoon sighed slightly. That was why she asked that last question. Then, "Boss Jasmine, can you rest assured that I'll take care of these orcs?" Demetia smiled. Jasmine Undermoon raised her head. She looked at the main tent of the orcs and gently nodded. "I'll trust you this time." "Okay. Thank you, Boss Jasmine." Demetia gave her a thumbs up. "But..." Jasmine Undermoon changed the topic. "Your idea is good, but if you want to implement it, you won't be able to rely on just one or two players. You'll need everyone's approval, especially the higher-ups of the church. After all, in a sense, this can be regarded as the next step of S strategy." Hearing the girl's words, Demetia's expression turned serious. "Boss Jasmine, you're right. Once I've perfected my plan, I'll find time to report it to Alice or Big Sis." Jasmine Undermoon shook her head. "No need." Demetia was surprised. The girl gestured to the person behind him and said, "Miss Zero is here." Demetia subconsciously turned his head, only to notice that Zero, the favored, was already standing behind him. He hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. "Big Sis." No, Miss Zero." Eve was speechless. She looked at the player in front of her who had been causing trouble since the beginning of the first closed beta and felt a little emotional. Xianxia has grown up, right? Although Eve did not hear the entire conversation between Xianxia and Jasmine Undermoon, she was close to it. At the same time, she also learned about Xianxia's plan. Speaking of which, she was also thinking about this problem when she saw the players slaughtering the orcs. Some of Xianxia's ideas also made her fall into deep thought. She happened to have the same thoughts as Xianxia. Blindly killing would not solve the problem completely. Not only that, but as the players slaughtered, Eve also noticed some problems among the players. In the end, even if they treated this place as a game, it was still a real world. The constant killing would also affect the mentality of some players. This was similar to the Blue Star War syndrome. This problem was easy to solve. Eve's divine power was far stronger than before. She had already planned to use her divine power to calm the players' minds and purify their negative emotions when they went offline. However, Xianxia's plan to deal with the foreign races was worth serious consideration. Of course, since Eve stood here, it meant that she had a choice in her heart. She nodded slightly at Xianxia and said, "I understand. I'll report this matter to His Holiness the True God. I hope you can maintain your original intention and continue to fight for the goddess and the future of the elves." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Then, he straightened his back and shouted with a serious expression. "Xianxia, I promise to complete the mission." Eve nodded slightly and turned to leave. Behind him, Xianxia's sigh of relief and happy laughter could be heard. "Haha, I knew it. Big Sis will support me." Eve nodded in her heart. For the sake of this guy's growth, when this war is over, I won't suppress his shock rate. I'll let him draw a golden legendary item. It's quite miserable to let him draw a blank board." However, just as Eve had this thought, she suddenly heard a few whispers of suppressed excitement from the side. It was two male players. Hey. There's a new book yesterday. Have you seen it? It's produced by Teacher Valoran. F***ck. The big boss has a new work again? This time it's combined with the plot and the battle with the orcs. It's awesome. Awesome. Give me the resources later. No problem. Eve was speechless. Valoran, it was Xianxia's artist ID on a certain color website. Forget it. Let him continue to draw blank board shoes. What happened in the Red Sand tribe was just a small episode. However, the attentive players realized that some things had changed on the battlefield. Nature's Heart Guild's Amway trading firm had changed their strategy. They no longer only purchased strong orc prisoners. Instead, they accepted the old, the weak, the women, and the children. As long as they were non-believers, they would accept them. This matter naturally aroused the curiosity of many players. At the same time, the conversation between Xianxia and Jasmine Under the Moon had gradually spread among the players. Especially after Xianxia had reorganized his views and published them on the forum. How should the foreign races be dealt with during the war? How should the future strategy of Elf Nation be controlled? Who was the enemy of the goddess and the elves? Wait, this matter also caused a lot of discussion among the players. There were some who mocked Xianxia for having too much time on his hands. There were some who felt that Xianxia was taking the game too seriously. There were also some who felt that the enemies were just a bunch of data and that it was fine to kill them. However, there were also players who agreed with Xianxia's views. There were quite a few of them. What was interesting was that the players were divided into two factions almost in batches. Among them, the first beta gamers who had spent the most time in Elf Nation, as well as the second and third beta gamers who were second only to the first beta gamers, expressed their support for Xianxia's views. This included Li Mu, Salty Meow, Cuckoo Bird, Meng Han, and other well-known veteran players. They felt that there was no need to kill the enemies who surrendered and the non-believers among the enemies. Instead, they could think of ways to use them for their own purposes. Other than that, even the First Legion, a pure combat guild that had always been on bad terms with the Nature's Heart Guild, as well as their guild leader, Tomato Fried Tomato, had also vaguely expressed their agreement with Xianxia's words. On the contrary, among the public beta gamers, there were many players who did not care and felt that Xianxia was making a big deal out of it. It's just a game, let's just do it. Even during the Desert of Death War, most of the players who slaughtered the orcs were these inexperienced newbies. And the debate began among the players. This matter even shocked Eve. Knowing the cause and effect of the entire incident, he understood why it was like this. With the passage of time, the veteran players have gradually regarded themselves as part of this world from the bottom of their hearts. So, when they think about problems, most of the time, they don't stand from the perspective of the players. But it hasn't been long since the new players were summoned. Many people are still looking at it from the perspective of a game. That's why there are such debates. Apart from that, there are also some players who simply feel that they shouldn't let their enemies go. That's great. Eve was in a good mood. Of course, this was not because of the new players, but because of the choice made by the old players. This debate among the players also proved that what Eve had once wanted to achieve was already starting to happen, that was to truly realize the unity and integration of players and native elves. Immortality and fearlessness gave the players endless courage and combat power, making them comparable to a natural disaster. At the same time, their love for Elven Nation and their sense of identity with the elves made them think more calmly when dealing with various problems. This was the final form of the players that Eve hoped for. It seems that it's still necessary to have the public beta in batches. This way, batch by batch, let the new players gradually accept the ideas of the old players and let them truly regard themselves as part of the Elven Forest. Only then can the atmosphere that I want be maintained, Eve thought so. The discussion among the players did not last long. Because Eve made a move. She affirmed Damasia's point of view in the form of an oracle. It could be said that she had completely determined the future development direction of Elven Nation from an official point of view. War was cruel, and the winner was king. There was no mercy on the battlefield. When facing the enemy, there was no need to show mercy. However, there was no need to kill those who knew their way back. They could be given a chance to put in the right faith and become the vassal of the elves. The official decision was made, and the objections among the new players quickly disappeared. In the end, the rules were still set by the game. For the players, as long as the rules were set by the game, they should be followed. At most, they would complain about some requirements that they did not like. Anyway, as long as they had fun, it was enough. And after Eve began to psychological counseling for the players who had gone offline, the hostility among the players gradually decreased. They were still brave in battle. But under the effect of divine power, they had gradually been able to control their emotions and not let themselves become killing machines. The so-called post-war syndrome disappeared without a trace before it even showed signs of developing. And after this, the combat power of the players did not decrease. Instead, it went up another level. So, the following battles were even smoother. In the face of such an enemy, the various half-orc tribes in the central and northern parts of the Death Desert were no longer a match. Not to mention that they had already shrunk their strength, leaving only the old, the weak, and the sick. In the next few days, the attack of the player army was extremely fierce and fast. Eve's original plan was for the players to arrive at Sandstorm City within 7 days. But on the 5th day of the mission, the Vanguard scouting team had already seen the spire of Sandstorm City's iconic building, the Sandstorm Tower, and although the rest of the player army had not yet arrived, they were getting closer and closer. Of course, it was not without problems. In the 5 days of the game, there were still cases of players falling behind, just like in the first attack. In addition to the division of troops and the stationing of troops, the various situations still consumed a lot of the players' forces. However, compared to the first attack where more than 40,000 players fell behind in 1 day, the overall performance of the players in the second round of the attack was much better. When they finally gathered, the initial army of 150,000 was left with close to 130,000 players. This kind of cohesion was unprecedented in online games and was very scary, and one after another, the players who fell behind also arrived sporadically. The number of the player army continued to grow. But after going deep into the Death Desert, the teleportation failed again. They could only hurry, which wasted a lot of time. However, the player army stopped when they were about 20 kilometers away from Sandstorm City. It was not that they did not want to continue forward. But they had discovered the half-orc army, 20 kilometers north of Sandstorm City, in the camp of the player army. In the central command tent sponsored by the Meng Meng Committee, the higher-ups of the major player guilds and the Life Church were in an intense discussion. This time, the leaders of the major guilds participating in the war were all present. On the NPC side, the highest commander, Zero, the Black Dragon Meryl, the Red Dragon Tiberia, and the Queen of Spiders Lolth were all present. Lord Zero, Sandstorm City is just ahead. From the information we obtained from the half-orcs that we captured, the half-orc palace has gathered an army of more than 300,000 people. Limu said with a serious expression. As he spoke, he held a wooden baton and gestured on the battlefield sand table in the center of the tent that was made with earth magic. The walls of Sandstorm City are sturdy, and the style is very similar to the underworld. The walls are nearly 15 meters high and should have been built by the dwarves. According to our intelligence, there are 100,000 orcs stationed in Sandstorm City, while the other 200,000 are stationed in 4 directions outside the city, forming an encirclement to protect Sandstorm City. Once we attack from any direction, we will be met with their counterattack. This is their home ground. We don't know how many powerhouses there are among the half-orcs, but there shouldn't be any legends. There are quite a number of known gold-tier professionals, including the current king of the half-orcs, Bazan, the high priest of the half-orcs, as well as the high-level professionals from various large half-orc tribes. I guess there are no more than 10 of them. Also, we can't teleport in time here. If we fight force with force, I'm afraid we will be surrounded by the half-orc army. Not only that, the half-orcs have the support of the Sauron merchant group. As for the reinforcements of the Sauron merchant group, we haven't seen them yet. However, through the underground channels, we speculate that they should be the mercenaries of the Sauron merchant group. There shouldn't be many of them, but they might be stronger. Hearing Limu's words, Eve nodded slightly. What Limu said was the truth. To be honest, if someone who didn't know the situation saw it, they would think that it was quite ridiculous. An army of 100,000 actually wanted to attack a city guarded by 300,000 soldiers, and it was the most fortified city in the entire Death Desert. If word got out, many people would think that the players were crazy. However, in the eyes of the players, this was quite normal. The repeated battles had already made them determined to win. Although this mission was difficult, everyone still thought that victory would eventually belong to them. This was the pride of the fourth disaster. Not to mention, how could the game give a mission that the players could not complete? If they could not complete it, it must be because the players did not do it well. There was only a challenge if the mission was difficult. Of course, the players were not without confidence. This was because their average strength was stronger than the other party. As the half-orc tribes fell one by one, the information about the half-orc army gradually became known to the players. In addition to those famous powerhouses, the average strength of the half-orcs was no longer a secret. Although they had a large number of people, most of them were low-level or middle-level black iron. Their average strength was not high enough for high-level black iron. The weakest among the players was high-level black iron, not to mention the continuous battles that had long made the average strength of the players close to level 35. The number of people who had reached the maximum level of 40 had soared and had long exceeded 10,000 people. In comparison, the half-orcs definitely could not reach this level of quality. After all, the half-orcs were only a black iron race. When magic had not yet recovered, they still had an advantage. However, with the increase of magic in the world of Seekers and the continuous advancement of the players, the gap between them and the players had long been widened, so, although there was a large disparity in numbers, the players were better in terms of quality. As for the Sauron Chamber of Commerce, they had already provided so many materials to the half-orcs. Even if they sent an army to participate in the battle, it was estimated that it would be limited. However, there will definitely be legends on the half-orc side. Eve said calmly. Legends. The players in the tent all looked solemn. Today, everyone was no longer the rookie they were before. The players also had a clearer understanding of the gap between different levels in the game. For legends, all secular armies were a joke. Cuckoo's expression changed slightly and said, Totem Guardian? Eve glanced at her and nodded approvingly. Yes, Totem Guardian. This war is so important to the half-orcs that their true god will definitely send down Totem Guardians. Not to mention legends, even demigods will most likely appear. Of course, you can't fight against enemies of this level. Rose and I will deal with them. Eve glanced at the Queen of Spiders Rose and said calmly. Although the Queen of Spiders Rose did not say anything, she nodded slightly. The players heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Eve handling the situation with ease. Big Sister is indeed Big Sister. Even though she was a gold professional, she was not even afraid of legends. Huh? No, Lady Zero, you can also fight against demigods? Salty Meow asked curiously. Eve smiled slightly. Of course, it's the demigods on our side. We also have demigods? The players were all stunned. Almost every NPC in the Elf Forest had an entry on the official website. And among them, the most powerful one was Zero, a God's chosen one. However, wasn't Zero a gold professional? Although she could use God's descent, it was only at the legendary level. Where did this demigod come from? Did Zero take a step forward, or there was a new character in the game? The players all had different expressions. However, Li Mu's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Eve did not explain in detail. Instead, she continued. A high-level battle is not something you can deal with. Of course, you don't have to worry. What everyone needs is to attack the city. However, I can tell you something. It's best if we can take down the city, but it doesn't matter if we can't because our real goal is not the entrance to the Kingdom of God in Sandstorm City. That Kingdom of God is fake. The Kingdom of World Tree is fake. Hearing this, the players all had different expressions. However, most of the players were slightly enlightened and showed an expression of I knew it. The Kingdom of God is fake. In fact, the players had already guessed this. It was just that it had not been officially confirmed. This Sandstorm City is actually a conspiracy by the orcs against Her Holiness the Goddess. Of course, Her Holiness the Goddess has already seen through the enemy's trick. This is actually an operation by Her Holiness to beat them at their own game. And our ultimate goal is actually to create a diversion and use the opportunity to locate the real Kingdom of God and hide the true identity of Her Holiness the Goddess. Locate the real Kingdom of God. The players were slightly stunned. Then, they all thought of the various news that came from the Elf Forest in the past few days. According to the players who did not participate in the mission, the believers of life in the entire Elf Forest and the Orlos demiplane had been mobilized. In the demiplane and Jade Lingsue, altars were being built in full swing. Everyone had long guessed that there was something big going on. So, it was like this. Many people understood. So, what you really need to do is to stall for time and act like you're going to attack the city to divert the orcs' attention. And on this basis, how much damage you can cause to the orcs will depend on you. Eve said softly. Ding. Mission objective, attack Sandstorm City has been achieved. Hidden mission charge straight in has been completed. All participating players will receive special prize pool lottery ticket X3, ding. Calculating warpoint system. Participating players will receive a corresponding special prize pool lottery ticket based on their war points. As the system chimed, all the players who participated in the assault received a new system message. Looking at the special prize pool lottery ticket in their personal accounts, every player's eyes glowed with excitement. The reward that everyone had been waiting for had arrived. However, the system notification did not end there. After the reward was given out, a new mission came. Ding. Triggered main mission, Battle of Sandstorm City, mission description. In the second round of attack, all of you were united as one. In less than a week, you reached Sandstorm City. Now, it's time to think about the next round of action. The higher-ups of the Life Church have sent reliable information. The World Tree Kingdom in Sandstorm City is actually fake news. This is actually a plot by the god behind the half-beastman against the goddess. However, Goddess Eve has found a way to locate the real god kingdom and is now secretly preparing to thwart the half-beastman's plot. To help Goddess Eve find the real god kingdom, all of you have decided to stall for time and launch a new attack on the half-beastman. Mission objective, use any method to stall for time, feign an attack on Sandstorm City, and weaken the half-beastman's strength until the true god enters the battle. Mission reward, 50,000 EXP, 50,000 contribution points, special prize pool lottery ticket X3, Goddess Eve's favorability +1, mission level, level 31, ding. Special mechanism activated. In the Battle of Sandstorm City, all participating players will receive the blessing of Goddess Eve's strength and activate the warpoint system. For every 500 points increase in war points, players will receive an additional special prize pool lottery ticket. press forward with indomitable will. For the glory of the goddess and the elven race. Looking at the new main mission, the players were not surprised. For such a large-scale storyline, the missions were often linked together. However, when they saw the mission reward, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Holy **T. The reward for this mission is the goddess favorability? If there was a reward that was hard to come by after the launch of Elf Nation, it would undoubtedly be Goddess Eve's favorability. As the faction leader of the entire server, farming the goddess favorability would not only allow one to obtain discounts in the shop, but according to some players who believed in metaphysics, it would also increase the chances of obtaining top-tier special effects and skills when exchanging equipment or drawing skills. Although it was quite mysterious, there was quite a market for it among the players. Even without mentioning the goddess's favorability, the remaining rewards were already quite generous. Hiss. 50,000 contribution points. Am I seeing things? When did the system become so generous? And experience points. This experience is almost enough for me to level up once. The players were excited. Even the silver players in the main tent, as well as the high-level players of the various guilds, were delighted. They didn't really care about the EXP, but the contribution points, goddess favorability, and special prize pool lottery tickets were very attractive, especially the goddess favorability, which was equivalent to a permanent buff. Now that their levels were getting higher and higher, the cost of exchanging items was also increasing. At this time, the shop discount became more and more important. Many a little makes a mickle, and that would be 100 million. After all, not everyone was like the real estate tycoon Salty Meow, as well as the smuggling boss Xianxia. Looking at the players' reactions, Eve was also very satisfied. This mission was too crucial, and she didn't mind giving the players more rewards. Anyway, when the mission was won, she would be the one who would earn the most. The experience points could definitely be recovered by the divine power obtained, and as for the contribution points, in this war, just the equipment that she repaired after the players sacrificed and sold back to the players was enough for the reward expenditure. Not only that, but there was also a slight surplus. This made Eve sigh with emotion. War was indeed a good opportunity to make a fortune. In this war, the players made a lot of money by attacking and looting the half-orcs. Many people made a fortune, and all their equipment was replaced with cannons. And as the mastermind behind the scenes, she was even more rich. A new mission is coming. We need to plan carefully. After a moment of silence, Limu broke the silence in the tent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at him. The reward for the second round is very rich, but the mission doesn't seem difficult. We just need to stall for time. However, I don't think a simple mission will give us such a good reward. I'm afraid the next battle won't be easy, Limu said. The other players also nodded. Agreed, we can't use the teleportation circle here, and the human wave tactic is basically useless. The half-orc army is more than twice our size, and we're still under a lot of pressure. Not to mention, the mission also mentioned the participation of a true god. I'm afraid the enemy we're facing is not simple. Shapeshifter G Gang agreed. Moreover, stalling for time doesn't mean that we're passive. We still have to make a feint and not let the half-orc see that something is wrong, Cooing Bird added. That's right, a simple confrontation is definitely not enough. We have to fight, and we have to fight with momentum. Only then will it seem real. Salty Meow said. The players each expressed their own opinions. And as the organizer of the meeting, Limu also nodded repeatedly. Many of the things that the others said were also what he agreed with. However, he always felt that something was missing. How should he put it? He had this feeling ever since God's Chosen told everyone the truth about the war. He didn't know how to describe it, but he just felt that something was missing, and it didn't feel good. Is this enough? At this moment, a somewhat low voice interrupted everyone's discussion. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. It was Fried Tomato. The guild leader of the First Legion had a slightly unhappy expression at this moment. He looked around and said, "You're right. Is it enough if we just stall for time?" Limu's heart skipped a beat. What are you trying to say? Fried Tomato looked at him and said, "It's been a long time since we got here. It wasn't easy for us to get here. Although this is just a feint, Wouldn't it be better if we could really take down Sandstorm City? I think, since everyone is here and has gathered such a large army, you should all have some ideas, right? If it's just a feint, if we just persevere until we win the mission, are you really willing? After hearing his words, the tent fell into silence. Li Mu's eyes moved slightly, and he finally understood what the slight unhappiness in his heart was. Yes, they had fought for so many days, and they had already come this far. Would they be satisfied with a feint? From the moment the vanguard set off, this war had already lasted for a few months. Early on, when the war started, they thought that the ultimate goal was to completely defeat the orcs. Although as they gradually went deeper into the Death Desert and gradually learned more about the orcs, everyone realized how difficult it was to achieve this goal, but this had always been their ultimate goal, and now, even though the new mission was out of their expectations and the seemingly simple requirements made some players heave a sigh of relief, would that be enough? Humans were greedy. With such a large army gathered, and even attracted the attention and envy of countless netizens on the Blue Star network, they naturally wanted to do better, not to mention Oracle. Zero also said that it was up to them how much damage they could deal to the orcs. In a sense, this was a flexible mission. Fried Tomato is right. Do we really only need to persevere until we win the mission? We can do our best and go one step further. Maybe we can even trigger a hidden plot. Li Mu was silent for a moment before speaking. After that, he looked at the other players. Why? Why don't we really try to take down Sandstorm City? After hearing Li Mu's words, the players were thoughtful. Then, they were all moved. Obviously, like Li Mu, although they didn't say it out loud, many of them had some expectations in their hearts. This is a very attractive suggestion, but how do we take down this city? Meng Jihan asked. We can't do it by force, Sandstorm City is too strong, and there are too many guards. Cuckoo Bird shook its head. So, the best way is to lure the orc army out and fight them outside the city to slowly wear down their strength. Then, when our overall strength improves, we'll take the initiative to attack the city. Salty Meow said. But how do we lure the orc army out? Someone asked. The players were all deep in thought. At this moment, Fried Tomato, who had suggested at the beginning, spoke again. Split up. The other players looked at him in surprise. He continued. The orcs. They definitely want to destroy us, so we only need to reveal a flaw, and it's very likely that they'll take the initiative to attack. Li Mu shook his head. Not very reliable. If they really have a conspiracy, I'm afraid they won't fall for it. Then we'll attack the other orc tribes nearby. Our guild's hunter players have already scouted the area. There are a few medium-sized orc tribes nearby, and they're very rich. Also, they're different from the tribes we've encountered before. Their fortifications are very poor, and some of them haven't even been repaired. It'll be very easy for us to attack these tribes. We'll destroy them one by one and force the orc army to chase after us. Fried Tomato said again. The central part of the Death Desert was different from the northern part. The orc tribes in the northern part were the first to build fortifications, and it was completely forced by the players' vanguard troops. Even so, it took them an entire month to repair the fortress walls. This was the middle of the Death Desert, and it wasn't threatened by the players at all. Therefore, the orcs didn't build fortifications at the beginning. It wasn't until the players issued the challenge that the orcs hurriedly built fortifications such as fortifications. However, the speed of the players was too fast. After they officially invaded the Death Desert, they were unstoppable. It was completely beyond the orcs' expectations. It didn't take them many days to attack Sandstorm City. According to the Beastman's estimation, this process should have taken 1 to 2 months. Because of this, the orcs weren't prepared, and the nearby tribes didn't complete their fortifications. However, Li Mu still shook his head. This suggestion is good, but I don't think it's very reliable. The orcs even abandoned the previous tribes. Won't these tribes give up? Stir-fried tomatoes frowned at his words. Li Mu was right. From the previous actions of the orcs, it was very likely that they would make such a choice. If that was the case, the bait plan would be useless. But at this moment, an excited female voice suddenly sounded. I have an idea. The other players looked over and realized that the speaker was a Silver Priestess player who had been watching from the corner. She was one of the higher-ups of the Heart of Nature, Xianxia. Xianxia? What idea did you come up with? Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia smiled and said, I think Tomato's idea is very promising. The others were eager to hear more. Xianxia smiled and continued, we're close to the core of the orcs. This place is close to the core area of the orcs. If we attack the other orcs and they don't help us, you can imagine the bad influence it will have. At that time, if we spread some rumors. Heh. I don't know if the orcs can withstand the pressure from all kinds of public opinion. Moreover, if they don't come to support us, it's actually not bad. We can destroy the surrounding tribes and increase our strength. Or we can shake the morale of the orcs and maybe even encourage some of them to betray us. Hearing her words, the players' eyes lit up. Damasia's face was full of emotions. You're indeed my missionary partner. You're becoming more and more like me. Xianxia, Li Mu, on the other hand, was deep in thought. He glanced at Feng Xiao and said calmly, you're not done, right? Xianxia nodded. Of course. Everyone, think about it. What's the restriction that prevents us from unleashing our strength as players? Boxed Lunch's heart skipped a beat. Teleportation portals? That's right. Xianxia snapped her fingers. It's because we can't use the teleportation portals. After saying that, she smiled again. Then, do you know why we can't use the teleportation portals? Of course, it's because this is Allur's territory. The power of the goddess will be suppressed here. Salty Meow said subconsciously. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth. The girl's eyes lit up, and she became more and more excited. She stabbed her golden legendary staff on the ground and said excitedly, I see. Sister Xianxia, you're so smart. Xianxia smiled and said nothing. Many of the players were still confused. Salty Meow explained, we can't use the teleportation portals. We can't use the teleportation circle now because the power of the goddess is suppressed. Then, if we destroy the nearby half-orc tribe, won't we be able to weaken the half-orc's power? Li Mu shook his head. No, Sandstorm City is here. Even if it's weakened, the goddess's power can't surpass Allur's. Even if we can set up the teleportation portals, the distance will be very far. It'll be easy for the half-orcs to cut off the reinforcement route. The teleportation portals could only teleport a limited number of people. If the distance was too far, it would be useless because it could be easily targeted. When the time came, the half-orcs could send some people to block the teleportation portals or even destroy them. Salty Meow frowned and fell into deep thought. However, Xianxia smiled again. So what? Why do we have to set up the teleportation portals on the ground? Then, she glanced at the Spider Queen, Lolth. The others noticed her gaze and came to a sudden realization. You mean, underground? Li Mu's eyes lit up. This area was connected to the ground, and the Spider Queen, Lolth, was good at digging holes. She could definitely open up a route underground to connect to the players' camp. If that was the case, there seemed to be a chance. However, I'm afraid it won't work. As the battle line gets longer, the effect of our teleportation portals is getting worse. The Death Desert's mana density seems to be lower than the Elven Forest, and the magic stone consumption is terrifying. Once the battle starts, I'm afraid we won't be able to teleport on a large scale like before. Li Mu said again. Xianxia smiled and said, that's not a problem. We just have to let the enemy know that we have a way to teleport. If the true god behind the orcs forbids our teleportation, it means that they are afraid of our teleportation ability. Then, we just need to amplify their fear. It's no secret among the NPCs that we can revive. In this situation, the orcs will definitely not let us have a stable teleportation array because that means that we can exhaust them to death. They don't know how strong the teleportation array is, so they will definitely take the initiative to attack. This is an open scheme. Meow Meow shook his head as he spoke. The gazes of the other players in the tent flickered as they came to the same conclusion. This is indeed a good idea. Li Mu agreed. But if we do this, won't the orcs come out in full force? They have twice as many soldiers as us and the weekend is almost over. Not everyone can be online during the day. It would be good if half of the 100,000 people are online. If we really fight, the pressure will be quite big. Shapeshifter Ji Gang said worriedly. Then we'll build fortifications. Our Mang Committee's construction team is almost all here. With magic, our speed will be quite fast. Salty Meow suggested. This is a good idea. We'll take the initiative. It's just that when I think of the possibility of an offensive battle being a defensive battle, it feels a bit strange. Mang Jihan said with a strange expression. So what? Defense is for a better offense. Fried Tomato said as he wiped his shiny golden legendary longsword. Mang Jihan nodded. There seems to be no problem. Only, I'm afraid that before we finish building the fortifications, the orcs will attack. So we have to do it step by step. First build the fortifications and the teleportation array. At the same time, we'll split up and attack the orcs nearby. When the fortifications are done, we'll spread the news of the teleportation array. Meow Meow added with a smile. But this method can't lure all the orcs out, right? What if they sense that something is wrong and retain most of their strength to defend Sandstorm City? Someone asked. The teleportation array is hidden underground. The underground is Rose's home ground. As long as they aren't stupid, they will definitely choose to fight on the ground. And if they want to defeat us on the ground, how could they send a small army? When the time comes, they will definitely send out a large army. Zhengxing said. Of course, all of these plans are based on the premise that neither side has any powerhouses that are out of the norm. If a demigod powerhouse enters the fray, then I'm afraid our plans will be useless. She added at last. By that time, the mission would have ended. The experts on our side would have definitely made their move. Demacia smiled. That's not necessarily the case. If the high-level combatants really start fighting, it might be the best time for us to attack the city. Stir-fried Tomato's eyes flashed. If that's the case, we have to prepare for all kinds of situations. The players were in a heated discussion. As they carefully thought about the plan step by step, a huge and detailed battle plan gradually took shape. Eve did not participate in their discussion. She just stood at the side the whole time, quietly watching. Eve felt gratified when she saw the serious faces of the gamers and their excited expressions. It wasn't easy. Compared to the initial arrival, the growth of the players had greatly exceeded her expectations. Now, they had grown into qualified tools that could think for themselves, fight for themselves, and solve problems on their own. At the same time, Eve also felt that she was no longer alone. Yes. It would be perfect if they didn't seek death more often. The final battle is coming, and the rewards have been given out. It's time to increase the high-level combatants. Although 500 silver players should be able to support the war in theory, Li Mu and the others are right. It's going to be a working day soon, and there will definitely be a lot of players going offline. In order to maintain a certain level of combat power during the working day, it's better to expand the recruitment. Let's expand the silver quota by 300 people. Prioritize max-level players, they can immediately become combat power. Eve thought so. The special prize pool didn't indicate the shock rate. Note, previously modified, the key silver profession advancement quota was naturally in Eve's hands. Besides, seeing that they're working so hard, I'll add fuel to the fire. Eve said to herself in her heart. Then, she logged into the official forum and posted a new announcement. Haha. The rewards have been given out. In the players' camp, Xianxia looked at his personal status bar with a face full of excitement. The drive straight in mission was completed. After these days of battle, he was already level 40. As a player who participated in the entire battle, plus the war points reward, he received a total of 7 special prize pool lottery tickets. It's a pity that my starting level is too low. If I was level 40 before joining the battle, I would definitely be able to get a few more lottery tickets. He said with some regret. Humans were like this. Their desires were endless. At this moment, a slightly speechless male voice rang out beside him. Be content, Xia. With your current level, you're a top-notch player among the public beta players. It was Jiangshang's good friend, Kai. Kai's level was lower than Jiangshang's, but he had also reached level 35. 2 public beta players, 1 druid, and 1 warrior. Their strength was no longer the same as before. Xianxia grinned. It's okay, it's okay. It's mainly because my gaming skills are higher. Don't be ridiculous. It's because you play the game for a long time. Look at how many classes you've skipped. Akai added. As a student of the public beta, it was quite rare for Xianxia to be able to advance to this level in such a short period of time. And the price of this was naturally skipping classes. Damn. University. As long as you're happy. Anyway, it's the last week of revision. It's fine to skip the normal classes. Xianxia laughed. Akai shook his head. So. You really plan to soak your feet in the first few months and drink the foot-washing water in the last month? Xianxia was speechless. Although in a sense, it's very appropriate, but your analogy is really disgusting. He glanced at his friend in disdain, then continued to look at his own information. Sure enough. This kind of large-scale mission is the best way to quickly advance. It's worth it for me to work so hard for so long. Next, I just need to get a silver class change slot and change my class into a wild specialization druid. Then, I'll follow the bosses to rob a few orc tribes and increase my equipment and level. Then, I'll be a real pro player. Xianxia thought to himself happily. Wake up. It's Monday in reality, and we still have classes. Today's classes are full, and they're all compulsory. There's also advanced mathematics and English. You can't skip them. His friend continued to pour cold water on him. Xianxia was speechless, his excitement dissipated, and he sighed. You're rubbing salt in my wound. I'll go offline after I draw my lottery ticket. Then, he looked up and shouted. Why are the weekends so short? After grumbling for a while, Xianxia regained his spirit. It was the time to verify his bloodline. He walked expectantly to the back of the gamer's campsite, where there was a small empty space. In the middle of the empty space, there was a statue of Goddess Eve. It was crowded with gamers. From time to time, the gamers were praying for the protection of the goddess, laughing excitedly, and occasionally, Take a Spear Hit was complaining. Of course, most of them were, why am I so unlucky, and gosh. It's a blank slate again, and so on. The statue was brought by the gamers from the elf forest. Although Euler had forbidden the use of teleportation and the sacrifice of the players, nothing was absolute. As the war escalated, the gamers discovered that with the statue of the goddess, even in the Death Desert, they could sacrifice and enter the merchant shop. Of course, the statue wasn't made by the gamers. It had to be provided by the Life Church. Therefore, after the second wave of attacks, the gamers brought along the official statue of Eve. Every time they set up camp, they would choose a location to worship. This was the temporary location where the gamers opened the merchant shop. This method saved the gamers a lot of time, so they didn't have to return to the chosen city to exchange for items. As for the players who wanted convenience, it would be easier for them to sacrifice their spoils of war and exchange them for the contribution points they needed. If one were to talk about any flaws, perhaps it was due to the long journey that the players could only pick the most valuable loot to transport back to the elven forest. Now, however, they could offer anything they could, and the places they passed through would end up as horrendous as the Grotto tribe, as if locusts had passed through their territory. After queuing for a long time, Xianxia finally arrived in front of the statue. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Xianxia bowed skillfully and couldn't wait to recite, Praise life, praise nature, praise the great goddess Eve. As soon as he finished his sentence, his vision changed, and he returned to the familiar merchant shop interface. Compared to when he first set up the merchant shop had undergone tremendous changes. During the first beta gamers era, the shelf in the exchange merchant shop only had one page, and there were very few items that could be exchanged. But now, it was completely different. With the gamers' unremitting efforts, the items in the exchange merchant shop had exploded. The equipment shelf alone was more than 10 pages long. The quality ranged from normal white to epic purple, apprentice to lower silver. Everything was available, every piece of legendary gold equipment was unique and out of print. There were even more pieces of legendary equipment. It was more than 40 pages long. In addition, there was a dazzling array of meditation and training techniques. There were also skills for various professions. It could be said that in today's exchange merchant shop, as long as you had contribution points, you could get everything you wanted. Looking at the various pieces of equipment and items on the shelves of the merchant shop, Xianxia yearned for them. I feel that, compared to before the war, there are more items available for exchange, and some of them even feel familiar. He sighed inexplicably. Finally, Xianxia shifted his gaze away from the series of dazzling golden legendary equipment. Finally, he looked at the special prize pool. Outside the prize pool, the two lines of silver profession change quota and lower silver golden legendary were particularly eye-catching. Goddess bless me, please let me shake it. Xianxia prayed in his heart. Then, he gritted his teeth and threw in all 7 of his prize vouchers. Shake it. Please shake it up. Goddess bless me. He shouted frantically in his heart. As if hearing his call, the moment Xianxia threw the 7 special prize vouchers into the prize pool, a colorful light suddenly bloomed. At the same time, Xianxia felt the whole world shake slightly. That kind of vibration was similar to the vibration of a mobile terminal in the real world when a call came in. And in Elven Nation, such a situation only meant one thing: it's out. Xianxia was overjoyed. Silver profession change quota? Or golden legendary? It must be a silver profession change quota. I can still draw golden legendary in the future, but if I miss the silver profession change quota, the gap between my combat power and the big boss is too big. No, it's best to get both. Only children make choices, I want them all. He was so excited that he was a little incoherent. The light quickly dissipated, and the reward he received was also displayed in front of him: 100 resurrection coins. 5,000 contribution points. 3 useless skills. There was also an outdated rare blue steel equipment. However, the final reward was a silver scroll that shone with a rainbow-colored radiance. The moment he saw the scroll, Xianxia felt as if he had suddenly ascended to the clouds, and his whole body was a little light. Ha ha ha. Profession change quota. It's a silver profession change quota. I can be promoted to silver. I can be promoted to silver. He was overjoyed. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately chose to enter the profession change interface and changed his profession. Profession change, wild attribute druid. He ordered. Xianxia's master, Mengjihan, was a wild attribute druid. He fully experienced the power of this attribute, so he made the same choice. Next, it was the familiar process of class advancement that the players were familiar with. After the battle, Xianxia had also obtained a wild specialization druid's innate ability. Shapeshifter, Wind Wolf King? It's the same type of shapeshifting skill as my master, but the shapeshifting target is different. Wind Wolf King. Not bad. Xianxia was very satisfied. After the profession change quota, he returned to the game world. When he returned to the game world, he noticed that he was being scrutinized by envious and jealous gazes. There were special effects for promoting to silver. Therefore, at this moment, everyone around him knew what he had encountered. Gosh, another good one. I'm envious, despicable big boss. Take a spear hit. There was a sea of lemon-like comments. Xianxia grinned happily as he listened to the discussions of the surrounding gamers. It was comfortable. In Elven Nation, silver was a status symbol. Satisfied, Xianxia prepared to go offline. However, just as he was about to go offline, he received a message from his good friend. Xia, look at the official website. There's an event on the official website. It's a big deal. Official website event, big deal? Xianxia was taken aback. He logged into the official forum curiously and saw the logo on the main page. The first Gamers War Competition event? He raised his eyebrows slightly. Xianxia opened the event page and browsed through it. The event was related to the war mission. It was like the war points system, where the gamers who performed well in the war would be ranked. However, when Xianxia saw the event reward, his eyes widened in an instant. Gosh! The first prize is 5,000 renminbi? End of chapter 528. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.